Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Live for the clan. This is the phrase that the hero's father always repeated, and believed that he should leave all desires and be near his brother, like his shadow. The protagonist squatted with his hands down. The priest began to slowly approach him and said that this was a priceless sight. Cion was bleeding and silent. The knights looked at him with hatred, and he continued and said that the knight was fighting with the strongest generals of the continent. There were a large number of corpses lying nearby. Boris slowly approached with a smile and said that this was expected. His brother was also intriguing. The hero looked up with hatred when his name was called. The bastard looked at him with a wild smile and drew his eyebrows up. The black-haired man summoned the blade and asked who forced him to do this. He grabbed the weapon with the last of his strength and asked if it was the emperor. The inquisitor immediately covered himself with his hand and mentioned with displeasure the sickening fog that emanated from the blade, and then said that the rumors were true. A massive aura began to emanate from the protagonist, scattering everything around him, and he was immediately called a murderer from the darkness. Boris looked at him with displeasure and said that this was an organization that they, the Knights of Light, had a very vague idea about, and he would tell the higher-ups that he had managed to get rid of a sinner associated with the pagans. The hero, bleeding, clenched his teeth and said that of course it was so, if he had anything left to report, and promised that after he dealt with him, there would not be a single tooth left in his mouth. The long-haired man covered himself with his hands and said with a smile that if he was going to use his secret power, it would be better to surrender, and then said that a 9-star magic barrier would hinder him. Cion stood in a stance and thought about how he needed to find a way to get out of here and uncover the criminal behind this together with his brother. He immediately became more serious and asked about the barrier, saying that he would smash it into pieces, but then he was told to stop. A huge paladin came out, to whom everyone immediately bowed. The black-haired man was stunned and broken by this, and in his head immediately popped up the words about living for the sake of the clan, what his father always told him, and that his brother is the clan, and Ashel's success is his success. The blonde stood in front of him with a calm look. The hero looked at him with wild surprise and thought that the criminal behind this was his brother. The knight stood in huge armor with a powerful blade. The protagonist immediately fell to his knees in shock and lowered his weapon. His brother looked at him sadly and said that he seemed a little surprised by his appearance. A beautiful picture opened up, as if a meeting of a demon and an angel. The black-haired man looked at him in horror and could not understand anything, asking what it all meant. Then Ashel looked at him again and said that he had done his job well, for the clan, people in him. Cion was completely stupefied when he heard these words and froze with his eyes wide open. His brother turned sideways to him and looked at him with hostility, and said that this was why he was only trying to take this heavy burden off his shoulders. The killer immediately released even more aura and said that he did not understand what he had done wrong. But he looked at him as if he were a nobody and asked again. Looking at his brother, he immediately said that this ominous fog and he was only a killer, and he could no longer call him a man, to which he meaningfully remained silent. The traitor pointed his finger at him, and angry, said that it was enough to lead them around by the nose and asked if he really wanted to say that he did not know about his sin. Cion was bleeding and wondered what he was even talking about. He gritted his teeth and bit his lip with aggression as he thought about what he was even talking about. He imagined many hands reaching for the crown during the struggle for the throne within the empire. Then, many demons appeared in his imagination and it was a war to unify the continent. 2 coats of arms with swords appeared in his memory, and he thought about how he helped him achieve everything he started with. His brother's back appeared in his memory, blocking the light and leaving darkness behind, after which he thought about how it was because serving him was the meaning of life. The guy immediately grabbed the blade, pushing through the stone floor. He began to rise and thought about how he was now abandoning him to his fate. The hero's eyes immediately lit up with a red fire, and he immediately thought about how he worked for him like an ox for 20 years. He started bleeding and thought that he didn't care if he destroyed his body. The protagonist went into berserk mode and thought about giving it his all. A huge magical red veil appeared behind him, and he immediately thought that he only wanted to destroy it, and nothing more. One of the officers looked at it with alarm and asked how he could have so much mana left, and shouted that it was impossible, and he was not a human. But Cion sat down, and said that it was stupid and asked if he was ashamed of himself. The blonde got angry and meaningfully kept silent. The hero rushed into battle, deflecting the dagger. A fierce fight between the brothers began with a metallic clang. The protagonist used his abilities and said that he only needed one more time. While Ashel swung, he continued saying that once would be enough. The killer raised his dagger, squinting his eyes and thinking about what if he could reach his weak spot so that he could not regenerate. But then he bumped the weapon into the holy shield. He immediately fell into a stupor and did not understand what was happening. Then the guy turned his attention to the priest and understood what was going on. The blonde pierced the hero's chest, insulting him. The demonic dagger fell to the floor at that moment. The paladin held his blade and said that he wanted to do him a favor and grant him a painless death, since he was his brother, but he revealed his true nature. He looked with displeasure at the one he betrayed and said that he knew from the very beginning that he was a demon. The black-haired man was brought to extreme despair by the words that it was good that he was never trusted and forced to shut up. The knight kicked his brother, removing him from the dagger like a creature. He simply turned around and ordered him to leave. Cion lay on the ground, bleeding, cursing in his mind. He opened one eye and wondered if this was really his end, and then wondered what kind of stupid life he had managed to live. The sparkle in his eyes was slowly fading and his mind was losing its mind. Suddenly, Ashel turned over his shoulder. The killer rushed towards him with the last of his strength and wanted to attack. He screamed at the top of his lungs when he completely lost his mind. His dagger almost reached his brother's throat. But then a smashing wave of light threw him far back. Then he woke up in a sweat from screams. The green-eyed girl looked at him with alarm and asked how long he would sleep, and then told him to get ready, because he needed to start preparing. The hero looked at her in surprise and called her by name, and then asked why she was here. Suddenly, his gaze caught on something strange. He looked at the maid who was scared and thought that almost 20 years had passed since he last saw her, and she had not changed since then. Suddenly he noticed the surroundings and thought that he remembered this place, and this was the room where he lived when he was young and the swirls of the furniture were still the same. He immediately grabbed his face and thought with anxiety that he had become a child again. But suddenly Emily put her hands on her hips and sternly called him. She frowned and asked if he was dragging his feet because he did not want to go to training, and then told him to tidy himself up and go ahead. The black-haired man looked at her in surprise. Suddenly there was silence in the room and he asked again what kind of training this was. Afterwards, it was noon in the Burt clan duchy. The guy went outside and thought that he was sure that he had returned to the past. He immediately looked around and thought that maybe it was his life flashing before his eyes. He remembered that 27 years ago, the date was March 1st, 985, he was standing in the arena, a year left before he entered the academy. Every year, the duchy held training duels. His father, the lord of these lands, attended the event, inflating it into an important event. His opponent was Cranes, who was his age and half-brother. His mother Margaret was the wife of the duke, and because of this, the guy received much more attention, although they were both younger. He was an illegitimate child, and after being mocked during a duel, he became a laughingstock. He immediately remembered how his father turned away from him and told him not to even try, and that duel was the reason why his father stopped paying attention to him. Suddenly the maid leaned towards him and asked why he didn't just give up, to which the hero grabbed his weapon and calmly said that everything was fine and he just needed to win, and thought about how even the maid looked down on him. But suddenly something seemed to freeze him. Cion looked at his weapon while he was asked not to get hurt, and thought that it was just a rapier, but very heavy, and his physical fitness was as bad as when he was 10. He examined the weapon and thought that this feeling was definitely not a dream or memories flashing before his eyes, and he had never heard of a spell that could recreate such a skillful illusion. He tensed up and thought that he really returned to the past. Suddenly, Cranes approached him with an arrogant look and asked why he did not run away, to which he immediately thought that now it was possible to change the future. He looked around anxiously. His father raised his hand with a serious face and suggested that they begin. The blonde immediately rushed into a frontal attack and asked where he was looking. He immediately raised his blade with a wild smile to strike and laughed. But then the black-haired man calmly looked at him and thought that he was just a snail. He took only one step back. His opponent with a dumbfounded face immediately fell and opened his eyes wide. He missed and slammed his sword into the ground. Then Cranes gritted his teeth and called him a coward who dodges. But then Cion knocked the weapon out of his hands with one swing. Then he kicked him in the leg with a calm look. The blonde immediately felt wild pain from which he screamed. The guy immediately fell to the floor and grabbed his leg with a scream. His mother immediately got scared, and his father was surprised and looked closer. The hero looked at his opponent as if he was a nobody and thought that if he put the sword to his throat now, the duel would be over. He grabbed the sword tightly and thought that this would not be enough. The protagonist immediately remembered how he was beaten that time and thought about how when he was a child, he always mocked him for fun. He remembered the predatory smile and thought about how the humiliation continued even in the academy. The reincarnated man immediately went into berserk mode and thought that he should trample him into the dirt so that he wouldn't dare to do anything in the future. He raised his leg and thought that he would pave his own way in this life. The blue-eyed man immediately burst into tears and drooled from the pain. Cranes lost this duel. The Duke ordered the protagonist to be brought to him, and even cleared his schedule for this, and then the guy wondered if his victory was really that significant. Then he turned his attention to his guard and thought that even a high-ranking jerkin directly connected to the Duke was accompanying him. Suddenly, he met Margaret on the way. He smiled slyly and asked if everything was okay with her son and thought that it seemed like she was talking to him about her son and looked like she had stepped in garbage. But she looked at him with wild hostility and asked how he had the audacity to ask such a question after he had beaten his own brother, and said that it was disgusting. But they just passed by, and Cion, smiling and putting his hands in his pocket, said that these were the rules of a duel. But then he was deeply hurt by the words about why bastards should not be treated the same as legitimate children. She made a disgusting face and said that he was just like his mother, and all because his mother was a dirty girl with low social responsibility, and he should wander the streets and beg for food, and then asked if he dared to start an argument, and ordered him to be grateful. Cion got angry and thought that she had crossed the line and, looking at her menacingly, thought about killing her. But then he smiled and thought that he knew the best way to mock her, and he would do it slowly and damn painfully. He looked at her and asked if she knew that they would go to the academy together, to which the noblewoman immediately asked what he wanted to say. The killer immediately pierced her with a smile and asked if her son should finish his studies with all his limbs and then asked if she should worry. The green-eyed girl immediately got furious and asked what he meant. She raised her hand and asked how he dared to say such dirty things with his mouth. But then the knight protected him, and while he was smiling, he said that he asked for his forgiveness. He raised his hand and said that he had an urgent message from the Duke, and they could not put it off any longer. His gaze was full of determination, and he immediately asked if they should stop there. The blonde pouted and kept silent meaningfully. The protagonist looked at her with a smile and thought that the Duke's orders were absolute. He calmed down a little and thought that he was now under the protection of an accompanying knight who had received a direct order, and who would not bend the knee even to the Duke's confidant, and this was encouraging. There was a knock on the door. The hero entered his father's office and stated his name and status in the family. He said with an empty look that he greeted his father and thought that he had been alone for almost 15 years. The Duke turned around and calmly invited him to sit down, and he himself was the ruling feudal lord of the Western Territory. The people called him the guardian of the continent. He stopped the demon invasion and, thanks to his outstanding magical power and ability to lead people, a man who took on a duty that no one imposed on him. He was true to his word, but in the end he died during the Demon King's invasion and all he wanted was peace on the continent. The protagonist sat opposite him and thought about how he remembered him differently, and that he was a man who gave his life to serve others. He chose this path himself, remaining in the memory of a stupid person. The father crossed his arms over his chest and said that he definitely saw the sword and avoided the attack. Cion was a little surprised and asked again. The bearded man immediately remembered the battle and said that at the moment when Cranes rushed forward, he saw the trajectory of his sword swing. Willius imagined how he was watching the blade and said that he turned, avoiding the blow. He looked sternly at his son and asked about when he learned fencing. And then the reincarnated one thought with a little anxiety that, as expected, he realized and said that he did not say anything about training, and simply trained himself every night. The blonde immediately extended his hand in front of him and said that he had been told that he was not interested in fencing, not to mention talent, and then asked why he had hidden his abilities. The guy lowered his head, a little embarrassed, and said that he did not want to stand out too much, to which he was immediately told that, however, he had defeated his brother and very beautifully. But then Cion was surprised after he was told that there was one but. His father recalled the beating with a stern look and asked if the subsequent actions were unnecessary. The black-eyed man looked at him intently, and thought that he had so subtly veiled the question and assumed that he wanted to understand what he was capable of. The guy lowered his head and said what he wanted to prove, and he was immediately asked again. Cion looked ahead with confidence, and said that although they were not blood brothers, he was superior to Cranes and decided that this was the true meaning of their sparring. But then something surprised him. The father immediately assumed a predatory image and praised him for his cold-blooded and clear answer, and then said that he was glad that he had such talent. He said with a smile that in the future, he would become an excellent assistant to Ashel. The hero immediately fell into horror after these words and did not understand what was happening. He remembered how his brother killed him in his past life and thought about how he could become his assistant. The father looked at his son with interest, and he thought that this was the same obsession of the father with his eldest son. He immediately squeezed his hand from tension. The blonde looked at him with a smile and said that this was certainly not a prize, but he would still like to reward him for winning and offered to say what he wanted. Suddenly the gray-eyed frowned and said that he would then destroy Ashel. He thought with a confident smile that he would destroy everything that the scoundrel does and said that he knew what he wanted. The maid spread her arms in horror and asked him how he could ask to go to the front. The hero was absolutely calm during her rage and said that it was so, but he was not sure yet, to which she asked him if he was in his right mind and asked if he knew what was going on there. The green-eyed girl in tears held her cheeks and imagining monsters said that there were a lot of scary and terribly dangerous monsters there. The western territory of the Empire is the only place on the entire continent called the Front Line or Limia Valley, the true front line. It is a fierce battlefield where battles with demons have been going on for hundreds of years. That is why his father, who was categorically against his idea from the very beginning, set one condition for him. The protagonist needs to qualify for the valley within a month, and he thought about the fact that he still does not know what this qualification is. He lowered his head and thought that the first thing he needed to do was to maximize his muscle mass and strength in a short time, and his strength was still weaker than his peers. He imagined his battle and thought that fortunately after returning, he retained his combat sense. He released some mana from his hands and thought that inside the body there was a small amount of mana, and if the body was trained, filling it like a vessel, it could be used to its fullest, and he needed to start training from today. But suddenly the door swung open and his name was shouted loudly. A beauty immediately burst into the room and surprised everyone. It was a blue-haired girl who put her hands on her hips and looked at him menacingly. She immediately grabbed him by the collar and pulled. The cutie immediately began to tugging at his neck, under the cute questions of the maid, and shouted that he was crazy. The girl was furious and said that her father told her that he asked to go to the front, to which Cion asked to let him go first. Alice let him go and said that he seemed to think too much of himself, defeating Cranes, and said that he would not be able to defeat her. She got angry and ordered him to follow her to the roof. It was already night time and the lights were brightly shining from the windows. They stood opposite each other, and his sister told him to draw his sword and begin, and if he could withstand her attacks for 3 minutes, then she would let him go to the front. The black-haired man, looking tired, asked if she was sure that they needed to do this. Alice frowned and asked to be allowed to ask. She became even more serious and asked if he planned to inherit the title. The guy tensed up and thought about how she was furious because of this, and thought that he was not interested in this at all. The girl grabbed the blade and asked if he was ready to answer, and told him to draw the sword. The hero sighed and swung his rapier and thought that it had not even been half a day since his last sparring session ended, and he was very tired, and today was too eventful. The swordswoman immediately jumped up and rushed into battle. The protagonist immediately prepared for a tough fight, his eyes wide open and alarmed. He managed to parry her sword thrust in an instant. She was wildly surprised that a 10-year-old boy had stopped her blade. Cion tensed up and she thought that he was probably seriously thinking about dealing with his sister, who was 7 years older than him. She immediately jumped back, moving the blade behind her back. Alice became alarmed and thought that with a rapier with a thin blade, he had accurately hit her long sword. She got angry, gritting her teeth with a smile, and thought that he was just lucky and said that he was better than she thought. Cion immediately tensed up and anxiously asked her what had happened. Magic-filled attacks immediately flew at him, and he tried to hold back the barrage of blows. Blue-Eyed raised her sword and exhaled loudly. The hero tried to parry and put his rapier under him. The screeching of metal sent out many sparks. The girl was shocked by such skill. She immediately opened her eyes wide and was scared. Black-Eyed gritted his teeth and cursed in his head. He tried to spin the rapier to attack. At that moment, they flew apart in different directions due to the clash of blows. He immediately jumped onto the fence and somehow caught his feet. The guy looked at her in horror and thought that something bad had almost happened, and if he hadn't turned the sword over in the middle, he would have definitely died, and most of the misty sword techniques are instant death techniques. He immediately imagined the coat of arms of his guild and thought that since there is not enough stamina, and it is difficult to fight this technique without killing. He gritted his teeth and wondered how much was left until 3 minutes. His hand was shaking and the guy thought that the difference in strength was overcome by pouring magic power into the sword, but it took a long time. Alice lowered her head and exhaled heavily, starting to cast a spell. Cion immediately fell into horror upon hearing this, and thought that this was 6th level magic. She immediately deflected the sparkling blade and prepared to attack with a water blade. He immediately cried with a slight smile, and thought that she was going to kill him and assumed that this was an exam. But his sister no longer heard him and, having gone crazy, monotonously repeated that she could not lose, and he thought that he was wrong and that she was simply crazy, even in her eyes. He grabbed the rapier in a reverse grip and anxiously prepared for an attack and thought that even if he blocked the attack, he would fall outside the fortress, and now there was nothing left but to believe. He immediately jumped up and rushed into battle. His sister's sword shone brightly, raising a pillar of mana into the sky. He raised his sword and began to plead anxiously in his head. When he was about to be struck, he thought about the siren ringing to end. Jurkin rushed into the battle holding the guard of his sword and ordered them to stop. At the last moment, he managed to block the blow with his blade and grabbed the guy by the collar. Many sparks of mana immediately flew from the bastion. He looked menacingly at Alice and called her. He continued to stand in the same pose and said that she was going too far to spar with the young master. The hero exhaled with anxiety and a smile, thinking that he was wondering when he would come out. The beauty immediately came to her senses and anxiously realized what was happening. She immediately hugged her brother, apologizing and saying that she had completely lost her mind. She was crying and said that she just didn't want him to go to the front lines and was so obsessed that she didn't even realize it. The hero turned around with a soft smile and thought that this was a typical older sister who tried too hard. In the Royal Academy where the continent's greatest geniuses in magic, swordsmanship, and learning gathered, and his sister was an elite who set an unprecedented record by getting an S in all subjects. Alice, because of her beautiful appearance, was called a child of the gods by people, and she wielded a sword from a young age. But it was together with his older brother, and they were referred to as the guardians of the continent. But soon after joining the Knights of Light, she met a sad end. He immediately squeezed her back and thought about how he missed her. The blue-haired girl was surprised after that, and the protagonist thought about how he would protect her from now on. Afterwards, the girl looked at the bodyguard and asked if he was the Duke's guardian knight, since her father had recently gone on a mission. The big man looked away with slight anxiety and said that he was following the Duke's orders to protect Mr. Cion, and he couldn't tell her because he was ordered to act secretly. But then the hero looked at him with a sly smile and thought that he had continued to feel him since leaving the office, and if he continued to pretend that he didn't notice, he wouldn't have come out. Afterwards, he frowned and thought about why it was secret. Suddenly, he fell asleep and fell on the beauty. She smiled softly and exhaled. While the night sky was shining in the sky, she immediately said that he was still like a child. The next day, the sister returned to the academy and briefly visited her father before graduation, and at that time, Cion was doing push-ups from the floor and shaking. He did the 10th repetition with difficulty, gritting his teeth, drenching the floor with sweat, and acutely felt the need for physical training, so he devoted 2 weeks to exercises. He fell to the floor exhausted and thought that 10 times was his limit and felt hopeless for these 2 weeks. He immediately imagined his past body and thought that he was confident in his physical abilities. Now he was crying and thinking that he wanted to go back, and he was sad. The reincarnated turned to the maid when she said that a package had arrived from his sister. She immediately covered her nose, taking out a jar, and asked about the disgusting smell, and the hero thought that it was the blood of the hellhound, which he received as an apology from his sister. He imagined this monster and thought that it was a rare thing that could only be obtained in the valley, but the rumors that it could be obtained on the black market turned out to be true. He began to pour it into the plate, and thought that this blood has a unique unpleasant smell and a burning texture in the mouth, so this substance is considered toxic, but in fact, he immediately imagined a strong man and thought that it gives the effect of increasing strength and endurance, and although the official theory says that this is a myth, he looked at the plate with an anxious smile and thought that in his past life he saw this effect in full, and his maid asked in horror if he was really going to drink it, to which her master immediately said that it was so, and thought that she should not worry. The black-haired man closed his eyes and began to drink, thought that he was the only one who could adapt to the food that she serves and remembers how it happened for the first time. He immediately imagined a seemingly revived acidic liquid and thought that it was like mushroom soup, and he had a temporary cardiac arrest, compared to that soup. Afterwards, he immediately put the plate on the table. Sion's eyes lit up with pleasure, and he shouted that it was delicious. He immediately stood up, leaning on the table, and called his maid, who was already horrified. The guy looked at her with a smile and said that he would go for a walk and thought about where he could check how it worked. The next day he ran outside. Looking at the sun, Cion thought about how he hadn't come here for a long time and had been waiting for this for 2 whole weeks. He put his hand on his hip and thought with a smile about how from the moment Jerkin would be absent because of the report, the place where he often came when he wanted to be alone. One day, Ashel received a revelation from the god of light, and it was a revelation that somewhere in the mountains behind their lands there was a temple. The hero did not believe it, but the place where the mana flow was concentrated really was, and of course, the revelation had not yet descended, and he went to check it out personally. There was a wild excitement in his eyes, and he immediately poured his mana through his hand, thinking that so far only he knew about it. The guy put his palm to the ground and a rift immediately appeared. He looked at it with a sly smile and addressed his brother in his thoughts, said that what he was about to do, he did not even suspect and could not know. Right in front of him, a secret passage appeared in the ground, and he wondered if it was time for him to go. Everything had changed since his last visit to this place. This is an ancient temple of the god of light, at least it was until all the history of these lands was erased. Because of the war of gods and demons that happened 300 years ago. He calmly went down into the dungeon and thought that no one could imagine that such a thing was located in the mountains behind the castle. He immediately saw a holy sword in front of him and noticed it. After examining the weapon, he immediately thought that this was the true owner of the temple. 999 BC, August 12th, humanity finally succeeded in driving out the demon king, and the army of the demon lord was much stronger than the human army. But the number found ancient relics, called divine weapons. They were the ones that allowed them to win. One of these relics was the holy sword blessed by the god of light, and it was believed that this sword was the reason for humanity's victory over the demons. And in the future, he would meet his miserable death, from the swing of this sword belonging to his brother. He put his hands in looking at the blade and thought that perhaps the sword was somehow connected with his reincarnation. He slowly extended his hand to it. But then he lowered his head and thought that, as expected, there was no reaction. Then Cion kicked him with a dissatisfied sigh. They both got angry and he left, saying that his mood had only worsened, and was going to solve the problems and leave. Passing by the light, you can see a shadow, as if it came from another world. At first glance, it may seem that this is the shadow of the sword. But this is impossible, because there is no shadow here. Where there is light, there is darkness, and this is a passage. The guy put mana into the circle and a staircase appeared to the door in the wall that led to another room hidden by the altar of light. He immediately carefully looked through the crack in the door. In the middle of the room was a glowing red blade, and Cion immediately said that he was glad to meet them. He took hold of the handle and called it his blade. The guy immediately smiled and his eyes lit up after he said that it was a demonic sword. Red mist began to ooze from the blade. He looked at his new knife with a smile and congratulated him on awakening. But then the guy began to wave it and asked if he had woken up. The reincarnated one was embarrassed and thought that this was a wonderful feeling, and he already wanted to stab someone right now. But suddenly a shadow appeared on the floor and the creature from there asked if he had lost his fear. Kiram didn't surprise him at all when she asked him if he understood what her awakening meant, and he said that he had no idea, and said that the sword was now his. The spirit immediately rose above him and said that the awakening of the sword meant that it was too late to regret what he had done. A huge toothy smile appeared in the shadows. She immediately rushed to him and screamed that his body now belonged to her. But then she was grabbed by the throat. The hero held her by the throat and said that she had not been in such a hurry before, to which the demon immediately asked what he was. The protagonist smiled wildly, while she asked him why he could touch her, to which he said that the sword belonged to him. Sharp claws immediately appeared from Kiram's hand. She tried to attack him and curse him. At that moment, the demon jumped far back. She stood up and asked who he was. Seeing the black mist on him, the girl immediately asked if he was the successor. She spread her legs and asked why she felt Eru's aura around him, to which he immediately said that it was. He smiled wildly and said that her master had returned and it was time to bow. But she got furious and screamed that he was just a child. She started the fight and said that she would not accept it. The protagonist parried her blows and thought that he believed that words were useless here and the ultimate mission of the demonic sword was to possess the body of its master. The beauty tried to fight and he thought that he had no choice. He managed to jump back and thought that he would just simplify everything a little. After that, Cion smiled and used the control of the demonic sword. Suddenly, Kiram fell to the floor and broke it. The black-haired man looked at her menacingly and said that he would ask once, and asked why she should not accept him as her master while he was polite. Then the demon got furious and asked him how he could use such a thing, and tried to insult him. But then the guy used control again and hit her face on the floor. He calmly continued to use control over and over. When she was already driven headfirst into the ground, he asked her again and she immediately said that she was accepting a person. He was going to use the spell again, but she from the ground immediately added the word master. Black fog was coming from the door, and he thought that now that he had done all his business. The hero took the blade and thought that it was time to return, because he had been absent for a long time. Suddenly the blade moved and said that she had not breathed fresh air for a long time. She immediately appeared in the form of a spirit, and with a smile said that it was refreshing. Suddenly Kiram hid behind him and asked about his name. The pink-haired girl was embarrassed, and said that she had never heard of such a thing before, and then asked if Eru really chose someone like him. But then the black-haired guy looked sternly in front of him, and said that it was so, and it was in his past life. The demon was very surprised and asked what he was talking about, but the guy immediately added and said that he was already dying. The yellow-eyed girl was even more surprised and thought about what was happening. Then they approached the holy sword and wondered if it was really still sleeping, to which the protagonist immediately said that it still had 20 years to wait for its owner. Kiram flew closer while he was swinging and said that he was talking as if he already knew the future. At that moment, the pommel of the sword was cut off. The demon was completely shocked by this and asked what he was going to do with it. The hero looked at the shard with a devilish smile and said that no one knows and suggested that it would make the upcoming events a little more interesting. The carriage sped along the road. The wheels creaked on the uneven surfaces. The doors slammed on the bumps. The protagonist stepped out of the carriage in armor and thought that he could not believe that the day of the appointment had come, and thought about how time flies. He bowed to the nobles and said that he was the youngest child and greeted his father, to which his father immediately asked to be allowed to ask one last time. Willius looked at him with a little anxiety and asked if his decision to go to the front was still valid, and then said that if he wanted to refuse now, he would not stop him. The guy with a shining gaze raised his head and said that it was so, and his heart was already at the front. The father turned to his keeper and ordered him to be released. Jerkin carried a small bundle in his hand with a serious face. The hero Primitive immediately thought that it was a magic scroll and wondered if they wanted to summon someone. The magic circle on the paper instantly glowed. A hellhound appeared from the summoning spell. It immediately dug its paws into the ground. The monster immediately exhaled smoke from its mouth, to which he immediately thought that it was a hellhound. He picked up the weapon and thought with a smile that a low-level demon from the valley, it must have been difficult for father and the accompanying knight to prepare for this exam. The knights immediately grabbed their weapons. Cion noticed this and thought with displeasure that they wanted to tell him that they would be ready to intervene whenever he was in danger. Father folded his arms and said that everything comes with responsibility, and from now on he needed to overcome this test and prove how strong his determination was. Jerkin frowned and thought that this was a test. He remembered how he had grabbed the blade. He pointed at himself in surprise and asked if he really wanted to fight him. The kid surprised him by pulling his hand away and saying that there were only 3 days left until the day he promised his father, but he couldn't just wave his sword in the air. Then he smiled and asked if he wanted to help him and get some real practical experience. The old man got a little nervous and asked if it wouldn't be better for him to spar with his peers, like young Master Cranes. The black-haired man smiled and remembered their meetings with his brother, saying that he didn't know why, but his brother ran away as soon as he saw him. The guardian became even more wary and thought that it was even a bit awkward. Then the hero was happy when he agreed to his request. The old man pulled out his blade in front of him and said that he would fight him with the sheath of the sword, and said that he should only focus on defense, so he could confidently attack. Cion took the rapier away and thanked him for it, and then said that there was one more request. He said with a predatory look that what would happen next could not be told to the father, and that this was an order. The warrior immediately doubted when he looked at him. The guy immediately jumped up to attack. The blow was powerful enough to stagger the knight. The paladin held the damaged scabbard in his hands and thought that it was a heavy blow, and it was incredible, because this was a 10-year-old sword. Suddenly, the silhouette of the black-eyed man flashed right before his eyes. The old man tried to follow him and thought that it was very fast. Suddenly, his opponent disappeared out of nowhere. It turned out that the hero was already in the air right behind him, and he did not understand when this happened. The guardian immediately tensed up to speed up. He managed to parry multiple blows of the rapier in the air. They began a fierce fight, not giving in to each other. The next moment, the protagonist took the rapier back to attack and was in a very serious mood. He delivered a powerful ikimanji to the scabbard. After that, the guy landed on the ground and exhaled, saying that it was obvious that he could not win yet. He put the rapier back in the scabbard, and said that it was a good job and thanked for the help. The old man extended the sword forward and, trying to catch his breath, said that he thanked him for his hard work, and he himself thought that he could not believe that the weak young master had grown so much. The guy, a little tired, smiled at him as he left. Jurkin looked down and thought that if his intuition was correct, then the current young master would be able to overcome any trials in the world. The demonic dog was about to attack the guy. He immediately broke away from the spot to dash. Then the black-eyed man moved the rapier away and thought about what was coming. The dog had almost reached him with its mouth open. But then a cut instantly passed through his eyes. Cion swung the rapier, striking the enemy and leaving a mark. He looked over his shoulder and thought that it was still difficult for him to fight monsters directly with his strength, and he needed to finish this fight as quickly as possible. The creature turned to him, and he thought that he would strangle it with the next attack. He immediately moved the rapier aside and was about to attack. At that moment, the monster's head flew off its shoulders from a powerful chopping blow. The guy made a pirouette, and jumping into the air threw the weapon at the dog's head. Everyone around was shocked. The father smiled at the sight. The protagonist looked at the corpse and thought that this was a waste of resources, and this blood alone should be enough for several bottles of medicine. He took out his rapier and thought that if he did this in front of everyone, he would be considered an eccentric, and thought that it was worth taking at least a cup. Suddenly, the Duke came up to him and clapped, praising him. The old man threw back his cloak and said that they would see each other at the front. Black-eyed bowed and thanked him for this. Then Kiram crawled up to him from behind and addressed him. She climbed out with a greedy look and asked if he thought that she looked like a kitchen knife, to which he immediately said that she was a demonic sword, and then asked what the cause of the alarm was. She immediately got furious and asked why he used her like that and said that in order to regain her strength, she needed blood. She began to reach for the corpse, and begged him to let her at least bite once. But then they began to pull her and Cion asked her not to worry. He pulled her into the blade and with an ominous look said that she would get as much of it as she wanted and offered to wait impatiently. But she immediately went mad and asked why she was not woken up when there was food. A huge ogre appeared in the west. The bell immediately began to ring. Willius immediately frowned and shouted to create a battle line to destroy it, and then ordered that no one be left alive. The soldiers raised their swords after the order to unfold the shackles of salvation. A magic circle with a cross appeared in the sky. At the same moment, the same magic circles appeared under the monsters. The pot-bellied ones were immediately entangled in magic threads. The Duke extended the blade and ordered to attack. The knights immediately rushed to hit the critical points of the enemy. They struck everything around like a hot knife through butter. Suddenly, one of the ogres screamed and began to break free, while one of the crusaders ran towards him. At that moment, a critical attack was made on the fiend of hell. The hero watched this silently, while his maid hid behind him in horror. She cried and asked why he called her to such a place, and asked him if he was scared. But the protagonist only looked around and thought that he was here again, and he felt nostalgic, although this place still looked like hell. Suddenly, his father came up to him and asked how he was feeling on the front lines, to which he immediately said that it was a little exciting. The Duke took the reins and said that, as he saw it, here you never know when you will meet death, so you must never let your guard down. Then the black-eyed man smiled and said that he would remember this, and he himself thought that on the front lines, such situations resembled everyday life. There are 3 or 4 battles a day, and in each battle there are high-ranking knights. With carefully written response instructions and proven skills, they fight against all demonic creatures that try to cross the front line. The warriors gathered near one of the tents. The hero looked out of the tent and thought that the tent he was assigned to was one of the most remote and safe places on the battlefield. He calmly looked outside and thought that even the security was very serious, and it seemed that he would not even have time to feed Kirim. He turned around, noticing the trembling blanket, and thought that he would have to wait until the evening and asked the maid what she was doing. Suddenly, she crawled out of hiding in tears and worriedly said that the Duke said so. The guy suddenly tensed up when she said that you don't know when you'll die here, and asked why she didn't pack her suitcase and go back, to which she immediately got furious and asked how this was possible, and asked how he would cope without her. She gritted her teeth and said that there were many demonic creatures around, and if she ran away out of fear, then there would be no one to help him. She immediately jumped out of the tent and told them to go away, because it was time for lunch, but then Cion said that this was the cloak he asked for. Suddenly he was left all alone. He immediately got angry, pretending to smile and thinking about how to just kick her out, and said that she was too reckless with her master. He put the toy under the blanket instead of himself. Afterwards, the guy threw the cloak over himself, and wondered if this would be enough. Then he was surprised by Emily's words, who asked if he was going to do this here too, to which he immediately answered in the affirmative. She rubbed her eyes and said that he was diligent, and then said that the Duke would be glad to know. The hero put on his hood and said with a displeased look that he would be back soon and asked her to do everything as usual. He started to go out, and said that he was sleeping now and asked if she understood. He immediately used fog and accelerated, thinking that due to the specifics of the front line, the border guards were strengthened in the evening. He jumped onto the rock and thought that if he didn't go now, it would be even more difficult to move freely later. After Cion used the third move of black fog, descended and landed, thinking about what he remembered. Hellhounds immediately appeared and he immediately thought that this was where the dangerous zone began, teeming with monsters. His eyes lit up and the protagonist thought with a smile that this place was ideal for feeding the blade and asked her if this was true. He immediately took out the blade and she noticed with pleasure. The blade in the hands of the owner immediately said that she could not sleep and asked to quickly order to cut something. The huge dog immediately jumped on him to attack. Cion raised the blade and agreed with her, saying that she could chop to her heart's content. His attacks left behind a trail of black fog. His eyes glowed red and the protagonist prepared for another ability of the dancing mook, a swift fog storm. He immediately rushed through his opponents and defeated each one. Time passed, and the corpses grew more and more. He immediately inserted tubes into the dogs to collect blood. Afterwards, the guy held out a mug to fill it. He immediately took a sip. His eyes became wilder and he immediately praised the taste, and Kirim immediately said that she had never felt so rested since her rebirth. He leaned over for a second while the dogs were looking at him and offered to continue in the same spirit, and she asked about when he was going to become stronger if he catches mongrels. But the black-eyed one immediately smiled and asked not to worry, because the night is long. The horde appeared, and he immediately said that the monsters were crawling out of hiding, to which the blade immediately said that she was really waiting. At this time, a convoy was driving under the mountain. The blonde was riding in a carriage and was told that no matter how much she thought about it, the front line was too dangerous. The maid looked at the princess and asked about how about changing her mind now, to which she immediately said that she told her not to treat her like a child. The typical Tsundra turned and said that she was obviously the princess of the empire, and then asked how many times she needed to be told that she should help her royal father with the trip. She looked menacingly at the maid and immediately said that if she said something like that again, she would get angry. Then the brown-eyed girl looked away and said that if you look at it that way, the Duke's youngest child is present at the front. The princess immediately became alarmed after he said that they were the same age, and asked if he really took his son with him. The maid smiled and moved her hand away and said that he didn't, but he wanted to go like her, and they were the same age, and they behaved similarly. But suddenly the blonde turned to the window and said that she was not interested at all, and then ordered him to stop and suggested that he go to sleep. And then the poor thing became alarmed and agreed with the order. Tsundra immediately tensed up, folding her arms across her chest, and, after a short silence, asked the child's name. Suddenly the maid perked up and said that his name was Cion. She looked away and asked again. She looked out the window with a slightly upset look and repeated his name. One of the harpies was instantly cut down. The Duke stood with a blade and ordered to check for wounded. The soldiers finished and shouted that everything was fine, and received the order to return. Suddenly, something confused Willius, and he looked away carefully. He slowly pulled the blade out of the corpse. The protagonist also finished with his prey and exhaled. His father came up to him and asked how he was enjoying life on the battlefield. He immediately bowed and said that he learned something new every day, and his father immediately said that he would soon want to go home. The blonde looked at him with a smile and said that he had held on for a long time and said that he was proud of him. The black-eyed man was surprised by this and did not understand what was happening. After that, the Duke began to leave and said that tomorrow he would need to talk to someone, so he needed to come to his tent as soon as the sun rose. The black-haired man looked after him carefully and thought that he had never seen him so kind, and then accepted the order. It was nighttime again. A huge worm jumped out of the ground. The hero stopped with his foot on the ground. He pulled the dagger away and clicked his tongue in displeasure, saying that it was a deadly worm. The monster was in front of him in full size, and he immediately said that they should only appear in the depths of the valley. But then Kirim drew his attention and said that she thought he had problems, suggested leaving it to her, to which he immediately asked if she thought he didn't know about her plans, and then she immediately said that everything was wrong, and she promised to take him away for a short time and then return everything as it was. The wounds on the monster's body began to slowly heal. The monster rose again, and the demon immediately asked if he had seen it, and said that his wounds healed instantly and it was useless to simply attack him. Cion tensed up and thought that she was right, and at this rate it would never end, and he had been at the front for a month already. The hero had absorbed the blood of hundreds of demonic beasts, but he felt like it was still not enough. Suddenly, a worm jumped on him with lightning speed, and he thought that it seemed like there was no choice. He pulled back the blade and said that this time he would follow her lead, and she suggested having fun and used the 9th form of dense fog, the phenomenon of the demonic sword. The monster was immediately chopped like a kebab, and the protagonist thought about cutting his thick skin. The monster immediately stuck out its mouth, began to scream loudly in pain. The killer finally took his true form and covered himself in fog, using the fog sword of trembling petals. At the same moment, he felt like Virgil and made a real judgment cut. After that, the worm began to fall apart. The cut area glowed bright red and it fell apart into ribbons, while Cion stood pompously on one knee. The next day, the Duke checked the corpse of the demon dog and said that it had been killed very recently. Jurkin stood over it and said that the mana was quite impressive, and assumed that it was a demon, but he immediately said that if a demon was involved, they could not ignore it, and ordered that the area be combed and the remains immediately burned. He noticed the cut marks and thought that the style was very familiar to him. The old man immediately frowned and thought that this was déjà vu. Suddenly, the keeper called him and, forcing him to turn around, said that he thought he should see this. He picked up the torch when his boss arrived. They saw the remains of the deadly worm, which was cut into ribbons, and Willius immediately asked anxiously about who could defeat the deadly worm in such a way. He immediately frowned and thought that the same organization could be involved. The phenomenon of the demonic sword, this technique transfers the body of Kirim, thanks to which she can fully use her true powers, but if she lets down her guard, the body can be taken away. The hero had already half succumbed to its influence. He frowned when he woke up and thought that this is why using it to defeat one monster is madness. He immediately got up and held his head, thinking that it was good that he drank all this demonic blood, and then said that his whole body hurts, and thought that if this had happened a month ago, his body would have simply been torn apart. But then the demon distracted him from his thoughts, and said that she understood everything. She flew closer and said that he only looked like a child, but behaved completely differently. She remembered their first meeting and said that the way he dealt with her was an indicator of experience. Then she remembered the harvest and said that he knew the entire geography of the valley, and used mist techniques as if he had been training for at least 30 years. Kirim smiled and asked about what he said, that he had already died, and then said that she was now completely sure. He looked at her with a little surprise when she said that he was a regressor. Then Cion looked at her with irritation and asked if it was obvious when he said that he had already died, and thought that she had already understood everything the first time. The demon immediately began to be indignant, and asked how it could be obvious if he did not explain anything, to which the hero immediately said that he was just lazy. The red-haired girl immediately frowned and said that in any case, killing someone like him must be very difficult, and she had an idea. The protagonist stared at her when she said that she thought that the owner of the holy sword killed him, which led to two possible conclusions: either he was killed in a duel, or he was betrayed. After the demon smiled and flew away, she said that she had a feeling that he was betrayed, and after asking where such a decision came from, she said that he looked at him as if he had stepped in garbage, and she would be a fool if she could not understand it. She flew closer and said that judging by everything, his goal was revenge, and then told him to remember in any case. Kirim grew larger and said that if she saw uncertainty in him, or he lost, he would be immediately absorbed. But the black-eyed man hit her, sending her flying, and told her to know her place, because he is not stupid. The pink-haired girl was lying among the books and lost consciousness. The protagonist smiled, looking at her, and thought that she had not changed at all and was exactly the same in her past life. After that, he headed towards the exit of the tent. The knights were worried and he did not understand what was happening, and today it was somehow noisy. Suddenly Emily ran up to him with concern and said that he had finally woken up, and he immediately decided to find out the situation. The green-eyed girl immediately pressed her hand to herself, and said that it looked like a high-ranking monster had been found near the entrance to the valley. And then Cion tensed up, thinking that they were talking about a deadly worm. The maid began to emotionally tell that such monsters had not appeared near the camp for a long time, to which he immediately clarified whether there was any more news. Emily calmed down a little and asked again. The guy became more persistent, and asked about what they had said, and asked about whether they had seen any suspicious person, or talked about him. But then Jurkin appeared behind him, and called out to him. He put his hand to his chest and said that the Duke wanted to see him. The hero immediately tensed up and cursed in his head, thinking about not removing the remains of the monsters. He immediately remembered the corpses of the dogs and thought about the fact that the soldiers suddenly appeared. He immediately gritted his teeth and thought about how he planned to live a quiet life until he entered the academy. Afterwards, he found himself on his father's carpet and began his greeting, thinking that his father had definitely noticed that it was him. Willius looked at him and answered while he was thinking that if he was asked about yesterday's incident, then everything would be over. The blonde glared at him and ordered him to sit down. Cion tensed up and expected the worst, thinking about how to answer him. They sat down at the table and the old man immediately said that he would be straightforward and asked him what he did last night. The boy anxiously said that he was very tired, so he went to bed quite early. The Duke immediately became suspicious, imagining the details and thought that the words about the early no and the marks from the sword did not match and were clearly similar to his son's sword techniques. He frowned and thought that he had made all this up. The black-haired man looked at him pitifully and asked why he was asking. He immediately imagined a corpse and thought that it was hard to imagine that a child could defeat a deadly worm, and there was one more point. But then he was distracted from his thoughts by his son's question about whether something was bothering him, and he immediately said that he thought he had already heard that something was found near the camp last night. The blonde immediately became stern and said that they needed to study everything, but it seemed to be the work of a secret organization called the Fog. Cion immediately began to worry and asked again. The yellow-eyed man lowered his head a little and imagining the murderers, said that this organization had existed since ancient times and they did not know what their goal was. Then he imagined dead aristocrats and thought that countless nobles had been killed as part of their purge. He imagined a man in a skull mask and said that they were known for leaving behind black fog, but at some point, they simply disappeared. The Duke immediately imagined the scene and said that they were last seen about 300 years ago, but the remains of the deadly worm that they found last night were covered in black fog. He immediately imagined a deity in the fog and said that the black fog is a trace left behind by the deity Eru, the god of darkness, and it is he who the fog worships, and it is the source of their power. The blonde looked menacingly in front of him and said that if his suspicions are true, then it was the fog that killed the monsters. Black-eyed looked at him with alarm and thought that it was incredible, and he identified the criminal the first time and despite the fact that this organization was last seen 300 years ago. After the Duke looked at him and said that they did not know why they suddenly appeared, and then asked him to be careful, and he would report this to the Empire and they would begin an investigation, and he immediately agreed. After the hero, with a dumbfounded face, wondered if he really believed him. The old man closed his eyes and thought about how his son couldn't contact this organization and said that it was over and thought that it was too early. Then he folded his hands and asked if he had heard who was coming today, to which Cion immediately said that the Emperor would come and then asked if it would definitely be today. Willius immediately leaned forward with a smile and said that it was so and that's why he wanted to ask him for a favor. The black-haired man was very surprised and asked what favor he meant. The knights began to trumpet and shouted that the Emperor had arrived. The blonde and his knights fell to one knee and he greeted the guest with all honors. The white-haired man, sitting on his horse, called out loudly with a smile. He immediately jumped off his horse and ran up to him. He took him by the shoulders and said that they were old friends and such politeness was unnecessary. He looked up at the hero with his eyebrows raised and asked if this was the child. The protagonist did not raise his head and said that he was greeting the Emperor and introduced himself. Dion put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said with a smile that he was such a young guy and already wanted to go to such a cruel place, and then said that his children were clearly unusual. Siam immediately made a displeased face and thought that he was wondering what favor they were talking about, but it turned out that his father just wanted him to introduce himself as his son. He immediately remembered how in his past life he watched this through the window and thought that he used to always sit locked up during the Emperor's visits, and now he was very touched that his father trusted him so much. Dion entered the chambers and said that it was magnificent, and he also wanted to introduce someone. A red shoe began to descend from the carriage. Irina curtsied and introduced herself as the fifth princess. The hero looked at her calmly and thought that this was the tragic fifth princess. Willius folded his hands under his chin and said that he should accompany the girl. The guy was very surprised by this request and asked how to do it. The father bent down lower and said not to be surprised, because he just needed to keep her company, because they were the same age, and they would also see each other at the academy. The protagonist lowered his head and anxiously remembered their meeting and thought that it seemed like he really saw her at the academy, a couple of times between classes. The blonde became more serious and said that it would be useful to meet a member of the imperial family, and it would not be for long, but he just wanted them to get along. But as it turned out, Cion with a mean face thought that he did not really want to do this, but understood his father's intentions. He imagined the emperor and the duke, thinking that he must want their relationship to be the same as his with Dion. But then the guy imagined himself in the distance, and thought that he had chosen the wrong person for this matter, because they would definitely not become friends. He immediately exhaled while walking behind her, and thought that it was not difficult to say for sure, since this was the only future he knew. They walked in a column and he thought that this was annoying, but for now he would have to go with the flow. Suddenly, he was called out from the side and forced to turn around. The red-eyed girl looked ahead and asked why the river was so red, to which Cion immediately said that she was talking about a bloody river. He looked down and said that it ran through the entire valley, and in fact, the color of this river is easy to explain. He imagined a horde of monsters and said that old and wounded demonic beasts who can no longer stand up for themselves instinctively jump into the bloody river, and their remains decompose inside the river, and the mana disintegrates, and gives the water a special color. The white-haired girl immediately became a little embarrassed and immediately asked if it was true that it was all because of the remains of demonic beasts, to which he calmly said that it was, and they also drink from there and wash themselves there, and it was very disgusting, so he did not advise going there. The princess immediately became worried and asked where the river went. The hero stood on the edge of the abyss and said that the path went to the demonic dimension, and she immediately asked if demons lived there. He decided to scare her, and with a sly grin said that if you go along this river, you can even meet the demon king. He looked at her with a soft smile and thought that not a single normal person would do this, and it was funny to make fun of her. Suddenly they noticed something strange above. The princess looked at the spark and asked what kind of light it was, to which the protagonist immediately said that it was the third guard post in the west. He frowned and said that it was a yellow light, which meant an invasion of demonic beasts. Arena became alarmed and asked if there were demonic beasts here. Willius extended his hand and loudly called the emperor, saying that a division of knights would go with him to the third watchtower. But he came up from behind and said that it was not necessary. He immediately addressed him. His Majesty took up arms and asked if he thought he had come here to have fun, and then said that he would get bored here anyway. The Duke exhaled heavily and still agreed with him. The white-haired man turned around and said that they would join in repelling the attack of the demonic beasts, and that until the battle was over, they needed to focus on killing the demons. Suddenly, the hero's father turned to him and said that he was coming too. Suddenly, the princess looked at him and asked if he could fight the demonic beasts, to which the protagonist said that it was so, although he was providing support from the rear, and then told her to take cover. But then the red-eyed one zealously demanded to be taken with him. Cion looked at her and wondered what kind of nonsense this child was talking, and she said that he said that they were the same age, so she could go too. But then the black-eyed man looked at her with incomprehension and said that people were dying here and this was not a place for games. But she cried out in displeasure that she didn't care and no one would stop her. But the reincarnated one immediately got angry, and tried not to show it with all his appearance, and immediately called Jurkin. He immediately appeared behind the tsundere and said that he would replace the royal knights and escort Her Highness to a safe place. The girl turned around anxiously, and he calmly called her with him. The red-eyed one put her finger in front of herself, and immediately screamed with displeasure that this was unthinkable, and then asked how he dared to behave like that with the princess. But then the hero came close to her, and with a menacing look said that because of her stubbornness, dozens of knights could die, and in a war even a second's decision can determine whether you survive or not. His eyes glowed and he immediately asked her if she was ready to take responsibility for these lives. The girl immediately became scared and almost started crying. Cion immediately left, and without turning around said that if she was going to cry like a child, then she had better go back. Arena remained standing with the guardian and the maid. The horned slug appeared on the horizon. It had already managed to absorb several fighters and was trying to break the fences. The knights tried to repel the onslaught and heard the order not to retreat and stop. The Duke raised his sword up and ordered to return to the formation. He put the blade in front of him and ordered to protect his majesty and kill all the monsters, and also to spare no one. The warriors ran into battle in a crowd. Dion had 2 wives, Diana, who has already died, and Cassandra, considered an outstanding judicial figure. The former empress became the mother of the first and second princesses, and the current one gave birth to the third and fourth prince. However, Arena is the 5th princess, who was born to some commoner. People treat her carelessly, considering her a dirty princess because of her mixed blood. But she didn't care about the opinions of others. She fulfilled her duty to the royal family, and studied much harder than others. However, her offenders accused her of treason. As a result, she was kicked out of both her family and the country, and they say that she died of an illness on some island, and that's why she is called a tragic princess. She would have lived much longer if she hadn't tried to jump above her head, and she just had to keep her head down. Kiram looked at the protagonist with incomprehension and asked if this is what his father had told him all his past life. The guy chopped up a slug and embarrassedly said that everything was different here and that this was the royal policy. Suddenly, one horned one was struck by a huge lightning bolt. Many slugs were burned by magic, and this once again showed that the emperor was strong. The sword driven into the ground sent out sparks, and it was sacred lightning. Cion gritted his teeth using his skill. He created an area attack with his blade and defeated the enemies. The hero watching this thought that he was famous for his 8th rank magic, and if he had not become the emperor. Looking at the majestic figure, he thought that he would have definitely received the position of the head of the Magic Association. He watched this with an anxious look and thought that mid-rank demonic beasts were not a problem for him at all, and it could be said that the position of the emperor was just a hobby for him. There was alcohol with ice on the table, and the emperor immediately told his friend that they had not drunk like this for a long time. After that, he looked away taking a glass and said that it was a little sad that he was the only one who drank, to which the other said that he could not afford to drink at the front. And then Cion turned to him and said that his question about the atmosphere in the empire reminded him of something. He imagined a map and thought about how the assassination attempts on nobles had become more frequent lately and people were uneasy. But then Willius looked at him and frowned and asked if these assassination attempts had anything in common, and received an affirmative answer. The white-haired man became even more serious and said that all the dead were corrupt officials. He leaned forward and said that black smoke was found at all the crime scenes, and then asked if he had any ideas. And then the Duke leaned forward a little and said that he saw their tracks yesterday, and it seemed that the followers of the Black Fog were back in business. Cion took up his sword and said that this could be true, but he thought it was still worth checking. He began to pour and said that he appreciated that he was dealing with all sorts of trash, but people needed to be calmed down. Then he took up the bottle and said that something else was bothering him. He took up his glass and said that some pathetic nobleman had started blaming the 5th princess for this. Willius asked in surprise if he wanted to say that the nobility was trying to connect a little girl with these incidents. He imagined his daughter surrounded by angry faces and said that he had managed to convince them that this was nonsense, but it seemed that a certain group wanted to use her. The emperor looked at his interlocutor a little sadly and asked to be allowed to ask not as an emperor, but as a friend, and said that if he died before him, for him to take care of this child. The Duke looked down sadly and said that he would carry out the order on his own behalf and was immediately thanked. A pouring rain began to fall over the tents. Emily looked ahead with confusion and asked if this was all. The black-haired man looked at her and asked what else she expected. Then the maid sat on the edge of the bed and said that the girl was a princess and asked how he could just abandon her. She got furious and said that at this rate he would never get married, to which the hero immediately thought that he hadn't actually gone on a date. He was about to leave and said that he hoped she would sort everything out while he was busy, and she immediately asked if he was going to train outside, because it was raining. The guy immediately turned around while Arena was standing in front of him and said not to worry and not to wait for him, but just go to bed. Suddenly, he noticed the guest with surprise, and the maid immediately became scared. The girl began to take off her hood and asked where he was going. Then she apologized with a serious look and asked if he could spare her a minute. Emily immediately lit up after these words and loudly called her. The knights were standing by the tents and guarding the main one. The red-eyed one looked around and asked how long ago he had arrived here, to which Cion immediately said that it was about a month ago. He frowned and asked why she wanted to meet him. Sundara turned around with a little anxiety and remained silent. Then she looked at the maid, who was on cloud 9, and asked to go out for a minute, just like her master. The green-eyed girl went to the exit and sheepishly wished them a good time. They were finally alone. Afterwards, the hero sighed with relief and wondered how one could have a good time with a 10-year-old. The red-eyed girl was very embarrassed and looked away, asking for forgiveness and saying that she had not behaved like a princess. Then she smiled when the protagonist scratched his head and also apologized for his rude behavior, and she immediately said that if she were in his place, she would have said exactly the same. Afterwards, she became a little sadder and said that, unlike her, many people recognize him, and he is much more mature. Cion immediately looked at her carefully and realized what kind of character she had. Then she put her hand to her chest and asked if he was entering the academy and was going to offer something. But then the black-haired man interrupted her menacingly and apologized. She was shocked when he said that it seemed to him that he could not help her in any way. Then he became stricter and told her that if she came to make friends, it would be better to leave here. Then the princess lowered her head down and said that she just wanted to start a good relationship, and then said that he was very cruel. The red-eyed one began to cry and asked if he thought that he was just a shell of a princess. Cion looked at her sternly and meaningfully remained silent. Arena began to cry and said that she understood him and that there would be no friendship, and asked for forgiveness for wasting time. She began to leave and said that she was careless, and it seemed to her that they could at least talk. And then the hero was stunned when he heard that he was completely different from Ashel. He immediately turned around and wondered what she had just said. Suddenly he grabbed her hand. She tried to take her hand back, to which he immediately menacingly asked how she knew his brother. The red-eyed girl tried to take her hand back and said that they met when they were on a tour at the Royal Academy last year, and he advised her not to listen to others and just play her role as a princess. The protagonist immediately looked at her creepily and wondered how he could advise such a thing. He immediately imagined his brother with threads in his hands and thought that he knew this insidious scoundrel better than anyone, and it all started when she met him. The princess in his memories was shackled and he tensed up and thought that this was a plan to destroy the tsundere, and then asked to let him warn her. When suddenly they were scared by a noise from outside. Emily immediately ran inside and loudly called her master. She immediately screamed with a frightened look that he needed to leave. Suddenly, the tent was torn apart at that very moment, and the protagonist was extremely tense. A powerful blow immediately threw them far back. The knights immediately ran to this place and shouted that this was the young master's tent and rushed to look for him. The maid was sitting on the ground and trying to catch her breath. She immediately began to sob and screamed. A huge ogre picked up a huge log and was about to strike. A light came on in the commander's tent and a loud question was heard. The emperor looked ahead with anxiety and asked what he said. The messenger was kneeling on one knee and said that high-ranking demonic beasts attacked the camp from the rear, and it seemed that the princess was there during the attack. Dion immediately jumped up from his seat and said that all members of the imperial army should go there and save her. Afterwards, he immediately became embarrassed and thought about why his daughter was in the rear of the camp and wondered why she went there. At that time, there was an active battle. The hero watched them from a hiding place and thought that first there were deadly worms, and now there were ogres. There were warriors and girls behind him, and he thought that they should only live in the depths of the valley, and since they attacked the camp, something had definitely changed. He put his hand to his chin and thought that it could be because of him, but suddenly his maid called out to him. She immediately began to cry and said that she thought that he had died and said that she would never leave his side again. Some time ago, there was a powerful blow. He immediately grabbed the princess and thought that at one time he even killed the demon king, and then thought that he would not have died at the hands of some ogre. Tsundere asked with a sad look if they thought the knights would be okay, and the maid immediately said that there was no need to worry, because they were very strong. The red-eyed one immediately began to cry and said that if she hadn't come, then nothing would have happened and the knights who went with her. But then they came up to her from behind and said that they were okay, and as knights of this empire, they were obliged to protect her. Then another legionnaire smiled and said that he was right and they would protect her even at the cost of their lives. Suddenly, Cion turned around sharply and shouted that there was danger from behind. Then the knight, with a frightened look, felt the hand of the monster behind his back. He was grabbed and simply crushed in his hand. The ogre happily killed him right in front of everyone. While everyone was horrified, the protagonist stood in front of her with a weapon and shouted for her to go back. The monster immediately smiled. The guy immediately frowned and thought about what he knew. The monster threw the knight out and looked at the hero, who immediately shouted that he would distract the ogre, and they should take the monster away. His maid immediately shouted with all confidence that she agreed. She grabbed the princess and ran away, dragging even the knights with her, and the protagonist got angry, thinking that only their heels were shining. The ogre raised his hands to strike and screamed loudly. The black-haired man raised his blade and was about to attack. The monster received several wounds from the rapier on his hands. While Cion was flying in the air, he wondered why all the demonic beasts were aimed at him, and thought that they seemed to sense something. But then Kirim climbed out, imagining the owner on a mountain of corpses, and said that he drank too much demonic blood to become stronger. She smiled and said that this is why he attracts them, and it would be strange if they did not come. The guy frowned and asked if she knew about it, and asked why he found out about it only now. The demon immediately flew closer and with an impudent look reminded that she needed his body. But he immediately grabbed her by the tail. After that, he sharply pulled his leg back for a stance. When the sword appeared in his hands, she immediately asked what he was doing, but she was immediately ordered to shut up, while she begged him to let go. The huge monster was breathing heavily looking at them, and the protagonist immediately said that he did not care how many monsters came. He immediately went on the attack and said with a smile that it made no difference how many monsters came. The monster was immediately going to hit him with a fist. After the hero flew right above him, making a foggy cut. After that, the guy made a sharp turn and decided that now he was Levi Ackerman. Cion landed on the ground as the body fell behind him. He exhaled and said that since no one was looking now, he looked at the horde standing in front of him and said that it was time to drink some demonic blood, and his blade immediately rejoiced at this. Suddenly, the black-eyed one became scared and looked in front of him, recognizing something. Huge claws were approaching the rock. There was a demonic dragon. He immediately roared loudly, raising his mouth up. But then Kirim stirred and said that this one was still small and seemed to have smelled him too. The hero's face began to be covered with a foggy veil, and he thought with a wild smile that it did not matter why the dragon was here, and using the manifestation of the demonic sword, he thought that he just needed to catch it. He put the blade in front of him and with a wild smile said that they needed to catch this dragon, but then corrected himself and said that they needed to eat it. At this time, the monsters began to attack with a hail of arrows. The emperor looked at the fallen monster and wondered if it was the last one, to which Willius immediately said that it looked like it. Cion turned around and asked about the princess and his son. The blonde lowered his head and said that he had not found any traces of them, and then said that everything was fine, because he was worried about his son. But then the duke calmly said that they didn't have to worry about him, because the main thing now was the princess. The emperor was surprised by this, and said that it was very cold and asked if it was really his son, to which he immediately said that birds should protect themselves. Suddenly a messenger ran up to them and said that they had found the princess. The red-eyed girl ran out to her father with anxiety. He immediately took her by the shoulders and asked if she was injured, to which the girl immediately said that they should quickly save him, and she was immediately asked who they were talking about. Irina cried and said that she needed to save Cion, because of her The blonde stood behind with a stone face, and the emperor began to worry and told him to calm down and say what happened. Suddenly Willius approached the Ceylon's maid and asked about her position. He looked at her menacingly and told her to answer what happened to him. She was horrified and thought that it was very scary, and she had never seen him like this, and then said that he acted as bait so that they would run away. The yellow-eyed man got very angry, but then the soldier covered the poor man and said that he remembered where he was, and if only they gave the order, he would gather a team of knights and go to the young master. The white-haired man immediately looked at his friend and asked him what he was waiting for. The duke stood motionless and silent, and then said that they would not do this. The imperial family was shocked, and Cion immediately asked him if he was serious. The hero's father immediately turned around and said that they would have to first deal with what was happening, because if the camp fell. After examining the area, he immediately said that in that case, demonic beasts would attack the empire, and everything would need to be restored. He looked at the separately lying sword and helmet, and then said that this was the only way they could prevent even greater casualties. The maid, with tears in her eyes, asked about the young master. But then Willius looked at them sternly and said that he had done his duty when he helped the princess escape, and that is what it means to be Bert. The emperor was saddened and thought about why he couldn't just help. But then the princess began to cry and thought that it was because of her. Suddenly, a loud roar began to pierce everyone. She immediately raised her head up and thought that it was from above. Above them was a huge dragon, which crushed everyone with its aura. But then she noticed something amazing. It turned out that Cion had caught on to his leg. He simply held on to his leg in horror and cried. Against the background of the flames was the black silhouette of a dragon, the closest creature to its creator, very rare and noble. The protagonist held onto the winged lizard, realizing that such pathetic organisms as humans did not even dare to approach them. The dragon bared its teeth in displeasure, and the young man gritted his teeth, thinking that it was an honor to face such a strong beast. They flew over the camp, and Cion was annoyed that he had to shine in front of people who were not allowed to see him. The girl raised her head, looking at the huge silhouette. Tears stood in her eyes when she shouted the name of the protagonist. The king frowned and was amazed that there was a dragon in front of them, and even the duke's son was on it. Willius narrowed his eyes when his friend asked if he was really not going to save him. The brunette frowned and cursed mentally. He sweated and thought that he just wanted to drink his blood, but he did not expect everything to turn out like this. A while ago, a demonic dragon landed on the rocks in front of a young man. The boy held out his blade, and Kirim said that the master needed to eat it. Various monsters rushed at Cion, and he said that he could not waste time. The hero rushed through the crowd, leaving behind scarlet traces of mana after using the sword of fog, the fog of a raging storm. The brunette landed on the ground, raising dust around him. The boy took a fighting stance, looking at the lizard, and Kirim said that this was definitely not an adult, the size was too small. The dragon opened its mouth, accumulating energy for an attack. The hero felt the pressure and admired that it was very bright. The ground beneath him split, and a powerful discharge approached from the front. The dragon released a stream of mana towards the enemy. The protagonist dodged and exclaimed that the opponent was too rough. He swung his blade and was indignant that he dared to spit in his face at the first meeting, but then he should be ready to get a sword in the face. The lizard opened his mouth and screamed, receiving a blow. His eye was covered with deep cuts. The monster darted to the side, a gust of wind lifting the guy into the air. The dragon turned around and flew towards the young man. The brunette bared his teeth in anticipation. He dodged and pulled back his hand with the weapon, using the style without a sword, 8 trembling petals. Cion turned over in the air, delivering several quick blows to the enemy. The dragon landed on the ground with a crash. The protagonist stretched his shoulder and muttered that he couldn't handle the dragon yet. He took a fighting stance, looking at the silhouette of the monster, and decided that it was time to finish. The lizard flapped his wings and rose, forcing his opponent to cover himself from the gusts of wind. The brunette held the blade out in front of him and thought that he would not fall for the same trick twice. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes in confusion. The dragon turned and flew in the other direction, and the boy was indignant at the escape. The hero pushed off the ground and shouted that he would not let him go. Cion smiled awkwardly, and realized that his luck had abandoned him. He looked down. Silhouettes of soldiers were visible through a layer of dust, and the boy wondered how he should deal with this situation. Kiram looked at the owner and asked why he did not attack, and the boy exclaimed that she did not understand what she was talking about, as if she did not see all these people. The interlocutors frowned, and the demonic entity demanded to pull it out and do something, but the boy clarified that she really wanted him to pull out the demonic sword in front of the crowd. He imagined himself on the stake and exclaimed that he would then be burned. Kiram frowned and asked if the hero was just going to sit on the dragon now, and the boy replied that he was still thinking. Willius took the sword, and a golden seal with blades appeared around it. The brunette turned pale, recognizing the magic of the 8th tier. The Duke frowned, and the boy was amazed that he was going to use the secret sword of heaven, knowing that his son would be hit. Golden swords flew at the dragon, and Cion thought that Dad really was the guardian of the continent. The lizard opened its mouth, noticing the threat. It began to dodge, and the hero praised it and called it a good dragon. The golden sword approached the boy, while he asked the beast to dodge. Cion turned around and clenched his teeth, muttering that he could not get away from this. The boy separated from the dragon, and the monster roared in pain. The brunette flew down, holding his head and lamenting that he missed such an excellent dish. He looked at the disgruntled Kiram, who was shouting at him to fly if he wasn't going to kiss the ground, but the boy replied that he would be burned then. The boy smiled emotionlessly when she asked if the master was just going to die, and said that he didn't know, maybe he could just turn off his brain. The hero looked away and opened his mouth. He turned over and said with a smile that there was one way. They were approaching a bloody pond, and Kiram asked if he was going to fall into this godforsaken river, and he replied that there was nothing else to do. The boy plopped down in the red liquid. Someone raised their nose and froze. The man looked at the winged silhouette, and noted that a demonic dragon was a rare sight. The bespectacled man said from behind that this was a young one who seemed to have gotten lost, and caused himself trouble. The boy turned around and suggested that there were other demonic beasts there, but the interlocutor objected that people lived abroad. The blonde turned around and asked again, sure that the dragon could not lose to a human. He closed his mouth, and the man looked at him questioningly. The bespectacled man frowned and asked if something was bothering him. The interlocutor pointed and said that he felt a strange energy there, but at the same time familiar. He turned to the man, who offered to go check it out, if he was so interested. The demon adjusted his glasses, remembering the rampage of his ward, and added that there was no need to kill anyone out of boredom. He spread his wings and promised that he would not cause problems. The bespectacled man silently looked at the flying guy, who shouted that he would be back soon. The water in the river was seething. The main character emerged and inhaled air. He crawled out onto the shore, leaning on his hands. Then he leaned on the nearest stone and exhaled. Cion clenched his teeth and groaned. The young man looked up with displeasure and sent such a life to hell. The brunette looked away and asked if Kiram was still alive. The woman glared at him and asked him not to talk to her because she was thinking about how to kill him. The hero closed his eyes and told her not to act like someone she didn't know, because she could wash up when she returned, and she was surprised that the young man was going to return. Kiram frowned and sarcastically remarked that this was already a demonic dimension. Cion looked at her and said that there was no chance that they would run into a demon. At these words, someone landed nearby and exclaimed that he knew there was something interesting here. The brunette's eyes widened in shock, recognizing that voice. The demon opened his mouth and was about to say something. The protagonist frowned and thought that he remembered that voice so well that he would never be able to forget it again. The man leaned his elbows on his knee and asked if it was really a human in front of him. The demon king Valkyrion grimaced in displeasure. The young man remembered the ominous figure in the blue flames, and everyone who saw him said that he was the very personification of evil. The man and the hero exchanged glances, and the boy realized that this creature was now standing right in front of him. The brunette held out his blade in front of him and mentally asked why this was happening now. The blonde raised his eyebrows and was indignant that the boy did not answer the question. His eyes flashed red. In a second, he was behind the hero and asked if he really wanted to fight. The brunette clenched his teeth and turned around. He swung the blade, but his opponent was already in another place. The man's eyes widened when a hair flew off his head. The demon suddenly laughed and exclaimed that he heard that humans are a species with limitless potential. The protagonist frowned when Kiram asked who it was and answered that they were facing the demon king. The blonde man was radiating powerful energy, and the interlocutor asked how the owner was going to defeat him. The young man looked down and replied that it was impossible, he could only try to escape. The hand holding the blade was shaking, because the guy did not know if he would be able to survive when Valkyrion was in front of him. Cion shuddered when the demon asked him to calm down. The man rubbed his neck and asked if he really thought he was going to beat a child. He lay down on the ground and said that he might be a goat, but he was not going to fight with children. The main character stared at him in shock, not understanding what was happening. The interlocutor smiled and asked again if the man in front of him was human. Cion frowned and answered in the affirmative, after which the man asked how he got there, and then the young man said that he was carried away by the current. The Demon King raised a finger and guessed that he was in the demonic dimension for the first time. They looked at each other and Valkyrion noted that the guy had a rather interesting aura. So who was he? But the hero said that he was an ordinary person. The man narrowed his eyes and said that he thought he knew him. The brunette sweated and replied that they had never met. The blonde put his hands behind his head and agreed, because he had never seen people before, but then where could he see him? Cion frowned, not believing that this was the same Demon King he knew, and asked who he was. The interlocutor waved his hand and said that he felt a strange aura during the patrol. He shuddered, accidentally answering that, as the Demon King, he must watch over his lands. The protagonist looked at him calmly and noted that then it was not surprising that the man sometimes patrolled the territory. The blonde raised an eyebrow and was surprised that the young man was not shocked. The brunette covered his face with his hand while the interlocutor shouted that he definitely knew him, because this was not the reaction of a normal child, who would be scared by the Demon King as a child. Cion remembered the ominous enemy, and thought that if everything happens the same way as in the past life, a demonic invasion will begin soon, but somehow it did not seem like this man could do such a thing. Valkyrion smiled cheerfully, and perhaps right now he was his true self. The protagonist thoughtfully lowered his gaze, trying to understand what made him change. The blonde furrowed his brows when the boy asked what he wanted to achieve. The other man grinned and noted that the boy was a tough guy to ask such a question to the Demon King himself. The man smiled and said that he just wanted his people to live well and always have food. His eyes sparkled and he added that if anyone got in his way, he would kill them. The brunette shuddered when Valkyrion stated that it was his duty as the Demon King. The hero imagined the image of a mad demon and thought that it lasted only a second, but he definitely felt the true horror that the man represented in his past life. But since everything was fine now, there must be some kind of incident that would give rise to the invasion. The young man pressed his lips together and decided that he needed to prevent it. Valkyrion looked at the other man in bewilderment when he offered to make a deal. The brunette furrowed his brows and said that something would happen soon and his people would be in danger. The man narrowed his eyes and said he didn't understand anything. The protagonist sweated as he recalled the past and said he didn't know what exactly would happen, but there would be an incident that would trigger a great war between demons and humans. Valkyrion crossed his arms and asked if he was implying that he would attack their lands, and the boy replied that that was why he wanted to negotiate. Cion looked at the man resolutely and asked him to promise not to start a war under any circumstances. The blonde closed his eyes, muttering that the child was talking nonsense, and agreed to stop at not starting a war. The brunette's mouth dropped open when he asked what would happen in return. Cion put his hand to his chest and declared that he would do everything to help them no matter what happened. Valkyrion loomed over the boy. His eyes flashed, and the man guessed that the boy clearly knew something. The hero sweated, but held his gaze. The man chuckled and asked the boy's name. Cion frowned and introduced himself. The Demon King smiled and promised, as the master of the demonic dimension, not to attack human lands under any circumstances. He spread his wings. The blonde crossed his arms and asked him not to forget his part of the agreement, since they had already made a deal. Cion looked at him decisively and nodded. The other man's eyes sparkled and he smiled. After making a deal with the Dragon King, the soldiers noticed something ahead. They found the protagonist on the riverbank, and the warriors immediately ran up to him, shouting that it was a miracle. The reconnaissance squad found him during a patrol. The brunette was lying with his eyes closed, and later received a nickname, the boy who survived an encounter with a demonic dragon. The building was illuminated by the sun. They returned to Abbey, which was on the border of Velias. It was temporarily used as a military hospital. The protagonist frowned and asked again. Arena was sitting in front of him, who decided to repeat herself, and the young man thought that he had decided that they had already sorted it out. The girl blushed. She put her hand on her chest and asked if Cion would be hers. The brunette stared at her, dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The guy turned pale and replied that he did not want to. The blonde shuddered and looked at him with disappointment. She burst into tears and muttered that this was expected. After all, only the fifth princess without any power. Cion narrowed his eyes and thought that the interlocutor was starting to irritate him. The girl lowered her head, and the boy remembered that she was the weak link in the imperial family. The brunette frowned and thought that if the princess continued to treat her life like this, her end was obvious. He imagined Ashel, still unable to get rid of the thought that this bastard was to blame for the girl's collapse. The boy opened his mouth and said that she was right. The blonde shuddered when she heard that she was not able to give him anything in return now. Arena turned pale as the guy said that she had nothing and the guy would have to take a huge political risk. The princess looked at the interlocutor in shock. Cion turned to her and said that he would look after her until she got what she needed. The blonde lowered her head and asked again. The young man crossed his arms and explained that it was a promise, so she should not be upset. Arena coughed awkwardly and exclaimed that she understood what he meant, meaning that she needed to become better in order to get his recognition. The brunette looked at the finger pointing at him in surprise. The girl smiled and asked her to wait, because he would definitely recognize her. The hero grinned awkwardly and replied that he would wait, surprised at how quickly she perked up. The blonde turned around, but then remembered something else. Irina smiled awkwardly and thanked him for staying alive. The boy watched her go, but said nothing. Somewhere beyond the camp, in the forest on the outskirts, a man was walking. He stopped and looked around. A cube appeared in his hands. The man grinned, looking at its glow, and muttered that there was just a little more left. He flinched when someone said, "So it was you, Reynolds Crimson?" The man clenched his teeth, and his body was covered in red energy, so he knew that he could not move, as if in invisible chains. A man approached from behind and clarified, considering the year, that small spatial boxes had not yet begun to be sold. The cube sparkled, storing space, reinforced with mana, in which you can put anything. The boy directed dark energy at the man and asked if this was really a masterpiece created by the Magic Council of the Kingdom of Garum. The hero looked at the immobilized man and said that he had been following him for a year, because it was obvious that someone in the Empire was smuggling. He took the cube from the shaking hand. Reynolds sweated when he was recognized as the Magic Knight of the Kingdom of Garum. Cion removed his cover, and he was recognized. The man recoiled, not understanding how he knew, and the young man shook the contraband out of the cube. There were parts of monsters' bodies lying on the snow. The brunette took one of them and clarified that the criminal, after pumping blood from the bodies of demonic beasts, smuggled the contraband across the border using the cube, so he must have an informant among the suppliers. Arnold turned pale and shouted that he knew nothing about this. The young man looked at him and asked him not to lie, because the blood of these monsters was already sold on the black market within the Empire. He remembered how Emily held the bottle with disgust, and assumed that she got the hellhound's blood through him too. The man looked at the thinking youth, not knowing who leaked the information to him, but he couldn't let him go so easily. Reynolds summoned a seal on his palm, not understanding how he was bound, but now he could slowly move. He extended his hand and used fire breath, shouting, "Die!" The brunette widened his eyes and turned around, while his opponent exclaimed that he would pay for his carelessness with death. An explosion burst out from the magic circle. The man gritted his teeth and muttered that he almost died, so the rumors about the talented youngest son of the Burt family were false after all. The fire was dying out in front of him. Reynolds closed his eyes and was upset that he had lost the spatial box so stupidly, since he did not expect that he could be caught selling demonic blood. At that moment, a quick blow passed through his hand. The criminal grabbed the severed limb and screamed. He looked forward in fear and asked what kind of black smoke was. The protagonist looked down at him. The boy grabbed the man by the throat. He pushed him against a tree, releasing dark energy, and asked him to choose. Reynolds looked at him with fear and tears in his eyes. Cion grinned menacingly and asked if he would give everything away and die peacefully, or go through unbearable pain and go to hell. Velia's, western border, trading point. The men looked at each other and nodded. Someone put down a box of bottles, and the second was surprised that this time there were 2 boxes, because they could drag another one. He slightly opened the lid, wondering how many there were in one box. The men's faces distorted with horror. Reynolds' head was inside, and they asked who was capable of such a thing. The hooded man watched them from afar. The protagonist stood on a cliff, and Kiram asked if he really wanted to just let them go, and the boy replied that a warning was enough. The brunette remembered the face of the 7th-ranked Knight Mage Reynolds from the Kingdom of Garum, who pumped blood from the corpses of demonic beasts without the knowledge of the Ashel Empire, and he took all this to the Magic Council of the Kingdom of Garum. The young man imagined a high tower where the Magic Council was located, where those obsessed with magic gathered. People in cloaks conducted various experiments, studying the very basis and structure of magic to create a new one, thereby trying to surpass the limits of humanity. Cion put on his hood and turned around, while Kiram suggested that he give up the profession of an assassin and just solve other people's problems. But he himself thought that the Magic Council so far only makes small artifacts like spatial boxes, but with the help of demonic blood, they will cause a lot of their problems in the future, so he needs to stop them before it's too late. The brunette narrowed his eyes when the woman asked why it looked like he was living for the sake of others if he had decided to devote his life to himself, and he replied that he simply did not want others to use the power of demonic blood. Some estate in the Ashel Empire. A man in a robe stood in the window. He looked at the paper and muttered if Cion had really gone to the front with his father. The woman covered herself with a blanket and asked with a smile if they were talking about his half-brother. Ashel grinned and answered in the affirmative, adding that the boy was making them worry, so they would have to meet him. Someone placed a suitcase on top of another. Emily raised her hands and joyfully exclaimed that the hellish life at the front was finally over. The protagonist leaned tiredly on his hand while the maid said that it would be better at the academy, but it seemed to him that he was simply exchanging one hell for another. The boy remembered the building and the dark figures, realizing that the academy was not what Emily imagined, that it was really just a stage for all sorts of political tricks, and there was envy in the air, and that studying was not the most important thing. The girl smiled and said that the instructors at the academy were very beautiful. The brunette turned away while the maid fantasized about finding her love, and wondered if she was really going to go to the academy with him. The boy stepped down. He put his hands in his pockets and looked away. Cion looked back when he heard a shout. Crane stared at him, shaking. When the hero raised his hand to greet him, the blonde ran away screaming. The brunette closed his eyes when Kiram asked who this idiot was, and explained that he was his stepbrother, and there was no need to worry about him. The young man frowned in displeasure, as the woman assumed he had a strained relationship with his family, and he said it was not true. He narrowed his eyes and thought that there was one, of course. The doors swung open. The protagonist stood at the threshold with a suitcase, and the servants bowed, greeting him. Cion raised an eyebrow in confusion, remembering that before they did not even look in his direction, and now they even greeted him. He walked past, nodding, and thought that everyone was acting as if his father or that bastard had come. The young man closed his eyes and touched the door handle, realizing that many changes had occurred over the past year, so it was not in vain that he had tried so hard. He was about to open the door. Suddenly, the protagonist froze, his eyes widening, because he felt and recognized this energy. His eyes flashed scarlet, because there was no mistake. Cion opened the door. Ashel grinned. The brunette frowned, knowing exactly who was behind the door. The man smiled and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The young man stared at his brother in shock, and he thought that he was not remembered. Ashel touched his chin and said that it was not surprising, because they last saw each other when he left for the academy. The protagonist grinned ominously, realizing that he could not calm down. The young man had already reached out for the blade, deciding to finish off his brother. A woman's hand quickly grabbed it. Kiram leaned towards the owner and asked him to pull himself together if he did not want his skull to be broken, because there was no benefit from killing him now. The brunette froze for a second. Then he closed his eyes and exhaled. Ashel watched as the young man bowed and greeted his older brother. The blonde frowned and was surprised that he remembered him. Cion closed his eyes and replied that he could not forget his brother's face. He gritted his teeth when the other man stroked his head and said he was glad. Ashel smiled and said that he was even afraid that he had forgotten him. The man came to the window and folded his hands behind his back, saying that he had heard that the brunette's fencing skills had grown greatly, and one day he would become the support of the bird house. The blonde turned around and said that the young man could become his personal support on the battlefield. Sion's eyes sparkled and he replied that he couldn't wait for it. The other man looked closely at the child. He turned away and said that he had come only to meet him. The brunette closed his eyes and thought that his brother was one of those people who did not pay attention to those who were not interesting to them. The hero smiled and exclaimed that he also wanted to meet him, and he himself thought that now it was clear why he had come here, and it had even become somehow easier. Emily was dragging suitcases along the corridor with displeasure, indignant that she was not being helped. She put her luggage on the floor and exhaled, muttering that it was hard. The girl looked in the door and exclaimed that the master dared to leave her alone. Ashel looked down at her and the maid paled, recognizing the first young master. The blonde smiled and noted that she had a rather close relationship with Cion, so let her try. Emily and Cion bowed after the man who was leaving. The girl sighed, then looked at the young man with displeasure and exclaimed that she almost died from excitement, and he should have warned her. She froze in surprise when the brunette asked her to leave for a moment. Sion's eyes flashed red and demanded not to make him repeat himself. Emily's eyes widened in fear. The young man leaned over the toilet and vomited. He sat up, feeling sick. Kiram smirked and offered to thank her when the master asked why she stopped him. The brunette wiped his mouth and noted that this was her chance to easily take his body away before he lost control of himself. The interlocutor frowned and asked not to imagine unnecessary things, because she just wanted his rage to grow even stronger, and it would be much tastier. The protagonist grinned and replied that this was already similar to her. Someone was walking down the corridor. The man stopped in front of the door. The blonde lowered his head and allowed entry, hearing a knock. The subordinate bowed and reported that he had found out everything about the second young lady. Ashel was sitting in a chair with a book, asking where the girl was, and the interlocutor said that she was in the north of the continent, on the land of the White Elves Perina. The gentleman leaned on his hand and muttered that he did not expect the warrior to be among a race that hated foreigners, although they were very similar. He slammed the book shut and ordered to report immediately if she suddenly decided to return to the Empire. The servant looked down and asked if something good had happened. Ashel frowned and asked why he was asking. The brunette put his hands behind his back and replied that he looked much brighter than usual, as if he was so happy to see his brother, and the interlocutor noted that it could be interpreted that way. He flashed his eyes and said that he was wrong, because Ashel was in a very bad mood right now. The butler shuddered with fear and apologized for not seeing the obvious. The blonde remembered the protagonist's crazy look. He squinted and thought that the young man looked like he had met the enemy. Ashel turned away and said that everything was still very unclear with him, he would need to study him in more detail, and the servant replied that he had already assigned a man to him. The blonde crossed his legs, and the subordinate left. Sion's gaze still haunted his mind. The man thoughtfully rubbed his chin, trying to figure out what he was hiding. There was a carriage with an escort in front of the estate. Emily frowned and said that the young master had upset her very much. The brunette looked at her through the window and said that it was not his fault that he could only take a knight as an escort to the academy, and she replied that she should have been warned in advance. The young man waved his hand and said goodbye, to which the maid asked him to behave. Cion grinned and agreed, after which he ordered them to leave. The girl looked at the departing carriage in surprise, because the master had left so easily. She burst into tears and asked not to be sad, even if they mocked him. The protagonist closed his eyes while the maid shouted to take care of herself, and noted that she did not change. Cion remembered being an 8-year-old kid in the rain, sick and so sick that he kept passing out, but there was no one to help him. It was Emily who threw him on her back and carried him to the doctor. The girl looked ahead worriedly and called for help. The man opened the door and let him in. The maid was wiping the boy with a wet towel. He opened his eyes and looked at her, realizing that if it weren't for her, he would have died somewhere in the corner of the estate. The protagonist leaned out of the carriage window and shouted with a smile at Emily to behave well, or he would kill her himself. The girl waved happily and replied that she couldn't hear him, and the guy thought that she was more than just a maid to him. The brunette crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He squinted and muttered that, in any case, 6 knights of the middle class as an escort for one person. Soldiers were jumping around him. The young man opened his mouth and exhaled. Cion grinned and assumed that everything would go to hell before he reached the academy. The rays of the sunset penetrated through the crown of the trees. The knights looked at each other and nodded to each other. The protagonist lay on the seat, feeling that the carriage had stopped. The man came to the door and said that they would spend the night here tonight, and the young man asked where they were. The hero presented a map, and the interlocutor replied that it was not far from the central city of Saffron, and that they would be there tomorrow morning. The brunette looked at him from the window and asked to let him know when they set up camp. Cion frowned, realizing that he had been lied to, since there were no such forests near Saffron. The sun was setting behind the trees, and the young man realized that they were in an unknown location, and the soldiers were up to something. He went down to the grass when they told him that he could go out. The brunette put his hands in his pockets and said that the air was refreshing. He was surrounded by knights with weapons, and Cion asked who had arranged all this. A man was looking at him from behind the military. All the warriors were sweating and silently looking at him. One of them smiled menacingly. The protagonist's eyes flashed, outraged by his action, and reminded him that he had asked a question. The knight grabbed his sword and replied that he did not need to know, since he was going to die anyway. The others also armed themselves, muttering that it was a pity that it had come to this, but they were not doing this of their own free will. The young man put his hands on his belt while he was asked to close his eyes, promising to kill as painlessly as possible. The man swung and said goodbye to his master in advance. The protagonist slightly moved away from the approaching blade. A head flew into the air. Another swordsman looked in horror at the limb that had fallen nearby. The knight's eyes went dim. Cion drew his shining blade and asked who was behind this. The soldiers looked at him in fear. Horror was reflected on their faces. The young man's eyes flashed and asked if they froze because they did not expect this. One man raised his eyebrows, not believing his eyes. Someone hurried to swing a weapon behind the brunette's back. The protagonist jumped up and swung his blade, chopping off another head. The other knight only managed to open his mouth and scream. The third one also received precise and fast blows. The young man glanced sideways at the fleeing warrior. The man's eyes widened and he screamed. Cion extended his hand, sending the blade flying. Tears of fear and incomprehension flowed from the knight's eyes, because in front of him was an 11-year-old child. The protagonist stood next to the corpses near the carriage. He extended his hand, calling on energy, and the man thought that it was no wonder that he survived the encounter with the dragon. The brunette took back the blade. Then he turned around and glared menacingly. The swordsman burst into tears, realizing that the mission was doomed to failure from the start. He fell and screamed when the young man approached him. Cion threw the sword over his shoulder and demanded to know. The interlocutor looked at the young man standing above him and replied that Margaret was behind this. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that it was too easy. The soldier trembled with fear and continued to cry. The horse ran quickly along the road. The man held the reins and the protagonist sat on top of the carriage while he explained that Cranes had asked his mother for a favor, and apparently this mission had become it. Cion frowned, remembering his brother, and decided to teach him a lesson next time. The brunette looked away when he was addressed. The man lowered his head and asked what would happen to him now. He smiled with tears in his eyes and asked if he would kill him. The young man narrowed his eyes and noted that the man did not mind much. The interlocutor sweated and said that they were the first to try to kill him, so he had no right to ask for mercy. Cion crossed his arms and said that he should drive the carriage, because a living man is more useful than a dead one. The knight shed tears and thanked the young master. The protagonist looked ahead and noted that they had arrived. The central city of Saffron was visible ahead. The vase was thrown to the floor. Margaret clenches her fist in disbelief that 1 is missing and 6 are dead, and the servant replies that it is, and that young Master Cion left Saffron 10 days ago. The girl holds her hand to her face in horror, remembering the man saying that there would be no problems, not understanding how this could have happened. Bending down in front of the lady, the man explains that they underestimated the young master, but she does not believe that they failed to get rid of some child. With a sweat, the servant suggests that MC is covered by someone, and if she gives them another chance, he will send someone to the academy. Margaret angrily clenches her fists, realizing what Cion will do if they decide to do this. Besides, he can harm cranes. She remembers in horror the words of the protagonist that her son will end up with all his limbs. Gritting her teeth, the madam orders nothing more to be done, and the servant obeys her. With her back to him, she adds that no one should know about this, so they need to kill everyone who already knows. The guy eavesdrops on their conversation from around the corner. Cion is lying on a bed, 10 days after they left Saffron. Brian hasn't helped all this time. As the carriage moves, MC thinks that they know that he is still alive, and it looks like he will get to the academy without problems. Looking at Brian, he doesn't know what to do with him when he tells the master that they have arrived. The protagonist opens an eye, hearing this, and memories come to him. A flock of birds flies over the city. The hero's carriage pulls up to the gates, and in his mind he can't say that they are good, but the academy has definitely changed him a lot. Showing a badge, the guy introduces himself as Cion, the son of the Duke of the Vert family. He approaches the girl at the counter. The secretary happily announces that they have registered him and asks him to go to the dorm and wait a bit, as the hero will have an entrance ceremony and a basic test in 2 days. The protagonist rummages through his jacket, wondering if he heard everything correctly. An envelope with a key is placed on the table. The guy asks in shock if she is sure she was right. Brian throws the bags on the floor. He calls out to the young master in amazement, seeing this place. Standing in the room, the man realizes that none of his family was settled in the royal chambers, and someone is definitely behind this. Turning to the assistant, MC asks if this is all the luggage, and Brian replies that this is all he had. Cion takes something out of his jacket, saying that he has reached the academy, and the luggage is already in the room. Looking intently, he adds that this means the end of his role. Brian, horrified, asks the master to stop. The guy took out a bag of money. The man holds a bag in confusion and asks what it is. Turning his back to the assistant, the protagonist explains what kind of work he does, thinking that it should be enough to start a new life, and also warns the man that he can be killed in Veliez, so he should not go there, although he, of course, does not stop him. The character stands in thought. He kneels and introduces himself as Brian Kendrick, a knight of Veliez. The man boldly asks for permission to serve MC for the rest of his life. Turning to the assistant, Cion is surprised that he is a knight, because he thought he was a coachman, and Brian explains that he has a low rank, so he was a coachman on the mission. Bowing down, the man remembers how his father always said that if he met a truly worthy man, he should go into his service. The hero seriously replies that this is rather stupid. Brian, looking up, is surprised by his answer. Standing in front of the character, the guy asks how he knows that he won't stab him in the back in the future. The protagonist puts his hand on his shoulder when he says that even if so, it doesn't matter, and MC tells him not to even think about betraying him. Leaving the room, Cion shares that he doesn't want to go to the entrance ceremony, offering to just go to the test, to which Brian agrees. He looks thoughtfully towards the guy. At the Royal Academy, in the dean's office, the man realizes that it looks like they have a lot of talented applicants this year. The students are sitting at their desks. A man appears in the middle of the hall. Erin Severus is in the room and the system reports her mana rank with 2 stars, physical rank B and light element at 52%. Seth Jaharkin appeared and the table says his mana rank is 3 stars, physical rank A and sand element at 71%. The man strokes his beard and looks at the sheet and says that these children are already amazing, but there is also Cion Vert. MC appears in the hall and the system tells about his mana rank with 1 star, physical rank S and dark element with 92%. Instructor Sarika Nigrathi says that even Alice Vert, who is called a divine child, only had 88% with the water element after graduating. The dean of the Royal Academy, Kundal Quazel, is surprised that even a child of all-round talents cannot compare with his younger brother. The girl stands in front of his desk and tells him that his element is darkness, to which the dean replies that his talent may be quite dark. On the desk are the students' profiles. With his back to Sarika, the old man asks if she heard that Cion Vert had moved into the royal chambers, and the girl replies that the other instructors told her about it. She is shocked to hear that it was an order from the emperor. Kundal adds that it seems that Cion Vert saved the princess from monsters at the front, and there is also talk of their marriage. Introducing the heroes, the man says that the 5th princess, who is considered a failure, will marry the son of the talented Vert family and asks the girl what she thinks this could lead to. Sarika thinks about it and replies that there will be strife due to the inheritance, which could split the empire and lead to a civil war. The dean frowned and asked her not to overthink things, because they were just spectators anyway and would see for themselves whether this child would become a hero of the empire or lead it to collapse. Walking down the corridor, MC remembered that unlike the current 92%, in his past life, it seemed to be around 80%, and it was probably because of the demonic blood he drank. The guys approached Cion and he greeted them. The blonde student got into a fighting stance, and the protagonist thought that it was probably scary to see a dead man. The character behind him asked the student if this was the boy he was using as a slave, and he laughingly introduced Cion. Marquis Penneron's son, Popper Penneron mockingly joked that they heard that MC didn't even know who his mother was. Looking at the guys, the protagonist remembered how this man mocked him in his past life. Sion's eyes glow red from the realization of how lucky he was to meet him here. Popper asks his friend to step aside so he can give the hero a good beating, but Cranes tries to stop him. The student does not understand what is wrong with MC's eyes and the friend suggests they just go to a cafe. Cion deals a strong blow to Popper. The friend hysterically calls him. The protagonist stands in front of Popper's body and offers to talk to Cranes. The guy cries from fear when Cion puts his hand on his shoulder. The hero whispers in the guy's ear that he doesn't care what he is up to, because he is merciful. MC adds that if he catches Cranes again, he will not get off so easily. Tears flow from the student's eyes. Leaving the characters, Cion thinks that life at the academy will finally become fun. Sunlight shines into the room. Sarika walks past the shelves. She wonders if this is a disaster or a hero, deciding to keep a closer eye on Cion. The girl goes to the closet. She presses the book with her finger. Squinting, the heroine does not understand why it is not here. Behind Sarika stands the protagonist with a book, asking if this is what she is looking for. Laughing awkwardly, the instructor asks what a student is doing here, since students are not allowed in this department, and she herself is surprised that she did not notice him at all. Approaching Cion, she clarifies his name and asks him to give her this book, since she needs it for her research. With a forced smile, the hero hands her the book. Taking the scripture, the girl thanks Cion. MC is surprised and black stripes emanate from him. He throws the books back. The sheets fly around the guy and he asks if this is what she was looking for, calling her the leader of the Miss Sarika Nigrathi. The heroine sternly tries to understand who he is and how he even knows about this. Cion remembers that in their past life, their acquaintance with Sarika was completely ordinary, and the girl asks how he is living at the academy. The guy, lowering his head, is silent. Sitting at the table, the heroine explains that she understands his desire to end this boring meeting as soon as possible, but one-on-one training with an instructor is very useful for the student's growth. The protagonist does not understand why they expect any growth from him, although here his own brother is simply mocking him as if it were some kind of joke and saying that he does not care. He looks up with interest when he hears the girl say that she is very interested in him. Sarika, sitting next to MC, explains that 84% compatibility with darkness is very rare, and she was told that this element has nothing good. Smiling, the instructor adds that people just do not fully understand the element of darkness yet, and she personally thinks that its growth potential is limitless. The protagonist had mixed feelings. Smiling widely, Sarika asks Cion to try hard, and he thinks that she can definitely help him. Standing in battle readiness, the protagonist realizes that he completely misunderstood everything and was deceived. Looking at the girl, the guy decides that he can't trust the face hiding behind those glasses, and the identity of the instructor of the Royal Academy is just her cover, because in fact she is a killer. Under Sarika is the head of a demon, and Cion thinks that she is the leader of the fog, hiding in the academy, where all the nobility of the continent has gathered. MC sees how the heroine lowered her glasses. Turning her gaze to him, the girl says that she will listen to him in her lab, and after he puts away the books, let him follow her. Cion stands in confusion, and it seems to him that somehow she accepted it easily. Looking at the test tubes and writings on the table, the protagonist sees that this place does not change. Various devices are on the workplace. The guy drinks from a mug. Holding the cup, he asks if the girl poisoned the tea, understanding what she was counting on. Sarika smiles widely and assures the protagonist that it is not lethal and is only enough to melt a few organs. Presenting various dishes, Cion realizes that it will not work on him, because he trained him with demon blood and Emily's cooking. Flashing red eyes, the hero suggests making a stronger drink next time. Disgusted, the instructor asks what they will start the conversation with. Looking sullen, she asks how he discovered her identity. The book is open and the heroine adds that MC moreover knew where it is, and that there are commands hidden in it. Raising a hand to her chin, Sarika suggests that he wanted to say this himself. Cion glares at the interlocutor, and wonders if he needs to somehow prove that she is also part of the fog. Her face twisted with anger, she states that the guy is acting so pompous only because of his high compatibility with the element. Turning his head to the side, MC explains that when he crossed Shatran, he was always asked if just one night would be enough for him, since even he was only a coachman. The instructor stares as the boy adds that he heard that nobles have been dying lately. Looking away with red eyes, Cion asks the heroine when they started the purge. She seriously clarifies if he is talking about the purge. Purple waves surround the girl and she says that she does not know what MC is talking about. Red light emanates from the hero, and he clarifies if it would be better to call it murder. With a smirk, Sarika replies that he may regret those words. Cion smiles maliciously and asks if she is threatening the student. The heel of the antagonist's foot rushes forward. She strikes the table. The boy brings his fist forward to attack, saying that this is how she decided to talk. He breaks the table in half. He notices the enemy jumping on him from behind, adding that he seems to have already proven his identity. Sarika runs at the protagonist, stating that even if he is part of the real fog, then as the leader of the fog, she does not know of any other such organizations. The hero dodges her blow. The enemy runs forward and says that he will not let go of MC. Cion takes out a blade and says that there is nothing to be done. The weapons of the enemies flew off from the blow. The protagonist runs in an attack and says that if she does not believe, then she will have to just show. Multiple blows are dealt around the girl and she asks to stop. The guy is at a distance from the enemy. She is stunned to recognize his sword. The blade sparkles with a pink light and Sarika realizes that this weapon can only be used by the one chosen by air, that is, it is the demonic blade Kirim. Holding the knife at arm's length, Cion asks if she has finally recognized him. The instructor stands there in confusion, assuming that the mist must still be looking for information about the true mist's heir. MC puts his hand in his pocket and replies that it is he and asks to be taken to air. Somewhere on the streets of Lewin. The windows of a building. The hand opens the lock with magic. MC and the instructor stand at the door. The girl finds it strange that the guy is not surprised that there is a mist base in such a place. Standing at the entrance, Sarika says that the altar he needs is there, and she will not go further with him. Entering inside, the protagonist understands that this is a unique dimension created by the god of mist. Walking in a high corridor, he adds that therefore it is much larger inside than it seems from the outside. Looking sternly, he realizes that 2 are at 4 o'clock, and 3 are at 11 o'clock. Cion throws back the blades of the enemies. The enemies jump from above, and in his thoughts he expected this, but considers that for the entrance ceremony this is too much. The ninja landed on the floor. The guy jumped back. He swings his attacks. The sword is in the face of the antagonist. The enemy throws the blade away. Cion watches as he deflected his dagger in such a short period of time. The monster uses the extension of the secret technique, and for MC it seems incredible. The enemies run at the protagonist with the formation of the deadly horn. The hero emits a red light after using the secret technique extension. The monsters run and are surprised that the guy used this technique. Cion makes a strike with a red light, using a wave of bloodlust. Behind MC is a large skeleton. The guy explains that this is a secret technique that only killers can use, and it gives the bloodlust a physical form and attacks opponents with it. Hands grab the antagonist, and he screams that he can't breathe. Standing next to the warriors' bodies, Cion understands that they will not recover soon. His attention was attracted by something. He sees a fighter who is still standing and thinks that he is of a higher rank. Red light comes from MC. Taking out the blade, the protagonist uses the sword of fog with the unshakable roots of the great tree. The enemy runs to attack. The man jumps on MC. The guy tensely sees that his opponent stopped his technique so easily and thinks who it is. The skeleton mask falls to the floor and the character reports that the protagonist has adapted her technique. Sarika holds her blade on Sion's blade and says that she can't wait any longer. The boy is confused. Lady Sarika eagerly asks to show her his true power. MC uses the 8th form of dense fog to attack. The instructor's hair flutters. Standing in battle readiness, the girl notes that the hero is excellent at handling the forms of dense fog and the sword of fog, so she is even more interested in him. She sees Cion run away, not having time to ask him to show her his true potential. Running away, MC realizes that Sarika is driven by the heat of battle. The instructor catches up with the hero from behind, when he realizes that the leader, intoxicated by such desire, will fight until one of them dies, and only those who have already gone through this will understand this. The antagonist, smiling maliciously, asks Cion Vert, is this not what he wanted? The girl runs at the hero, using the sword of fog with a raging fog storm. The protagonist is ready for battle and says in his thoughts that he is not what she thinks. Standing in front of MC, Sarika says that this is a dimension created by Eru, and no one will see its energy from the outside, so he cannot worry. Looking sullenly at the enemy, the guy decides that in such a place he can use any techniques. Red stripes emanate from the hero's blade and he understands that he may accidentally kill her, but there is nothing to be done. Cion widened his eyes. MC fell in front of the instructor. A man appears next to her, and she says that she knew it, so the protagonist can rest. Sarika recognizes the girl in front of her. The heroine frowns and explains that she did not want to interfere, but the instructor herself knows who she is. Bowing her head and sitting on her knee, Sarika says that she knows that she is the demonic sword Kirim, and she asks what is going on here. Gritting her teeth in anger, the girl states that Sarika should be praising Eru, but instead attacks her master. The instructor shamefully lowers her eyes and tries to explain that she was simply trying to check if he is who he claims to be and if he is really the heir. An angry Kirim screams that she could have simply asked her god. With her claws outstretched, the heroine suggests that maybe Sarika decided to challenge her. With a smirk, the instructor says that they should first deal with the heir, which stuns her interlocutor. Kirim aggressively yells over Sion's body, "Why the hell is he dying here?" Sarika with a smile states that the girl appeared in her full form, but this is not the most effective method. A red light emanates from the guy's body and the instructor adds that this method takes away the life force of the owner. Holding MC by the collar, Kirim angrily calls this bullshit and asks why he drank all this demonic blood then. Bending down in front of the heroine, Sarika introduces herself as the head of the mist and says that she does not run away from challenges. Flashing her eyes and licking her lips, she adds that plus, if the opponent is Kirim, she definitely cannot refuse. While the heroine holds the guy, she becomes scared of the state of the interlocutor. Looking at the sullen Cion, she is glad that she is okay, and the guy asks why she suddenly took her form. Kirim maliciously asks the protagonist to just stand behind her, promising to teach this girl a little lesson. Holding the blade in her hand, Sarika declares that this is an honor for her. The heroine angrily replies so that she will not beg her for mercy later. Frowning even more, the instructor says that she will be glad if she is brought to the limit. Before the attack, they hear the voice of Eru, who orders them to stop. Kirim sees how a portal appears. The protagonist watches intently. Eru's voice is heard from the large open portal, ordering the heir to be sent to the altar, and the girl obeys him. Cion is glad that the moment has finally come when he can meet Eru, the god of darkness. A man sits on a throne. The man screams, and some say that the god of darkness is truly evil. A sword is stuck in his skull, because this god kills as if it were an ordinary meal for him, justifying it with the common good. The masked character replies that they wanted it. His eyes flashing, he adds that everyone decides for themselves, and not for others, what is right and what is wrong, and if you can justify your decision by killing, then that is enough. A hand in armor is lowered over the praying man, and the hero says that everyone considers this the logic of a man, but he will say that this god is just a fool who wants to protect the weak. MC's leg comes out of the portal. The guy climbs the stairs to the throne. Sitting on the throne, the demon asks if the hero knows who he is. Looking up, Cion replies that he knows him, calling him the god of darkness, Eru. Staring at the protagonist, the god asks if his name is Cion Vert, realizing he has never seen him before, and asks on what basis he declared himself his successor. Looking up, MC suggests that he must have already sensed the power of the darkness within him. A stone levitates from his hand, and Eru explains that there are only two ways to become my successor, and the first is if he himself gives him the darkness stone. Red waves swirl around the protagonist, and the god adds that the second way is if the darkness stone is already within the chosen person. Pointing a finger at the protagonist, Eru says that since he does not know Cion, he must be of the second category. The altar is opened, and the demon remembers how the darkness stone, originally located on it, suddenly disappeared a year ago. The protagonist's eye glows red. Kirim gets angry, asking who is controlling whom here, and the god adds that MC also awakened her, whose location was unknown, and controls her well. The hero looks closely and the demon notices his gaze, inappropriate for his age. Narrowing his eyes, Eru understands that the guy is an outsider from another time unknown to him. The protagonist is perplexed by the fact that the demon does not know about him and shares his thoughts on the fact that he is the one who replaced him in this. Eru casually replies that if he saw an almighty god in him, then he came to the wrong address, because he has no power, and he has long been deprived of his divine abilities. Sion's gaze becomes sad after realizing that he waited in vain. Raising his fist to his mouth, the man notes that in the presence of the hero he felt relieved, but the latter does not understand what he is talking about. Sitting on the throne, the character explains that finally a perfect successor has appeared who doesn't need to be spoon-fed or taught everything, meaning he'll have less work to do, suggesting that they call it pure luck, and MC notes that he's still an optimist. Looking closely at the hero, the god of darkness states that he brought something annoying with him. The guy's talisman sparkles as he hears the demon ask why the demonic sword isn't enough for him, and why he brought the holy sword as well. Taking the weapon out of his cape, Cion says that he doesn't plan on doing anything with it yet. Showing the talisman, he explains that he thought if its light wasn't seen, it would become a useless antique. Eru, leaning on the throne, replies that MC has a disgusting hobby, but it's none of his business, and he won't ask again. Stepping forward, the god states that rules are rules and he needs to follow procedure. Raising his hand in front of the protagonist and emitting a red light, Eru adds that as his absolute master, he will ask the successor to his power what purpose he wants to achieve with this power. The protagonist remembers that he asked this question in his past life, and then he answered that he would live for his brother, believing that he was an idiot before. The demon looks at MC as he realizes that even in his past life, they did not take his answer seriously. Sarika watches intently. The stairs collapse behind Cion and tries to understand if there was something that Ero wanted from him. The character tells him to remember that there is nothing more dangerous than stupid beliefs born from ignorance. Remembering himself falling, the protagonist suggests that perhaps Ero already knew his shitty end. Approaching the god, he explains that in fact, he has no plans, reasons, or beliefs. The demon looks thoughtfully, and the hero decides that this time everything will be different. Clenching his fist, Cion declares that he will use this power for selfish purposes, just for himself. Ero comes down and says that everyone decides for themselves, and not for others, what is right and what is wrong, asks if he is sure that he will not regret it. Sweat runs down MC's face when the man asks him to think it over carefully, because everything depends on the answer. Looking menacingly, he adds that he can kill the protagonist here. Looking up, the hero declares that it does not matter what happens and what the result will be. Putting his hand forward, he explains that he is not going to follow anyone's orders but his own, and this is the path he follows. Putting his hand to his face, the demon asks if the guy will tell him what he has planned. Raising his finger up, MC flatly refuses. Ero looks at him, says that if the protagonist clears the names of his followers, then he does not mind and will not interrogate. The demon narrows his eyes. Kiram hears that her father wants to talk to her. The girl gets angry when the man says that she has changed a lot since they last saw each other and asks if she likes her new master, but she doesn't understand what he's saying, calling him a crazy god. He reaches out to kiss his daughter, saying that as a father he is very happy, but Kiram yells at him to leave him alone. Taking her head in his hands, Era says that he has nothing to give her master, so he hopes that she will take care of him, but she yells at the human master to do something about this crazy psycho, and Cion calls the relationship between father and daughter quite nice. The demon reaches his lips to the girl's forehead. Symbols appear in front of her face, and she doesn't understand what is happening. Kiram has returned to normal and looks up. She looks at herself, surprised that she has a body. The protagonist is surprised that he doesn't even waste his energy, assuming that it is Era's influence. Holding the god by the collar, the heroine angrily asks what he did to her, to which he receives the answer that the man simply gave away part of his life force. With his eyes almost closed, the god asks if she thinks that this is useless, and if she wants to be with her master XXX in the future, then she needs to materialize. She angrily shakes her father and screams that he is crazy, and MC thinks that the father and daughter are very similar. The next day, in the academy dormitory, the young master's apologies are heard. Brian whispers to the guy what this situation is, but he replies that he has nothing more to say, so he should just do it. The character tries to be indignant, turning to the young master. Looking at the girls shooting lasers, Bayron feels like this situation will not settle down on its own. Kiram, smirking, is glad that the instructor comes to the student dorm so early in the morning, as someone might think that she has a special relationship with the students. Sarika holds her temple with her finger and answers with a smile that she has special instructions to convey to them, and it is completely normal for the instructor to personally distribute materials to the students. Kiram, looking sternly, asks if her interlocutor thinks that as the master of the gym, she should be more careful. The animals attack each other. Sarika, wide-eyed, answers that she does not care about the others, calling the girl too inquisitive. The protagonist hears Kiram calling herself the only one the master needs, so the other girl can convey everything through her, and Sarika calls him still a student. Walking towards the exit, the guy tells him that he will go for a walk, but Brian does not want the young master to leave him here alone. The character hears the girls arguing, and Kiram screams for the other to take out her dagger and attack, and Sarika decides not to refuse. The sun is shining over the city. Cion walks down the street among the people. He sits on the roof, and looking at the city, he realizes that he can finally catch his breath. The smell of blood reaches MC. Reshmus falls, hitting a box. She coughs up blood. The girl holds her shoulder in pain. 3 bullies stand in front of the heroine, and laughing decide to try something. An orb glows above the guy's hand. Approaching the frightened Reshmus, he tells her to look here. Taking the girl's face with his hand and opening her mouth, the character says that he brought her something tasty. Barrett swings the orb, saying that her friend brought her treat, asking if she will eat it. The girl clenches her teeth and cries. Holding the heroine in his arms, he hears a voice ordering him to stop. Arena indignantly asks what kind of cruel treatment of their classmates is this, and aren't they ashamed of themselves as aristocrats? Angrily looking to the side, the guy introduces himself as Barit Ruamil, the eldest son of Duke Ruamil of the Garam Kingdom, and asks who she is. The girl, with her arms crossed, introduces herself as the princess of the Ushaf Empire, Arena Severus. Ham grinned, saying that he was just wondering what she looked like. Arena was perplexed while he asked about her being the 5th princess of the empire. The boy stood in front of her and said that it was an incredible honor to meet her. The white-haired girl frowned, warning that she was not in the mood for greetings right now. The schoolboy stood in front of the victim, and she ordered him to immediately explain what was going on here. The blonde-haired man looked away, assuming that there was a misunderstanding, and asked if she wanted to ask about everything in person. The red-haired man was in a stupor while the girl ordered her to tell everything. The offender grabbed the boy by the collar. He hugged him, asking if they had offended him in any way, to which he said that nothing of the sort had happened. Arena was angry and said that he did not need to cover for bullies, and if things were different, he would not have yelled. The red-haired man looked away and said that nothing had happened between them and asked her to leave, because they were just having fun. Barrett smiled and asked if she had heard and how anyone could offend him. The white-haired girl raised her hand towards the victim and said that if that was the case, then she would take the boy. The boar grabbed the limb. The fair-haired man looked at the girl and assumed that she had misunderstood something from what he had said, but the girl did not understand what he was doing. They looked at each other, and the bully reminded her that the victim had asked her to leave, to which the princess replied that if they did not let the red-haired man go, then she would do as the princess did. The bully grinned and asked what she would do. Cion looked sideways. He did a sweep and the opponent fell. Arena was in a stupor from surprise. The hero turned his attention to the victim and thought of a familiar one. Reshmus was trembling while he thought it was a child. There was a battle near Klein Castle. The opponent blocked the enemy's blow. The dark-haired man held a blade in his hands. Housemaid stood in a stance and her homeland was the Empire. She held the swords to her chin, and for some reason after graduating from the academy, she joined the family of the Count, a military family from the Kingdom of Garum, and even changed her citizenship. The opponents fought, parrying each other's attacks. The purple-haired girl struck and a long cut appeared in the ground. Cion looked down with interest. The opponent jumped up, swinging his weapon. She looked ahead and was confused. The hero appeared behind her and was about to strike. He caught her in the air and slammed her to the ground. The killer sat on the victim coughing up blood and was only hiding her by order of the Empire. The protagonist looked at the target and was asked to do it as quietly as possible, but as soon as he entered the castle, a fight immediately broke out between them. The girl posed and he did not want to kill the man who received the title of the first sword of the continent, just like that. Reshmus kept his fists clenched, while the bully raised his beret. Ham sat in front of the defender and did not understand why today everyone wanted to stick their nose into none of their business. The blonde held his hand to his chin and asked him about his name, assuming that he managed to return alive from the meat grinder at the front, and asked if he wanted to join their game. MC looked away, thinking that there was little fun for games here. The core in the man was shining brightly, and he thought that if the mana ball was incorrectly placed in the body of a person, then both it and the magical power would suffer. Cion looked at the offenders, talking about the essence of the game. In his hand was a magic sphere and he said that he would participate in this. The boar looked towards him in a stupor. The hero raised a huge ball above himself and asked what they were going to do. He was serious and offered him to open his mouth. The sun in the clear sky illuminated the buildings. The victim was sitting on the bed and the man said that they had patched up the external injuries, but to heal the internal damage, rest and time would be needed. The princess stood in front of the guy and asked him to rest, to which he thanked her and did not understand how to thank her. The white-haired girl smiled, saying that it was nonsense, and the hooligans, seeing Cion, ran away like cockroaches and asked not to worry, because anyone in her place would have done the same. The hero looked away, thinking that it was strange that she lasted so long, and maybe it was because the body of the future first sword was somehow special. The victim looked at the protagonist and asked if he knew her. She was embarrassed, and it seemed to her that he was looking at her too intently. The protagonist folded his arms and apologized for insulting him, because her face simply reminded him of a person. The victim bowed her head down and denied what she had said. Arena stood in front of Reshmus and asked where she lived, afraid that bullies might come to her for revenge. The victim looked forward, saying that he lived in a dorm, and the interlocutor assumed that she was a commoner. The victim remembered the figure, saying that she was enrolled here only on the recommendation of the instructor, and he even promised to support her, but he was suddenly fired. Cion stood by the wall and asked that there was no one to take care of her, to which she confirmed what was said, and the guy said that even if you forget about bullying, soon she will have to pack her things. The princess put her hand on her chin, expressing sympathy. The hero looked ahead, asking if the girl could take her as a servant, because she wanted to learn fencing from some special master. Arena pointed her finger at the victim, asking how she could do this with the boy. The protagonist looked towards the interlocutor and said that their friend was a girl. The princess fell into a stupor and was stunned. Reshmus burst into tears, saying that she did not even think of deceiving her. She put her hand on the back of her head and said that since childhood it was more convenient to walk with a short haircut and in men's clothes, which caused confusion. The white-haired girl started crying, saying that she should forgive her, because she didn't even notice that she denied the guilt of her interlocutor. The red-eyed girl looked ahead and asked how she was and whether the victim agreed to MC's offer. The girl's arm was in plaster, and Arena said that if she became her human, then no one would touch her, and she could calmly stay here and study. The curls of hair hid the eyes of the victim, who did not understand why she was being asked about this. The princess put her finger on her cheek, saying that it was just sad to be alone, to which she thanked her. The orange-eyed girl put her hand on her chest, swearing that she would not let her guardian down. The girl turned back, saying that she did not need to be thanked, because it was all Cion. There was no one in the hero's place, and the white-haired girl called out to him. The man walked out of the building, thinking that his mission was over and the princess would take care of the rest. The blonde man stood behind the girl, and there had to be a reason for Reschmus to leave the empire, and if it weren't for Barrette, she wouldn't have lost her magic. The fighter held a sword, and the first sword of the continent, that retained its magic power in his hands, and assumed that now even he would have a hard time defeating her. The dark-haired man walked away from the building and realized that he was interested in something completely different now. He remembered how Sirica brought him an order, and at the moment he needed to deal with it. The hero looked at the card, thinking that it would be the first job to clear the fog. The protagonist looked at the card, thinking that the first mission seemed difficult. He remembered the girl who believed in his abilities. MC walked down the hallway, thinking about the worry that if he let this all go unpunished, she would only become more annoying. His gaze fell to the side and he became interested. An explosion occurred and dust enveloped his body. Cion crossed his arms, assuming that this was the academy intruder. The man looked at him with a grin. They stood opposite each other, and the hero assumed that he knew him. The white-haired man folded his arms, talking about the student's grades and that he was the youngest son of the Burt family. Shaharkan grinned, saying that he was a newbie just like him. The dark-haired man was in a stupor and did not understand how such a big guy could be a first year and did not remember such figures in his past life. The interlocutor showed his biceps and said that he had heard a lot about his achievements and mentioned the victory over the demonic beast. He showed off his muscles, asking that he survived the battle with the dragon. The intruder hit his fist on his palm, saying that on the plus side, he earned the highest grade for physical strength, which he had never had before. He bowed his head, offering to fight. They stood opposite each other, and the protagonist remembered the man. The enemy was ready to fight, and there was a drawing on his chest. The symbol of Spania was on his body, and it meant that the Sand Prince stood in front of MC. On the map, a city of the eastern desert was marked. The white-haired man looked at the energy in his hand, and because of the strong military power gathered by the leader of the first prince, who had natural talents for magic and battle, even the empire had a hard time conquering it. The city stood in the middle of the desert, and the great country that boasted of its power suffered huge losses with the death of its only successor. The man was lying in bed with his face covered, and the country quickly fell apart and declined after the loss of the first prince. The symbol was visible on the corpse's body, and the cause of death was an illness caused by a fever. He attached so much importance to training that he neglected his health. The opponent held his hand, demanding a faster decision, until he could not believe that he met the Sand Prince. Cion was serious, thinking about how he had never met him in his past life. He looked up and asked him if he wanted to fight right now. The white-haired man grinned, saying that they would now decide who was better, and he would not accept a refusal. The dark-haired man closed his eyes, refusing the offer, to which he asked to explain the reason. The hero pointed his finger in his direction, saying that fights were prohibited in the academy and that an official request had to be submitted to the administration. The big guy put his hands on his hips, asking where he could find the administration office, and the guy replied that it was on the 3rd floor of the main building. The guy stood on his toes and said that he understood. He ran forward, saying that he would be back soon, while the interlocutor was meaningfully silent. The protagonist watched his future opponent, and thought that even his brain consisted of muscles, because the necessary office was on the other side. MC looked away and didn't know if the sparring permission slip actually existed, but he definitely wouldn't see it for a while and decided to focus on refining. The flags were hanging outside. The warrior stood behind the man, saying that the product preparation was complete. Zykerman grinned, ordering him not to stand there but to deliver everything to the customer. The bearded man was smiling and was one of the rich people on the continent, well known to society as a good person who donated to charity. Animal-human hybrids were related, and he was actually a villain, because he sold mestizos and ran a slave market. The guy watched as the rich man said that this would be the best product in his life and asked him to be extremely careful with it. Cion peered around the corner, thinking that he had found the target, and he should have finished earlier than he thought. He held the blade in his hands and froze when someone said that he felt a strange energy. The guy looked away, repeating everything in his mind, while the creature said that he was hiding something. Zykerman stood in front of the cage, glad that the prisoner had finally become obedient. Energy spread across the floor and he asked her to sleep peacefully. The bearded man looked away in disgust, assuming that it was black smoke. The blow passed near the slave owner. The guard's body fell to the floor and the guard asked who was here. The main one pointed his finger to the side, asking why he couldn't just grab him, while the fighter ordered him to get out and show himself. The killer rushed forward. There was a blow that knocked the weapon out of the enemy's hands. Cuts hit the legs. Cion held the tip to the throat of the confused enemy. The man frowned, saying that the situation was a stalemate. Zykerman watched as they dealt with his bodyguard. The bearded man looked ahead, asking where the others had gone. The hero turned over his shoulder and said that he would find out soon and he would let him meet them. Mortal bodies lay on the floor, and so many hired people did not live up to expectations. The slave owner crawled back, assuming that he wanted money, to which the guy said that he already had only as much as he wanted. There was a blow, and the victim screamed. The killer stood next to the wounded. The prisoners were sitting in a cage, and he asked about all the inhuman experiments and crossbreeding. For conducting illegal slave trading activities, was there enough reason to kill? Cion opened his eyes wide, saying that he was giving 1 minute to decide. Zykerman looked at the attacker, who said that if he repented of the crimes committed, the pain would go away. Tears appeared on the man's face, and he said that he would kill him anyway. The bearded man looked at the hero and said that he was just making a living, because if there are buyers of slaves, then someone is selling them, and added that all people are equally bastards. The hero looked down, thinking that such people do not understand what they are guilty of, and said that a minute has passed and ordered to die in pain. The protagonist struck, using the skill of the demonic form. He looked back, asking if he should look around before leaving. MC looked into the cage, asking if it was here, to which he received the answer that it was here, because he felt the unification of two energies. The blow broke the bars into pieces. Cion looked forward in fear. The body of a girl was lying on the floor, and he assumed that she was already dead. He looked at the corpse and said that it was just a person and there was nothing to look at here, to which the spirit asked to look at the thing that was in her hands. The pink-haired girl was holding a dragon egg in her hands. The object was standing in the building on a pillow. The man stood next to the protagonist and asked where he got it from, to which the guy replied that he picked it up on the way here. The fair-haired man was stunned and asked where he could just pick something like that up, to which Cion replied that he found it while walking and picked it up. He folded his arms and thought that he was trying to sell such a dangerous thing and did not understand who could need it. Brian extended his hand towards the interlocutor and asked what they would do if it hatched, to which the guy said that it would not happen. The dragon stood in the fire, and it was like a combination of magical energy consisting of various attributes, and for hatching it is necessary to feed it with magic corresponding to the characteristics, and most dragon eggs taken from their mothers are just beautiful stones. The shell cracked. The guys tensed up, and the dark-haired man did not understand what was happening. Rays of energy burst out from the crack. They watched tensely what was happening. Particles of the shell fell on the pillow. The girl sat on the lining and sneezed. The blonde was scared and did not understand what to do. The creature looked at them with interest, and Cion thought that it was neither a man nor a dragon, and maybe the woman was carrying a child. They looked at the creature, and he could not believe that they crossed the dragon with a man, and it was more troublesome than he thought. The girl smiled and said, "Dad." The hero looked at how the child pressed herself against him. He froze and assumed that she decided that he was her father. The guy covered his mouth with his fist and coughed. He pointed a finger at him and said that the protagonist just became an 11-year-old father, and he thought that it was all because of Kirim. MC held an egg in his hands and asked if he wanted them to take it for themselves. The spirit hovered nearby and said that it would be worse if someone bad found it, to which the hero agreed and asked if it would hatch. The companion smiled, saying that he had never seen a dragon hatch without a mother, and said that it was just a dangerous stone. The woman stood in front of the boy and said that it was funny to see this after so many years. Cion was angry, and said that this had never happened before and looked away, adding that that is why he said that it was worth taking a look. He showed the child on his lap, saying that it was a mixed race of a human and a dragon, and its very existence was a threat. The boy frowned, thinking that this was indeed a problem. The child was sleeping on her father. She was standing near the shards, and the world was too dangerous for such a creature to live. The old man was looking away, and if he found out about this, he could destroy her on the spot. The dragon's eye was shining, and if a dragon insisted on the purity of blood appeared and learned of the appearance of this child, it would eliminate not only him, but also everyone who knew about him. Cion closed his eyes, thinking that given these risk factors, was it worth keeping her? The child was lying on the guy, who was thinking that if she was destined to live a painful life anyway, then he would do it with his own hands now. The hero extended his hand. Kirim smiled, asking if he had really decided to do this, and suggested that it would be better for this little thing. The hand was approaching the creature's throat. The girl looked ahead from under her brows and thought that she would still live in grief. MC was tense and understood that ending it now was the best solution. Dite opened her eyes. She looked ahead and asked her dad. Cion froze. She rushed to him, saying that it was him. The hero was perplexed and felt warmth. He held a half-dragon. The half-human was in his hands, and he did not understand what kind of feeling he was experiencing and suggested that he would think of something. Dite was happy, and he offered Kirim to raise her. The girl folded her hands and asked him what he wanted to raise her and send her to work. The castle was illuminated by the sun. The woman ran around the room, not knowing what to do. The blonde bit her nails, thinking that if they left him alone, their fender would be in danger. Ashel stood behind his parent and called out to her. He put his hands on her shoulder and said that if she had any difficulties, she could share them with him. The blonde waved his hand, to which he received the answer that she had a lot of work and was just tired. He looked back and demanded a report. Kellen put his fist to his heart, and said that the bodies of 6 knights were found on a hill near Velias and one of the survivors went to Lewin with the young master. The boy looked ahead while he said that the instigator, as he thought, was Margaret. Ashel stood with his back to the boy and asked what else he found out, to which he received the answer that they found out that Cion was assigned to the Royal Academy, but after that they lost contact with the informant. The fair-haired man grinned and asked if he had found out anything about his younger brother. The servant looked ahead from under his brows and understood that he was angry. He felt anxious, thinking that he had never seen him in such a state, and did not understand how everything had come to this, and did not want to die right here. He opened his mouth wide and said that he would go there himself and would not let him down. Ashel put his hand on his shoulder and said that he knew very well his stubbornness, and asked him to return with news quickly. The master left, saying that his brother was definitely hiding something and ordered him to find out about it, to which he replied that he was obeying. The woman walked through the building. The dark-haired man looked away, asking about the reason for her appearance on a day without classes. The purple-haired woman looked ahead, asking about what a child was doing in the dorm. Cion closed his eyes, saying that it would take a long time to explain, and asked to tell her why she came. The instructor adjusted her glasses and said that they would leave the explanation for later, and that there were more complicated matters to attend to now. The guy tensed up after hearing that he had made a mistake. Sarika showed him the sparring application and asked what he was thinking and said that even if she kept quiet, they wouldn't let it go that easily. The instructor was angry and assumed that he had gone crazy because he wanted to attract attention, to which he thought that his opponent had actually written an application and even found an office. Kiram looked away, asking what all the fuss was about and whether there was any point in watching 2 11-year-old rookies fight. The dark-haired man sat in front of her and asked when the sparring was, thinking that this was no ordinary rookie. The man stood in the arena and was happy about the start of the sparring. Cion put his hand on his hair, not even understanding why everything had happened so soon. Shaharkan grinned, saying that he had been waiting for this moment. The hero looked away with a depressed look. The white-haired man took out his sword, saying that he initially wanted to spar in martial arts, but only fencing and magic were allowed here, and asked if he was going to use magic, to which he received the answer that if he did not, then the opponent would not either. The prince smiled, saying that he liked him. The fighter rushed to attack. He found himself to the side of the protagonist, and said that they would see how good he was at wielding a sword. The blow was approaching MC, who thought that the opponent was fast for his size and that his blow was probably heavy. The blades clashed and Cion thought that such a rough attack was easy to dodge. The sword struck and the hero remained unharmed. The hero held the sword in his hands and thought that this fighting style required not so much strength as precision and sharpness. Shaharkan swung, saying that it was incredible. The protagonist blocked the blow. The fighter's hand held the weapon tightly in his hands. The white-haired man grinned, thinking that he had combined the force of the blow with the force of the rotation and that even so he would not be able to block his blow with this rapier. The opponent was behind MC. The enemy rushed to attack from behind. The hand reached for the sword. Cion held the prince by the leg. The fighter grinned and screamed incomprehensible sounds. He fell, thinking that he had eyes on the back of his head. The guy's hand crashed into the floor. The warrior rested his hands on the floor. He kicked him. Cion smiled, thinking that he immediately counterattacked and that it was very clever for his size. The spectators were shocked and doubted that this was a man. Shaharkan was kneeling in front of his opponent. He grinned. The fighter looked ahead from under his brows and was angry. There was a weapon on the floor, and the guy was saying that he had lost to him in fencing. The prince took a stance and said that now, no matter what, he had to win and was going to show him everything he had. The dark-haired man looked away, thinking that he was already noticeably tired. His legs were getting ready to move and the warrior asked him to put all his strength into it. The blocks of stones flew in different directions from the enemy. The big guy looked ahead and shouted the opponent's name. The old man held his hand on his beard and asked if they had switched to a magical fight. The gray-haired man looked ahead and said that the guys were really brave, since they decided to spar separately with magic and swordsmanship. The instructor stood nearby and said that Cion was winning the sword fight, to which the director said that he saw it. The fighters stood with their backs to each other, and the hero's physical abilities were assessed higher. The elders watched what was happening and based on what they saw, this was not a natural result. Kundal frowned, thinking that physical ability was the basic element for using high-level magic and Shaharkan's magic power rating was the highest among first-year students, 3 stars. The old man looked down and thought about what the protagonist would do now. Sarika was displeased and knew that he was attracting attention. A hand began to emerge from the ground. A huge fist was about to strike. The fighter swung. MC looked at the threat, thinking that this time he wanted to use magic. The blow landed to the side of Cion. The floor beneath the man broke. The white-haired man struck again, asking not to miss. The hero ran away from the attacks. The prince extended his hand forward, using the Desert Tooth's skill. The protagonist watched what was happening. Magic surrounded him. The dark-haired man looked up, thinking that the enemy's magic was at the 3-star level. A powerful explosion occurred. The man looked towards the column of dust. MC was calm and thought that with such power he could easily use 4-star magic. He looked back, thinking that the professors behind the barrier might have problems. Chaharkin stood in a stance and asked how long he was going to run away. Cion was calm and asked what he was suggesting to take hits. The white-haired man grinned and said that a warrior should not run from an enemy's fist. The hero looked forward, asking that they were not beginners. The prince swung, using a sandstorm, and said that he was talking too much. The old man watched what was happening with interest. The instructor was shocked and asked if his magic level was not 3 stars and noted that it was 4-star magic. The whirlwind was approaching the protagonist. He looked in the direction of the threat and said that this time it was already good. The guy smiled and decided to take the blow himself. The man took a bottle of liquid. Brian dripped some onto his hand and said that the temperature was normal and was happy with the experience in raising children. He remembered how he was surrounded by children and thought that although it was annoying to take care of the younger ones, he would never have thought that this knowledge would be useful to him here. He raised his hand and said that it was time to eat. The blonde froze and said that this could not be. The girl looked at him and asked again, while he noticed that she had grown up. A sphere formed in the arena and the spectators did not know what was happening inside. The protective barrier was collapsing. The observer extended his hand to the side in order to strengthen the defense, to which the other asked what level those students were. The man grinned and asked why the director did not intervene if things had come to this. The purple-haired girl looked at the elder and asked to stop sparring, to which he suggested waiting. He frowned and said that something was happening there. Cion held a sphere of nothingness in his hands. Sarika looked ahead and thought that he should stop. The storm was enveloped in dark matter. The director put his hand on his beard, saying that the more he watched, the more surprised he was, and the instructor thought about why the guy used it here. The vortexes were sucked into the hole. The fist absorbed the sphere. Chaharkin stood in a stance and did not understand what happened. The spectator folded his hands and said that his magic suddenly dissipated. The audience was shocked and had never seen such skills before. Cion stood in the arena and no one understood who he was, and he asked if he wanted to continue. The white-haired man froze in shock. He fell to his knees, saying that he lost and could not believe it. The prince looked down, saying that he lost in all aspects, and he was very sad. The dark-haired man was depressed and did not understand why he felt guilty. Fist hit the ground. The fighter stood in front of his opponent and said that he was tired of beating weak opponents, and his desire to train had increased. He extended his hand. Chaharkin smiled and said that he did not know when it would be, but he would try again. The hero looked ahead while he said that next time he would definitely beat him. They shook hands and the protagonist said that he would not beat him. MC was tense and thought that of course he knew that the speed of growth of a dragon is many times higher than a human. Dita extended her hand greeting her father and looked like a 6-year-old. The dark-haired man looked at her and thought that her growth rate was impressive, and if this continued, she would soon be his age. The guys stood nearby and understood that soon it would be difficult to secretly raise her here. Cion froze after the words that there would come a time when the guy would no longer be able to do this. The instructor stood by the door and said that she didn't know about the demon's sword, but it would definitely be hard to hide a dragon here. The woman with glasses was angry and said that especially if he lost his temper again like today, and asked what he was thinking about. Kiram lay down on the bed and woke up from someone talking about her. The wings on the baby's back began to move. She waved her tail and immediately mentioned her growth rate. She smiled sweetly, and the instructor noticed that she couldn't believe that she had already grown so much. She folded her arms over her chest and with an ominous aura said that of course, since it was the hero who picked her up during the mission, then the responsibility for her should also lie with him, but it would be very difficult to hide a real dragon. But the guy looked down and said that Brian had long since taken responsibility for raising children, and besides, in the dorm, the energy of the child and Kiram was limited by a barrier. Sarika handed over the letter and said that it would have been like that if today's incident hadn't happened. The protagonist looked at the envelope and said with an anxious smile that it was a slightly disappointing reward for winning the sparring match. The bespectacled one came to the exit and told him to be more careful in the future. She became even more serious and said that there was nothing good about being under his close supervision. While the little dragon was running around in circles, Brian immediately asked what it was, to which the hero said that it was a warning letter. Then he turned around and said with a smile that it said that they would be thrown out for bad behavior, and the maid immediately became scared. Then the little girl anxiously clenched her fists and asked what would happen to her dad and asked if they would become vagabonds. The protagonist calmly looked at the happy-horned one and wondered where she managed to pick up such words and thought that she was growing up too fast. He immediately stroked her head and said that this was not the case yet, and his baby had nothing to worry about. But then the housekeeper panicked and asked if everything was okay, because if they returned to Belia's, then him. But then Cion interrupted him and said not to worry, because he would go and personally explain everything. He frowned and thought that the warning letter was sent on behalf of the director, not the administration, which meant that the director wanted to meet in person. He imagined a meeting with an old man who asked if he wanted to join the Knights of Light, and then asked if he was going to live for his older brother. The black-haired man put his hands behind his back and agreed, to which he immediately said that he did not think this path suited him. The protagonist frowned, looking at him. Then the director threw up his hands and said that he thought he himself knew exactly why, and then he said that he wanted him to let him give him advice and that he would promise to listen to him. He folded his hands in front of himself and said that if he joined them, then nothing good would happen and he could face many trials, or fate would turn away from him altogether, but in any case, it would not bring him any benefit. The old man imagined the boy as a puppet and said that he would live like someone's puppet and no matter where this path led him, in the end he would still blame his brother for everything. Cion got angry while holding his hand on the girl's head and thought about what he heard from him in his past life and thought about what he would say this time. Brian came closer and asked him to forgive him and asked if he thought the child needed a name, because they could not call her a child forever. The black-haired man turned around and suggested calling her Nana and then asked how he called her. The housekeeper immediately became embarrassed and, taking his hands away, asked if it was too easy for her, but she stopped him. The pink-haired girl, with fire in her eyes, said that no matter how you put the syllables, it sounds the same and now she will be called the same as her dad. The blonde man became embarrassed, closing his eyes, and the hero immediately put his hands on his hips and thought about how she knew his last name. The action moved to the director's office. The old man was writing something on paper. He looked down with a sad look and thought about the protagonist and that he had previously thought that he had great potential. He closed his eyes and, remembering the hurricane, thought about how he managed to absorb 4-star level magic with the help of a 1-star sphere of darkness, and it did not require much effort from him. He looked sternly ahead and thought that such talent cannot fade away. Looking at the door, the director thought that he was interested in his limit. Kundal is the teacher of the current emperor and the father of the former empress. One of the few mages on the continent who reached the level of 9 stars, and after the death of his mother, he focused on training young talents at the Royal Academy. Cion walked along the corridor and thought that he wanted to ask him something, because he always thought that the director was a pacifist, and then wondered how in that case he ended up involved in the struggle for the throne. Suddenly, the black-haired man raised his head straight. A wind was blowing from the door, and he immediately thought that his bad character had not changed at all. He slowly extended his hand, burying it in the barrier. The wall in front of him began to sparkle brightly. Afterwards, the hero smiled, saying that he knew about his arrival and put up a 9-star repulsive barrier. He looked straight ahead and asked if he had decided to test him, and then said that he would pass the test. The old man immediately smiled. He calmly looked ahead and thought about how he would show him what he intended to do, because in order to pass this barrier, he needed to be at least at the level of an archmage. At that moment, the protagonist burst through the window and surprised him. He landed right in front of him. He immediately turned around and said that the first-year student of the Royal Academy had come on the instructions of the director. The gray-haired man folded his hands in front of himself and thought that he could not believe that he had ignored the barrier and simply entered through the window. He raised his head and thought that he had managed to beat him, and then asked if he had come to protest. The black-haired man calmly looked ahead and said that it was so, because the letter was from the director, but when he encountered the barrier of the door, he realized something. He immediately imagined the letter and said that it was a warning after all, and then asked if it was just a reason to test his skills. Kundal immediately looked at him and said that it was true, and then said that the method was not so radical, but it was possible to prove his talent. Then the old man raised his finger up with a sarcastic face and said that, however, he could not simply revoke the warning and asked to convince him of the need for this. The guy folded his arms over his chest and asked if he could ask a question, to which he offered to take a risk. The hero looked at him menacingly and asked if the prosperity of the empire or the honor of the family was more important to him. Suddenly, the gray-haired man became alarmed upon hearing this. He calmed down and said that this was indeed a bold question and said that neither interested him. Then the black-haired man, with an even more serious look, asked what if after the death of the emperor, the head of the empire would not be the first prince, but the third or fourth. The director got furious after the question of whether he would join one of the sides and said that this was no longer courage, but ordinary insolence. Black-eyed looked sternly in front of himself, and wondered if he was a puppet of his brother, and then thought about how he himself was in his position. He imagined himself on the throne. He immediately imagined the first prince, and thought that it was Kundal who made the biggest contribution to the fact that in his first life it was the first prince who ascended to the throne. Ronal is known for his cruel character, and in the struggle for power he killed all his brothers. When the director began to reproach him for this, he was condemned as a traitor and then executed, and although the future of others was revealed to him, he was never able to discern his own. Suddenly the old man slammed his hand on the table and said that he was talking nonsense. He moved his hand to the side and asked if he thought it was so easy to destroy this 100-year piece, and then said that he thought he had a special gift, and that he was just a fool. The guy folded his arms and asked if he really thought so, and then said that his daughter, the mother of the first prince and second princess, died of illness, so the third and fourth prince, the children of the current empress, cannot be discounted. He immediately imagined the crest and said that the Nipple family of Empress Cassandra are known for their thirst for power. He raised his finger up and said that their family will do everything to consolidate their power over the empire, and he believes that peace in the empire is already hanging by a thread. He looked with a crazy smile and said that the day he collapses, this academy will also come to an end. The old man was wildly perplexed and wondered how such thoughts could belong to an 11-year-old boy and thought about how he could so clearly imagine the picture of everything that was happening. The director stood up from his seat and asked about the point of telling him about this, to which the hero immediately said that he wanted to offer him a deal and said that he wanted to make a deal. He smiled softly and said that he would help him and that peace would come to his family and the academy. The gray-haired man listened to him attentively, and he continued and said that he would have to withdraw his warning. But then the black-haired man was greatly confused by loud laughter. Suddenly the old man created a huge magic circle and asked about what power it possessed. He looked menacingly at the boy and waving his finger said that his own arrogance would destroy him. Chains immediately began to break out of the circle. It was the chain of justice that grabbed the hero and tied him up. But at that moment, the protagonist smiled and thought about what he wanted to check. The old man stood right in front of him and said that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to get out of the 9-star magic. He adjusted his beard and said that he overestimated his talent. But then the hero with a menacing smile asked to let him show. The long-haired man was immediately taken aback. The hero turned into a shadow and his eyes glowed after using the sphere of nothingness. The chains immediately began to absorb black fog. The old man covered himself with his hand thinking that it was impossible for a 1-star sphere to absorb his magic. Suddenly, the protagonist's magic began to grow sharply. At that moment, a huge shadow ball tore the shackles apart. The gray-haired man was in complete shock and froze. He opened his eyes wide and thought about how talented this guy was. Suddenly, the darkness dissipated and Cion knelt down on one knee. He shook his shoulder and asked if he thought he was useful enough. To which the old man said with great anxiety that he agreed and was canceling the warning, and then asked if he really didn't want anything else. The guy smiled softly and said that it was true and said that he just wanted to attend the academy without any problems. Kundal immediately frowned and asked if that was all true, to which he immediately said that it was true. He lowered his head, imagining the coat of arms and thought that he just didn't want to see the academy destroyed again. Afterwards, it was evening. He picked up a bag of sweets and said that it was probably because he had a child waiting at home, and he had bought so many different goodies. Brian walked down the street with a soft smile and said that the mere thought of Nana eating made his uncle happy. Suddenly, something suddenly confused him. He immediately looked around and thought about how suspiciously quiet it was outside, and then he thought about what he was imagining. He immediately looked into the gateway and tensed up. He stopped and ordered them to stop hiding and come out. Suddenly, a man in a suit came out of the shadows. The blonde tensed up and didn't understand what was happening. He dropped the bag on the ground and it scattered. The groceries remained lying on the ground. After talking with the director, it was decided that the hero could freely attend classes and that today he only had to sit through the afternoon classes. He slept on his desk and drooled with a dissatisfied face, thinking about how incredibly boring it was. He reached for the door and thought that listening to what he had already gone through 30 years ago was almost torture. He stood calmly while the princess was behind him and thought that since there was no purification work yet, he could just train, but she asked from behind his back where he was going. She approached him and said with a terrifying look that in her opinion the classes were not over yet. Cion turned around and said that he was going to the restroom, but she called him a liar. She grimaced, while the assistant was behind her, and said that the restroom was on the wrong side, and asked if he was sure that he was heading there. The black-haired man put his hands in his pockets and asked if she allowed Rasmus to call her by her name, but she immediately said that he was changing the subject and said that it was so. Then she became even more terrifying and asked why he continued to call her princess, to which he immediately said that he was a citizen of the empire, and she was a noble member of the imperial family, and then asked what else he should call her. Someone was coming down the stairs, while Arena said that he was as impudent and stubborn as always and decided to take it as a compliment, princess. Suddenly, the red-haired man appeared in the background, came out on the stairs and called her. She immediately got scared and turned around. She started shaking, while the hero did not understand what was happening. The guests started to go down the stairs and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She immediately noticed the blonde and turned to him. Then she noticed the guy with freckles who was smiling. The princess immediately curtsied and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. They then approached her and arrogantly asked when she would grow up and asked why she dragged her everywhere with her, and the first prince immediately asked why she hung out with commoners, and then said that they really were birds of a feather. The protagonist looked at them menacingly and thought that this was the Marquis man, and he clearly did not like the princess. Suddenly Fabian became alarmed and noticed him. Cion calmly looked at them and said that this was their first meeting and introduced himself as the youngest son of the Burt family. The brothers ignored their sister and approached him, asking how it was possible not to recognize the son of the Duke, a close friend of the Emperor, and mentioned that he had recently distinguished himself in the valley. The hero's ears caught on the phrase that they would be waiting for him at the next social event. While they were trying to fawn, the maid looked at their backs and worried. The red-haired man put his hand on the black-haired man's shoulder and asked if this was a great opportunity, to which he immediately said that he was grateful for the words, and they said goodbye. Suddenly, the white-haired one lowered her head and she was remembered. The green-eyed man hung over her shoulder and said with a grin that this would be without her. She squeezed her hand when she was reminded of her status and told to control herself. He smiled widely and said to know her place. They began to leave and the maid looked at them and asked if they were princes. She looked at them with concern and asked what was going on in their heads, to which Irina said that after all, this is a family, and blood is thicker than water. The black-haired man calmly looked ahead and said that, however, judging by what he saw, the red-eyed woman was horrified when he continued and said that their attitude towards her was worse than towards others. He imagined many skulls under a crown and said that whether it was blood or water, all of this faded in comparison to strength, and therefore. He began to leave and with a menacing look said that the fact that they were cold meant one thing, and they were keeping the princess under control. She was wildly embarrassed after his words that there was no need to be upset, because they were doing this in order to monitor the situation. The maid immediately tried to calm her down and patted her on the shoulders and tried to bring her to her senses. At this time, Nana was already asleep and the guy said that he had returned. He entered the room and asked why no one was there and tried to call at least someone. Suddenly Kirim appeared and said that she was coming and said that she was not allowed to rest in peace. The hero turned around and asked why she was in spirit form again, to which the demoness said that she hid her energy better this way, and then asked why he called her. He pointed at her and with a displeased face ordered her to look for Brian. But the sword was not at all happy about this. She immediately began to get mad and asked if she was a dog to receive such a rude attitude and asked why she should look for someone, and then said that he would soon return on his own. But then she sniffed and noticed something. The protagonist got scared when he heard that it was the smell of blood. At this time, the missing person was thrown into some alley. Barrett stood among the thugs and said with a wild smile that he should have just gone with him while he was being kind. The bastard smiled even wider and said that he only made the job harder. The housekeeper started spitting out blood while they told him that they had heard that he was his only accompanying knight, but was just trash. He calmly looked at the beaten man and putting his hands in his pocket, said that they would cut him into pieces and send them as a gift to the owner. The bastard smiled from ear to ear and said that this was the price he had to pay for daring to oppose him. Brian lay motionless while they told him that if he remembered that moment, he would start to feel sick, and he agreed. The bastard was surprised and asked again with a displeased face. He got angry after the words that he would feel sick too. The green-eyed man smiled while lying on the floor and asked who did what to him there, and then said that it was just funny. The bastard leaned over him with a wild smile and insultingly said that he had simply gone crazy after being beaten. He immediately put his hands in his pocket when his men came forward and said that he didn't care and offered to finish him off. The cloaked hero watched the beating from the roof, wondering what they were planning. Barrett was surprised to hear his voice behind him. The hero stood in the hood and looked at his opponent, asking Barrett if this was his doing. The wounded Brian looked at him, noticing his presence. The hooded Cion replied that the guy looked bad, assuming that his ligaments were also damaged. The guy looked at him madly, saying that his presence was better for them, because first they would cut out his intestines. Cion smiled evilly, answering that the opponent would not live to see that moment. The hero jumped from a height, swinging his demonic weapon, using the 8th move of the Sword of Fog. The offender dropped the sword from his hands. He was stabbed in the neck. Another was also hacked with the sword. The hero easily threw opponents to the sides, listening to their heart-rending screams. Barrett covered himself with his hands, wondering how he had dealt with his mercenaries in an instant, asking himself if he could not be defeated. A huge purple magical vortex was summoned by the young man. His eyes were glowing. The blonde already thought that he was a real monster. He angrily shouted at the hero that he would finish him off, calling him by name. Barrett was kicked in the stomach, so he did not even have time to attack his opponent. Cion threw him far enough, knocking down other mercenaries. Barrett sat by the wall. The young man said that he had not changed at all. The guy saw the hero approaching him. He asked how funny it was for him to mock those who were weaker than him. The guy with an evil smile asked what the interlocutor cared about other people's hobbies, also asking if he would kill him for this. The boy sat on the throne with his hands folded. It was Barrett, the eldest son of the Ruimel family of an influential royal family. Even in his past life he had a problematic character. The boy stood over the tortured body. He beat the servants for fun. The young man looked madly at the fire, because he loved to burn small animals alive. The boy sat next to the corpse of a classmate, whom he brutally killed, justifying himself with his practice in magic, but went too far. The symbols on the piece of paper glowed. The fog received an order to deal with him. Cion opened his eyes wide, because he saw something in the mansion from which the boy was expelled. He looked at the mountain of countless corpses of servants in the basement of the mansion. A tired and maddened blonde sat on a chair. The hero tried to torment him with torture, but the victim only laughed, telling him not to delay the murder. The boy madly grimaced, saying that he had done all the pranks he wanted in this life. The hero looked at him with displeasure, realizing that death by torture was not a severe punishment for him, because he did everything he wanted. Cion looked at him furiously, realizing that the price for ruined lives was too low. A hand grabbed Beret's cheeks. He conjured a magic sphere in his other hand. Crouching in front of the victim, who screamed that the hero did not dare to do this, the guy asked again what he said about him. The blonde screamed, asking if he could get away with it, because he was the pinnacle of power in the kingdom. Cion shoved the sphere into his mouth, saying that he talked too much. He glared angrily with red eyes, saying that if he moved, he might not be lucky, then it would only get worse. The hero continued to shove it into his mouth. He did not care what was said behind his back. Cion grinned madly, saying that he should not have touched his people, because they had nothing to do with it. The blonde closed his eyes, starting to scratch his neck with his hands. He was clearly suffocating. Someone in a cloak watched as the guy suffered from the hero's tricks. Sitting on one knee, the guy understood that he had to tell about Cion hiding such an ability. A hand appeared in front of his face. He thought about the hero being able to interfere with the master's plans. Sarika put a knife to the guy's neck, covering his mouth with her hand, asking if he was the fan who had been following his student in recent days. Nosha approached the wounded Brian. Trembling, he looked away, saying how ashamed he was and he did not expect that the offenders would attack him in a crowd. The young man looked at him with displeasure and remained silent. He was disgusted. He stood in front of the servant, asking why he was fighting a fight that he obviously could not win. His eye was swollen. He frowned when he was asked if this was his very loyalty. The hero squatted down, asking why he didn't just run away, adding that he understood his intentions, but still thought he was an idiot. Cion looked at him seriously, stating that there was no loyalty worth dying for, so he advised him not to do anything stupid. The servant held his hand. The master promised to deal with him at home, and the boy apologized to him. The hero closed his eyes, telling Master Sarika to leave. He looked back. She asked if the boy noticed him, receiving a positive answer, since she brought so many members of the organization with her. The boy watched her land after the jump. Sarika said that she brought a gift, holding someone in her hands. The tied-up boy fell to the ground in displeasure. The boy and the girl stood in front of each other. Cion said that it was the one who had been watching him for the past few days, and after the boy's answer, she asked if the boy knew. Cion closed his eyes, answering her positively. Sarika exhaled, closing her eyes. First of all, she wanted to say that she recognized his abilities. She remembered the assassins of the darkness. His strength surpassed them. Cion stood in front of the rector, having managed to convince him with his eloquence. The youth held a demonic sword in his hands. Having managed to cope with it, he showed the best qualities as a successor. She looked at him seriously, saying that he might have trouble if he continued in the same manner, because such spies would appear much more often. The hooded youth looked at her, answering that he would be careful. His eyes sparkled with rage. He said that he was not going to live like a fool, and if they touched his people, he would find them all and destroy them. Sarika laughed. She understood. In her head she asked herself if he would take care of the protection of his loved ones. She waved her hand, saying that the successor himself would take care of it, so she was leaving. The guy was surprised. Sarika pointed her finger at Beret, saying that she would take him on. The boy agreed. The tied-up spy looked at him, asking what the hero would do with him. Would he kill him? The boy smiled evilly, saying that killing him would be too easy. The spy screamed, saying that interrogations would be useless, because he would not say a word. The boy pointed his finger at him, calling him Ashel's confidant, also calling him by name. The spy stood next to Ashel. He was the one who never left him for a moment. His gaze was frowning. He was jealous of Ashel and his past life towards the hero. The boy looked skeptically, thinking that this guy could be dangerous in another sense. The hero extended his hand in a dark glove. He pointed it at the spy. He did not care if he got rid of him now. He was Ashel's servant. A magical whirlwind emanated from his hand, because the hero understood that this spy would be more useful to his plan alive. Cion began to cast a spell. The boy got scared, telling him to get away from him. His eyes lit up. He was creating a shadow personality. The magical whirlwind penetrated the spy through his mouth, enveloping him. He screamed. Something dark flowed from his eyes and mouth. There was clear sunny weather above the palace. M ran, swinging his sword. He clashed with the princess with his blade. She parried his blow, but the boy quickly appeared behind. Reshmus pointed the blade at her, saying that victory was hers. Arena looked displeased at the confused maid, whom she asked to call her by her name when they were alone. She apologized, calling her princess. She looked at her furiously, calling her name again. They looked in the direction of the sound, assuming that they were also training hard. Brian received a strong blow to the fist. He was hit in the knee and screamed. Then he got hit in the stomach by the hero. The guy flew back, but stayed on his feet. Cion noted that thanks to his endurance he could well become a good master. The young man stood in a stance, being serious, adding that he also had excellent physical data. Brian was exhausted, standing with his hands folded. The guy thought that he could be useful later. He asked if he was tired. The guy suddenly coughed up blood, while saying that he would endure everything to the end. The young man was embarrassed. He could not do anything, although it was hard. He remembered Barrett, realizing that there was no guarantee that the situation with him would not repeat itself and his servant should be able to stand up for himself. He looked at his master, asking if he would have problems because of this spy, receiving in response that he was now on their side. The tied-up guy absorbed energy through his eyes and mouth and screamed. Beaten Brian watched this in amazement. He sat and watched as the guy cast a spell on the spy. The guy frowned, because he hadn't done this for a long time, so it was hard for him. A shadow personality in a robe. With the help of this magic, a new shadow personality is created and manipulates the target at will. The guy untied him, remembering that he used this magic only once in his past life. The spy crouched in front of the hero. He asked him who he was. He introduced himself as an official guardian knight. He looked at the floor seriously, saying that he came to the academy to look after Cion. The guy smiled, realizing that he had become more obedient, asking who he served. Folding his hand on his knee, the spy replied that he initially served Ashel, but now he wants to serve the hero and asks to accept him. The young man watched with a smile, telling him to listen carefully to his words and then pass them on to Ashel. The hero smiled madly, saying not to let anything in, asking if he understood him. The spy bowed before him, saying that he would obediently carry out the young master's order. A sparkle flashed in his frowning eyes. Cion looked away doubtfully, remembering how true his eyes were, that he felt uneasy, but he thought that everything would be fine. They looked at the princess. She asked if he decided to train with his knight, receiving a positive answer and the same question. The princess with Reshmus behind her answered that she comes here with him every weekend and trains. They heard about the recent incident, so they should be prepared. The young man looked away, realizing that it was because of what happened last week. Barrett was sitting dead in front of the treatment center and was found there, and although his body had significant injuries, the killer was not found. His eyes were wide open. The hero did not do this. The young man turned around, surprised by Reshmus's reaction. The girl looked at the floor indifferently. The guy thought that she would feel some relief. The girl suddenly shouted "Daddy" for everyone. A very small girl jumped down on the guys from above. Brian shouted in shock to the young master. The young man opened his eyes wide, realizing that it was Nana. He left her with Kirim. The girl lay down and slept peacefully on the couch. Nana fell into the arms of the surprised princess. She was perplexed, where the child came from. The girl clenched her fists, screaming that she found Daddy. The princess asked again in shock, not believing her ears. Nana reached out to the guy, calling him Daddy. Arena was very surprised, not understanding when he had a child and from whom. There were many question marks around the guy. She did not understand anything. Sunset was already approaching in the city. She could not believe it. The princess with her hand on her forehead said with relief that it was not Sion's child. She was just repeating Dad, and there was a small misunderstanding. The young man sat awkwardly, realizing that he was caught, and by the princess too. Brian sat in fear, realizing that if they found out about this, they would be kicked out of the academy, especially when it was revealed that this child was a dragon. The princess with her hand on her chest told the hero not to worry, because she would not tell anyone about this. The guys were surprised. The young man asked if she was serious. She with her hand on her chest looked at the maid playing with the child, asking her. Reshmus answered smilingly that they did not have friends, so there was no one to tell. The girl turned pale, and the young man asked them what the reason was. Arena looked at him, explaining that the reason was pity. The girl in the maid's arms was smiling. She did not belong to either people or dragons, so no one would accept her. The guy looked at them, listening. That he was doing a good thing by deciding to take care of her. She pointed at him with his finger, asking if she could come to him sometimes in exchange for silence. The hero asked again. Arena pressed her hand in embarrassment, asking to understand her correctly. She just wants to visit Nana. He blushed deeply and widened his gaze when the hero said that it made no difference to him. The princess nodded when the interlocutor asked if this would be their common secret now. She looked pleased, realizing that they had a common secret. The girls stood opposite the boys. They were getting ready to leave, and the maid wished him to be careful. She looked at the princess in bewilderment. Arena was all red, wondering if she had definitely become closer with Cion. Reshmus was worried, considering her sick. Kirim asked with a smile what interesting things she missed while she was sleeping, asked if it was time for everyone to know that the guy lives with a demonic sword. The young man angrily pointed at her, telling her to just shut up and go to bed. In response, he was called selfish. Brian, holding a girl in his arms, asked if he could take her for a walk, assuming she was stressed from being locked up. The boy and girl looked at him, asking if he could handle it, and he answered yes, so they decided to take a walk. The dragons were flying across the night sky. One of them noticed something. He suddenly stopped, and so did his friend. The girl looked at him, asking what was wrong, and he was told that there was a disgusting smell, and asked what kind of place it was. The girl looked at him, assuming that they were near the academy. The dragon against the night sky asked her again, saying that his return should be postponed. His eyes were red, he could feel the energy coming from there, but as a dragon he could not allow it to exist. The boys were walking in the vicinity of the Reuben. The servant ran after the girl, saying that it was dangerous there, but the girl flew on. She was having a lot of fun, and there was a lot of space. The guy looked at her with a smile, thinking that she looked happy. The plane was 10 kilometers from the Reuben. The girl closed her eyes and smiled. The guy understood that she could do whatever she wanted here. The demon next to him looked at the guy and asked if he wanted to look for a mother for the girl, offering the princess as a candidate. The guy suddenly stopped, his eyes lit up. The demon looked and told him to stop, because someone was approaching. The dragon clenched his teeth, calling it disgusting. Brian was afraid for the girl, trying to warn her. He dodged with the girl before the magical flow attacked them. Nana pressed herself against him. The young man asked what was wrong with her, receiving the answer that she was fine. He looked at her with displeasure, telling her to hide behind him. Dragons descended to the ground, leaving a dent in the ground. The girl and the man stood nearby. The guy wondered where two higher dragons came from. The guy looked at them angrily, hugging the dragon. The two realized what the source was. The man looked at her with displeasure, calling her the source of the disgusting smell. It was a higher silver dragon. The girl folded her arms across her chest, realizing that it was a draconid, calling her a disgusting creature. She was a higher red dragon. The guy clenched his fists. They asked him if he was the owner of this half-breed. Assuming that he was also the keeper of the demonic blade, the demon was indignant. The red dragon looked and told her to be quiet, calling the man a servant. The demon got angry, asking if the girl wanted to die. Her anger was stopped by a hand. She was indignant. How could such a lower creature dare to speak like that? The man put out his hand, telling her to calm down, because they were not interested in her, and they were not going to fight lower creatures. Brian hugged the trembling Nana. The dragon said that they should give them the half-breed. She was crying. They called her a creature in which the blood of a dragon and a human flows. They needed to study her. The man looked menacingly and added that in this case they would spare their lives. The guy took up his weapon, telling the high dragon to shut up. The man asked him irritably what he said. The guy's eyes lit up. He repeated his words, calling his opponent a lizard. The dragon began to laugh. A stream of energy passed to the left of the guy. A powerful attack was directed at the young man. Brian was worried about him. He calmly replied that he was fine, advising him to stay away. He looked at the trace of the attack, understanding what a serious skill it was. The dragon flew up, holding a sword in his hands, saying that lower creatures have no instinct for self-preservation at all. This was the 9th technique of the killer, the phenomenon of the demonic sword. The guy's head was burning. Red energy appeared around him. The girl was surprised, telling her comrade that this was the power of the exile. The man frowned, calling today a day of surprises, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't change the fact that he was just a pathetic human. The man was surprised the boy attacked him. He looked at him, not understanding when he managed to do it. He managed to parry his blows and flew back a little. The man grinned viciously, calling him a pathetic human. He dealt a good blow, but the boy was able to dodge. The man extended his hand, using a shock wave. The magic wave was right above the hero. He was blurred under the rays of this magical phenomenon. The flow of magic hit him, reaching all the way to the ground. Suddenly, he was behind his opponent, using the 3rd assassin technique, Foggy Fight. Cion dealt many blows, but the girl protected the dragon with a fire barrier. The guy has it. Was the sword of the mist, a raging storm. She put up her shield, smilingly declaring that she stop him, but she was warned from below that she should not fight him. She smiled evilly, asking the Lord not to worry, saying that she would not lose. This fire barrier, dragon barrier, which has been accumulating mana for thousands of years, marking that pathetic people don't even live that long. The guy's eyes lit up brighter. He used the skill of 8 fluttering petals. The girl opened her eyes wide, noticing him. He directed a huge magical wave at her. The guy was able to break through barrier. The girl's eyes widened in realization. The young man was making a huge the number of swings of the sword. This is the 2nd blow of the bundle. The man with the sword stood and watched. To this, he bared his teeth, asking who he was anyway. The guy stood by the pit. The supreme dragon wondered if the god of fog had such power, saying that he shouldn't have that kind of power. The young man looked at him. They demanded an answer from him to the question of what he was. The man looked at him menacingly, realizing that he was going to answer, so he recognized him as his opponent. The young man looked at him. The man suddenly lit up, beginning to transform. He turned out to be inside the dragon, using a spell that dispels the human form and returns them to their original form. The dragon suddenly bared his teeth. He straightened his wings. The dragon opened his mouth wide and roared at his rival. His former place was empty. The young man rushed to attack, realizing that he was now in the most vulnerable form. The dragon glared at the enemy above him, asking what he was doing. The guy swung, but the man was afraid that he knew the weakness of his polymorph. Calling him a pitiful man, the hero struck the dragon in the head, and he loudly roared. His eyes widened. He understood that he urgently needed to get out of this form. The young man smiled, saying that it was too late now. The hero struck him with his sword, using the root of the unshakable tree. The dragon screamed loudly, his eyes turned red. He soared high into the sky. The boy's powers enveloped him. Brian, with the girl in his arms, quickly ran to his young master, asking if he was okay. He opened his mouth wide, noticing something. He covered the girl's eyes with his hand, to which she was indignant and said that she did not see anything. The boy ate the dragon meat, handing a piece to the servant, saying that it was rare meat. Brian, with the girl in his arms, looked at the boy with displeasure, saying that she also wanted to eat, but he refused. It was only for the two of them. Kellen stood in front of Ashel. He asked again if there was an unknown force that was watching over his little brother. The servant looked calmly, answering positively, assuming that the informants they sent were destroyed by them. Ashel folded his elbows on the table. He was sorry that he could not get more information. She frowned, finding something strange. Kellen stood calmly. The young man was indignant. Where was the fear with which he left before? He looked like a completely different person now. Ashel closed his eyes, clearly intending to entrust something to the servant. He tensed when his master was about to ask one question. Ashel looked at him suspiciously, keeping silent about his reaction. Kellen frowned, realizing that this was a test, and he began to suspect him. The boy pressed his hand to his chest. He bowed before the master, saying, "May Master Lumindal bless him." Ashel smiled, thanking his servant for such an answer. Kellen was worried. Looking at the floor, the young man asked him to understand correctly, because this is a normal procedure, and then allowed him to go. The servant left, realizing that he should be more careful from now on, because if he doubted him even a little, nothing could be done. His hand was on the door handle. He understood that nothing could stop Cion. He opened the door, noticing a woman in front of him, surprised by her presence. Emily was about to knock. She said hello. Kellen recognized her as the young master's maid. He grimaced with displeasure, asking what she was doing here. Ashel's hand fell on his shoulder. The guy answered that he had called her. He found himself behind the servant, clarifying the girl's name. She trembled, telling him that he was right. The blonde closed his eyes and smiled, asking the maid to do him a small favor. The girl blushed, asking about it again. 2 torches illuminated the room, indicating that Lucian and Catalina were missing. The main crystal was shining brightly, telling that they left after a strange energy appeared in the vicinity of the academy. Surprisingly, the aura of dragons with the power of 8 stars and above disappeared. 2 crystals were destroyed, their magic stones lost their shine, and in those places, nothing was found except traces of battle and destruction. The crystals nearby suggested that someone killed 2 dragons and erased all traces with magic. The main crystal was shining, suggesting that the killer had a darkness attribute. Kundal was the only one who could kill 2 dragons at once. The old man stretched out his hand and calmly cast a spell. He did not have a darkness attribute. In other words, there was a third person they did not know about. The 2 crystals nearby were discussing a boy, Cion, from the Royal Academy, the only one who had a darkness attribute. Another crystal told of a rumor where a boy survived an attack by a demon dragon on the front lines. The killed Rinald and Zykerman were suppliers of raw materials. The hero could be involved in their deaths. The main crystal lit up, asking what connection there could be to call it an attack, saying that they needed to keep an eye on it. The hooded girl was his granddaughter. He decided to let her contact Cion. The sun was shining quite brightly above the academy dormitory. Arena was smiling with a cake in her hands. It was a special cake delivered straight from the imperial palace. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cake. The princess offered to try it, receiving a positive response from the girl. The boy was watching them. The maid was standing near the bags. The princess told the girl to eat, because they had a lot of them. The boy sat at the table, folding his arms across his chest, understanding that they were doing well, and they needed to keep a low profile for a while. The girl ate the cake. However, if the dragons sensed Nana's existence, they would no longer leave them alone. Reshmus laughed sincerely. The young man understood that he would not allow anyone to touch what belonged to him, because he decided to live this life for himself. Ashel smiled evilly and ominously. The hero was going to completely destroy him and all his plans. The girl turned around with a smile, looking at the young man. The guy looked very happy, so the princess decided to ask if something good happened to him. Cion grinned, going to say something, and then replied that a pleasant thought suddenly came to his mind. 2 guys were sitting in the garden. It was the Burt family mansion. They were sitting next to each other and discussing how much time had passed since they graduated. Lionel sat with his hand on the table, saying that the blonde looked good, he was the first prince. Ashel smiled, saying that all this was thanks to his majesty. Lionel lowered his gaze and became more serious, going to discuss something more important. He folded his hands on the table, asking when the boy was going to leave the outskirts. As far as he knew, Alice had gone on a trip to the continent. The blonde closed his eyes, smiling, saying that he was worried about where she was and what was happening to her now. The boy rested his head on his hand, asking if his brother had ever worried that she could become a threat to him. Ashel narrowed his eyes, saying that these were quite dangerous words. The servant poured the boy a drink. He asked if there was anything between them that they could not discuss. He also asked if Cion was his younger brother. The drink was poured into a glass. His father was very interested in him, so he would think about his marriage with Irina. He frowned with the glass in his hands, saying that the princess was empty and useless, like a shell from a cancer, not understanding why he was so fiercely protecting her. Ashel smiled darkly and slyly, asking him to be patient, since it would be more useful if she attracted attention and gained influence. Lionel brought the glass to his mouth, noting how pleasant and easy it was to talk to his opponent. Ashel was handed a bottle. The guy offered him a drink, but he noted that he had not seen this guardian knight before. The young man turned with a smile, saying that he had recently discovered this treasure during his trip to the slums. His gaze narrowed in satisfaction. Boris offered to pour with a smile, introducing himself by his name. The guy thought that his interlocutor had managed to find the best gem of all the treasures. There was a clear sky above the academy. 2 years had passed like this. The guys looked in one direction, embarrassed. The other young man also turned around enthusiastically. Alice, with a backpack on her back, watched the events behind her. She had returned from her trip. A bright sun was shining above the academy. The door suddenly closed. The girl stood in front of the dean, laughing at his words about not seeing each other for a long time. The old man looked at her and asked if she enjoyed the trip. The girl closed her eyes, answering positively, adding that she was in a spring. Kundal was puzzled, asking him if this was the land where people were not welcome. She took off her backpack, saying that it took her a year to get used to it, but she still wanted to know what harmony the dean was talking about. The girl looked determined, quoting his words about the place where she would be, will develop, so she will have to constantly think about it. The dean looked at her, assuming that she had already made a decision. She said with a smile that she was joining the Knights of Light. Alice, with her hand on her hip, confidently stood in front of the dean. He asked if she wanted to continue the family legacy. She answered that someone had to take on this burden. She smiled sadly, saying that she was worried about her younger brothers, especially the timid Cion. She was surprised when the dean laughed, asking why he was laughing. Kundal stroked his beard, ironically rhetorically asking if her younger brother was timid, finding it funny. The girl turned around to look at her brother behind her, who said that it was even too funny. The sister looked at her brother in surprise. In front of her stood a grown-up Cion. She asked if it was really him. The young man looked at her with a smile, saying that he missed her. Brother and sister walked together. The girl was surprised at how much he had changed since their last meeting. Alice raised her hand, noting that they had become the same level and her brother would soon overtake her. The girl squeezed his cheek when the young man joked that his sister had simply become smaller. A calm, peaceful sky hung over the academy. The young man remembered this day well from his previous life, the 2nd of June, 988th year since its foundation. Alice laughed sincerely, and then the hero saw her alive for the last time. Their legs confidently walked somewhere. The elder asked if he wanted to go home, since he was on vacation. The boy looked at her with a smile, asking if there was anyone waiting for him there besides the girl. His sister looked at him in surprise, not believing that no one was waiting for her younger brother at home, noting that he hadn't been home for 2 years. The hero remembered Ashel, realizing that there were more than a few excuses why he didn't want to return to the duchy. Firstly, the location of the blonde there. His father and stepmother were standing with their backs turned. The duchess would try to get rid of him by any means, and the duke would just watch from the sidelines. Returning there was suicide. The boy stood in front of the gates of the duchy, realizing that he most likely would not return home until he graduated from the academy. The boy looked down. The girl asked about his relationship with Cranes. She was very surprised to hear that they did not get along, asking what the younger one meant. The hero looked angrily, asking if his sister knew about how her brother treated him since childhood. Alice was dumbfounded to hear that he attempted on Sion's life. They looked at the knight who could witness all of this. The guy introduced his night guard to his sister. The girl covered her mouth with her hand, embarrassing the guy with the assumption that he was chasing her for no reason. Several clouds hung over the academy. She still could not believe that this had happened. The guys stood nearby. The sister did not know anything. Then the guy said that the duchess and her son were behind it, adding that she was not guilty. She looked angrily, touching her chin with her hand. The young man looked at his sister seriously, calling her. Alice touched his chin, asking if he had told anyone else about this, receiving in response that it had already happened. The guy showed her his hand, suspecting that his brother had already thought about his behavior. The sister threw herself on her brother's neck. He was in great shock. She hugged him with tears, saying that he shouldn't bear this burden alone. Sometimes he can rely on his sister. He became serious, hearing her words about his sister protecting him. The knight wiped away his tears. The girl replied that she wanted to talk to him further away, but she had unfinished words. She asked him to take care of himself. The knight with his hand on his face looked at her indignantly. The girl hugged the knight, embarrassing him with this, asking him to take care of his brother. Brian noticed the guy's furious eyes and his gestures, considering it unfair. The sunset was already spreading over the academy. Brother and sister waved to each other. He looked at her enthusiastically, realizing that he hadn't seen this for a long time. The girl with her hand on her chin looked very frightening. It was her look that the guy did not understand. Daytime was visible through the windows. Cion barely held back the attack. His eyes were scared. He sat on the carpet in front of his opponent, who had folded his sword around his neck, asking, "Is that all?" His brother looked at him madly, ordering his opponent to get up. Cion screamed in fear for him to stop, admitting his defeat and his victory. The blonde hit his brother with the hilt, calling him words as dirty as he was. Crane swung his sword, smiling madly. He suddenly became nervous when he heard someone asking him to stop. It was someone's voice behind him. He timidly turned to his sister. She asked what he was doing. Her eyes sparkled with displeasure, and she demanded that he apologize to her brother right now. Cion propped his head up with his hand, remembering how he had seen that look only once in the past, and then the duchy had really turned upside down. The guy frowned, realizing that he had to tell his sister the truth about the people around her for her own sake. The girl stood in front of huge monsters. The young man wanted to protect his sister in this way. The wounded Alice looked at them with fear. Her brother wanted to save her from a tragic future. In her hands were 2 envelopes. The hero looked at them, asking where they were from. Brian answered that one was given out at the academy, and the other by a strange garbage man. The guy was surprised to see a black envelope in his hands. Cion said that it was a good job. The young man looked at the black envelope. The servant held the second one. The hero assumed that it was from the imperial palace. He picked up the red envelope, confirming his guess, because it had the imperial seal on it. Brian and Kiram wondered what had happened in the palace. The young man leaned over the letter, telling him that at this time of year a ball was being held in the duchy. In his hands was a black sheet. It turned out to be a murder order. The man with a mustache looked slyly. It was Drenian, whose murder was a rather big incident that occurred at the imperial banquet. He looked gloomily, realizing that the shock was huge, since he was the Empress's younger brother. The girl stood in front of him, asking if the guy was going to go, to which she received a positive answer. He had business there. He looked at Sarika incredulously, remembering that last time they sent someone else, but it seems she cares about the guy very much. The girl took the letter, saying that it was from the princess. Kiram looked awkwardly, saying that she used to think of him as a child, and now he already writes love letters. The hero looked displeased, going to control the demonic sword, but she quickly understood everything. She fell to the floor. The hero noted that they need to get ready for the trip to the palace. Someone's bare feet were standing at the door. She told her dad that she was hungry. Brian looked at her in shock. The young man was surprised, asking why he was making so much noise. His gaze widened when she looked at her. Nana was rubbing her eyes with a toy. Cion was surprised, realizing that she had grown up again. There was an almost clear sky above the palace. Someone's feet confidently walked on the ground. The door suddenly opened. All the courtiers looked at Alice in shock. The old man looked at her, asking if she had returned. The girl also did not hide her curiosity. She angrily asked where the Duchess was, out of inertia at first calling her mother. Margaret sat and calmly read a book. She turned around, noticing someone. She looked at the girl entering, worried. The Duchess noted how long it had been since they had seen each other, intending to ask her the girls. "How is she doing?" Her hand suddenly swung out. She gave the Duchess a resounding slap. The man approaches the Duchess and calls for the guards, not understanding why she is not there yet. Margaret, holding her cheek, says that Alice has gone mad, but the girl replies that she is the one who has gone mad. Looking aggressively at the Duchess, the heroine states that she tried to kill Cion. Margaret is perplexed that Alice found out about this, and indignantly denies that she tried to kill Cion, asking if she has proof. The heroine replies that the Duchess just confirmed it with her question. Standing surrounded by guards, Margaret asks how the girl dares to accuse the Duke's wife without proof. She shouts at the guards why they have not taken her out yet. The men run towards Alice, apologizing to their mistress. The heroine glanced. She jumped over the guard. The girl hits the warrior with her knee. Alice uses the elemental spirit Undine. The heroine throws back the enemies with water magic. Margaret watches in disbelief as they fight, realizing it is elemental magic, wondering how she defeated the guards so easily. Alice goes to the Duchess, who asks her not to come near, as she is showing disrespect, to which the girl replies that Brian Kendrick, Sion's guardian knight, confessed to everything. Frowning, Alice adds that 2 years ago the Duchess attempted to kill MC and asks if she hoped that if he remained silent, she would get away with it. Pointing her finger at her interlocutor, Margaret angrily asks in response if the heroine really believed these baseless judgments, considering that she had completely lost her mind. Menacingly looking at the Duchess, Alice tells her to shut up, promising to tell her father everything, so she better get ready. Opening her eyes, the girl declares that it is all over for her. She leaves the room. Margaret angrily calls her a silly girl, not understanding why she still hasn't figured it out. The Queen tensely says that Duke Willius is indifferent to everything except this child. The man, standing by the window, states that he knows that Margaret attempted to assassinate Cion Vert, asking what else she wants to tell him. Alice is dumbfounded by his words and asks how he can talk like that about his child, who almost died. Turning to the heroine, the Duke states that he is not going to justify himself, deciding that since it is Cion, everything will be fine, but the girl replies that after all, he had to face 6 Guardian Knights, and if Brian Kendrick had not been there, it would have been a bad outcome. Gritting his teeth, the man clarifies whether she thought that this man saved Cion, since the newbie, who was just a handyman, did. Alice incredulously asks if the Duke means to say that Cion dealt with them alone. As he approaches, he says that she does not know her youngest. The man hands the heroine an envelope, asking her to take it, and she asks what it is. Holding the letter in his hand, Duke explains that it is an invitation to a banquet from the imperial family, and he wants her to go there on his behalf. He sternly tells the heroine to go and cool her head, but if she is worried about Cion, then she should not. She hears the Duke's words that this child is stronger than she thinks, informing her that he is returning to the barracks. Alice is in front of the door. The girl walks along the corridor. Walking quickly, in her thoughts she does not understand how she cannot worry, because MC is only 13 years old. The girl notices Mrs. Alice around the corner. The heroine is very happy about such a meeting. Cecilia stands in front of her, and congratulates the lady on her return. In tears, hugging Alice, the interlocutor asks what the heroine was thinking about, not even sending a single letter. The lady apologizes. Cecilia Rain is the eldest knight of the Knights of Light, and Alice remembers that when she was a child, Cecilia was her personal maid, mentor, and dear friend. Holding her friend by the shoulders, the heroine offers Cecilia to freshen up after so much time, but she does not understand what it is about. Showing an envelope, Alice with a smile persuades her to go with her to the imperial palace. The carriage moves. Nana is amazed at what she sees. Leaning against the window, the girl shouts that she sees a deer. Cion seriously asks Nana to hide her tail. She is unhappy with such a request. The girl tensed up, hiding what distinguishes her. MC, seeing the maid, is surprised that she can hide her wings, horns and tail, and in this form she can safely go outside. Sitting quietly in place, Nana, hearing the protagonist question whether she remembers everything he taught her, answers that she does, because she is the young master's maid. Pointing her finger at herself, the heroine calls herself Nana. The guy sweated from tension, because he is restless, and it seems that she will get into trouble, because she is too overexcited. Sitting opposite the maid, Cion looks back. Turning to the coachman, the hero decides to find out what happened. Armed men are standing in front of Brian, and he reports that there is a gang of bandits ahead. Licking his lips, the bandit orders to give everything the hero has. Closing the door, Cion refuses to fight, asking his comrade to take care of them. Nana, shocked, asks her dad what is happening, but he calls it a trifle. While Brian chops off the bandit's head, MC adds that now he will deal with the annoying insects. The coachman kills the enemy. The man is scared, calling his brother. The warriors jump on Brian, shouting for the enemy of Brother Fernando to die. The hero thinks. He hits all the bandits with a continuous cutting flurry. The man draws his sword. Standing around the dead enemies, he realizes that the weak Brian is no more. With a smirk, the coachman considers himself strong now, and MC shouts that if his comrade is finished, then they must go. The cart moves, and Brian obeys the master. The girl put a stack of paper on the table, and declared that this is the list of participants of the banquet. Sarika holds the paper in her hands, thanking the assistant for a good job, and she adds that this time there will be many guests, suggesting to postpone their plan. The instructor seriously answers that they need to eliminate him now. The girl worriedly asks if there is a reason for killing the Drenian Nephilis, why she is in such a hurry. Looking at the document, Sarika finds it disgusting, calling it a sexual maniac who uses his power to take advantage of married women, so he should die as soon as possible. On the sheet is a photo of a man. Looking at it intently, the instructor states that this guy is also her fiancé. She looks at another sheet with the characteristics of the person. Looking at the document in surprise, Sarika wonders if this child will also attend the banquet. Around the granddaughter of the president of the Mage Society of the Kingdom of Garam Rygan's Rainreaver Lunav Rainreaver, there are various symbols, and the instructor explains that although she is physically weak due to which she almost does not attend classes, she is a rare genius who has 20% of each attribute. Staring hard at the document, Sarika does not understand why the child, who is like a rare treasure, is not seen in public, thinking that she is also participating in the banquet. The assistant, standing in front of the heroine, says how she heard that the president himself sent her. Sarika narrows her eyes, not understanding what kind of plot this is, and has a bad feeling that something will happen at this banquet. The city in daylight. The heroes walk down the street, and Brian notices that the distance to the imperial palace is certainly large. Nana bumps into a man. The man, looking down on her, calls the girl a child and asks why she is not looking forward, and the heroine apologizes. Looking awkwardly, Nana asks what she can do for him. The guy scratches the back of his head with embarrassment, and assures her that everything is fine. The girl points her finger at the man, and turning to her father, calls her uncle a good man, but MC wants her to move away immediately. Cion, looking away, thinks that Nana still does not know the outside world well, and she needs to be more careful with strangers. The night draws the young master's attention to Nana's eyes. The protagonist's gaze widens in shock. The guy sees her pupils take their true form again after the girl says she is hungry. She turns to her dad, calling him, and the hero remembers that she also emits dark energy, so she can be exposed so quickly. Pointing his finger in the direction, the guy orders Brian to urgently take Nana to the restaurant, and he obeys the young master. Watching the coachman carry his daughter away, the hero decides that even a little hunger causes her stress, which is dangerous. The restaurant sign is illuminated by the sun. Having eaten many plates, the girl assures her dad that she will live. Cion awkwardly looks at her from the other side of the table, and is glad that he took money with him, understanding how difficult it is to raise a child alone. There is a blue stripe behind the protagonist, and he sensed a strange flow of mana. Lunev, approaching the hero, says that she is glad to meet him. Looking at him from above, the girl clarifies whether this is Cion Vert in front of her. She smiles sarcastically. MC looks at the heroine tensely and does not understand how she knows his name, and also asks who she is. Sitting down next to the guy, she asks permission to sit down, but he replies that he has not yet heard the answer to his question. Looking at the hero, the girl introduces herself as Lunev and explains that she is studying at the same academy as he is, in her second year. The guy stares at Lunev and her name seems familiar to him, assuming they have met before, and replies that he did not know, since he was not interested in underclassmen. The interlocutor looks at the characters with a smile, and states that there is nothing wrong with it, and that unlike Cion, she is not that popular. Nana tilts her head to Brian and asks if this girl is Dad's friend, but he has no idea about it. Lunev looks at the people in front of him, thinking that MC has a good relationship with the guardian knight and the maid, since they even eat together. With a grin, the girl suggests that he is softer than he seems, but the protagonist states that there is no need to eat separately. Frowning to the side, Cion thinks that Lunev does nothing but shower him with compliments. While the interlocutor calmly looks at him, he wonders why she does this, and the girl asks if he came here by invitation to the imperial banquet. MC wants to know how she knows this, and the heroine explains that Cion is famous for never leaving the academy, so he doesn't know what other reason he could be here. Resting her head on her hand, Lunev is happy that they will be able to see each other at the banquet, adding that she also came here by invitation. Looking away seriously, the guy guesses that she is from a noble family. Leaving the table, the heroine says that she said that it was nice to talk, but she needs to go. The protagonist hears her ask him to remember one thing. As she leaves, the girl reminds him that her name is Lunev Rainreaver. MC's eyes widen as he remembers Lunev Rainreaver. Remembering Rygans, the hero assumes that she is the granddaughter of the president of the Mage Society of the Kingdom of Garum, and that she was sent here by that crazy old man. Lunev is underwater when the guy remembers that in her past life she died without graduating from the academy, wondering what caused it, poor health or inhumane experiments. He thinks about the fact that more and more variables and questions arise that require answers. In other words, the entire future is one continuous variable. A red moon rises over the academy, and MC does not understand why on the day of the banquet, because this day will go down in history as a bloody banquet. Arena braids her hair. Turning around, she asks Reshmus for her opinion on her appearance. The girl puts her fingers up and calls the princess a beauty, and also thinks that she is more beautiful than anyone she has seen. Looking at the large mountain of clothes, Reshmus thinks that the princess has already tried on enough dresses. Standing with her fingers up and tears in her eyes, the girl hopes that they will let her go already. Reshmus desperately sees the princess holding her dress and thinks that it will look vulgar after all. Arena is stunned to hear the assistant's words that Mr. Cion would also like it. She turned sharply to Reshmus, as she was surprised that she was talking about Cion, and the assistant does not understand why she should deny it if the princess even sent him an invitation. In anger, the heroine replies that it is her business, but Reshmus asks her to stop, because it is obvious, and the maid calls the princess. Standing with an open box, the maid says that Prince Lunel sent her a gift, saying that it will suit her. The princess is stunned that her brother gave her a gift. Looking at the necklace, Arena thinks about what purpose he did it for. Reshmus admires the decoration, saying that young Master Cion will definitely like it, but the princess orders her to shut up already. The palace hall is blinded by lights. People are chatting and drinking alcohol. The prince and the girl are watching the scene. MC is leaning against the wall, seeing that many people have gathered, not yet seeing the target. He narrows his eyes. Cion notices Kellen standing around the corner, realizing that Ashel is here too. The comrade says that he is with Prince Lunel now, and that he has something to tell him, asking the gentleman to leave this banquet. The protagonist assumes that there was a leak of information about their purge, asking if something should happen. The character seriously explains that unforeseen circumstances have arisen, so the young gentleman and the rest of the guests may be in danger. Cion hears the comrade's words that Ashel ordered them to leave the castle before the banquet began, saying that this is a small sacrifice for the common good. MC's eyes widen, and he guesses that Ashel is the culprit of the bloody banquet. Kellen, standing around the corner, promises that he will not forgive the master if he gets hurt, and the protagonist replies that he is free to go. Looking sternly, the guy asks if everything will be okay with Cion, and he assures him that it is, but he is not sure about Kellen, so he needs to go. As he leaves, the character asks the master to be careful. With a smirk, MC thinks about the words about the little sacrifice. The hero's eyes light up red and calling Ashel a scoundrel. The guy thinks that the man has completely lost his mind. Kirim, smiling maliciously, asks why the protagonist cares about other people. Standing with his hands in his pockets, Cion replies that it is not so, because he is simply pissed off by all this. The protagonist looks ahead, deciding that it seems that cleaning will have to be postponed for a while. Using telepathy, the protagonist hears Sarika's thoughts about how this dress suits the master of the hall, and surprised by the telepathic connection, she asks Cion what's going on. MC, standing in front of the girl, explains that today they needed to clean up a bit, but plans changed. Standing with a glass in his hand, the instructor asks about the reason, to which the guy explains that he received some information from a reliable source. She is horrified to hear the words that this castle will soon drown in blood, and does not understand what this means. Looking sullenly, the protagonist says that they do not have time, so he will explain later, and before the silver moon rises, they need to make sure that there are no strange traces of magic. Sarika grits her teeth and asks if the hero is sure that the information is reliable. With a flash of his eyes, he replies that he knows too well a person who can do something like this, so there is no doubt about it. With a smile, Cion tells her not to worry, assuring her that her maniac fiancé will also be caught up in the meat grinder, asking if this is good news, but the instructor asks how he knew about her fiancé. Turning to leave, MC adds that whatever the case, it's time to get down to business. Frowning, Sarika says that he will have to explain later, and Alice calls out to the professor. She tensely recognizes that voice. Alice happily approaches, telling the professor that they have not seen each other for a long time. The instructor asks what her friend is doing here, and she replies that she went out to get some fresh air, and that she also has some family business. Sarika is horrified to realize that it will be a disaster if Alice is here when the carnage begins, but she is called. The man, throwing up his hands, is surprised to see Lady Alice here, saying that he found 2 beautiful flowers at this banquet. Gritting his teeth in anger, the instructor calls him a pain in the ass, and thinks that so far everything is going smoothly. Leaning over, the man introduces himself as Drenian Nephilis, and Sarika understands that the target has arrived for the banquet. He smiles awkwardly. The hero walks down the hall. Standing in the aisle, MC asks Brian to do something. Knocking on his armor, his comrade reports that the updated Brian Kendrick is heeding the master's order, but the hero asks not to do so, otherwise he is embarrassed. Frowning at the knight, the protagonist is surprised that Brian has really become much more confident in himself. There is fire behind the man, and Cion thinks that after drinking dragon blood and becoming stronger, he fully realized himself as a guardian knight. Standing in front of his comrade, the guy orders him to go to the tunnel under the palace, and Brian replies that it is too dark there, and he is afraid. MC looks at him irritably, taking his words back in his mind and declaring that if the man said to go, then he should go without objection. The warrior fearfully tells the young master to turn around, but he does not understand what he is talking about. Emily looks around the corner when Brian adds that he is being followed, and MC does not understand what that sound is. The knight runs forward in anger, declaring that the master can rely on him, but he asks Brian to stop. The man drops the girl from her feet. Looking warily, the hero tells Brian that everything is fine and he knows her. The knight, sitting on the girl, is shocked by these words, believing that he was too rude to someone he sees for the first time. Emily lies on the floor. The stairs go down. A man comes down them. People in robes see a man at the entrance. The character, with a smirk, declares that the time has come, ordering the servants to wake up. The people sparkle with green eyes, hearing the call to wake up. Arena looks at the people in the banquet hall. The girl looks sadly, saying that she invited him, and the guy did not even show his nose. Putting her hand on the necklace, she adds that he is acting too selfishly. Lunav approaches Princess Arena, stating that it is a great honor to meet her. The girl holds onto her dress and the princess recognizes Lunav Rainreaver, a second-year student at their academy. The heroine is glad that Arena remembers her and thanks her for this. Looking at the girl in amazement, she asks how she cannot know about the genius of the kingdom of Garum, and on behalf of the entire empire welcomes her to their banquet. With a smile, Lunav replies that the princess is very kind, adding that Cion must feel it too. The princess is stunned that her interlocutor knows Cion, to which she receives the answer that they spent time together yesterday. In anger, Arena wants to know if they have seen each other, and how close they are. Raising her hand to her mouth, the heroine becomes ashamed of what she is saying. Grinning, Lunav wants to express his proposal to Princess Arena. The girl is stunned by her friend's question if she likes Cion. The heroines turned around, hearing the sound. They are scared. The red-haired girl was grabbed by a man and she screams for someone to call the guards. People see how her head is cut off. Arena is shocked and does not understand how someone got into the imperial palace. The guests run away in panic, seeing the demon, and call the guards. The antagonist looks in one direction, seeing that he found what he needed. The princess realizes that he is hunting her. Nana, holding onto her dress, introduces herself as the maid of the young Master Cion. Emily screams in fear. The maid's dress flutters. Approaching Emily, Nana realizes that she is much younger and more beautiful than her. Sitting in front of the crying girl, she asks the master if he left her for this child, but MC denies it. He interrogates Emily, asking if she said that Ashel's brother brought her here, and the girl gives an affirmative answer. Sitting on the floor, Nana says that she was really looking forward to the hero, because he also offered her to work for him. The protagonist's eyes sparkle with anger after talking about working for that man. Emily is shocked to hear MC's offer to be his maid. Ashel smirks and tells the girl that after entering the Cion Academy, she looks kind of lonely. Nana closes her eyes and replies that of course she refused, as she doesn't know how she could serve someone else once the young master returns. Standing in front of the maid, the boy asks if she's sure, and Nana suggests that he won't give up so easily. Bowing his head, the protagonist hears that this is why he brought her here. The protagonist seriously tells Brian that it's dangerous here now, asking him to take care of Emily, and Brian asks the young master if he's leaving. Cion frowns and replies that he has to go, as Emily wasn't here in his past memories. Kellen lies tied up on the floor, and MC remembers that ever since his comrade was assigned as a guard dog, he's realized that Ashel is up to something. The protagonist's gaze is angry, as he decides that Ashel Verd doesn't dare touch his people. Emily watches the young master leave. The girl, holding up a bow tie, says that it was given to her by Mr. Ashel, asking her to convey that it was a gift to them. Sitting on the floor with tears, the maid calls herself stupid for having come all this way and simply forgotten. Nana thinks about her words. Red smoke comes from the brooch. The girl's pupils have narrowed and he does not understand what this smell is. Night falls over the city. The man takes out his sword. Ashel stands behind Prince Luenel, saying that everything has already begun. Turning around, the man tells Ashel that this day has finally come, because they have been preparing for it for a very long time. The hero seriously states that their gift must have already been delivered safe and sound, calling Boris a truly talented guy. Smiling maliciously, the prince says that he will be useful to them in the future, since with his help they will change the empire. Frowning, Ashel agrees with him, adding that it is time to show who the empire really needs. Luenel closes one eye with a smile. Pointing to the exit, the princess shouts for everyone to come here. Arena shouts for everyone to leave quickly and leave everything to the guards. Alice calls the princess, asking her to leave, but the girl replies that she is fine, deciding to take care of the others. The interlocutor decisively declares that she will stay with her then. Arena thanks Lunav. The warriors run at the demons and Jurkin shouts that they must stop him. The man turns around in fear. The warriors come out of the door and the hero realizes that there were others there. The guy, in the demon's hand, screams for help. The knight does not believe what is happening. The captain of the guard hears his name. Monsters crawl out of the floor and the warrior shouts that it is an advanced demonic beast Mandrix, although he knows that these monsters only appear on the front lines. With tears in his eyes, Jurkin realizes that they cannot win and in the end, everyone will die. Magic emanates from the monster. Sarika smashes the antagonist. Turning, the instructor shouts for everyone to run faster into this gap. The knight is stunned, seeing the academy professor. Behind the demon, Alice with a sword. She cuts the enemy with a lightning sword technique. The heroine, standing with Jurkin and Sarika, says to leave it to them. The man orders his warriors that they all saw off the civilians. The monster attacks with its branches. Sarika looks sternly. Alice sullenly watches as the antagonist walks. Behind the girls, the monster stands. The instructor in fear realizes that they are not the targets, but there. The tentacles reach for the exit with the people. The princess and Alice are scared. Sarika shouts that their target is Princess Arena. The branch approaches the heroine's face. The warrior cuts off the branch. Jurkin angrily orders to protect Princess Arena. There is a cut on the girl's face. She opens her eyes in shock. The branches pierce the warrior through and through. With tears in her eyes, Arena watches the captain die. Blood drips from the tentacles. Sitting down next to the man, she asks Jurkin to come to his senses. The warrior clenches his teeth. Crying, the princess takes the blame, apologizing in her thoughts. Alice uses the water blast technique. Attacking with her technique, she adds a connection with the wind spear. Irina looks at the girl, surprised that this child used elemental synthesis magic, which is an incredible level for a second-year student. Turning around, Alice tells the princess that the knight can no longer be helped, advising her to go to a safe place. The heroine looks at the man's corpse with pity. The monster's branches stretch, and the girl screams at the princess to leave quickly. The knights fight the tentacles, when Alice declares that the guards will take care of this place. Barrett angrily shouts that the sacrifice of the captain of the guard will not be in vain, and his comrade adds that they will do everything possible to stop them. The girl calls the princess to come with her. Looking sadly, she decides that she will not forget Sir Jurkin's sacrifice. There are no pupils in the man's eyes. The warrior feels the armor of the aura. He hears Irina explaining that with the help of magic she created a temporary shield for him, and the roots of the mandrake are very poisonous. The branches stretch forward and the princess adds that even just touching them could well be the last in their lives, and the shield will protect them from the poison. Putting her hand with magic forward, Irina gives the order that they dare not die. The knights obey her with courage. The guys run to the attack, shouting, "Who is this princess?" Barrett cuts off the tentacles of the monster. The antagonist roars in rage. The branch knocks the guy off his feet. The knights are on the trunk. Alice shouts for everyone to retreat back. Ice chunks cut the tentacles after freezing. The girl runs to the princess, asking her to run for cover too, but she asks what will happen to the student. The heroine declares that she is Alice Vert from the Vert family, asking to follow her quickly. The monster's heads growl. The girl's legs run along the trunk. Sarika cuts the tentacles with her sword. Holding the blade in her hand, she thinks that if she, an alchemy teacher from the academy, suddenly starts waving a dagger, she will reveal herself as a man of the mist. Looking at the demons, the instructor decides that now is not the time for doubts. The warriors are pierced through. Standing at the base of the tree, Sarika uses the sword of the mist of 8 floating petals. The leader, sitting on the trunk, shouts that the mandrake has stopped, ordering them to align the line and attack. The antagonist jumps on the knight from the side. The sword cuts the demon's face. Sarika stands ready to fight, saying that there are still demons left, so they need to be careful. Looking back, she decides that she will stop the demons and let Alice take the princess to safety, but she does not understand why she does not leave a bad feeling. The girls run along the corridor. Irina runs with a student, asking Alice Vert if she is Cion's sister. In her thoughts, the princess hopes that Cion will be okay. A block of ice rips out from under the floor. The heroines see a monster in front of them, and Alice says that they got here too. The girl frowns, thinking that the monsters seem to sense their location, and wonders if she can handle an advanced demon knight serpent alone. She tries to pierce the antagonist with ice. Light on the floor, Irina uses the chain trap technique. Lunav put her hands forward and uses flame spear magic. The chains bound the monster's leg. Sharp spears pierce it. Alice is worried about something. She hears her friends assuring her of their help, asking her to use this opportunity to attack. Looking forward seriously, Alice decides that she cannot lose face in front of the younger students of the academy, so she will do her best. The antagonist swings an ice blade. He strikes the floor. Lunav uses a protective barrier. Alice prepares to jump from the ceiling. Making a strike with her sword, the heroine declares that she is a member of the Vert family, protecting the Empire. She screams in rage that the enemy will regret messing with her. Alice strikes the enemy's back with a water blade. Sarika walks past the dead demons. Turning around, she asks if this was the last one. Stepping on the character's head, she feels like he looks like a demon, but she can't shake the strange feeling. The instructor's eyes widen in shock. There is a dead body on the floor and the heroine feels like it's a puppet. A hand rises from the ground and Sarika remembers that reviving the dead with dark magic is a forbidden technique called puppet creation. Standing in front of the corpses, she adds that this technique is not only forbidden, but also extremely difficult to use, and making the puppets would require a large amount of both mana and time. Sarika's stern gaze realizes that if their enemies were so prepared, then there must be more than just a simple person behind this. Frowning, the heroine realized that this was a declaration of war. Swords cut through the demons. The man, standing with a glowing sword, laughs and says that this is the end and can't believe that this is happening on the day of the banquet. He inserted the weapon into the floor. Dion sits on his knee, and when Lunel calls out for her father and Ashel addresses his majesty, the man assures them that everything is fine and that he is just a little tired. Looking back, the emperor adds that if the boys are here, he is calm. The heroes hear Dion calling their names and Ashel promises to help his majesty. He holds the man's hand. MC appears behind them. Leaning on Ashel's neck, the emperor states that he is fine, asking her to help the others, but the boy replies that the knights of the palace will take care of everything. Ashel, her eyes sparkling, assures his majesty that there is no need to worry and that they will protect him. The monster lies on its stomach. Alice, standing in front of her friends, asks where they came from. Seeing the enemies in front of her, she believes that there is no end to them. The hero holds a red bow and asks if it is a gift from Mr. Ashel to Mr. Cion. The interlocutor says that it is. Brian, lost in thought, says that he has a bad feeling. Emily does not understand what is wrong. He looks ahead and states that Ashel has never sent the young master gifts. He imagines the protagonist with another gentleman and thinks that Ashel is probably hostile to Cion. The girl who came says that Brian needs to leave. He asks again. Nana with crazy eyes says that she feels danger approaching. The heroes look at her in surprise and do not understand what is wrong with her eyes. A strong explosion is heard behind them, breaking the wall. Brian takes up his sword and asks Emily to be careful. A fierce demonic beast of the highest level Behemoth appears before them. People quickly run out of the halls. The mustachioed man covers himself with his hand and realizes that he is in a bad situation and cannot die so easily. He looks back and realizes that he was not among the first to leave. There is an army of villains in front of him. The hero realizes that these terrible monsters have even surrounded the main gate of the imperial palace. He understands with fear that he must get out of there and return alive. The man imagines himself hugging the maid and calling her beautiful, being sure that he cannot die in such a place. He realizes with a smirk that just the thought of her makes his blood boil, and he really wants to see Sarika's lust-stained face. The man turns around and asks the other one if he is sure that the back gate is safe. The other one assures that it is. He furiously asks if he is sure that the other one is not joking. The hooded villain deals a swift blow to Drenian. The frightened fighters shout his name. The man lies in a pool of blood in front of the villains. The knights wonder if this is really how it will end. The blonde is surprised to see drops of water in front of him. A girl nearby uses a water blast technique, cutting through everything around her. Alice furiously shouts at Lunav that they need to attack now. Her partner confidently releases ice magic from her palms. Sharp ice flows pierce the opponents. The heroes see how much her magic hurts the villains. The guy is shocked to see that she finished off all the monsters in one fell swoop, clarifying who she is. The girl shouts that her name is Alice, from the Duke's family, and this is not the end. First they need to protect the princess. The blonde exclaims that Princess Irina is safe. She in turn claims that she is fine and they need to help the child. Lunav is on her knees and assures that she will get better soon. The girl turns around and with a serious face claims that the enemies will attack again soon and everyone needs to leave. The princess quietly says her name. The knight orders to strengthen the position to protect Irina. The girl stands opposite and claims that she will help them. Brian and the others hear that the guardian knights need to protect the VIP guests with barriers and need to hold out until the battle is over. The knight and his partner hear that the knights of the imperial palace need to prioritize protecting the princess and prepare in case they fail. Alice calmly declares that she will now do everything in her power to stop the villains. She realizes that as soon as she gets rid of them, others immediately come to replace them. The girl sees a crowd of monsters and realizes that they seem to be following the scent. The princess and the others watch with a serious expression, hearing that the enemies are returning and need to prepare for an attack. The necklace on the princess's neck begins to glow. The monster deftly lands in front of Brian and the defenseless girl. Emily stands behind and begs the knight to do something. A fierce Behemoth stands in front of them. The hero thinks that a high-class monster has appeared in the imperial palace, and as the young master said, something is happening here. The girl trembles and realizes that the protagonist has protected her before, but she cannot be in his debt forever. The guy looks ahead and understands that now he must protect them. He sheepishly notes that the maid is quite nice, while she assures that she simply trusts him. Behemoth roars loudly, baring its huge teeth. Brian swings his sword and warns that the monster is approaching and they need to be careful. The monster's claws fly towards them. The knight confidently counterattacks. Brian seriously states that they need to act now and try to attack. The knight brilliantly parries each blow of the monster. He fights in a rage, while Emily asks behind him if he is okay. The guy assures that he can handle it, and there is no need to worry, because he will protect her. A huge Behemoth opens its mouth and heads towards the heroes. Brian assumes that this is the end, apologizing to the young master. Someone unexpectedly blocks the monster's attack. Brian opens his mouth in surprise. Emily looks out and asks in fear what is going on. A mysterious hero has landed in front of them. Nana, who has grown large demonic wings, stands next to the beaten monster. She turns around with a grin and yellow eyes. The events take place at night in the city. Villains in masks and hoods are quickly heading somewhere. The princess, using magic, defends herself. A knight with a sword bravely fights enemies. Alice confidently cuts through the attackers. The tired girl realizes that there is simply no end to them, and she does not know who is behind this. But this villain has prepared thoroughly. The girl looks at the fighters and sees that they are already at the limit, and they urgently need to come up with something. A fist knocks the mask off the villain's face. The enemies are advancing quickly. Alice turns around in surprise and looks in that direction. She sees that behind the fighter's mask is a skeleton's face. The girl assumes that it is an undead who was brought back to life by black magic. Alice strikes with her sword and thinks about using magic that will counter the black. She strikes after strikes and thinks about what comes to mind. She imagines a light god, saying that Lumindel's magic would help in this battle. The girl is surprised to realize that this is the only way out. Princess Irina turns around after being called by name. The blue-haired heroine asks her to envelop their swords with her magic. She replies that this is impossible, because if she does so, the protective magic will be removed. The knight confidently cuts through the enemies and says that the princess should not worry. Crane says with a smile that they will hold out a little longer, demanding trust. Irina says okay with a serious face. Alice's sword begins to glow yellow. A blessing of light occurs. The girl understands that it is quite difficult to combine two attributes. She furiously goes on the attack, realizing that combining elemental magic changes everything. The heroine smirks and says that this is just an assumption for now, but she will give him a chance. The protagonist stands in front of the defeated monsters. He sees skeletons in masks, calling them a puppet and a mandrake. The protagonist holds the mask and assumes that he is already helping Ashel, and around this time Boris became his assistant. The dark ball behind Cion says that necrotic energy is clearly used here. Wondering if there are really people who can handle ancient magic, he replies that there is a method that he often uses. The protagonist presents a crystal and says that it is possible to strengthen demonic beasts with the help of a daystone, and they say that its magical power stimulates and attracts demonic beasts. The demon asks if magic can be felt from there. The guy says that there is blood everywhere and they need to go. He sees a murdered butler and wants to change clothes. A huge creature in the form of a girl attacks the monsters. Lunev and others watch what is happening. The girl assumes that this is the spirit of Marion, and it seems that it was summoned by merging the powers of light attributes. The picture shows a drop. It is said that magical power cannot be mixed with anything, because such an unstable state will not last long. Lunev wants to stop this, otherwise Alice's body. She sees a blue-haired girl using this magic, and says that her body will be destroyed. The spirit of Marion holds Alice by the head and asks why she is in such a hurry. She replies that this is the only way she has come up with. The creature says that she is sorry, because such a sad fate has a child. They see the attacking monsters. The spirit at this moment speaks of the child who received the blessing. Marion covers herself with her hands and says that she is being irritated. She releases energy that kills the villains, while screaming away from this child. The heads of the enemies crumble to dust from such a strong wave. The princess exclaims in surprise that it was amazing, because such power is just one wave of the hand. Her partner says that this is not enough. The villains rise and the girl screams that they are rising again. Alice angrily looks ahead, while the princess loudly asks her to stop, because she can die, while the heroine understands that if she stops, everything will get even worse. The surprised fighters see her. She is sure that she must finish. She is about to attack again, using the power of the spirit king Rongomiant. Someone takes Alice by the hand. The spirit of Marion looks ahead in surprise. Alice opens her eyes in shock. Princess Irina and Lunev watch what is happening. A masked stranger with a red blade holds her while the others wonder if this is another puppet. The fighter with red eyes looks at them. They realize that he is completely different. A frightened Alice does not understand what kind of fog is starting to surround her. The guy holds her by force with his hand and she realizes that she cannot move. The masked stranger watches her closely. She tries to break free and says that if this continues, the fog will swallow her. The surprised girl hears Marion say goodbye. The spirit raises its hands and says that the heroine's journey is not over and she is sad to say goodbye. The stranger lets go of Alice's hands. She falls to her knees and realizes that because of the fog she has no strength at all. The surprised heroine turns around and hears a request to remember. She sees the spirit leaving and says that the creature is always happy to see her. The princess asks the unperturbed Lunev what happened. She answers that the manifestation of the spirit was blocked along with the magic. A stranger in a mask stands nearby and they are not sure if it is a person or a creature. Alice sits on the floor, leaning on her sword, and declares that the monsters are coming again. The guy with the dagger prepares to block the villain's blow. He dexterously moves the red blade and cuts their flesh. Alice realizes in shock that this is not an enemy. The masked stranger confidently fights against hordes of monsters. He looks forward with his red eyes. The hero looks at the villains and notices that although they retreated a little, they are still trying to get to Irina and her group, as if they are attracted by the smell. He wonders if there is someone in the princess's group who emanates unusual magic, besides Lunev. He sees Irina and realizes that in her necklace he senses magic similar to a demonic beast. The masked stranger states that he understands everything and then he needs to go there, asking for strength at the same time. He touches the floor and uses the skill of creating space. The demon is indignant that he is asked about this only at such moments. A red dome forms around the fighter, generating a territory of fog. The monsters run towards the princess, and this ability overtakes them. The knight shouts to the others that they need to be careful, because they do not know what is hidden in the fog, noticing that the place has suddenly become different. The villains run along the ground, releasing red smoke from the soles of their feet. They look at their feet in surprise. Alice is surprised by the black fog. The villain gradually plunges into it, and she notices that it absorbs the puppets. The enemy gradually disappears underground, while the blue-haired girl watches this. The heroes look at the wasteland and notice that everything has become quiet, as if nothing had happened. Arena says that the fighter made all the puppets quiet down, not realizing what he used. The princess sees Lunev lying on the ground. Arena asks her to hold on as black smoke appears behind her. The masked man grabs her by the shoulders. The fighters turn around and see this, exclaiming the princess's name. The hero holds a red dagger to her neck. The knights are indignant, stating that he has no right to threaten the princess. Arena is frightened, thinking that for some reason she feels a familiar sensation. The dagger instantly breaks the princess's necklace. The knights shout loudly, insulting the masked hero. Alice, shocked, exclaims Arena's name. Cranes cuts through the black smoke. He looks ahead in surprise, talking about the fog. The masked hero quickly moved to another place, near Lunev. The princess, frightened, screams the word no. He grabs her by the shoulder, while Arena demands not to touch Lunev. Arena releases the magic of the divine sting from her palm. The masked fighter looks up. A bright beam pierces his body, leaving a huge hole. Arena sees that he has turned into fog again. The hero assures her that she should not be afraid of him, because he will not harm her. The princess takes the broken necklace. The masked guy explains that now that the stone is destroyed, it will no longer attract demonic beasts. She asks if this is the jewel that her brother gave her. The fighter points to the red portal and tells them that they just need to go through the main gate and leave this place, because he has cleared the way. The princess notices that the space around them disappears, while the knight asks if everything is okay with her and if she is hurt. The girl thinks about who this person is, at the same time stating that everything is fine, asking what is going on with Alice and Lunev. The blue-haired girl holds her partner and shouts that they are also fine, they need to regroup and do as the man said. Alice holds the girl who is almost unconscious and understands that safety comes first, and the rest can be thought of later. Lunev suddenly opens her eyes, which glow a different color. She says the name of the protagonist. Viamouth lies on the ground with its mouth open. Purple fog is visible near it. The beast turns into something. Emily grabbed Brian and fearfully asks if this is really a servant. He replies that he has never seen anything like it. Opposite the monster stands a demon with huge wings. Against the background of the evening city, the narrator talks about his past life. In the frame, angry monsters are said to have caused many casualties and, according to rumors, the fifth princess of the empire, Arena, who was thirsty for power, was behind the incident. The picture shows a necklace. It is explained that the Stone of Stunned, which she most likely received from Ashel, was most likely to blame. The long-haired protagonist confidently raises his hand next to Ashel. It is said that after that incident, they were celebrated as heroes of the empire because they contributed the most to resolving it. The guy holds a mask in his hands. Someone asks if the protagonist really wants to say that they created the entire incident for the sake of power. The protagonist sits across from a demon, who states that they sacrificed their people for the sake of profit, and sometimes humanity is worse than monsters. He replies that this does not compare to what they will do in the future. He looks down and thinks about how he helped organize much worse things than this in his past life, and maybe he is even worse than them. Kiram sits next to him and asks if he is leaving. He replies that Nana is waiting for him and the guards will handle the rest. The girl states that something is bothering her about the princess's necklace. Cion clarifies what exactly. She replies that his maid was named Emily. The surprised protagonist hears that she also smelled of the stone of stupefaction. An enraged Nana with huge fangs declares that the maid smells very tasty. The girl hides behind Brian. They try to calm her down, declaring that this is not true. The guy looks at the maid with demonic wings and understands that she is behaving like a monster. The knight realizes with fear that she needs Miss Emily for some reason and needs to stop her. He remembers the little girl and understands that he cannot harm her. An enraged Nana rushes forward, screaming that she can't wait any longer. Emily groans loudly in fear. Brian closes his eyes and understands that he can't. The blow lands on the protagonist's back. Nana attacks Cion, who covered them with his back. Brian and the others exclaim the young master's name. With a bloody face, he orders Kiram to get started faster. The girl behind Emily took something from her. She asks in shock who she is. There is a red bowl with a stone on the floor. The girl screams that the young master Ashel gave it to her. Kiram deftly crushes the jewel. The maid does not understand what she is doing. The protagonist's partner loudly screams that she needs to get ready. Nana with huge wings stands opposite. Kiram declares that the maid's dad is here. The pink-haired girl exclaims in shock for her father. She turned back into a human and in shock asks what happened. The protagonist stands with a cut back. While Nana is surprised that she hurt her dad, the guy replies that everything is fine. He smirks and declares that it does not hurt at all, especially since she did not want it. Nana stands opposite with regret. Cion claims that he has nothing to blame her for. Surprised Brian stands next to Emily and addresses the young gentleman. The protagonist stands in front of the demon and says that they need to leave, as there is complete chaos. Nana is shocked, thinking about what is happening here. The heroes look at the empty hall. She understands that there must be a lot of monsters here, but there is complete silence, as if no one was there. The blonde drags the Emperor, who tells Lionel that he does not see any enemies. He replies that it looks like the situation is sorted out. Ashel looks at them with displeasure. The Emperor hears someone's exclamation in shock, "Father?" The princess runs to him quickly. Dion shouts with a smile that Irina is okay. She hugged her father and says that she is very glad that he is okay. He replies that he is also very happy. The princess hugs her dad, who asks if she is injured, but the girl looks at Lionel. The Emperor tells her that he got here thanks to these two. The white-haired man looks at her with a serious expression and expresses joy that she survived. The princess replies with a dissatisfied face that she is glad for his health, while thinking that she has a lot of questions for him, but first she needs to take care of the others. All the fighters kneel and greet the Emperor. The monarch thanks them for protecting his daughter, promising to reward everyone. The princess cautiously turns to Lionel. Ashel whispers something in his ear. Irina wonders what he is saying to him. Lionel smiles a villainous grin. Lunav looks questioningly at the guy who knows who is behind the incident. Lionel points a sword at her and says that this is the granddaughter of the head of the Magic Association, declaring that she is under arrest. Alice watches this in shock and does not understand what he is doing. Ashel looks behind him with dissatisfaction. The Emperor loudly orders to lower the sword, because he crossed the line. The princess tells her brother that she saved many people, including her. Lionel with a smirk states that it was just a trick and the kingdom has been waiting for a long time for an opportunity to strike the empire. Lunav calmly looks at the blade. While its owner claims that this way they wanted to sow chaos in the empire, she replies that he has no proof at all. Ashel clutches her chest and says that last night, strange mana was detected inside the palace. Dion furiously clarifies if this is true, warning that they should carefully choose their words now. Lionel claims that he invited them to maintain peace, but just in case, he set up surveillance and will definitely find evidence. It just takes a little time. The Emperor with a calm expression says okay, the princess, all this time trying to appeal to him. Lionel with a smirk asks to leave this matter to him. Lunav ponders whether this is a trap, or grandfather wanted it to happen. The girl is sitting behind bars. It is said that she was sent to prison along with the Magic Association for the duration of the investigation. Reshmus hugs Irina. It is explained that she was not next to her, she was protecting the nobility at that time along with other knights. Funeral carriages go along the street. It is explained that the funeral of the younger brother of the Empress Drenian and other representatives of the nobility took place in the capital. The narrator understands that this time he was able to save many more people, but the banquet was still called bloody. The main character is wrapped in bandages, and he understands that everything could have been much worse. Cion sits next to Alice and asks not to do this, but she objects and orders him to sit still, because she is his sister and you need to listen to her. The girl wraps his body and says that the situation was very dangerous, and it is good that he escaped. He replies that he was lucky in this. Alice claims that if it were not for that person, she would also be dead. The image of a guy in a mask appears in the frame. She wonders who he was. The protagonist hears with a serious face that he was about the same height as Cion. Alice holds back her laughter and says that the guy has become much slimmer and has a lot of scars on his body, so he trains hard. The protagonist states that this is true, and the blue-haired girl asks if she embarrassed him. Someone stands in front of him and says that they recovered quickly, while Alice asks to touch the guy's muscles. Ashel stands near the open door and says that they have a pretty close relationship and he is even a little jealous. Cion replies with a displeased face that he is fine thanks to him. The protagonist asks how the investigation is going, and the girl notices that he is very careful when talking to Ashel. Alice understands that the guy also knows about the dark side of the interlocutor. Ashel with a villainous grin says that he came just about that matter. The picture shows jewelry with a stone. He says that a bracelet with a stun stone was found in Luna's room. The guy stands in front of the protagonist and says that the girl claims that it was given to her as a gift. He replies that in this case the person who gave it to her should be a suspect. Ashel says with a smile that this is true, asking if Cion received any gifts during the banquet. He thinks for a moment and asks if the blonde remembers who gave her the bracelet. Ashel replies that there were rumors about a certain merchant. The frame shows a man who fell from a bridge. It is said that he was found dead and that is why he continues to search. Ashel with a displeased face again clarifies that no one gave him gifts for sure. The protagonist realizes with a grin that this is not an investigation, but a search for the alleged culprit. Someone is sitting on a bench and humming a song. The fighter is standing behind the girl. Emily turns around in surprise. Someone realizes that she is in danger. The guy looks questioningly at the protagonist, who says that he has started to get a headache. Alice takes Cion by the arms and asks if he is okay. He replies that he just hasn't fully recovered yet. The blue-haired girl loudly declares that the wound was deep and he lost a lot of blood, and the doctor said that he needs to rest. A dissatisfied Ashel hears that Cion shouldn't torture himself, then recommends that he rest a little, and he will come later. He warily hears the guy declare that he does not understand what is being discussed. The protagonist, lying in bed, declares that even if someone had approached him, he would hardly have survived in this hellish place. The blonde thanks him with a smile for answering the question, while thinking that this someone could have simply been eaten by demonic beasts. He leaves the room, thinking that he was counting on the protagonist's wounds in that incident. He angrily believes that he secretly hoped for this, but lost. Cion looks after him with fury. Alice stands in front of the guy and loudly calls his name. She hits him on the shoulder, demanding that he lie down. The girl lies on the ground, bleeding. A stranger stands in front of her. She asks why he is doing this to her. The maid holds her bloody side and declares that she did as she was told. She delivered the necklace to the princess. She cries out with tears in her eyes that she never asked why she was doing this, begging him to spare her. The villain replies that her work is finished. Boris points a dagger to her throat and says that unfortunately he failed to play his part conscientiously, and now he must take on these unpleasant obligations. He frowns and declares that the more he thinks about it, the more upset he becomes, because the villain prepared so diligently. Blood splashes on the gray walls. He walks away from the dead girl and wishes her to rest in peace. Boris looks ahead, remembering something. He holds up a red book and says that they almost got caught the last time they found a body, but this time they need to clean up properly. A large black monster bursts out of the book and Boris gives the command to eat everything. The girl is sitting on a bench. The stranger is standing behind her. Emily turns around questioningly. The guy with the bag of apples calls her by name. Brian comes up to her and says that he bought some apples on the way out of town, and she thanks him in return. The girl takes a bite of the fruit. The guy sits with her on the bench and remarks that the weather is nice today, and Emily asks how long they will stay here. Biting into the apple, Brian declares that they will stay until the young gentleman says so, and for now they will hide here. The protagonist holds a bow in his hands and asks if it was a gift from Ashel. The interlocutor answers that it was a congratulation on the first social event. Cion looks at the red smoke from his palm and calls it a problem. Emily stands in front of him and says that this is a precious gift, while he asks her to listen carefully. She is surprised to hear that neither the imperial palace nor anywhere else is safe and therefore she should hide. Brian wipes the blood from the wounded girl. Cion turns to him. The master gives him the order to accompany Emily, since he himself has some business. He puts his hand on Nana's head and asks her to take care of her as well. The protagonist says with a smile that they will be separated for a very short time, and there is no need to cry. Brian is shocked to remember that this is the first time he has seen such an expression on Sion's face, and now they must become his support. Emily turns to the knight and asks how Nana is. He replies that the first few days were hard, but now she sleeps well and has become better in general. The horse eats grass near the house. The narrator explains that while he was gone, many things happened to the young master. Nana is lying in bed. The girl talks about the incident with the dragons, but now that they know everything, they can help. Brian tells the interlocutor that he thinks so too. He remembers how Emily held his hand. The guy does not understand why he suddenly remembered this. Emily eats an apple and with a smile offers to continue to be strong for the young master. Embarrassed, Brian looks at the girl. He smiles slightly, agreeing with her. On the table lie a box and a couple of books. Someone asks His Majesty what he is saying. Lionel screams in rage that despite the presence of clear evidence, the Emperor releases the only suspects. Dion calmly warns the other party to be careful with their words, and besides, he has already made up his mind. Lionel shouts loudly, asking how he can rule the Empire if he retreats like that, asking what is it about the kingdom that makes him so afraid of it. An energy flash flies past Lionel, and the Emperor demands that she be quiet. Dion stands in front of him and states that taking complete control of the continent is a great idea, but there is one catch. The picture shows an empire and a kingdom, and the Emperor explains that in addition to them, they are neighbors with the Demon Kingdom and other states, and if their relations become particularly tense, Dion is furious and says that in that case, the Demon Kingdom will be impossible to control, and then the entire continent will burn from the fire of demonic creatures. Lionel listens with anger, saying that even if they manage to seize all power on the continent, it will cost the blood of many people. Dion shouts that this is a monster's strategy, not the Emperor's, and he doesn't understand how he hasn't thought of this yet. Lionel counters that releasing suspects who have strong evidence of guilt. The Overlord interrupts him, talking about the Daystone. The white-haired boy is shocked, realizing that the Emperor may have figured it out. Dion calmly states that the other man's face is like an open book, and from a young age, if he wanted something, he had to get it immediately. Lionel, frightened, says that he doesn't understand what you're talking about, and the Overlord asks him not to pretend. The Emperor, frowning, says that he was the same as he was. He turns around and states that Arena is much more suitable for the role of Emperor, and he can't stand to see him anymore. Lionel's fist clenches and he calls out the name of the princess. He clenches his teeth and becomes very angry. The boy, furious, states that everything was ruined for him. The guards stand near the door and ask questioningly, looking at Prince Lionel. He forces the door open and orders them to leave. A frightened Reshma screams that Irina was told to rest for a while. Lionel slaps her in the face and says that he warned her to step aside. The princess exclaims the name of her assistant. Her fingers clench. Irina looks forward. She looks at her brother's face and asks what is happening to the prince. The princess watches his actions with displeasure. Lionel screams in madness that he came to talk to his little sister. Reshmas holds his face and says that even though he is a prince, if he is going to intimidate the princess like one of the king's offspring, she will not hold back. A distraught Lionel asks what it is, since to him they are all nothing but insects. The assistant is shocked to hear that she likes to throw words around, but it should be remembered that this way she only puts everyone connected with her in mortal danger, and if she wants to stay alive, she needs to leave. Irina asks him to stop, saying that he came to her. The princess looks at him and demands to tell him as it is, if there are any complaints, while Lionel is surprised. He thinks with fear that she seems completely different from before, while wondering if this is really the sister he knew. The princess says that in that case she will speak. Irina, folding her arms, claims that she has not received anything from Lionel. The prince looks at her with fear. The emperor asks if he understood correctly that Irina had no connections with him. She replies that this is true. Dion looks at her and says that the diamond he brought was not some ordinary stone. A bright red crystal shines in the frame. The lord explains that although the stone has now lost its status, it used to be the day stone of the Black Blood clan, which skillfully used black magic, and they say that the one who uses it gets the ability to control demonic beasts. The emperor, frowning, says that information has reached him that recently someone has been secretly selling these artifacts within the castle walls. Images of a guy and a maid appear in the frame. The lord explains that an underground merchant and a maid are behind this, and apparently, they have been doing this for quite a long time, and now they have either been killed or escaped. Irina is shocked to hear this information. Dion stands in front of her and claims that there is a rumor about these two, who allegedly had established contact with Lionel, clarifying that she does not remember whether she accepted anything from her brother, and by chance that necklace was not his gift. The princess scratches her fingers and says that this did not happen. The girl tells her father that she did not accept anything from her older brother. She lowers her gaze and explains that those who illegally imported these stones can be understood. Apparently it is possible to remove suspicion from the imprisoned Liniv, asking the emperor to let her go, because then in the ballroom she saved many. Dion, crossing his arms, asks her not to worry about it, because he will solve everything. The girl thinks about what will happen if he says that Lionel is really involved in this matter. Irina looks at her father and thinks that he will probably be able to avoid Dad's attention and still manage to do something. A memory appears in which the princess holds the knight. She understands that she no longer wants to see how loved ones suffer. Irina asks if this is all, thinking about the need to keep silent. Lionel stands in front of her and says that he really did not give her anything. The girl says that she heard the same from her father. The prince is furious and asks what she is trying to achieve by doing this, because no matter how you look at it, anyone would understand that he has something to do with it. Lionel looks at her sister and asks if he needs to silence that boy now. The girl says that guests are coming to her now. The brother, frowning, asks what kind of guests she could have and how they could be more important than him. The protagonist stands behind the princess, who says that he is important to her. Cion, crossing his arms, asks for forgiveness, because it was unintentional. Lionel angrily realizes that he did not notice him at all, wondering what he was doing there all this time. The protagonist stares at him and says that he overheard everything. The prince, furious, asks since when has he been standing there. He replies that it is not that he was hiding. He points to himself and calls himself invisible in life. The inscription says that this is the professional deformation of a hired killer. Lionel, furiously, asks how dare he joke and be impudent to him. The protagonist places his hand near the princess and asks what else he can do. Cion looks at him with a smirk and says that he has decided to shut him up too. Lionel wonders if the rumors about the engagement were true, since nothing good can be expected from this guy. But he is of course the son of his father's best friend, but he is still bothered by Ashel's words. The gray-haired prince walks next to his partner and says that he wants to deal with Irina for power, clarifying whether his younger brother crossed him, saying that the interlocutor probably also enjoys his father's favor. Ashel tells him that he is irritated by this guy. He, frowning, says that the protagonist is clearly plotting something that he cannot even imagine, and this really pisses him off. A memory appears in which Cion is standing behind the princess, and Lionel realizes what Ashel was talking about, calling it an overwhelming ominous feeling that makes everything inside freeze. The prince watches silently. He raises his hands and says with a smile that he is just joking and they clearly misunderstood him and he had better go. The protagonist looks after the prince and realizes that he still has something worthwhile. In the picture, Lionel is sitting on a throne on a mountain of skulls. Cion remembers that in his past life he was called a crazy king, but in this one he is still quite good. The prince walks past Reshmas and apologizes. She replies that she also went too far. He asks her with a stern look to be more careful in the future. She exhales after the door closes. Reshmus thanks the protagonist, thinking about what the first prince is like. Irina hears that it was probably difficult for her, but she objects that Cion was nearby. The girl exclaims in fear that he sat next to her, and he replies that he was already tired of standing. The princess embarrassedly says that it is quite possible. Reshmus thinks that he has no sense of tact at all, listening to the protagonist tell Irina that she surprised him, because she behaved very well in front of the prince. Cion opens the door and says that after today's incident, Lionel won't be bothering them for a while, so he's going to go. Reshmus looks at him and wishes him a good trip, thinking that he's really just going to leave. Ashel sees the furious man put his hand next to him and asks if he's really going to do something about it. An angry Lionel says that the guy said that everything would go according to plan, but in the end, the fools he was going to kill are still enjoying life. Ashel silently hears that the prince has also lost his father's favor. Lionel screams in rage that it should be him, that he should rule this lost country. The guy from around the corner says that not all is lost. Boris bows, introducing himself by name, and says that he has come to meet the prince. Lionel looks at him angrily, and says that he was walking somewhere all this time and decided to show up only now. He in turn replies that he needed to sort out the orders given by Mr. Ashel, and now he can finally appear before them. The blonde claims that he heard that they noticed all the traces of Emily, clarifying whether they managed to find them. Boris smiles, holding a stone in his palm, and states that they have underestimated the people around the princess all this time. Lionel stands next to them and asks why they are talking about it now. Asking if he decided to do some introspection, Boris replies that at least the prince will not have to do it. A bright purple crystal glows on his palm. He explains that this is a stone in which the magical powers that the princess's minions used in the battle were collected, although they are all quite ordinary. He turns it into something with both hands. Lionel listens in surprise that the power they are observing is very unusual. Ashel is displeased to hear that it is an ominous and dangerous power that comes from ancient times. Boris calls it the power of a demonic sword with a terrifying grin. He looks at them and explains that although it may sound disrespectful, there is clearly someone in the princess's circle who has such an ability. There is a large purple caterpillar on the plate. Brian is shocked, thinking that they clearly said something about crab gratin, not understanding what kind of abomination it is. Nana is sitting next to the protagonist and eating with pleasure, while the guy does not understand how the two are eating as if nothing happened. Emily is sitting next to Brian and asks her to take her time and eat calmly. The guy is shocked, wondering if the food really just moved. Cion is sitting at the table and declares that he is full. Emily asks for more. The protagonist wipes his mouth and says that he can get it from Ashel and that he needs to wrap it up. The girl is indignant. Cion calmly claims that they are now safe, but he will go and look around again just in case, and if something suddenly threatens, let them send Brian for him. The man in the mask stands near the tree and watches the house, in which the protagonist states that it is safe here, but you never know who is hanging around, so it is better inside for now. Cion goes to the door and says that he is leaving. Emily asks him to be sure to come back. He turns around and asks not to worry, while ordering Brian to look after everyone while he is gone. He holds a fork of suspicious food and says yes, sir. The door slams shut. The protagonist is standing in a cloak. Someone says that the stranger has luck. The girl around the corner is standing in the same clothes and offers to explain everything to her. The girl in the hood asks how he knew that her fiancé would die at the bloody ball, noting that Cion seems to see the future. The protagonist hears advice to be careful with the answer, because what he says will determine whose side she will take. She furiously asks who he is. The action takes place in the evening in the city. The narrator begins to talk about the bloody ball. Dreamian smiles. He explains about his death. The girl with purple hair looks at him seriously and says that he could not have known that he was her fiancé, clarifying how he knows all this. The protagonist states that everything was clear with him anyway, asking if it is really so important. She answers that it is. She asks with a smirk if he is a spy. Cion looks at her and says why would he be one. She squeezes her dagger and demands a clear answer. The protagonist watches her in surprise. She strikes a swift blow, but he is blocked by a black and red fog. The girl with the dagger asks if they are going to intervene. Kirim stands in front of Cion and claims that the opponent does not learn anything at all, because she warned that they should not touch her master. The girl flies to attack and asks if they really do not understand that she is having a lot of fun now. Kirim prepares her claws and says that she does not even imagine how annoying she is. The demon deftly dodges her attack. She prepares a red energy ball and says that now she will show real fun. The opponent understands that it will be now. Kirim uses the skill of the sword of fog adamant. She in turn dodges, noting that she does not care how strong the attack will be. A bright red flash occurs. The opponent with a smirk notes that any touch or hit will clearly result in instant death. Kirim displeasedly notes that she dodged. The opponent at the same time understands why she spends most of her time in the sword, because once free, she can wipe cities off the face of the earth. There is a huge hole in the ground nearby. The trees are half torn out. The girl understands that if she gets hit, she will not seem like little. Kirim with a grin asks her to prepare, because this was only the beginning. The rival is waiting for this with pleasure, promising that she will not hold back either. It is written about the control of the demonic sword. She sees the impending attack of Kirim. She falls at her feet and screams that she only managed to disperse. Cion with a grin talks about the consequences of the massacre. The protagonist states that in this case they will clearly be noticed. She with a displeased face hears that he is not going to stay long. Cion enters the house and suggests that they sort it out themselves. The door slams loudly near the warring parties. They look at this with displeasure. Cion grabs his head and says that they completely confused him and he should pack his things. The protagonist is surprised to hear that he has arrived. Lunav sits surrounded by friends and says that while she was gone, his family has grown. Brian apologizes for distracting him from business at the wrong time. Cion asks a question, what brought them here, while thinking that they decided to spy on him. Lunav says with a smile that there is no one here except her, and there is no need to worry, no one else knows about this place. The protagonist simultaneously thinks about the possibility of her greater awareness. The girl says that there was some noise outside, and then everything went quiet, clarifying what happened. The guy answers that nothing special. Lunav calmly says that she would like to thank him. The guy asks what to thank him for. She answers that she knows everything. The girl talks about the very day when he ended up inside her. The surprised heroes do not understand what is being discussed. Cion remembers how he touched Lunav in a mask, who was lying unconscious, as he thought. A glow appears in one of the girl's hands, and a fire in the other. She holds them close and states that she can discern the nature of magical powers, combine and modify them, and also track the trace of power left by a certain person. Lunav looks down and asks if it is not amazing, since it is a gift from her grandfather. The protagonist objects that it is a curse that destroys her body. She delightedly asks how he guessed. The guy at the same time suggests changing the place. The friends whisper nearby. The furious protagonist orders them to pack their things before he arrives. Emily turns to him, asking where they are going. The protagonist declares that they are going to the academy. The happy girl shouts that now she will be able to take care of the master every day. Brian imagines how Emily brought them that strange food. He says that he is overwhelmed with emotions. In the frame, a girl sits in isolation. People watch her. She explains that she spent most of her childhood in a cold and gloomy place, and every day was filled with all sorts of suffering, but she could only quietly resign herself. She looked ahead with a sad look, understanding that this was her destiny. The girl sat opposite an elderly imperious man, explaining that she is the granddaughter of Reigans. Lunav walks across the bridge with Cion, asking if he had any destiny. He answers that there is none in particular. She looks at him and asks why he explains and sniffs around everywhere. He answers that she does not need to know, and she probably guesses herself. Lunav stops, starting to talk about the reason. She holds black smoke in her palm and says that he has magical abilities, and as she felt, they are demonic. A frame appears in which they bumped shoulders in the tavern, and she already understood everything. The protagonist thinks with a serious face that she is capable of the nature of magical powers with just one touch, and in his past life he did not know this. In the picture, the moment the protagonist saves the girl, she states that the powers were transferred to her. Lunav holds a red energy ball, wondering what their essence is. Although they belong to a guy, they are clearly not from this world. Cion looks at her, and says that he now understands why she was looking for him, clarifying if she is going to tell Reigans everything. The girl clenches her fist and says no. Lunav with a smirk asks what she will get in return, because she is tired of this. The protagonist scoffs, asking if she really went against the blood ties of her family. Lunav takes a step and says that he can guess the reasons himself. She hugs the surprised Cion and thanks him for slightly easing her long-standing suffering. A pot of food is being cooked on the fire. He realizes that her body was as hot as a red-hot pot, and like an overflowing vessel, she was holding back a lot of power, unable to cope with it, calling it pure chaos. In the picture, the pot is being covered with a lid. The protagonist realizes that she had to do this. The food begins to boil. Cion realizes that she clearly wanted to somehow stop the flow of magical powers, but they are heated to the limit. Soup pours out of the pot. He realizes that the forces began to creep out and slowly extinguish the ember of life, bringing her closer to inevitable death. The protagonist with a serious look realizes that he only lifted the lid, giving her more freedom, but in his eyes this girl is nothing more than a puppet. He holds Lunav in front of him and thinks that she is just getting on his nerves. The guy stands opposite and says that there is nothing to thank him for, and if there is nothing more to say, he will go and it is better not to spread it. Cion waves his hand at her and asks her not to take on too much in the future. Lunav smiles, thinking that he is cute. The protagonist thinks about it. She thinks he is a good person. The events unfold in the hall of the scientific community of Garum. The man hits the table hard. The assistant bends down and says that fortunately she was found innocent and released, and he sent a pleading note to the Empire on their behalf. The old man shouts that he is not talking about that. The man loudly asks how she dared to go somewhere, ordering them to find her immediately. The driver is riding in a carriage with horses. Emily is very happy. The protagonist sits in the carriage and asks why she is so happy. She replies that it is because of the opportunity to take care of the young master every day. She wonders if maids are allowed in the academy. He replies that his request will most likely not be refused. The old man with a thick beard says that it is impossible. Cion asks them to skip with a displeased look, assuring that they will look after her. He is asked to name at least one reason why he should make an exception for him. The protagonist looks away and claims that he will not skip classes. The old man asks if this is his direct responsibility, and besides, the guy is going to take 2 maids. Cion turns around when asked to answer another question. The teacher asks if they are somehow connected with the bloody ball, since he asks for them like that, and there is clearly some good reason for this. Cion remains silent. He is asked to answer the question. The protagonist stands in front of him and declares that he will answer if he fulfills his request. The old man allows him. The old man hears with displeasure that it will be a little difficult for the guy to tell everything, but he will be able to tell one thing for sure. The protagonist points his finger at himself and declares that he is not behind the bloody ball. The interlocutor frowns and asks again if it really isn't him. The protagonist squints and begins to explain. Cion notices that the teacher doesn't think much of him, who in turn calls him a brat and tells him not to skip classes. The events unfold at the academy. The protagonist states that the conversation with Director Kundal went quite smoothly. Cion, with his hands in his pockets, walks down the corridor and ponders what expression he will have if he finds out that his own grandson is behind these brutal murders. The protagonist imagines Luenel's face, and his intuition tells him that the prince is not the one who could think everything through carefully. The frame shows Ashel's image. Cion assumes that he was responsible for the organization. The picture shows a grinning guy. The protagonist thinks that Boris is responsible for the execution. The protagonist stands surrounded by scoundrels and understands that it has always been like this. Cion looks at the training fighter. He does push-ups every second. The count goes to 1289. The protagonist greets his friend, thinking that he is a real weirdo. The fighter jumps to the floor. Seth, smiling, offers to fight him and find out who is the strongest. He watches the door slam shut with the same expression on his face. The protagonist walks away from the door, thinking that 2 years have passed, but he is still bothering him. Seth at this time shouts that his friend is apparently busy and they can try next time, with new strength. There is a body on the floor. Brian is lying in a green puddle opposite Cion. His face does not look very healthy. The protagonist is frightened and wonders if he is dead. Emily greets the master, who in turn shouts what happened. She eats the prepared food, from which purple smoke comes out, and states that Brian tried the cookies that she prepared for the master, and for some reason passed out. There are not very appetizing cookies on the plate. The maid asks if he wants to try them. Cion points at her and says that next time you don't have to give Brian anything, saying that it's an order. The maid calls him a pest. Cion sits down on the couch and realizes that thinking about the future already makes him uneasy. He sees an envelope on the table and asks where it came from. Emily says that the guide brought it. The protagonist opens it and reads that the letter is from Lunev to Cion. Someone entered the room. Emily shouts that they have an intruder. The protagonist asks where he is from. Lunev asks how he is doing with a smile, adding that she ran away from home. Green water flows out of the sewer pipe. 2 men in a cloak go underground. One asks if the security of the Garum scientific community should come here soon. The other asks not to worry about it, because he has already taken care of it. A secretive man in glasses demands to remember that this is the only way to get rid of the tyranny of Rygans. The girl asks with a smile if the interlocutor really thinks that her conscience will torment her. The mustachioed man clarifies that she is a graduate of the academy. She answers that she is. The girl in the hood is a teacher of the Lewin Academy named Nella. She says that she is not so stupid as to feel compassion for this monster. The interlocutor looks at her and says that this is good. The companion claims that now it is time to move to the agreed meeting place, because their comrades should already be approaching Lunev. The man in the cloak walks behind and says glory to the kingdom of Garum. The protagonist sits opposite the girl. Lunev with a smile notes that he is a temperamental guy, expecting him to send her away for good. Cion with a cup of tea in his hand says that the doors to the dormitory rooms are protected by a special spell, wondering how she got around them. Lunev releases magic from her hand and says that by running her magic through this spell, she was able to analyze it and then cast a counterspell. Cion thinks and wonders if her abilities aren't a complete scam, since analytical magic can of course instantly calculate a spell, but what she did was clearly more than that. Lunev laughs and asks if he read the letter. The protagonist, crossing his arms, states that she came before he could. The girl says with a smile that she was so tormented by the wait for the answer that she decided to hear it herself. The protagonist asks if it was her grandfather who ordered it. Lunev looks down silently. Cion, with an unperturbed expression, demands to know if her grandfather really ordered her to get closer to him. The girl looks at the cup and says that at first it was, but not anymore. She sits opposite him and says that it is up to him to decide whether to believe her or not. He in turn claims that he does not trust strangers so easily, specifying why she needed this. Lunev has warm tea in her hand. She explains that lately a lot of bad things have been happening in the scientific community of Garum. The picture shows an image of a man and a woman. She explains that 2 dragons, with whom the society was negotiating, suddenly disappeared somewhere in the vicinity of the academy. There is someone's head in the box. The girl says that those who secretly brought prohibited items from abroad are increasingly found dead. There is a severed hand in the box. She says that if you compare all these events, the protagonist calmly hears that the thread leads to him. Lunev with a smile says that before all this was just an assumption, but now she is absolutely sure. Cion asks with a grin what made her finally convinced, while thinking about the fact that from dragons to connections with the scientific community, and this is unexpected. The girl says that she will not last that long. Lunev with a grin says that he helped her not long ago, and her condition improved a little. 3 people are watching the girl. She remembers that she was not always fine. She puts her hand on her chest and says that she had about 3 years left, but thanks to them, this period has increased a little. Cion with an imperturbable face says that he somehow does not believe it, clarifying why she is so calm. She must have gone completely crazy to take this for granted. The girl smiles happily, and says that it would be good if so. The protagonist frowns and understands that he is already tired of her. He gets up from the table and says that he does not care about this. She asks if he is leaving. He turns and walks away, declaring that this conversation is already stuck in his throat. The girl waves and suggests meeting later. The demon next to Cion asks if he is really just going to leave. The protagonist realizes that he wants to leave quickly. People in cloaks surround Lunev. She says that she really wanted everything to turn out well, while Cion notes that the henchmen of the scientific community were most likely waiting for him. The girl says that they came too quickly. The guy with the hood on his head asks the lady to go with them, because they will take her to Mr. Reigans. Lunev looks at the interlocutor silently. He asks again. The girl with a displeased face notes that someone else usually comes for her, clarifying who they serve after all. The guy, surrounded by the same henchmen, says that Victor was busy today and they were sent in his place, while he introduces himself as the 6th security squad. The girl smirks and says that it's a lie and she doesn't know any Victor. Lunev suddenly uses wind power and tries to escape. The girl runs forward and assumes that they are members of some task force, and then they need to get out of there as quickly as possible. The opponent puts his hand on her face and uses a dream catcher. Lunev slips away. They notice that she is not so bad. The bald man smirks and says that all this is in vain, ordering them to drag her to the cart. Lunev lies unconscious on the ground. The demon asks again. He flies near the protagonist and says that there is apparently a battle nearby. Cion assumes that these are people from the scientific community. The guy calmly looks away. The chariot drives along the ground. People in cloaks get out of it and offer to wait here. The bald man goes inside and says that they brought Lunev. Someone calls it a good job. A cloaked man sits in a temple and calls her a poor child, because she suffered so much, and was destined to remain only a tool. A hooded girl calls it a miserable life. Lunev lies tied up in a carriage. A stranger suggests not to let her go to waste. The guard is surprised to see red smoke. Everyone turns around and asks what kind of fog it is. Someone strikes quickly and the hero wonders if this is the legendary fighter. The man turns around and sees cuts on his brothers. The ringing of a dagger is heard nearby. The hero is afraid, does not understand what is happening. He looks up in fear and begs to stop. The mysterious fighter sits on the roof of the carriage above the frightened enemy. The bald henchman turns around in surprise at the suspicious sounds from the street. The girl asks him if they are waiting for someone else. He assumes that someone has tracked them down. She smiles and asks Ralph to show them what he does with people like that. The bald man sternly states that he will settle everything. The masked protagonist holds a dagger, stating that everything was easier than expected. Cion replies that it is not over yet. It seems that the real opponents are in that church. Ralph confidently walks out of the church and says that the opponent is still very young and seems to be all alone. The masked Cion notices that he is not alone at this time, while realizing that the enemy is somewhat similar to Lunev. The bald man picks up speed, preparing his fists. The protagonist thinks that this opponent makes him even more anxious. Cion sees the impending attack and insults addressed to him. Nella goes outside and asks if Ralph has sorted everything out. The surprised heroine with a tattoo on her face does not understand what is happening. She sees Ralph kneeling in front of the protagonist, and does not believe it. The bald fighter falls face down on the ground with a crash. Cion turns around and asks if she is the only one left, and why he had to steal the girl. The heroine releases magic from her hands, saying that Lunev is in great demand and the fighter should find out the reason himself. He remembers the girl and realizes that his rival also easily commands powers of various properties. The protagonist looks ahead in surprise and realizes that their abilities are quite similar. Nella releases fire using the Thunder Flame skill. Cion tries to dodge, realizing that he will need to thoroughly investigate everything. He swings his red dagger. The rival opens her mouth in shock, declaring that this cannot be. She sees how the protagonist repels each attack with a simple dagger. Cion got close to her and shouts that she is caught. he misses, as the girl jumps high into the air using her skill. She releases blue magic in flight, realizing that the guy is not simple and needs to be dealt with right now. She aims at his back, intending to use a shock charge. Kiram flies behind the enemy. The girl understands that he was not alone. The rival clenches her teeth in rage. A bright blue ball forms in her palms, and she wants him to try it. Nella releases projectiles near the hero. Her magic destroys the ground around. He jumps back and thinks that she clearly put a lot of magical energy. Red smoke binds the rival's hands and she demands to let her go. Kiram stands next to her and says that she cannot wave her hands since it is in vain, because human strength still cannot tear them apart, while Cion wonders at whose orders she is acting. The main character in a mask stands against the background of a church and asks how many more of them are like that. The rival sits on the ground and calls him an interesting guy, and he will definitely find out everything himself soon. She smirks and says that they will definitely find him and therefore they will see each other in hell. Kiram stands behind them and states that this reaction is similar to the curve of the heart. The protagonist speaks of an artifact that holds the owner's magical power in the heart, adding that it does not allow magical energy to circulate, but only accumulates it in the body. Kiram says with a grin that there was something like that in Lunav's body too. The rival does not understand how they found out about it. The protagonist holds the mask and says that this is the result of some scientific experiment conducted by the Garam Society, and it seems to be called the Path of Evolution. The girl screams, asking who they are. Cion bends down and states that she will find out everything herself soon, in hell. The defeated rival says in fear that he cannot do this just like that. Cion deals a powerful blow to the rival's body. The picture shows a book with a crystal. It says that in his past life he found an old book in the laboratory of the Kingdom of Garam, and it described a way to use an artifact called the Heart Curve, as well as the results of research on how to control it. Cion holds the artifact and says that if it does not work, then it can be eliminated in this way. The protagonist holds it in his hand and says that fortunately, it seems to function. Kiram asks if it can still be used. The guy stands next to her and demands that she pull out the same stone from Lunav's body. She replies that she does not want to, but he asks not to force her. The girl puts her body in front of him. He notes that he is doing this for the first time. He looks at the artifact and does not know if it will work. He squeezes the crystal in his hands and a flash occurs. He touches her body with this light and says that if the stone was embedded in her heart in the same way, then it can be destroyed in the same way. Lunav lies on the ground. A bright light fills her chest. A white flash occurs. Her eyes fill with different colors. The action takes place in the main branch of the Garam scientific community. Lunav looks at the ceiling and does not understand what she feels. She looks at her hand, which is shining with a blue mist, and feels much lighter and as if something heavy has disappeared from her chest. She squints and realizes that now more than ever, she feels close to Cion. Kiram stands next to the protagonist and asks what he will say. Cion looks forward and says that she will be useful to them, and it would be a shame if she was simply killed. Kiram with a displeased face notes that he is too kind, because she can then stick a knife in his back. The guy smirks and says that it is ridiculous for him to suggest such a thing, the demon objects that they still depend on each other, and she would be grateful if he was more careful. Cion gets up and tells her that they need to go, because there is nothing else to do here. The hero taps his finger on the table and says that he did not think that he and the interlocutor would see each other so soon, specifying who saved her. Lunav stands in front of the grandfather with a sad face and says that he does not remember anything specific. Reigans taps the table and says that he does not believe her and that the state has been restless since the bloody ball, and he has not had a second to rest. The assistant puts his hand on his chest and says that it is all his fault and asks for forgiveness for this, because he should have taken Lunav to the Lord himself faster. The old man gets up from the table and clarifies that he has no need to apologize, because it is her own fault. He in turn thanks him for understanding. Reigans puts his hand on his shoulder and says that he always has a lot of trouble because of his granddaughter. The assistant replies that it is still his duty. He in turn claims that he did him a good service. The man in glasses feels the burning hand of the gentleman and is surprised. Reigans says with a stern look that he knew about the betrayal from the beginning and asks if he really thinks that he can get away with kidnapping his granddaughter so easily. The man tries to justify himself, but the man shuts him up. Reigans furiously calls the assistant a scumbag. The man in glasses screams in pain, burning alive. Lunav covers his mouth with her hand and asks if this is too much. Reigans stands in front of the dying assistant and claims that he was one of the conspirators who kidnapped her. He wipes his hands and asks if she knows Cion. The girl looks down and says that nothing special is known about him, while thinking that the grandfather always asks, even though he already knows everything. She guiltily stands in front of him, being sure that simply lying clearly will not work. The grandfather asks what it means. Lunav explains that she was actually delayed because of a meeting with him, but she didn't manage to find out anything about the main character during their first meeting. Reigans puts his hand on her shoulder and says that this is not the answer he wanted to hear. He furiously asks what the boy is hiding. He looks at her with an angry look and says that since he is a descendant of his family, there must be something there, and maybe he was one of those conspirators. Lunav explains that he has only a maid and a knight with him all the time, and they didn't even manage to talk when they met, asking why her grandfather is so interested in Mr. Cion. He looks closely at his granddaughter, and reminds her that he is the one asking the questions, and that they are clearly connected in some way. Lunav hears with a displeased face that since she is from his family, she must obey him and owes everything in this life to him. Reigans turns around and says that since she is not going to tell, then they can finish, advising her to think about her behavior for a bit. The girl looks at the dying embers on the floor. She sadly realizes that it is truly unbearable to be from this family. The events take place at the Lewin Academy. Seth is standing against the wall, naked and asleep. The protagonist looks out from behind the corner and notices the athlete and thinks that he is annoying him, because he does not even go to class and it looks like he will have to come later. Cion walks down the hall and hears that classes have been cancelled and she still has not been caught. The protagonist looks at the girl, who claims that something is clearly fishy here. He turns around and hears that the teacher Nella has disappeared. Sarika leans towards the protagonist and says that it was all his fault, asking why it was necessary to kill the teacher. He, with a displeased face, declares that he never even knew her. The girl thinks and says that he probably skipped her classes too. Her image appears in the frame. It is explained that she is a natural-born sorceress of the Garam Empire and many wizards who were against it came to the United Lands of Lewin. But she was a member of a secret organization that rebelled against Reigans. She was also engaged in secret surveillance. Sarika adjusts her glasses and says that the theft of the Lord Lunav clearly did not go according to plan, and they had everything clearly under control. The girl loudly asks if the protagonist is listening to her. At this time he notices that he is not keeping up with her thoughts. She stands next to him and secretly tells him that everything should become clear soon, and it would be better for him to be outside the academy. He in turn asks what they will do with the place of this teacher. Sarika with a serious look says that for now they will put someone else in her place, clarifying whether some advertising is needed to attract new candidates. The chest lies among the haystacks. Two companions are riding in a horse-drawn carriage. One of them declares that everything is beautiful. The other explains that city dwellers always think so. The old man asks the young man why he is going to Lewin. He replies that he has one thing to do. Boris in the hat says that an opportunity has come up that he has been waiting for a long time and that is why he is in such a hurry. They ride on and the old man suggests that he will be a teacher. He laughs and says that not yet. Emily lies and thinks about how bored she is. Kiram hangs over her and demands that she get up, because this is her place. She looks at the lying girl, who calls this the master's room, asking why this should be her place. Kiram begins to get very angry. The guy enters the room and says that he has come. He sees Emily crying, who calls her ugly. The maid shouts loudly that she must be taken too, after Cion ordered her to get up, because they must go. The protagonist points and says that she has something else important to do. He points to the door and shouts that she has to feed Nana. Emily loudly objects that it doesn't matter at all and that they just want to get rid of her. The maid hears stomping outside the door and thinks about what will happen if she stays here. In the frame, a fierce Nana, Emily wonders what if everything suddenly turns out like last time. The girl comes out from behind the door and whispers to her dad that she is hungry. Emily puts food in her mouth and orders her to eat this. Emily holds the tray while Nana happily eats. She assures that she will stay here and there is no need to worry. The protagonist points up and says that he always counts on her. She laughs and asks not to worry. Brian is lying in bed. Cion says that he does not need to be fed this food, because he is still recovering. The demon asks the protagonist where they are going. He answers that he is going to the southeast of the Ashel Empire. The events take place in the grey city of Lambaster, which is ruled by money and violence. Cheerful spectators shout that someone will win. Another demands not to even hope for it. The fighters fight in the ring. The referee loudly calls out the names of Zelbert and Zaber. A man with long hair looks up and declares that it is just a monster. A huge monster stands in front of him and asks how he is going to defeat him. In turn, he calls him to start the attack. The man lunges and with a smirk offers him to go first into the fight. The monster hits his opponent, but he jumps back. The referee shouts that the fight has begun. Zaber with a smirk calls him stupid and asks if he really thought that he would be so easy. Zelbert grabs the fighter. The monster laughs and says that he caught him. The fighter grunts in pain. The referee shouts that Zaber is defeated. He begins to spit out blood. The monster loudly rejoices that the victory goes to Zelbert. Local drunks are lying in the alley and finishing their drinks. The protagonist goes with Kiram. The girl notices that this is a very unpleasant place. He in turn states that according to the agreement with the state, Lewin is an independent territory, and therefore no one cares about the proper improvement here. A stranger meets the heroes and asks who is here. The girl clarifies whether they really did not care. Huge villains stand opposite and offer Kiram to join them, instead of this kid's company. Cion looks ahead and notices that there really are quite a few criminals. At this moment she asks again. The big guy starts laughing and warns that you need to be careful with them. The protagonist with a displeased face hears how he is driven away. The big guy is already lying on the ground with a bunch of bruises. The protagonist and his demon go on while the villains are unconscious. He puts a bag of money on the table and asks for the best room they have. The worker asks how old he is, and he in turn asks if she heard him. The protagonist confidently demands the best room, wondering who their boss is since they treat their guests like that. The girl awkwardly starts mumbling something. She stands in front of them and solemnly welcomes him into the tavern. Cion looks out the window and watches the people. He thinks that secret gatherings are slowly starting. The villains are walking under his windows, while he thinks that it's time for him to act too. The protagonist goes down and asks the name of the worker, assuming that her name is Lisa. The girl says with a smile that everything is correct, asking how she can help. Cion stands nearby and asks if he can use the cage. Lisa sheepishly apologizes, noticing that new visitors cannot use it. The protagonist looks at her and asks again, thinking that something is clearly fishy. He looks at the empty hall and wonders where all the guests have gone, because there is no one except him. Lisa looks at him with displeasure. Cion notices this. She starts to bow and shouts that she sincerely apologizes, but she is only obeying orders from her superiors and did not want to inconvenience him. He smirks and thinks that she is not that simple. The protagonist with an ominous smile is going to find out what she is so afraid of. Lisa takes out knives and stares ahead. She starts to run to attack. Cion notices this with a smile and also starts to move. The girl throws her weapon at him. Lisa looks ahead in surprise. She sees a broken gold coin. She stretches her hand forward and notices that she cannot move at all, assuming that this is all because of this kid. Cion holds the coin and regrets that it is bent. The girl at this moment once again asks for forgiveness. She awkwardly replies that she was just about to point a knife at the guest, saying that this is a misunderstanding and she had no intentions at all. Cion points at her, holding the money, and states that he is extremely annoyed now, asking whether she is going to take responsibility or not. Lisa, frightened, watches him silently. Bright torches are burning as they go down. Lisa shows him the steps and says that at the bottom of the stairs there will be a cage. She hands him a VIP guest badge. He asks in surprise where this attribute might be needed. The worker, with her arms crossed and a displeased face, states that it is given to everyone who stays in the best room, and if he keeps it with him, he will definitely not get into any danger. Lisa looks at the guest and says that she does not know what exactly he needed in the cage, but if he does not have another life in reserve, it is better to try not to get involved in anything. The protagonist looks at her and does not understand why she is getting involved in everything. The worker at this moment wishes him luck. He looks at the girl leaving, who is very angry and reminds her that she just threatened him. She screams at him to do as he knows, adding in a whisper that he can't even bother anymore. Cion looks down in surprise and tells the demon that they need to go. At this point he clarifies why he couldn't just ask her about everything. The picture shows a sheet of writing. The demon quotes that it was written, "Bring me the real owner of the steel cage." A mysterious girl appears in the frame. The main character declares that Linza is the owner of the cage, who rules everything from the shadows. Cion tells his assistant that there wasn't even the slightest hint there. He clarifies why this order is more like some kind of puzzle. They go down, torches are burning around. The guy offers to find out everything themselves. The partner asks if he really thinks that he can handle everything himself. A memory appears with the protagonist in front of a castle engulfed in flames. He states that in his past life he was here many times, and so far this place has not suffered from the civil war. The demon looks away with displeasure and asks the owner what kind of confusion is going on here. He at that moment says that they will find out now. Cion stands in front of the door and states that now it will become known what the steel cage actually is. The guy with the cigarette asks if he really got it from the kid. The beaten man complains that he just wanted to have a little fun with them at the entrance to the city, but he was not so simple. The gray-haired guy sits on a chair and clarifies that the protagonist went to the steel cage. The ward says that they decided to follow him, but he booked a VIP room, and then they were powerless, so they came to the master. The bandit thinks and wonders that he apparently has a lot of money and most likely he is an aristocrat. The beaten man screams that unfortunately this information is unknown, begging Gunther to help. He covers himself with his hand and says that he has suffered so much from the bastard that he can barely even walk. The gentleman replies that he agrees, because there is an interesting case ahead. Gunther warms up his fists and wants to look at Cion, going into a steel cage. The fighter hits the other with his knee in the jaw. The spectators loudly rejoice when the winner is announced. The enraged girl stands with her foot on the man's head and loudly celebrates. The demon tells the protagonist that now he understands what is wrong with this city. He replies that they solve any issue with a fight and everyone turns a blind eye to this. Cion says that he understands everything. The assistant tries to find out what exactly. The protagonist with a grin says that getting close to Linza will not be easy and it is better to make her want to get closer to him herself. The demon looks at the owner in surprise. The guy with dreadlocks is standing nearby and addresses them. The guards are opposite the heroes and warn Cion that this is no place for children. He understands that they have already come for him. The main character with a brutal smile suddenly punches his opponent in the stomach. The other one runs to help and shouts Jason, not understanding what he is doing. He in turn groans in pain. The main character grabs him by the hair. He looks questioningly. Cion swings his fist. The victim at this moment begs him to stop, because he was wrong. The main character hits him hard in the face. He flies to the side. The bold guard stands nearby and is surprised by this turn of events. Cion throws his beaten partner on the floor. At this time blood is gushing from his mouth. The main character with a crazy smile wipes the blood from his face and asks where one can sign up for participation in the competition. People looked away and assumed that the cage had come to an end and there really were no more fighters. The short-haired man clenched his fist, asking if it was too much and if they were joking. Cion was wrapping a bandage around his hand while he was asking how they could put such a person in the arena. He looked away and the man said that it was something new and unusual. Zelbert stood in front of his opponent, wondering how it would be easier to kill the kid. The gray-haired man folded his hands in front of himself, saying that the organizers had clearly miscalculated here and that it would not be a fight, but simply a brutal murder. The man looked at him, asking if it was funny, to which he received the answer that yes, especially since his opponent was a big guy. The fighter pointed his finger forward and said that he would crush him to a pulp, while the spectator was saying that he was so terrible that they even called him an ogre. He hit his finger and the protagonist jumped back. His gaze froze. MC was approaching his opponent's head and was going to strike, while he did not understand anything. Cion hit his opponent on the nose. The body fell to its knees with its head raised. The opponent fell to the floor and foam flowed from his mouth. The audience was shocked. The hero stood next to Zelbert and something happened that no one could have expected. He stood in the arena while the spectators rejoiced. The protagonist was calm and when asked if he was from Lemia, he replied that he could not declare himself under his real name. The spirit looked in his direction, saying that he was already putting his face on display and asked why then hide his name, to which he replied that he took care of it and they had nothing to worry about. The fighter stood behind his companion, who said that he did everything his own way again. The mask was removed from the face and when someone saw the face, they would be able to recognize it, but it would be impossible to remember later. The companion evaporated, suggesting that this would be enough, to which MC replied that excessive excitement did not suit him. The audience rejoiced and the white-haired man repeated where the hero was from. Gunther grinned, saying that he would fight him and asked to wait for a meeting with him. The building was shrouded in the darkness of the night. Lisa folded her hands in front of her, asking what the matter was. Delkia pointed her finger forward and said that she also did not like that she made her wait for a long time and asked to briefly tell her everything. The blonde looked away and said that the scoundrel dared to cause a stir on their street today, and she knew what was happening here and noted that there was no point in hiding it. The dark-haired one was displeased and asked her to leave, asking about the fact that she could show up to her like this without warning. The landlady put her hands on her hips and said that she was annoyed by the young men and that it happened in the area under her supervision, demanding that he tell her everything right now. The blades came out of the girl's hands and she said that she would no longer tolerate such arbitrariness from the interlocutor, and especially such behavior towards the guests. Delkia raised her fist and said that he was clearly hiding here and her charges were waiting for her order. The green-eyed woman was tense and thought that the kid had caused her trouble after all and did not know what to do. Cion stood near the landlady's assistants and asked if they were looking for him, to which the men did not understand how he ended up there. The dark-haired woman was in a stupor and asked how long he had been there. He took steps forward, repeating the phrase he heard when he arrived and asked that they clearly did not come just to cause a fuss. The hero stood in front of the woman and offered to talk to those involved. The blonde froze in amazement. The protagonist stretched his hand towards her and apologized for upsetting her. She took his hand while he offered to immediately resolve all misunderstandings. Delkia looked embarrassed and asked to know the guy's name, to which he said his fake name. She closed her eyes and said contentedly that although it did not suit his refined appearance, it was a noble name. Lisa was shocked and said that there was no need to sort anything out, asking him to leave here and thought that he was still a child. The protagonist showed his palm, asking not to worry and said that everything would be easily resolved, to which she said that nothing good should be expected. The blonde took out a business card, hoping that in the future they would be able to get to know each other better. MC looked at the card, reading the information on it. People left the building while he thought that she was crazy. The woman was intoxicated by the guy and was ready to accept him absolutely free. The guys were standing at the table and were shocked. Lisa leaned her elbows on the table, asking why he could not listen to her advice, to which the guy asked if he needed to get into a fight. The green-eyed girl held her head and mentioned that he performed in the cage as a fighter and even won, to which Cion noted that rumors spread quickly, and she replied that everything was right there under their feet. He went up the stairs and the dark-haired one said that even if he was curious, she still did not advise him to go to the woman, to which he replied that he did not even think about it. Lisa held her head with her hand, thinking about why he was so embarrassed, and the figure asked about the fact that she left and was happy about it. The girl looked away in surprise. Linza stood in the shadows, saying that she had recently become close to Cion. The green-eyed one stood with her hands clasped and said that he was just one of the main guests, to which the interlocutor asked how she dared to contradict her. The hostess was tense, and said that such a thing had never even occurred to her, and that he was still a child. The white-haired one smiled, asking that he was just a child, and said that she seemed to greatly underestimate this kid. Lisa looked away with aggression, and asked how he dared to so unceremoniously make his way here. Gunther raised his hand up, saying that everything here was dilapidated, and asked if they needed repairs. Linza stood in the shadow by the wall, and said that she had invited him, to which the green-eyed one did not understand why he was needed here. The dark-haired one touched her chin with her hand and said that she wanted her to arrange a match for him. The assistant froze in bewilderment, and said that the white-haired one had been expelled long ago. He stood in front of her, and said that he wanted to fight the last winner. The red-eyed man grinned and asked if she knew that money had no smell. The night streets were lit by lanterns and light from the windows. The doors were closed, and arguing could be heard behind them. The man stood next to his interlocutor, and said that something was wrong with the lady today. The ward was upset, and said that they had just left there, and she still could not remember the guy's face, to which the interlocutor replied that now he would be in trouble. The blue-eyed man looked away, offering to find him themselves. The gray-haired man put his hand to his chin, saying that he must definitely get the toy he liked. They stood in front of the door, and the servant said that the guy was unlucky, and they were lucky that they were unremarkable. The paper flew to the side, and the man said that all this was wrong. Delkia sat on the bed, saying that she could not remember. There were drawings of a face on the bed, and she was saying that she had just seen him and didn't understand how it was happening. The blonde put her hands on her head, not understanding why she couldn't remember his face. Tears were welling up in her eyes, and she didn't ask why. The hero had no face, and she was saying that not much time had passed, but at the same time his face was like in a fog. The woman was looking at the wall, realizing that this made her want to get the guy even more. She kept her hand on her face, and the thoughts about it were driving her crazy. The girl covered her face with a fan. The blonde was gambling, and they were going to have all the fun with alcohol. The dark-haired man was looking at the people having fun, thinking that this was a street of entertainment, and it should be avoided at all costs. He remembered how she held his hand, and he thought that this could be expected, because there were such rumors about this woman that it was embarrassing to even talk about them. The redhead ran to the guy while he was thinking about collecting evidence against Linza. The basket with books fell. The girl fell, and he asked her if everything was okay. The blue-eyed girl looked at him, asking for forgiveness, and saying that it was all her mistake. The dark-haired man was in a stupor, and did not understand what she was apologizing for. The guy had a pack of cigarettes in his hands, and he thought about them. The protagonist held a basket in his hands, asking the woman he met if she was hurt, to which she denied. She bowed, saying that she thanked the stranger for his generosity, but he asked her to stop. MC handed the basket to her, and asked if she was selling it, to which she said that these were cigarettes from a great trading guild and they were of the highest quality, and offered to take one. Cion narrowed his eyes, saying that he did not smoke and thought about the Grey Guild. The passerby bowed, asking for forgiveness, and he asked her where she was going to sell so much at once. The redhead smiled, saying that she would sell everything on the entertainment street, and if she was lucky, she would sell everything overnight and be able to go home before sunrise. The dark-haired man looked down, thinking that she would be able to leave only after everything was sold out, and it seemed to him that he was beginning to understand what was going on. Cion pulled out a coin and said that he would give her 1 gold coin and asked if it would be enough to buy everything. The passerby was stunned and said that he did not smoke, to which the guy replied that he did not smoke, but that was okay. The hero showed another coin and said that this was only her proceeds and asked her to spend it properly. The blue-eyed woman froze in amazement. She ran back, thanking the guy for his help and promising that she would not forget his kindness. The protagonist held magic in his hands while the spirit asked if he could give money left and right, to which he said that it was different, and that road led to the dump and offered to take a look. The companion looked at him with displeasure and did not understand what he would gain from such a trip there, to which MC offered to just go. The girl fell to the floor and screamed. The men stood next to her and asked if she had more money and said that she was fooling them. The blonde held his fist and said that she was lying, that she had sold all the cigarettes, to which the bald man said that she needed to be taught a lesson. The boer grinned, saying that it was all because of Cion and that he needed to vent his anger, and she just happened to be there for him. The redhead covered herself with her hand and said that she was not deceiving them and that it was all true. The hero appeared behind the offenders, who said that they should stop, because the girl was asking them to believe. He frowned, saying that they were so big, but still begged for money from children. The hooligans looked at the guy, and the fair-haired one said that he came to them himself, and this time he would not hide. The leg hit the opponent in the face. The blue-eyed girl was in a stupor. The protagonist twisted the enemy's leg, who begged him to stop and promised to apologize, to which he asked why he did not leave him alone. The dark-haired man held the opponent's leg and said that in this world, only one thing makes him happy. He grinned and said that the only thing that makes him happy is the opportunity to make such bastards suffer. The fighter turned the boar's leg 180 degrees. The fair-haired man rolled his eyes in pain and screamed. MC picked up the coin, saying that now it will be hard for them to walk, to which the red-haired girl called out to him. Cion handed the money to the child, asking her not to lose it this time, to which she thanked him with tears in her eyes. The white-haired man clapped his hands, saying that it was amazing and impressive. The hero looked away, asking if he knew him and wondered how he could remember his face when he was wearing a cover. Gunther stood in front of him, saying that he was not sure, but judging by the skills, it was immediately clear that this person was extraordinary. He extended his hand forward, asking that he was the one he was looking for and said that he was glad to meet him, mentioning that he was the owner of this place. The dark-haired one looked away, saying that he just wanted to ask a few things from the girl, but now he could ask the owner. The white-haired one looked away, saying that she was no longer good for anything. His foot was pressing on the bandit's head and he said that in front of them was the one they were looking for. The red-eyed one smiled, showing his teeth, and said that since there was no use for her, he offered to get rid of her. The girl was horrified and tears came to her eyes. The protagonist frowned, asking what such measures were for, to which he replied that he was a little excited right now. He tasted blood from his finger, expressing a desire to fight him at least once, and he was just heading towards the owner of the cage. MC froze, thinking that he knew Linza. The white-haired man put his hand on himself, and asked what was going on. Cion kicked the burr. Gunther smiled, thinking that the blow was not weak and asked what he wanted right now. He swung, suggesting not to hold back. The fighter concentrated on the blow and screamed, and his hand turned into stone. Cion dodged the blow and jumped behind him. A crater formed at the site of the attack. The hero looked down, thinking that this was incredible. The stone hand was in the ground, and he thought that the opponent's body was strongly strengthened. The red-eyed man looked back and asked why wait for an official battle. He moved towards the opponent. The bully was approaching the protagonist, saying that he exceeded all his expectations. He smiled, asking permission to turn up the heat. MC was serious and understood that he was insane. Gunther struck the body. The column stood somewhere under the cover of dark fog. The violet-haired woman levitated above one of them and was enveloped in energy. She narrowed her eyes, assuming that Cion could surprise. She smiled and was asked about the fact that his name was not in the order. The killer adjusted his uniform, saying that he was not going to criticize her, but asked not to drag him into her personal affairs. The woman looked forward, saying that she did not want to question his words. The man held his hand to his face and said that someday they would understand what was what. Linza looked down, saying that it was not yet known whether they could trust him as an interlocutor. The interlocutor pointed his index finger up, asking if he could become the same, and noted that this was an interesting question. She looked away, saying that they would find out about it soon. The guy stood in the crater, and he said that he could hold out even in such a battle. The dark-haired man looked up while he said that it was not in vain that he met him. Gunther put his hand on his neck, offering to continue. He grinned and asked to show everything he was capable of. There was devastation around. The guys were fighting, destroying everything around. Cion looked at the enemy, asking about where Linza was, to which he did not understand why the guy was remembering her. The red-eyed man grinned, asking not to underestimate him. He struck and the walls collapsed. The hero was serious and thought that the opponent did not care about his attacks. The white-haired man swung, asking to taste it. He struck and the floor broke into blocks. The man stood on a hill. The rival grinned, saying that the protagonist was not bad and even better than he thought. MC stood on the remaining debris while he asked to come down, because they were not finished yet. He looked away and when asked if he needed help, he said that most likely there was someone else here. The blades fell at Gunther's feet and he was asked to stop. He looked away and asked why she was interfering and assumed that she wanted to die. Lisa threatened him with a knife and did not understand what he was up to with their main guest. The white-haired one was angry and said that he started it first, to which the hostess said that he was lying. Cion was tense and listening to the argument, assumed that they knew each other. The red-eyed one walked away, saying that he had enough, asking not to forget about their battle, while the hero thought that he was acting differently now. He went down to the ground and his partner asked if he was injured, to which she received an answer about his good condition. The dark-haired one looked down and was very disappointed. The girl leaned over, saying that she understood that he was their important guest after all, to which he replied that it looked like she needed something from him. Lisa froze and asked how he had guessed. MC stood in front of the guys, saying that the enemy had said that he was going to the cage owner to arrange a fight with him, and said that he did not object. The interlocutor fell into a stupor and asked if he was sure, to which the guy replied that he was ready only on one condition. He looked away at the girl and asked to arrange the girl with her. The redhead was sitting by the wall and was terrified. The blue-haired man stood in front of his acquaintance and asked if he had heard the news, to which he received an answer that he knew that Gunther was returning to the cage arena. The citizen put his hand on his jaw and assumed that he would fight the hero and did not think that he would ever see the white-haired man from the garbage dump again. The castle was shrouded in darkness, and the whole city was talking about the hero's fight with the red-eyed man. Cion punched his opponent in the jaw, and over the course of a week he participated in several more fights and learned that there were several rules in the cage. The guy stood in front of the loser, and in that organization weapons were prohibited. The body was lying face down on the floor, and the second rule ordered. The third rule said no killing. The host pointed his hand forward and said that they were in for a no-rules fight, but at least that was what the rules were before. The opponents stood in front of each other, and the fair-haired one shouted that the owner of the cage had given her personal consent to this, and the dark-haired one asked about this no-rules fight. The man leaned over to the participant and said that everything was exactly like that, and this time there would be no rules, to which the guy replied that no one had told him about it. Gunther put on his brass knuckles, saying that he had been waiting for this for a long time. The hero looked back, wanting to express his displeasure to the referee, but he had already left the arena. The protagonist froze and he said that the fight was starting. Linza looked at the fighters and wanted him to show what he was capable of. She crossed her arms over her chest and thought about MC. The opponent clenched his fists and asked if it was true that he had not been told that it would be a no-holds-barred fight. He crossed his arms and said that he could then get some kind of weapon if he was so afraid. Cion closed his eyes and said that he could do just fine without it. He stretched his hands forward and they were enveloped in energy. The guy concentrated and had a plan. The white-haired man grinned and said that he was starting to worry that he might accidentally kill him. The fighter frowned and said that he didn't remember it being a fight to the death. The red-eyed man licked his lips and asked about the fact that he had never heard of him. He had a skull in his hands and he enjoyed killing. The hero was calm and asked, "Is that so?" The enemy frowned, saying that he would rip out his eyes first. He rushed forward, preparing to strike. The protagonist dodged the threat. The opponent was puzzled. Cion was behind him. The enemy looked down and screamed. The spectator was confused and asked if anyone saw what happened. Gunther held his shoulder with his hand and felt pain in his arm. He looked back and promised not to forgive him for this. The hero looked back and asked him not to move, saying that he could really die. The white-haired man stood up and turned around. The announcer stood in the ring and announced the defeat of the red-eyed man, to which the spectator said that he had never lost so humiliatingly. The man was trembling, saying that it was a dark fog and a mysterious force. His hand was trembling, and he thought that there could be no mistake, and that it was a demonic sword. MC wiped his face with a towel and he was sure that someone made sure that he didn't find out about all the information about the fight in advance, and assumed that Linza did it. The redhead stood in front of the guy with a mug and said that it was great. They stood opposite each other, and when asked if she had already started working, the girl answered that Lisa told her that she could already help her. A badge was visible on her chest, and she asked him to take care of her while he was thinking about her name. Cion stroked her head and wished her a good job. He looked ahead, thinking that everything was just in time and he would tell her everything after today. The green-eyed girl bowed and said that she was very guilty, to which he meaningfully remained silent. The guy looked at her and asked why she kept silent that the fight would be without rules. The assistant was horrified and said that she had not hidden anything and that the owner had discussed it personally with the fighter and asked for forgiveness, because she should have checked in advance anyway. The dark-haired man closed his eyes, expressing a desire to meet with her, to which the girl replied that it was impossible, because she preferred to keep her identity a secret. The hero looked back and asked for forgiveness, said okay and asked to be more careful in the future and thought that it would not work. Gray-haired stood in front of him and asked if the fighter would have a free minute, to which he asked who he was and assumed that they did not know each other. Morris stood in front of the guy and said that he was from the Grey Guild. He waved his hand and said that he came here to ask him. Mustachioed frowned and asked if he wanted to sell the demonic sword. Cion became wary and asked what he meant. Green-eyed looked ahead and said that he did not need to hide it, because he was the only one who could recognize this item. The emblem depicted a camel and he said that he used to work in the guild. Blood stained the picture. The emblem of the Grey Guild depicted a horse and now the merchant was driving it. He bowed and said that he specialized in various weapons, including swords, because in the previous guild he also sent large supplies to the Council of Garum. The hero listened attentively while Morris said that he thought that no one on the entire continent understood weapons better than him, and he had finally come to see it with his own eyes. The mustachioed man looked up, saying that he needed a demonic blade of fog and that he had probably been waiting for a master for an eternity. The merchant stood in front of the guy and asked him to name the price, and no matter how much it cost him, he wanted to take possession of this weapon. The man rose above the floor and the protagonist asked what he said that no one knew about it except him. The dark-haired man looked at the offender and said that there would be no more witnesses to eliminate. The killer appeared to the side of Cion. He was at his feet. The mercenaries stood around the assailant and ordered him to be released. The hero looked up, asking if they really thought they would stop him. The ninja stood in a stance and the merchant hired assassins from Spania, because after that incident, he began to worry about his life more. The mercenaries surrounded the guy. Morris was choking and the protagonist asked if they would have time to save him before he strangled him. The girl burst into the room and asked what was going on. The dark-haired man turned his head while she asked what he was doing with the guests and suggested discussing it calmly, otherwise she would be forced to use force. The redhead looked ahead and tears welled up in her eyes while the fighter realized that Lewis was now involved in this. Cion looked away, thinking about the problematic situation. He let go of the mustachioed man, and he screamed strange sounds. The hero looked at him, saying that he would forgive the man only once and ordered him to get out. Morris was choking and they asked him what to do, to which he asked to put away the swords. The gray-haired man continued to stand in front of him and assumed that he had simply gotten carried away. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor, who said that this time he would leave. The merchant leaned over and said that his offer was still valid. People left the room and rushed to the exit. MC was unhappy and thought that this was what Zykerman's death led to, and he was asked if everything was okay with him. The blue-eyed girl stood next to the guy who said that everything was fine, to which he said that there were a lot of scary people near him. The dark-haired man put his hand on his head and asked not to worry. Cion looked at the assistant and said that he had a favor to ask of her. His eyes turned red and he expressed a desire to meet the owner of the cage. Lisa was scared and fell into a stupor. There was an explosion and incomprehensible screams were heard. People stood next to Gunther and tried to calm him down. He stood without a limb and shouted the fictional name of the hero. There was an animal rage on his face, and he was going to kill him. He remembered how he lost a limb and how helpless he felt. The warrior remembered how he stood with his back to him. The white-haired man fell to his knees and did not know how to get rid of him. An image of a small frightened girl popped into his head. He froze. A smile appeared on his face, and the red-eyed man decided that she would help him take revenge on the protagonist. He had a pack of cigarettes in his hands, and he understood that he had found a solution to the problem. A warm light was visible from the windows of the building. The red-haired woman was walking down the corridor with papers. The door opened slightly. Lewis looked away and did not understand who the visitor was so late and said, "Welcome to the steel cage." Gunther bared his teeth. The blue-eyed woman was scared while he greeted her. The white-haired man put his hand on his head and asked if she remembered him. He smiled and asked for help. The candles on the chandelier illuminated the room. Cion stood by the wall and asked that he should give an official pardon for the meeting, to which she said that even if he did, she was not one of those from whom it was easy to get an audience. The dark-haired man looked in her direction and asked why the hostess was covering for Linza, to which he noted that he still knew the name of the main one, and he was not an ordinary person. The hero stood by the wall while she said that the hostess was also looking at him and herself gave consent to the fight, and suddenly changed the rules of the duel. Lisa was unhappy and said that she wanted to warn him and asked him to leave this place as soon as possible. The protagonist looked away while she was talking about the threat to life, and did not understand whose side she was on, and whether all this was out of necessary politeness to the guests. They looked in the direction of the terrible sound and the green-eyed woman said that this voice resembled Lewis. The girl ran up the steps. They looked at the destroyed table and wall, and she asked who did it. Cion picked up the thing and said he could guess. He had a bloody badge in his hands. MC walked forward and said he would return her, to which she said that they weren't even entirely sure who did it. Lisa froze, after saying what he had already said. The hero looked back and said he could guess. There were sheets of paper on the bed. The blonde was lying on the bed and they were telling her that a noble girl's room shouldn't have been so untidy, to which she asked who let him in and assumed that he was tired of living. Morris looked at her and said that Delkia didn't look the most welcoming, to which she asked what he was doing there. He stood in the room and said that he had an offer, to which she said that she didn't accept offers from pigs. Gray-haired looked at the portraits and assumed that she was very impressed by the guy whose face she couldn't even remember. The fair-haired girl looked at the man, asking why he was talking as if he knew everything, to which she received the answer that she would get straight to the point, because there was not much time. He showed the flask and said that it was a strong paralyzing poison that he had bought from the kingdom of Garum, and with it she would be able to get the boy. She held the poison in her hands and asked what he needed in return. The mustachioed man smiled, saying that he would need what the boy had, and she could keep the boy for herself. The man waved his hand and to the question that this was all that was needed, he said that he would wait for an answer. The merchant smiled, thinking that whoever ultimately took on this matter, he only needed to get rid of the hero and he was simply providing them with the means and hoping that Gunther would cope with that girl. The white-haired man sat on the container and said that he was waiting for a guest. Cion stood at the dump and asked about the girl. The white-haired man opened the box and said that there was a gift here. The item fell at his feet. The hero froze in horror and an ear was lying on the floor. The red-eyed man knocked on the one where he was sitting and said that the rest was here and offered to try to take it. The protagonist grinned, saying that he could have immediately said that he wanted to die. The fighter's hand began to grow back and he offered to simply resolve the misunderstanding. He was furious and offered to attack him. Linza sat on a chair, asking if that guy was capable of killing Gunther. Lisa stood in front of the table and confirmed what was said, to which she asked that she was worried about him. The girl clasped her hands and said that she had not had warm feelings for him for a long time and said that she wondered why she was so interested in Cion. The dark-haired girl propped her head up with her hand and asked that she was really interested in this, and said that she could let her in on this. The green-eyed one froze after the request to try to imagine the guest's face. She frowned and did not understand why she could not remember. The main one covered her face with her hand, saying that this is one of the abilities of the stay era, which makes others forget the face. Lisa was in a stupor and asked what she meant by the god of darkness. Her ring was shining and she said that her past had finally caught up with her. The green-eyed one was tense and asked if she was in danger, to which the interlocutor denied it. The violet-eyed one put her hand on her chest, saying that they had not had such a valuable guest for a long time and asked to take care of him accordingly. Gunther looked ahead and asked what happened. The overgrown hand scratched the stone. He ran it along the surface and sent the boulders forward. Cion flew to the side. The enemy looked ahead and asked why he did not use the skill, like then. The red-eyed one grinned and asked to try harder. The dark-haired man looked at the skull as he spoke, saying that he had disturbed human remains. The enemy took the skull and said that the bones were there because they no longer had any meaning. Ham broke his head, saying that the city was full of garbage. He remembered how he defended Lisa and said that they grew up in the dump and tried their best to survive. A memory flashed through his mind of how he fought back everyone who tried to lay a finger on them. The white-haired man bit the offenders on the hands and said that after that he met someone. The mustachioed man looked ahead and asked to be spared. The man plunged his sword into his chest. The guys sat next to him, and he dealt with the dump manager, who was constantly bothering them. The fair-haired man walked among the corpses. Ashel extended his hand, saying that now everything was okay and they were safe from now on, and he still could not forget his angelic face. The boy looked ahead in amazement, and said that after that he began to imitate him, and after that, his life changed dramatically. Gunther stood on a pile of corpses and dreamed of the day when he could cleanse the Rambasta of all impurities, and therefore gradually built up his strength, and even began to manage the dump. On the floor lay a body with a severed limb, and he first ended up in the cage with the goal of earning some money, but it all ended with him killing his rival, and then being expelled. He grinned and said that because of this, the green-eyed girl stopped communicating with him, and has already become one of the natives of that dump. He looked up, thinking about how he could cleanse the area of impurities. The red-eyed man froze after the words that he did not want to listen to this nonsense. The dark-haired one smiled and asked if he could not see that he was not scratched. Gunther was on a high, and was going to give it his all. The chains broke loose and were absorbed into the flesh of his hand. The limb grew in size and he offered to show him something interesting. Cion was serious and thought about what he had in his hand and did not understand where he got such an ancient curiosity. The white-haired man picked up the cube and said that this thing was called a gravity trap. The magic cube was shining and it created a mana-saturated space in the chosen place. The hero was trapped. He felt how gravity was increasing and pressing him harder. The red-eyed man was going to strike and said that he was holding up well and offered to see if he could hold out any longer. The limb was approaching the cube. The protagonist looked down and said that he didn't need help when he offered. He looked ahead and said that such a scumbag was not worthy of even competing with him. There was an explosion. Cion rushed forward. He struck the body and the opponent bent over. Gunther froze and did not understand what had just happened, and he should not have moved a finger. He found himself in the air and the mixture of flesh and iron crumbled into elements. The hero appeared next to him and mentioned the ears. There was anger in his eyes and he promised to leave only the ears from the other man's body. The enemy was wary. The protagonist kicked the offender in the back. The attack went through the muscles of the core. The enemy's body rushed down. The man crashed into the ground at great speed. Hem lay on the rubble with his body pierced by reinforcement. He smiled and said that he was destined to die from the very beginning. Cion looked at the guy who said that he did not regret anything, and since that girl was already born here, he did not think that anything worthwhile would come of her. Gunther showed his teeth and said that nothing would come of them all, because this is the law of the city created by the owner. The dark-haired man stood in a stupor after the request to take care of those. The fighter's face froze and he fell silent. He looked at the box and did not understand what was happening. The protagonist approached a box in the shape of a coffin. He opened the box. The girl was standing on a hill and asked what happened here. Lisa saw the mortal body of an old acquaintance. The body was pierced by sharp rods, and she thought that exactly what she feared happened. The green-eyed girl looked at the security, asking to make sure that the main guest was safe. They looked away. Cion was sitting with the girl in his arms, and the assistant called out to the guy. The girl was terrified. The dark-haired man was holding the girl in his arms and said that she was not injured anywhere and was just sleeping. The group stood in front of him and asked if everything was okay with him, to which he asked to take care of Lewis. MC walked back, and when asked where he was going, he said that he went to clean up. The partner looked ahead, asking where he was going to clean up. His eyes were glowing red and he was going to cleanse the city. The Lambasta map is divided into 4 districts. The cell is in the middle, the dump is to the west, the shopping district is to the east, and the entertainment district is to the south. People fought in the alley because there was no special body that would monitor order in the city, but some kind of system of certain rules still existed. The hero imagined the faces of the managers of each specific district, who set them. In the past, Cion approached Ashel and asked what he was going to do in such a place, because if they were in ordinary state, they could at least go to war against them. But here they were not even capable of this, and the hero could deal with these managers himself. The brunette shuddered when his brother replied that there was no need for this. Ashel grinned and said that they would sink themselves to the bottom. You don't even need to interfere, just be there in time to seize the initiative. The hero frowned and asked where he got so much confidence in this. The brother turned around and said that this entire city was already rotten. He had personally seen it. Cion was still amazed at how much confidence there was in his gaze then, but Ashel was right. The young man stood in front of the building and realized that this city was rotten to the core. The brunette frowned and decided that today he had to cleanse it of its filth. Smoke and a sweet minty smell rose from the cup, although it should have been ordinary black tea. Delkia clung to the hero, and he was surprised that she seemed not to even try to hide the fact that he was poisoned, because that was the smell of a paralyzing poison quite common in Garum. The woman adjusted her hair and thanked him for accepting her invitation, because today's meeting would bring him much pleasure. The young man grinned and replied that it was probably the same as this wonderfully smelling tea, to which the interlocutor shuddered. She sweated and wondered if the hero noticed that something had been added to it. Sion's eyes flashed, and he said he was looking forward to it. He knocked over the cup and drank it all under a surprised look. The mug fell to the floor with a clatter. The boy himself slumped on the woman's shoulder. Delkia smiled greedily and was glad that it worked, and now the boy was finally hers. The shopping district, the Grey Merchant Guild, from where the voice asked if Delkia had managed to capture the boy. Morris was sitting at the table, and the butler bowed and replied that they had just received a message from the entertainment district, so the man was glad that God was on his side. The man grimaced and muttered that, unfortunately, he had to give the gravity trap to Gunther, although it was difficult to get it from the Garum Association. He greedily bit into the meat and decided that nothing could be done. After biting off a piece, Morris declared that, in any case, the demonic sword would soon be in his hands. A silhouette appeared behind him, noting that it was a little suspicious that everything was going so smoothly, but his words were not taken seriously. The spy frowned and reminded them that his intuition had never failed him, so it would be better to head out early to inspect everything. The gentleman frowned and agreed, but asked not to do anything unnecessary. Morris continued eating, thinking that these idiots from Sparnia were sticking their noses into other people's business and couldn't just do the job they were paid to do. The man raised his eyebrows and suggested that they wanted to get the demon sword themselves. The townspeople looked ahead in surprise, and someone shouted loudly for them to get out of the way. Morris leaned out of the carriage, yelling that he was in a hurry. The man threw open the doors and loudly announced that he had arrived. Delkia sat next to the sleeping protagonist, and noted that there was no need to rush so much. She licked her finger, and added that she was just going to have fun. The guest blushed and said that he didn't need the guy, but his thing, and the woman replied that she had already taken everything from him. Morris smiled greedily and demanded that she give it to him quickly. The blonde pulled the cord and asked him not to rush so much, because a surprise was waiting for him. The curtains parted, revealing tied female hands and several other people. Morris sweated and his eyes widened. The woman pointed in that direction and asked if what he needed was really not there. A knight with a sword stood by the wall, as well as a boy with a bouquet of blue flowers. The man looked in horror at the one in the middle. A beaten Delkia was sitting there. Morris turned to the blonde and asked who she was then, and the interlocutor asked him not to be so rude. The woman ran her hand over her face, removing her mask. Kiram bared her teeth and declared that she was the demonic sword he wanted to possess so much. Morris' eyes widened in shock and asked again. He fell backwards and exclaimed that a demonic sword could really turn into a person. The protagonist stood up, his eyes flashing, and noted that the guest already knew too much. The man closed his eyes and called for help from the shadow assassins, and the boy covered his ears, demanding that he stop yelling like that. Cion hit him in the throat to shut him up. Morris coughed, and the boy rolled up his sleeves and offered to go to the spies if he wanted to. The protagonist spread his arms and used space creation, shadow quagmire. The man watched in fear as the shadows turned into fog beneath him. He turned pale and screamed, feeling himself being consumed. Cion loomed over him and suggested that the other man had given Gunther the artifact and Delkia the poison, and he immediately apologized and promised that he would never do such a thing again. The brunette bared his teeth and replied that he would make sure that he did not do anything wrong, after which he said goodbye. Morris extended his hand from the haze and begged for mercy. His body sank deeper and deeper into the abyss. He took a deep breath and squinted. Something from the side made him turn pale. It was the corpse of one of the assassins, and the man screamed. The air in his lungs ran out, and the body slowly sank down among the other corpses. The protagonist turned to Kirim and said that only Delkia remained, and the interlocutor responded that she would deal with her, and the young man could go. Cion squinted and asked not to overdo it, which irritated him. The woman stood in front of the blonde and asked how she dared to touch her master. Delkia jerked awake. Kirim snapped her knuckles threateningly and advised him to get ready, because she would be chopped into 1,000 pieces. The interlocutor began to cry and beg for forgiveness, saying that she regretted what she had done. A fist flew into her face. Cion turned to the doors from behind which screams were heard, and realized that Kirim would beat her to a pulp. The young man turned around and squinted, feeling a familiar energy. His eyes widened. He found himself inside a shadowy space with destroyed columns. The brunette was sweating, and the voice noted that he now had an interesting expression on his face. In front of him was a blue energy ball, which introduced itself as Linza Nilov, one of the managers of Lambaster. The young man watched in surprise as a woman appeared in front of him. Cion tensed, guessing that she was hiding in the fog. The brunette smiled and assumed that Sarika had told him about her, so it was understandable why the hero had taken up the murder of other managers. The guy raised his hand, concentrating his energy, and thanked her for coming herself, making the search easier. Cion grinned and asked whether he should address her as a senior colleague or a traitor. The interlocutor held out her hand with a ring and asked him not to think twice, because he would not fight her. The young man turned around in surprise. He waved his hand, fighting off the attack. The brunette frowned and asked who else was there. Linza grinned and offered to say hello. The protagonist shuddered, recognizing the attacker. Lisa took a fighting stance, her eyes sparkling, and answered the lady's question that they had already met. The girl frowned and declared that she would destroy the young man. The rivals began the battle, and their blades sparkled. The protagonist frowned and asked the girl not to interfere, as it was none of her business. Lisa swung her blade again, and the guy realized that she was not listening at all. He jumped up from his seat, realizing that he would have to knock her out. The hero extended his hand and attacked with bloody energy, using the secret technique of assassins, a deadly wave. The opponent dodged and slowed to a stop on the ground. The brunette smirked and noted that she must have trained very hard, since she was able to withstand this technique. The opponent frowned and straightened up. Linza flew up to the young man and asked why he was hesitating, since he could easily kill his opponent, but the guy only inquired how long she was going to hide in the fog. The woman smiled greedily and said that she wanted to see how good the one trained by Sarika was, and whether he would win against the manager's apprentice. Cion narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out what kind of relationship there was between the brunette and his master of the hall. The manager smirked and reminded him that he needed to focus on something else now, and the boy flinched. Lisa raised her finger and summoned knives around her, using a rain of needles. The blades fell on the hero, but he skillfully dodged. At this time, the rival had already jumped above him, swinging her weapon. The guy managed to put out his hands and stop the blade. The girl stared at him and said that, although he may have severed all ties with Gunther, he would have to pay for her only remaining family member. The interlocutor sweated and noted that they were more than just acquaintances. The girl's eyes were sparkling, and he thought that it looked like the shadow personality's subjugation had been activated, as if she had used a small fragment of memory to awaken in her the will to resist. The young man grabbed her by the throat, because it was a big mistake to close the distance. He knocked the girl to the ground and swung his hand. With the edge of his palm, the hero hit his opponent from the side. Cion furrowed his brows and thought that he had finally knocked her out. The protagonist frowned and noted that now only they remained, so why not show themselves? The woman hovered in the fog and said that this shadow domain was her, but the young man replied that he was surprised to learn that her essence was fog, but was even more shocked by how deceitful and cruel she was. The brunette narrowed her eyes and asked again. The guy pointed with a smile and asked if her ring belonged to Anbari. He remembered the decoration and said that it was an artifact that allowed one to absorb anything one wanted, be it mana or divine power. The interlocutor hid her hand behind her back, hearing the suggestion that she used the ring to pretend to be fog. The young man rubbed his neck and added with a grin that the woman was just a fake. Linza bared her teeth and stretched out her hand, indignant at such a statement, after which she demanded to know her limitless power. The young man narrowed his eyes and noted that his rival had been caught. Her ring began to shine, and the woman used the divine power of black fog. Energy spread from her in all directions. The protagonist's eyes widened, feeling how everything froze. Lisa's body also turned gray. The manager descended lower and said that only she could step into these domains, and no one else could move in them. The woman approached the hero and asked how it felt to be so helpless in the face of true power. Linza extended her hand for the blade and declared that it was time to say goodbye. She suddenly froze, hearing that someone had finally found this pathetic domain. A sparkling rift appeared behind her. A disgruntled Kirim appeared in the crack, asking if this one was really here because of her master. The brunette turned around in shock, not understanding how she had entered her territory, and if the stranger's powers were equal to the power of the god of darkness. The manager sweated and realized that, apart from Eru, only the demonic sword was capable of this. Kiram walked into the dimension, outraged that everyone was so eager to appropriate what belonged to her, and asked how many pieces she should chop the woman into. She snapped her fingers, deciding to destroy this domain first. The air around her became covered with cracks. Linza's eyes widened in shock as she watched everything around her crumble into pieces, and she exclaimed that it couldn't be that simple. The protagonist frowned and asked why it was taking so long. His partner glared at him, thinking that the young man was completely ungrateful, since he was complaining even when he was being saved, and he exclaimed that he could have been in danger. The manager frowned and shouted that he couldn't be the successor. The woman clenched her fist, screaming that it couldn't be that such a child would become one, and Kiram asked what was wrong with her, to which the guy replied that he had already managed to piss off his opponent. Linza grimaced and called him nothing more than an insignificant youth. She suddenly jumped up from her seat and demanded that he not look down on her. The demonic sword narrowed her eyes, not understanding why the woman was so angry. The protagonist grabbed the blade in his hand with a smile and noted that she was definitely not a good killer. Both opponents swung their weapons, using the sword of fog, rapid fog storm. The brunette flew back and fell on her back. Her blade sank into the ground. Cion bared his teeth, overcome with energy, and declared that he would show her the true power of the gods. The manager sat up. Her eyes widened when she realized what kind of technique was about to be used. A scarlet ball of the sword of fog sparkled above the protagonist, adamant. The protagonist in the form of a demonic sword narrowed his eyes and offered his opponent to fight it off with his pathetic ring. The brunette frowned and turned pale. A powerful projectile flew towards her, splitting the ground. Linza's eyes widened, looking ahead. She remembered the Temple of Black Fog, and how the mentor asked if she was really leaving. Sarika then looked at the brunette, who replied that she was tired of waiting here for a successor. She turned around and asked with a smile if the master was going to come and kill her. The other woman looked at her calmly and reassured her that there was no need, because there were plenty of other scoundrels around. Sarika glared menacingly and added that as soon as she saw that rot had started in her, she would immediately destroy it. Linza turned pale when she heard that if that time came, she would take back what she had stolen, but for now no one else knew, so there was no need to worry. The mentor looked closely at the student and wished her luck. The brunette smirked back, saying goodbye to Sarika. She turned and left the organization that had power but still remained in the shadows, because she wanted to create her own, where the powerful of this world would be recognized as they deserved, but she did not want to remain unnoticed forever, waiting for a successor. Blood dripped from the woman's trembling fingers. Linza stood frozen with a hole in her side and no arm, not understanding how things had turned out this way, after all she had achieved so much. The woman fell to her knees in front of the protagonist. The young man returned to his previous appearance and asked her last words. The interlocutor lowered her head and asked to pass something on to Sarika. The brunette narrowed his eyes in response. Linza began to cry and said with a smile that she was wrong, but now she was in a lot of pain, so it was better to end it there. Cion extended his hand and directed a bloody mist at her, thinking that no one can predict their own defeat. He looked down at her and realized that it was the same with him. The walls of the illusory domain fell, revealing the city. The protagonist looked at the building, surprised that this space led him to the hotel, but at least saved time, and at that moment the girl asked why she was left alive. Lisa leaned forward and reminded him that she tried to kill him, and she also knows about the mist. She frowned and said that there was no point in sparing her. The brunette turned to her and asked if she wanted to tell anyone about everything, and the interlocutor answered negatively, after which the guy said that then everything was fine. Lisa looked at him and asked what she should do now. Louis and the soldiers ran out of the door, and the girl asked if the manager was hurt. She burst into tears and exclaimed that she was very worried when she suddenly disappeared. The girl smiled and said that she was glad that she was okay, after which she clarified if the girl was hurt. Louis hugged the manager and shouted that she would never let her out of her sight again. The child cried, saying that she treated her better than anyone she had ever met, so the path would not abandon her. Lisa raised an eyebrow and reminded that they had not been together for a while, so everything was fine, and the main character noted that she had already found something to do. Cion looked at the girl and asked her to take charge of the place since there were no more managers, and also to take care of Louis so that she would not grow up like him and Gunther. The interlocutor nodded awkwardly and agreed. The protagonist stroked the girl's head and asked her to listen to the manager, and she asked if he was really leaving. The brunette grinned and replied that he was already leaving, and also wished the little girl good luck. He turned around and waved his hand, answering Lisa's question that maybe he would come back someday. The girl blushed and shouted that the young man had to do it, and he only grinned and agreed. The hero became serious, remembering the fire in the city, and hoped that he would never have to see it again. The blade in his hand emitted blue mist, and the woman noted that the young man managed to deal with Linza. Sarika sat on a stone, saying that it was not easy for him, and the guy asked if she had not sent him there, knowing in advance how difficult it was. The master grinned and assumed that he had some questions for her. The brunette raised his head and asked what her relationship with Linza was like. Were you also part of the fog? The interlocutor smiled and answered in the affirmative. She remembered how she trained with the brunette, and said that she did not like everything that was happening around her, and she decided to leave them. The woman saw Linza leaving and added that the former manager even took the ring that was passed from one master of the hall to another. The young man picked up the artifact and clarified whether this was the Anbari ring she was talking about. The mentor jumped down and confirmed that it was supposed to belong to her. The guy looked at the interlocutor in bewilderment when she said that she wanted the ring to remain with him, and reminded him that the artifact was passed from one master of the hall to another. Sarika's eyes sparkled and said that she did not need it, because she was already strong. Cion looked at the trophy and said that he thought the quest was created specifically for the purpose of returning the ring. Kiram crossed her arms and assumed she disliked her or something, even though they seemed to be quite close. The master turned around and said she was simply keeping her promise, since apparently the power of the ring itself drove most people mad. The woman flinched when the hero asked if this was some kind of test. The artifact in his hand was radiating dark energy, and the boy thought that the mentor wanted to see if its power would affect him. He clenched the ring in his fist and asked if she was going to show that he would be destroyed too if he gave in, and in general, it seemed like she was genuinely unhappy that the hero was the heir. Sarika smirked and replied that she simply wanted to see if Cion would become a villain or a hero to the world, and such a test was normal for an heir, since it was quite possible that Kiram had made the wrong choice. The brunette frowned, standing behind the owner, and asked again with displeasure, and the young man himself said that it was understandable. In the office of the director of the Lewin Academy, a man stood facing the window and said that the students' anxiety was growing after the disappearance of instructor Nella. The old man turned around and added that he understood that this was quite a heavy burden for him, especially given the sudden appointment, but he believed in him, and the interlocutor replied that there was no need to worry. The man put his hand to his chest and promised with a smile to try to treat the students with understanding. He bowed, and Kundal replied that he was very grateful for this, after which the interlocutor decided to go look around the academy. The director looked after Boris Lum, who possessed a rather strange mana. Sarika entered the office and, apologizing for being late, asked if she had been called. She looked in surprise at the stranger who introduced himself to her. Boris smiled menacingly and said that he was a new teacher, so he was glad to meet you. He passed by, radiating dark energy, and the woman thought that he smelled of blood. Sarika turned around and noted that the stranger was clearly dangerous, and the director informed her that he was from the capital. The old man's eyes flashed and asked her to keep an eye on Boris, because although he was talented and had good manners, his mana was very strange. The interlocutor adjusted her glasses and accepted the order, realizing that this smell of blood would not disappear, no matter how hard the man tried. Boris walked down the corridor with a smile, but a black fog hung around him, as if death itself was wandering around the area. A banner was raised in the sky. Knights held flags and welcome to the abode of Harmony Lewin. They solemnly pounded the ground. Arena stared ahead in shock, noting that there were now many more guards here. She and the guy walked past the soldiers, thinking that their number had increased after the bloody ball, but this was too much. The girl stopped when she was addressed. Lunav approached her. The students smiled and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Butterflies fluttered over the plants. The trio walked along the pavement, and the princess was glad that her interlocutor was doing well, and she reminded him that it was all thanks to her. Arena looked down and objected that she had helped her, but Lunav said that everything was fine, because she was not a little girl anymore. The blonde pointed at her companion with a smile and introduced him, and Reshmus noted that the student was very beautiful. A silhouette appeared in front of them and said hello. Boris bowed, saying that he was the new teacher, and asked if she was the princess. Arena smiled and nodded, asking if the man would be teaching them how to use mana. Lunav narrowed her eyes when the interlocutor replied that he was flattered, and asked if the girl had some time for him. He smiled when the princess was surprised that this was needed right now. Boris lowered his head and said that he was checking the student's mana levels and would be interested in taking a look at her mana sphere. The girl created a golden ball on her hand and asked if that would do. The man opened one eye creepily and answered in the affirmative. Lunav looked at her friend and muttered that she had a bad feeling about this, but the princess countered that the teacher was just looking at their mana. Boris extended his hand and stated that he would be done soon. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand abruptly. The teacher frowned in displeasure. The blonde raised her eyebrows and asked what Cion was doing. The protagonist held the princess's hand and looked at the man menacingly. His eyes flashed red. Boris looked down at the young man in confusion as he tried to understand what this man was doing in Lewin. The protagonist remembered the destroyed city with corpses during the devastating war with the Demon King's army in 1002 BC. The man held up a shield in front of himself and the knights, shouting that they were attacking and they needed to fight back. A powerful blow fell on his wall. The man sweated and cried out from the strain. The shield flew off and the monster broke through it. Only a bloody stain remained where the magician had been, and the knight shouted that they needed to return to formation. He gritted his teeth, saying that they would continue the attack if they attacked, and the priest behind him shouted that someone was approaching. A cloaked figure appeared in the air. The man swung his blade, cutting the monster into pieces. The knight smiled and exclaimed that the rumors were true, but he really had come to their aid from the western border. The protagonist frowned and ordered all the wounded to the rear while he sorted things out, and those around him rejoiced at his arrival. The giant spider created a magic sphere to attack. The guy suddenly jumped up from his place. A powerful beam shot in his direction. The spider opened its mouth and exhaled. Cion put his sword on his shoulder and said that he was interested when he heard that there was a special level monster here, but it turned out to be too slow. The brunette was sitting on top of the spider, and it didn't even notice at first. The hero created a dark sphere of nothingness in his palm. It instantly increased in size, tearing the monster apart. Some time later, the man clapped his hands, exclaiming that Cion was really amazing, so it was clear why Ashel valued him so much. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that he thought he was in the rear with him. Boris scratched his cheek and said that he arrived when he learned that the northern borders needed support, but the guy had already figured everything out. Cion looked into the fire and said that they were on the verge of death. This war has no end. He put the branch into the fire and said that it had been a year since his family and the elite knights from the front lines were sent here to help Emperor Lionel win the crown. The ground at the site of the explosion was smoking, and the brunette added that the monsters took advantage of the opportunity when the borders were weakened and broke through the border, so this war is endless. The guy frowned and said that it was all because of the Emperor's greed, and if it weren't for Ashel's request, he wouldn't be here. The interlocutor put his hands on his belt and noted that these were very dangerous words, but if he were in his place, he would say the same, and the brunette replied that he thought the man was here on Lionel's orders. Boris grinned and said that he was chosen for his talents, but in character he himself was similar to Mr. Ashel, after which the hero asked what his abilities were. The man raised his hand, calling on energy, and replied that nothing special. A dark ball appeared above his palm, and he explained that he was collecting the remaining mana that others had used up and creating a sphere like this to store it. There was a small ball in his fingers. He looked at the object and noted that the hero's mana was quite unique. Boris smiled ominously and stated that it had good potential, so perhaps that was what he was looking for. Cion remembered frowning, and looking back, it was then that the hunt for him began. Arena looked at the young man with confusion, who was only thinking about how not to make the same mistake again. The man stood in front of the student, who remembered that he was not allowed to show him his mana. The teacher narrowed his eyes and assumed that this was the same Cion. Everyone was perplexed, and Boris, waving his hand, noted that he could not behave like that with a princess, especially since he, as a teacher, was simply checking the student's ability level. The young man frowned and replied that he had never heard of the need for something like that, and he was surprised that this man was hired as a teacher here. The interlocutor raised his hands and hastened to say that it was not necessary to do this if he did not want to, and apologized for putting them in an awkward position. The brunette narrowed his eyes and nodded, asking him to leave before he put them in an even more awkward position. The teacher sweated and agreed, not understanding how to react to such straightforwardness. He bowed and said goodbye. Cion and Linav watched him go. The girl frowned, wondering if she had heard of Boris before. Reshmus frowned and reminded that the hero could already let go of the princess's hand. The young man obeyed and apologized to the girl, but she was not particularly against it. The blonde smiled and said that she was sure that he had his reasons for that, so she was just glad that the guy was on her side. Arena suddenly blushed, about to say something. She suddenly grabbed Reshmus. The two of them rushed off because the princess said she had urgent business. Linav looked at the protagonist and asked if he knew this teacher, and the young man replied that he knew her only a little. The interlocutor smirked and noted that she had never heard of him, and the brunette said that she didn't need to. He turned around and advised her not to try to find out anything about him or get closer, after which he said that he also had to go. The student looked after him in bewilderment and decided that she was missing something, since Cion was acting so suspiciously. Clouds were floating in the sky, and she thought that this made it even more curious. A ring sparkled on the protagonist's hand. A mountain of candies poured out of it, and the maid looked at it with admiration. The guy looked at Brian and Emily and noted that the two of them had done well while he was gone. The man smiled and replied that the master did too, and the girl crossed her arms and complained that the swordsman did not let her cook. Cion smirked and reminded him that she liked it when others cooked, but the girl explained that she felt like her job had been taken away. Brian turned pale when the boy suggested that they go train. The brunette looked at him and added that it would be right now, so he might as well go change. The two of them walked down the road. At the academy's training field, the companion stopped, and the boy was surprised that someone was still training. The man was clutching a sword in his hand. He was swinging it stubbornly. Cion and Brian watched from the side, noting that the girl was swinging a sword the size of herself with such ease, which was amazing. The brunette smiled and thought that it was not surprising. Reshmus assumed a fighting stance, and the hero remembered that in the future, she would be known as the best swordswoman on the continent. He reached out for the training swords and offered to see how far she had advanced, and only then did the girl notice him. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Cion beckoned her with his finger and suggested attacking. The interlocutor pressed the weapon to herself, and exclaimed that she should then change her sword for a wooden one. The next moment, her eyes widened, noticing a quick attack. In order not to get hit, the girl put the weapon in front of herself. The protagonist grinned and noted her excellent reaction. Reshma sweated, not understanding why his wooden sword was so heavy. With a swing of the blade, she threw the guy away from herself. The girl frowned and shouted that she would not hold back then either. The student began to attack, and the brunette praised her movements. He blocked the blows with a smile, asking her to try harder. Cion grinned and demanded that she go at him with the intent to kill. Reshma sweated, not understanding why she could not reach with the sword. She swung, her eyes flashing, and decided that she would try to reach. The young man hit her with the hilt, and declared that it was enough. Her sword fell to the ground. The brunette looked down at her with his weapon pointed at him, and said that by letting her emotions get out of control, she was creating countless holes in her own attacks, so she had to watch out for that. The other girl looked away and noted that she wasn't his rival anyway, so it must be cool to be so strong. The girl blushed when the hero stated that she had good skills, since she could freely wield a sword that even many adults considered difficult. Reshmus looked at the other boy in confusion, who added that if she continued training, no one would be able to fight against her with swords, and the girl was surprised that he was even praising her after what happened. The brunette rubbed his chin, thinking that right now that was impossible, and noted that training with him wouldn't do much good considering her current level. He turned to Brian and ordered the man to train with her now. Reshmus picked up the weapon from the ground when the boy stated that he was leaving the servant to her, and decided to take the wooden sword for now. Brian took the master's blade and asked where he was going, but the boy answered evasively that he needed to go somewhere. The soldier awkwardly scratched the back of his head and told the girl that he was looking forward to training. The girl looked at him enthusiastically and said that the feeling was mutual. The man turned pale and thought that it was scary. The young man walked along the pavement, realizing that he had been having a familiar feeling for some time now. He noticed Linov ahead and wondered what she was doing here at such a time. The girl stood and looked up. The brunette approached and followed her gaze, wondering what was there. There was a building in front of them, and the student said that Instructor Boris's laboratory was located there. The hero approached and asked if she really wanted to go there. The girl smiled and asked how he had guessed just by her look. Cion frowned and asked why she needed it, and the girl said she was just curious. She narrowed her eyes and said she had never heard his name before, even in the Garam community, although he was an 8th circle mage, but no one knew about him. The hero sweated and thought that she was making trouble for herself. Linov pointed her finger at the building and asked if the boy would help her. She looked at him closely and noted that it looked like the brunette knew him, and even hated him. Cion closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that now the girl was making trouble for both of them. The lights in the lab went out, and the hero noted that the teacher had finally left. He hid around the corner, thinking that he did not feel any presence. The boy covered the girl and asked her to hold on to him. The hero reached out to the door handle and used Bassam. The door in front of the guys opened. Inside, there were many books on the cabinets. Even the floor was littered with them, and the students noted that the teacher seemed to be a nerd. Linov flipped through the pages, noticing that the books were mostly about ancient magic, and the boy assumed that he just liked collecting them. The boy froze, feeling the black fog leaving him. He turned to the window and asked where Kiram was going, to which he received the answer that she was going to the roof, and the boy did not need to be distracted. The brunette raised an eyebrow in confusion, and at that moment Linov said that she found something. The protagonist turned around with interest. The girl was standing in front of an ancient tome, and Cion guessed that this was not an ordinary book. The cover was decorated with stones, and the hero recognized Boris's weapon, Hearthkriya. The fog turned into dark hair. The woman stood on the roof, muttering that the smell was nauseating, no matter how many times she smelled it. Kiram frowned and demanded that Hearthkriya come out. White feathers rained down from the sky and a voice noted that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. An angel hovered above her, asking how it felt to wake up after 3 centuries. She bared her teeth and replied that everything was fine, but he had ruined it. The man smirked and noted that she hadn't changed at all, but that was probably why she had chosen this owner out of all of them. The woman bared her claws and asked again. The man landed on the roof and asked her to calm down. Hearthkriya approached her and said that he hadn't come to fight, and the brunette asked if he really wanted to talk. The blonde smiled and nodded. Kiram narrowed her eyes in irritation and asked what he was trying to do. Cion and Linov looked at the pages, and the girl said that she had never seen such magical text before. It was like a history book, but the text was written in code. She ran her hand over the image and said that it would take some time to decipher. The student lowered her head and added that there was little she could understand. There was a drawing in the book, and Linov noted that it looked unfinished. The protagonist tensed when the interlocutor squinted and muttered that it looked like the sun and dark clouds or fog. He slammed the book shut. Cion frowned and said that he needed to destroy it right now, and the girl asked for the reason. The boy squinted and thought that it was because it was the cause of the bloody ball and other disasters. He kept his hand on the cover. Boris smirked and said that he could not allow this to happen. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that he had not noticed his presence because he was distracted. The student squinted at the bright light coming from the book. The man picked up the tome. He smiled and said that he had been wondering if he should go to the boy, but by coincidence they met like this. Cion and Lunav tensed up as the teacher muttered that he was equally annoyed that they were spying like that. Boris extended his hand, covered in mana, and asked the girl to leave them. Lunav was thrown out of the window. The man extended his finger and asked her not to worry, because he had just sent her back to the dorm. Through the broken window, the protagonist was visible, and the teacher standing opposite him, who offered to start a conversation. He smiled and stated that he was very interested in him, his public image, and who he really was. The brunette smirked and realized that the situation was not the best, and although he wanted to kill him right now, Hearthcrea was a problem. Boris held the book in his hand, and the boy indignantly thought that this always happened when Kiram left. The woman put her hands behind her head and asked her to speak more simply, so that they could understand. The interlocutor raised a finger and said that the one his master served was chosen by God, and the girl was now on the losing side. She closed her eyes and asked if the demon's sword should now side with Lumendal and betray its master. The blonde looked at her and said there were many other ways. He loomed over the woman and said that if she took over the body of the owner, then even they would have a hard time dealing with her. Kiram chuckled and asked what he had in mind. The man visualized an angel and a demon, good and evil, light and dark, creation and destruction, opposites that always fought each other. The angel raised his sword aloft, standing on the corpse of the enemy, for the light always wins. Hearthcrea imagined the city and said that 3 centuries had passed since the Great Demon War ended. The lands were prosperous as never before. A large statue stood in the temple, but slowly but surely, the world began to forget about them. The stone angel's face hardened, for the respect and admiration directed at them could no longer be found. Hearthcrea smiled madly and said that after much thought, they decided that they needed darkness to allow them to shine brighter. Kiram hugged her knees and said that was a stupid reason. She furrowed her brows and asked if she took over her master's body and did whatever she wanted, they would defeat her and become the saviors of the world. The angel smiled and nodded, glad that she understood. A blow flew at his face. The woman slashed at him with her claws and shouted that she had enough of this nonsense. The blonde began to disappear, muttering that it was a pity. He turned into a golden sphere and said that he thought that every demonic sword was destined to take over a host's body, but something had changed about her. Kiram bared her teeth and said that only they decided that this was the evil side, but humans do nothing but think about their own problems instead of relying on others. The angel flapped his wings and said that he hoped that she would be as easy to talk to as Eru. The woman frowned, and the man said goodbye, adding that it was nice to meet him. He turned into a shining sphere again. The brunette frowned, trying to understand what the brainless god Eru had done. Boris pointed to the cups and said that they were high-quality tea from Sparnia, and expressed hope that he would like it. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and reminded him that he said that he was interested in the young man. They sat opposite each other, and the teacher replied that it was natural for a teacher to be interested in his students, but the guy added that he didn't even go to his own classes. The man smiled and asked the reason, and the hero replied that there was nothing to learn there. The interlocutor frowned and asked if the director and the duke knew about this. Cion looked away and asked to get down to business. Boris grinned and asked if the hero knew him. The brunette frowned and asked why he thought so. The man remembered the situation with the princess and explained that he felt his hatred from the very beginning, especially in his gaze. Then the young man glared at the teacher menacingly, as if he wished him death. Boris made a hand gesture and noted that he had never personally met the guy, but thought that he might be familiar to him. Cion stirred the tea and said that he had never even heard of him, although a mage with 8th circle mana should be quite famous. The interlocutor glared and explained that he preferred to remain in the shadows. The young man frowned and asked where he was from, to which he received the answer that he was supposedly from the provinces. They sat opposite each other, and the protagonist thought the man was lying. The brunette leaned on his hand and decided that the teacher did not want to tell anyone and tried to hide this fact until the very end, even in his past life. Boris continued to smile when the guy asked if he wanted to know anything about him, but the interlocutor noted that it was too late and they could talk later. Outside the window, dawn was breaking, and Boris said that the student was so cold that he almost didn't know what to say. He stood in front of the book and said that now he understood why Ashel was so afraid of him, because the boy must be one of those who helped Arena. The man placed his hand on the book and said that this was the Savior's younger brother, blessed by Lumendal, the owner of the demonic sword. Hearthcrea hovered behind him, exclaiming that this is what they call fate, and the brunette noted that he had an interesting view of the situation. The angel smiled and added that Kiram was also different, so perhaps he was the darkness they were looking for. Boris ran his hand over the page and said that the boy would help Ashel shine only brighter, as it was written here. The black fog hid the sun. The man slammed the book shut and declared that the Savior's revival would begin soon. The woman walked out of the portal. She stood in the hall of black fog, and its owner was surprised that she had come to meet him in person. Era leaned on his arm and asked what brought Kiram here. The woman smirked and said that she had just met Hearthkriya and did not think that he had gotten so close to them. The god narrowed his eyes and asked if he had done anything. The brunette gritted her teeth and guessed that the interlocutor knew everything, but did nothing, as if he had forgotten that they were the ones who banished him. Eru appeared behind her and said that he could not fall lower, which meant that there was nothing to be afraid of. The woman turned around and exclaimed in displeasure that they were trying to take advantage of her and Cion, and the god asked if this was what she wished for. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked again, and the man explained that he meant protecting the protagonist. The god wrote something on a piece of paper and declared that he would fulfill her wish. Eru extended his hand and asked to take this decree with him, and all the fog would help her and this boy. Kiram accepted the gift and asked why he would not do anything personally, and what had happened to Limendal. She turned away from the interlocutor, who said that he could only say that everything he had done so far was for her sake, but the woman did not want to listen to his pathetic excuses. The brunette approached the portal and exclaimed that he would remain in this prison forever as a fool. The god looked after her with disappointment, noting that the girl was very rude. Light fell on a large statue, and a saint holding a sword blessed the woman as a confidant of the great god of light Limendal, because she had proven herself a worthy savior. There were more statues along the edges of the hall, and a voice asked if she truly intended to become a ray of light and save the world from cruel darkness. The priestesses lined up, heads bowed. The saint looked down and clarified whether the interlocutor swears to stand at the borders and fight to the death on the battlefield. Alice placed her hand on her chest and swore to serve the will of the god of light, Limendal. She frowned, wondering if this was the right path. The girl remembered the warriors and thought that lately the Empire had been accepting talented soldiers into the ranks of the Army of Light and sending them to the battlefield. Alice imagined the scene from the Bloody Ball and realized that even during such disasters, the royal guards could do nothing. The warrior looked at the statue and thought that she had long dreamed of joining the Knights of Light, but was this what she would be protecting on the borders? She turned around when someone congratulated her. Cecilia smiled and was glad that she had finally fulfilled her dream. The brunette put her hands out and remembered that she should now call her a lady, but the interlocutor asked to address her informally when they were alone. Alice fell to her knees and exclaimed that she was her superior in rank. A fountain was making noise in the garden, and the girl, having listened to her friend, understood what she was worried about. They were sitting on a bench, and Cecilia said that she could not choose the wrong path, because she had known her for a long time, but Alice still had doubts. The girl looked down and said that she could still hear the cries of people begging for help. The interlocutor frowned and said that there was only one way to find out if the battlefield was right for her. She stood up and asked to follow her when she went there. Cecilia smiled and reminded that Duke Willius had entrusted them with a very important mission, and this was Alice's first official assignment. The brunette looked at her in surprise and asked what kind of mission. The man pulled on his boot. Then he put his sword back in its sheath. Brian looked forward resolutely, and the girl asked where he was going so suddenly. He turned to the maids and said he didn't know, he was just told, so he did it, and the girl asked how long he was leaving for. They looked at the protagonist, who replied that this time it would be different. The young man smiled and asked Nana not to worry, and then asked if the servant was ready. The man turned to his master and answered yes, asking where they were going. The ring on the hero's hand began to emit fog, and the young man answered that they needed to go to the Linia Valley. The others looked at him in surprise, and Emily asked if it was too far since they had been there last time. Cion opened a portal and replied that they would use it, so it shouldn't be long, but they needed to hurry. The protagonist stepped forward and remembered that today was the day Alice died. The knights were riding. The man opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to stop. Jurkin turned to the lady and said that they had arrived, but the journey had been long, and the girl asked not to call her that. He looked at the girl and said that he was proud that she was here as one of the Knights of Light. Alice grinned and asked him not to overpraise her, because she still had a lot to learn. Jurkin glanced at her and said that she would handle everything perfectly, and the Duke must be very proud of her. She went down and asked him not to call her that again, which only caused laughter. The girl loudly shifted her legs in armor. The Duke stood with his back to her, and she reported her arrival. Alice put her hand to her chest and looked down. Willius turned and said that the third and fourth princes, as well as the second princess, would visit them today, so they should be ready. The interlocutor frowned and nodded, thinking that he was as cold as always. The man looked ahead and noted that they were here. A carriage with an escort drove up to them, and a voice announced that the princes and princess had arrived. Fabian Severus frowned, noting the stench here, and Nerovian Severus came out after him and asked how they lived in such filth. Violet Severus smiled and thanked the Duke for his hard work. The knights knelt down, and the man greeted the royal family. Nerovian returned to the carriage and asked to finish this quickly, since this visit was just a formality anyway. Fabian frowned and asked if they would be attacked by monsters. The Duke smiled and said that the monsters on these borders were quite insignificant. Everyone looked away, and Willius added that their best knights were present, so there was no need to worry. Ashel came closer and noted that they had not seen their father for a long time. Alice looked at her brother in surprise. The man put a hand on his shoulder and said that he was sure that the boy would cope with his duties, and he replied that he would not disappoint him. Fabian frowned and asked to deal with them before they got too close, as their lives were too valuable, unlike his. The princess looked at the blonde and thanked him for his hard work. Ashel smirked and said that it was an honor for him. The girl looked around and noted that Lionel usually did not miss such events. The interlocutor looked at her and said that he entrusted everything to him because he had some urgent matter. Violet frowned and said that they were lucky then that he was the one guarding. The knights watched as the carriage drove away. Alice looked at her brother, who had always guarded only the first prince, now suddenly showed up here to accompany the twin princes and the princess. The girl narrowed her eyes, wondering if this was just a coincidence. The blonde looked at her and said that he heard that she joined the knights with the best scores in the class. Ashel looked at her indifferently and congratulated her. The interlocutor sweated, realizing that she was already familiar with this look. She remembered how on her 9th birthday she stood in front of her brother, who stroked her head and congratulated her. The girl looked at the magic scroll he gave her. The bundle was tied with a red ribbon and was a level 4 scroll, which she could not use at that age, and Ashel believed that her sister would use it later, when she could handle mana of this class. Later, when she managed to reach the 4th level, the girl was sitting at the table and suddenly remembered his gift. Alice put her hand to the parchment, surprised that it was a summoning scroll. Suddenly, someone grabbed her and stopped her. The girl looked at Cecilia in surprise. She looked at her mistress with alarm and said that this scroll summoned a mid-level monster, and everything could end very badly. Alice sweated and realized that she could have died if she had used her brother's gift. The warrior looked after the blonde, wondering if he knew about this when he gave it to her. Ashel frowned, and his sister did not understand why he did such a thing. The knights followed the royal family's carriage. The princes frowned when they heard that Lionel had assigned Ashel to them. The blonde touched his chin and noted that it was suspicious, as if his brother was up to something. The princess sat in front of them, asking if there was anyone as talented as Ashel, although it was indeed suspicious. The girl's eyes sparkled and added that they all knew what kind of person Lionel was, and they'd better be on their guard if they did not want to say goodbye to life. The brothers looked at each other when the carriage suddenly shook. Alice ran up to them and reported that there was an ambush. She frowned and shouted that they had to leave quickly. The huge monster opened its mouth, standing over the soldiers, and the girl said that they were attacked by a special-level monster Enterarch. The princes looked at her in fear and asked again. The enemy lowered its paws and roared deafeningly. Nerovian looked out the window and exclaimed that he thought that the appearance of special-level monsters was excluded, but here was an earth dragon. The monster hit the ground and killed several knights at once. Alice opened the carriage and hurried the royal family. A shadow from the tail hung over them. The girl put out her sword and activated protection. She frowned and shouted that they cannot give up, and she thought that this could not be, because they were on the very edge of the battlefield. Fabian looked at his brother and asked him to stop rushing around. The blonde turned around when she was addressed. Ashel was approaching. His eyes flashed and asked him to come closer to protect her. Violet gritted her teeth, thinking that he was going to kill them in the middle of this chaos. Alice turned to her brother in confusion. Mana charges hit the monster with the help of the spell, Howling Wind. The brunette looked happily at Cecilia, who called her. The warrior grabbed the princess by the hand and pulled, apologizing. The blonde looked at her companions and asked where they were going, and Cecilia answered that, first, they needed to get away from here. Alice frowned and thought that she had a bad feeling when Ashel looked at the princess with a thirst for blood. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The monster swung at the man, and she shouted that it was dangerous there. The blonde looked at her, but did not react. The blow of the monster hit the gold block, not touching Ashel. Ashel dodged the bright lightning emanating from the enemy. Alice asked tensely about what was happening, while Cecilia hurried her. The silhouette of a beast appeared above. A black clawed paw landed, breaking the ground. A black roaring dragon towered next to the warriors, and the guy ordered everyone to line up. The blonde turned his gaze towards the gorge and hissed in displeasure. The man turned to the warriors, ordering them not to let Enterarch get to their highness and for everyone to return to the line. The dragon opened its mouth, releasing a shining ball. Ashel winced in displeasure, finding this annoying. A huge purple ball flew forward. A figure of a man appeared in the air, ordering everyone to retreat. The guy moved quickly, his hand with a sword pulled back. When he landed, a bright flash shot up. The hero's cloak fluttered, a cry was heard that Ashel had succeeded and that he should be covered. The princess turned around, looking at the flash. She looked back with a frown, then turned away, remaining silent. Violet fell to her knees, causing Alice to scream. Lowering her head, she said no. The girl came closer, asking if something was wrong. With a sly smile, Violet turned her burning gaze and noted that she was not so easy to take. The heroine was surprised. Suddenly, Cecilia pierced her body with a sword from behind. Alice turned her dumbfounded gaze, calling out to her and asking for the reason. The girl silently looked at her with a frown. She snatched the sword, causing the lady to fall. Looking down indifferently, Violet called her Ashel Alice's little sister. Leaning towards the girl, the princess continued that she realized something was wrong when Lionel did not show up, despite the fact that he always likes to interfere in everything. Clutching her hand over her wound, the girl turned around and heard that she was sure they were trying to get rid of them in all this chaos, and stain their hands with blood instead of getting dirty themselves. Cecilia looked away silently, hearing that it was just self-defense. Looking away, Alice exclaimed that it was a misunderstanding, she just wanted to protect, and heard an order to be silent. The princess smiled predatorily, asking if she thought that the princess did not understand how ambitious Lionel and Bert were. She would not just stand and wait for them to finish her off like some fool. Alice closed her eyes and winced, hearing that if there was any excuse. Hand clutching the scroll, she continued that she could share them while she still had some time left. Throwing the scroll down, Violet said who knows. Her face was predatory, she continued maybe Lumendel would spare her. The princess's body disappeared in a purple glow. Gritting her teeth in dissatisfaction, Alice thought that Cecilia couldn't betray her. Pressing her hand to the wound on her body, she thought that perhaps she was under some kind of spell. There must be some kind of explanation. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes, she thought that Cecilia had betrayed her, it was impossible. A clawed paw fell nearby. A beast resembling a werewolf stuck out its tongue. Taking the sword out of the ground, the girl decided that she needed to pull herself together. Surrounded by monsters, she tried to get up, thinking that she couldn't die here, she had to live. Covering one eye in pain, she thought that she should ask her personally why she did this. A purple liquid appeared next to the girl's palm. She addressed the dear mother of all things and the source of all life. The monster opened its mouth with a roar, attacking her, while she ordered to use her hands. Sharp daggers flew forward from the girl. In Violet's hideout on the floor, a magic seal lit up. Closing her eyes, the princess said that it was much better this way. She sat down on the bed. Leaning back, Violet asked if it was just terrible there. Really, Cecilia confirmed. She silently lowered her gaze. The girl remembered how she ate ice cream with Alice. She closed her eyes. Cecilia looked at the princess, who asked why she let her survive. Violet spread her hands and explained that she could have killed her right there, she had ordered it all to be done. Looking away, the girl replied that she would die soon anyway. Red beams of daggers flew at the monsters, she said that they would deal with her. Alice struck the black beast with her sword. She lowered the blade down. Sitting on her knees, she breathed heavily, saying that it was all over, she needed to go back. She thoughtfully lowered her gaze, thinking what to tell the knights that Princess Violet tried to kill her. Would they believe her? A black figure appeared behind her, while the girl decided that she would think about it, somehow get out of here. Alice turned around in shock. Behind her was a huge monster surrounded by flames, she thought that it was a high-level lizard monster. Gritting her teeth tensely, she thought that she needed to think of something to get out of here alive. Fire burst out of the lizard's mouth. Looking up in fear, the girl thought she had to think of something. The monster was approaching her, releasing fire from its mouth. Tears appeared in Alice's eyes, she thought she couldn't. The fire in the mouth was getting brighter. The sinuous blade glowed pink, it was a sword of fog, rushing through the fog. Bright rays of attack pierced the body of the monster. Alice turned to the guy in shock, recognizing him. The burning head of the monster appeared behind the frightened girl. The hero grabbed her by the shoulder, apologizing. He jumped away from the falling head. Brian with the girl in his arms jumped from side to side, shouting that it was hot. Looking at him in surprise, the girl thought that he had arrived with him. The lizards opened their mouths, releasing fire. Bright streams of flame burst out of their mouths. Brian hid behind a ledge with the girl and asked him to wait for her a little. Looking up tensely, she said that she thought they would attack soon. Suddenly, a pink sword appeared not far from them. The guy recognized Kirim. They looked at the bright explosion. Stopping nearby, the girl asked, were they all poisoned or what? Kirim fiercely held the shield up, asking why they threw up all over the place. Brian clenched his fists joyfully, exclaiming that she was the best. The girl told Cion to deal with everything quickly. Alice's gaze became very surprised. Cion was hovering in the air, spreading his arms to the sides. The achievement of darkness, the descent of fog appeared. In his palms was a purple ball, a sphere of nothingness. The lizards raised their muzzles up. Clapping his palms, the guy used separation. The bodies of the lizards were blown away by the attack. The round trace of the attack destroyed their long necks. A purple sphere was hovering among the monsters. The ground was glowing with fire. Brian walked with the girl. There was a figure standing by the burning bodies of the lizards. She thought that of course she suspected it. Alice reached out to the mask, thinking that the person behind this mask really was. The black mask fell to the ground. The girl froze with an outstretched hand. Cion looked at her with a smile, and said that he was glad that he was not late. A glow appeared near the palm, healing the wound. The girl said that Cecilia was a spy for Princess Violet. Brian healed the wound of the girl, who said that she had not noticed it until now. She was so stupid. Sadly lowering her gaze, she continued that she kept repeating that she would become the pride of the family. Without turning to her, Cion said that it was not her fault, it was all Cecilia and Princess Violet. Turning around a little, he continued that Ashel too. Looking at him in surprise, the girl exclaimed, "He wants to say that he set it all up, he knows something." She came closer, saying that these were her father's orders. The guy said that he was sure that it was Ashel who suggested this. He knew that his father had always been like this. Alice lowered her head and asked why. Looking at her resolutely, Cion answered that he would become the pride of the family. Gritting her teeth, the heroine repeated. Her eyes were burning brightly. She asked gloomily, "Is he ready to kill his own sister for this?" The girl fell to her knees, and the hero exclaimed about her wound. Covering one eye, Alice asked if he was sure of everything he said. Cion confirmed, saying that she knew what he really was like. Smiling a little, she said that she thought she was the only one who guessed this, but it seemed that he did too, but, strangely enough. Looking down, the brunette heard that it seemed that his father and the others did not suspect anything. It seemed that he had something that she lacked. She remembered the approaching lizards and thought that she had felt this way in the recent battle. Lightning emanated from her brother's body, she continued, as if some unknown force was protecting Ashel. Frowning at her, the guy mentally repeated. He remembered how he attacked the blonde, thinking that he was familiar with it, at the very moment when it seemed. He brought the blade to the enemy's neck and thought that he finally caught him. A bright glow threw his hand back. He thought that it was this force that stopped him. Remembering how bright rays threw him back, the hero thought what it could be, a force capable of reflecting even a demonic sword. Looking carefully to the side, Cion thought that there was only one explanation for this. The girl sitting next to him said that they did not have time, they should talk to their father. He objected that he would not listen to them. Alice's eyes widened and she exclaimed that he wouldn't listen if she was alone, but if they approached him together. The boy looked at her with determination and apologized, telling her to take his word for it. If her attempt failed, all the Knights of Light might turn against them. Alice looked at him in surprise and repeated herself. The boy remembered the people who greeted the knights with joy, and thought that in his past life, Ashel was always surrounded by honor. The boy looked at the people with a smile. The hero thought that everyone loved and believed in him, as if he was their savior. Cion also stood among the crowd and thought that he was the same. Everyone thought of him as a hero, and no one suspected anything. The hero stood at the back with his arms crossed, thinking that looking back, one could see that it was strange, as if people were fanatically following him. Some looked at him with their hands up, some ran away with their backs turned. The hero thought that if someone trusted him unconditionally, there must be those with whom everything was different. He imagined a blonde man and thought that even his father who died in the end. Imagining a smiling guy in a crown, he thought that Emperor Lionel, who was devoted to his goals. He imagined a man with his eyes closed and continued that Boris, who always sought the truth, everyone believed him at his words. Remembering how he lay in a pool of blood, the hero thought that even he believed him until the very last moment, and was furious because of his betrayal. But there was only one question in his head. The guy's eyes almost closed when he thought about why he trusted Ashel so blindly. He thought that all this could only be explained by one thing. Looking with glowing red eyes, Cion said that Ashel is the heir to the powers of the most powerful god Lumendel. He is the savior of this world. Warriors with swords surrounded the prince, shouting that they were advancing. Everyone get ready, we need to protect the princes. A huge paw with claws reached out to the guys. Nerovian hid behind his brother in fear or that they would all die. He discontentedly ordered them to let go of him. A flash appeared in the distance. The blonde swung his sword, leaving a bright trace. Fabian, standing behind, exclaimed that this was excellent. Ashel gloomily turned his gaze to him and asked him to step aside. Bright lightning surrounded the monster's body. A yellow shield glowed next to the hero's palm when he used his skill. A purple beam burst from the monster's mouth. The prince behind shouted that he was getting closer. His brother still ordered him to get off. A glowing shield pierced the ground in front of the hero. A purple beam crashed into it. The earth broke from the bright beam of attack. People covered their faces with their hands, saving themselves from the purple beams. The flash shot up. The monster looked away in surprise. The purple beam dissipated, hitting the shield. Then Ashel rushed forward. He crossed the dragon's body with one sharp blow. Blood immediately gushed out. The guy landed while the monster was splitting into two parts. Ashel held out his hand to the side and asked if everyone was okay. The knights raised their hands in joy, shouting that Ashel saved them. This dragon was no match for him. Smiling, holding his sword, Fabian said that he did a great job, and Nerovian added that she would tell her father what he did for them. The guy in armor was silent. Then he smiled a little and said that it was a great honor. Looking forward in shock, Alice repeated, Ashel is the savior. She can't believe how someone like him could be chosen by Lumendale. Cion looked down, saying that Lumendale just needed a savior. It didn't matter to him who it was. He imagined a winged figure standing behind the blonde, and said that since he was the one chosen by the mighty god himself, denying it would be sacrilege, he could turn all of Lumendale's followers against him. Covering her face with her hand, the girl said that she had believed in this god all her life. It was hard for her to comprehend all of this. Looking at her, the brunette heard the question of how he knew this. He looked away, answering that he couldn't tell her yet, and thought that she shouldn't involve her in all of this even more. The girl put her hand on his shoulder, saying that she trusted him and thought that he had his reasons for not telling her yet. Alice looked at him sweetly and asked him to promise that he would tell her someday, and not carry such a heavy burden alone. Smiling a little, the hero agreed. Brian was embarrassed when the girl thanked him with a smile for curing him. He was scared when he saw the hero's gloomy face, who mentally asked him why he was so happy. Putting his hands in his pockets, the brunette asked what she would do now. Alice answered that first she needed to sort out all her problems. Resolutely turning around, she said that she would meet with Cecilia. She wanted to at least know why she betrayed her. The heroine was not surprised to hear a request to allow her to help. A red ring flashed on Sion's finger. He said that she could not have gone far. A small bright house is Violet's shelter. Cecilia turned tensely. Feeling something, the princess asked what it was. Looking out the window, the spy explained that she thought someone was approaching and thought that she had never encountered such manna before. Violet twirled a strand of hair, saying that maybe only she knows about this place. She was interrupted by a bright glow. Debris flew around the girl. The wall behind the princess was broken. She turned around in fear, seeing a sword. Cecilia came, she looked there. Seeing the shining blade, she thought it was Mrs. Alice's sword. Her fingers touched traces on the ground. Ashel looked at his fingers, saying that these were traces of a magic scroll, a transfer spell. The knight standing behind was shocked to hear that, therefore, there should be a shelter somewhere nearby, and called the boy to look around. The hero approached the cliff. The knight asked, "Does he think Princess Violet is okay?" Looking down, he answered that he will find out soon. The monsters' bodies were lying below. The boy ordered the princes to be guarded. The man quickly ran, leaving traces. Cecilia thought as he ran that he would be quite capable, but because of the overwhelming mana and bloodlust surrounding him, she chased after the man in the cloak and thought that he was still a child. The girl frowned, thinking that no, there was probably someone else with him. She quickly rushed forward, leaving a gust of wind behind her, and thought that she should not let her guard down. The girl's eyes were shining. With a sharp movement, she pointed her sword forward. The figure moved to the side, leaving a trace, and she thought that he dodged. Looking at the man in the cloak and mask, she asked how he was. She had never seen anything like this among the bird family. The hero had a black mask on his face. Looking at him, Cecilia said that here is the sword he used earlier. Did he manage to save Mrs. Alice? The guy in the black mask was silent. Bright beams appeared around the girl. It seemed he was not going to answer. A sly smile appeared on her face, and she said that she would make him shout at them then. But this sharp start on the ground became a bright flash. Many beams crossed the hero. The girl moved quickly, jumping from side to side. The hero looked at one of the beams. It flashed next to his head. Landing behind, the girl with the sword thought that among the knights there were several people who could keep up with her. Her foot touched the tree. She thought that she would not let him catch his breath. Cecilia was shocked when the guy appeared from above. Shifting his burning gaze, she thought, dodged again. Holding a sword in his hand, and she thought, is he faster than her? Gritting her teeth, she thought that he did not even use his weapon. Bright traces remained from the movement. The girl's body was covered with lightning, and she thought that she should not be underestimated. With a scream, she thrust her sword forward, using a cutting storm. A bright beam slammed into the ground. A bright flash scattered stones around. The remnants of lightning glowed in space. A purple ball hovered above Sion's palm. Cecilia opened her mouth in surprise, thinking that it couldn't be. The hero stretched out his hand with a sphere of nothingness. Suddenly, it split into two parts from the use of division. A bright beam cut the boulders around. Cecilia screamed, blood gushed from her mouth. A powerful explosion from people. The man walked forward. The girl sat on the ground, saying what a pitiful defeat. She smiled and said that she did not think that her life would end like this. The guy in the cloak came closer and heard that she was just like a wife from death. Even now she will not say a word. Cecilia smiled and said that she would die soon anyway. Could she at least say if Mrs. Alice was alive? Sitting down next to her, the guy said that he was more interested in knowing why she had such an expression now. He nodded and said that she seemed to feel relieved. There was a slight smile on the girl's face. She heard that he thought she would suffer more. Looking together, Cecilia said that she thought it could be considered retribution. After all, this was the end she deserved. Her eyes widened in shock when she heard the question, retribution for what, and recognized that voice. Brian helped Alice walk, and the girl recognized her. Resolutely looking forward, the blue-haired girl told him to say why she betrayed her. The spy smiled and said that she was very glad that she was alive. Tears appeared in the corners of the girl's eyes. She screamed for her to shut up and answer the question, why did she deceive her? Cecilia cried. She imagined small houses and a mill and said that her homeland was a small village that disappeared after the attack of monsters. The girl sat on the ground, buried in her knees. Only one was left alive, and she was already on the verge of death. Her eyes widened when she heard someone calling, saying that there was a survivor here. A man appeared at the rubble and shouted for her to hold on a little longer. They had dealt with all the monsters, now it was safe. The knight carried the girl in his arms, hearing what they were standing for. Let them bring water and food. Young Cecilia looked ahead in surprise. It was a real miracle. She was saved by the royal knights when she was already on the verge of death. Little Violet stood dissatisfied, her arms crossed. The one who sheltered her then was a princess, so it was only natural to want to dedicate her life to the one who saved her. Cecilia held a suitcase in her hands. She said that sometime later she had a chance to pay off her debt. She stood next to a large mansion and remembered the order to get close to Bert and wait for her further orders. That's how she became a servant in the house. Little Alice held a wooden sword in her hand. The girl said that she met her then. Cecilia remembered smiling and said that looking back, she really regretted it. Alice's eyes were shining. The spy and said that she should never have left her home. She should have died in the rubble. She remembered sitting in the rubble. Then she remembered Violet with shining eyes, who said that this day has come. Let him kill Alice. She is a threat. The girl said that then this would never have happened. The heroine, opening her mouth in surprise, asked, "What do you mean, she is a threat?" That Violet always thought Bert was a threat. She introduced a smiling Lionel and said that because of the close relationship between Lionel's first principal and Ashel, she thought everyone was on his side. Recalling the roaring dragon, she told him what she thought. Her anxiety and paranoia grew because of the situation that concerned her. The princess had always been a cowardly person who only trusted herself in such cases. Looking down, Cecilia said that she was completely different from the mistress. And why did she follow someone like her? Alice silently looked at her friend and heard that she believed her until the end, and it was a pity that she let her down like that. The hero came closer and told her to stop talking nonsense. Cion took off his mask and said that if she thought that simply admitting her mistakes was enough to deserve forgiveness, then she was deeply mistaken. Cecilia was shocked when she recognized him. Alice exclaimed that he should give her some more time to think. Holding a blade in his hand, the guy said that she herself understood perfectly well that the matter was serious. Cecilia closed her eyes and confirmed, saying that she realized it. Brian held the shoulders of the girl, who exclaimed that the guy should wait. They should listen to her to the end, and only then decide something. She turned to the guy, who asked to trust Mr. Cion. The brunette waved his hand. The girl opened her mouth in shock, exclaiming no. The head lay near the stones. A bright flash knocked out the door. Violet jumped up in fear and asked who was there. Looking away tensely, she wondered where Cecilia was and why something like this was happening now. The man entered the room, saying that this is where she was. Looking with widened eyes of horror, the princess wondered how he found this place. Looking at her confidently with shining eyes, Ashel said that he came to escort her highness. It was pouring outside. The man entered the room, saying that this is where she was. Violet looked in fear and wondered how he found her. Ashel with shining eyes said that he came to escort her. The guy smiled, and the girl said that he looked like he was ready to kill her. Did he think it was impolite to hide like this? A shadow fell on the face of the blonde man, who said that he really planned to kill her. He remembered the black dragon and said that in the original scenario, she, Favian and Nerovian are the key to the Lapta monster. Taking out the scroll, the girl asked, does he think he can get away with it after this? She screamed as a bright beam knocked the scroll out of her hand. The paper was burning. Pointing his palm at it, Ashel replied that he was not finished yet. Rubbing her wrist, the princess said in displeasure, how rude, does he really intend to follow through with this plan to the very end? Coming closer, the guy answered. The girl uncertainly asked, what else does this mean? He saw a sword stuck in the wall, and thought it was Alice's sword. Standing next to him, he asked where his sister was, and Violet exclaimed that she killed her. The guy turned around and heard that she was not sure if this was working for Lionel. After all, she was his sister. Violet smiled wryly and said that she was sure it was the right decision. Will you now have revenge on your sister? The guy grinned and said that no, he was thinking of changing his plans. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The hero pulled out a sword from the wall and said that she looked quite calm, despite the current situation. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, he continued that she gets rid of even though she suspects just a little. He thinks it's smart. With a sly look, Ashel said that he was even a little surprised, so she does not look like Prince Lionel at all. Staring at him in shock, the princess thought, does he really not care about his sister? What does he even need? Coming closer, the blonde said that the plan was a failure from the very beginning. He will tell Lionel that they failed, the girl asked. What does he want from her then? Looking at her closely, Ashel said that he offers to join him. Violet frowned and asked again, isn't he on Lionel's side? The boy chuckled and asked who said that. They were just partners. The princess sat down on the bed with displeasure and asked if he thought she would believe it, and she heard that he didn't care if she believed it or not, but it was true that Prince Lionel was just part of the plan. The girl grinned. She asked, well, he was going to seize the throne, she couldn't help him with that. The hero turned away and said that it didn't matter who would end up seizing the throne. She asked, what was he trying to achieve then? Ashel turned to the left and replied that he was going to eradicate evil, he was going to destroy all the evil in this world. Violet looked at him and chuckled and asked if he was serious. The boy lowered his sword, answering uncertainly. Then he turned his frowning gaze to the side and said that it seemed like evil had just appeared nearby. The girl heard a rumble behind the wall. Ashel looked ahead gloomily, thinking how strange and ominous Manhwa was. He had goosebumps all over his body. Bright flashes and lightning appeared under the roof. He thought that, although it was more likely a thirst for blood, he had never encountered such Manhwa before. A shining purple ball broke the roof. A strong gust of wind flooded the hero's clothes. The girl asked what was it. The guy looked at the flash in the distance. Then his gaze became shocked. He barely managed to block the blow of the approaching hero. Gritting his teeth, Ashel asked who he was. Surrounded by a red glow, the masked guy answered that he was the evil he was so desperately looking for, and also his end. With quick movements, bright beams often remained, the use of 8 floating petals. The guy quickly jumped, leaving a trace. Violet screamed when the beam rushed past her. Ashel turned his gaze back. With a movement of his hand, the bed was thrown aside. The girl screamed, covered by a glowing dome. Then the dome disappeared, and she was left in the rain. The princess exclaimed about her refuge. Then an even louder explosion was heard. Seeing the guy appear next to her, she asked if he was okay. Holding a sword in his hand, he replied that he was not finished yet. A large and red ball flew forward. Ashel brought his hand back with a shining blade. A bright beam flew up from it. The red glow seemed to be lost in half. Looking at the enemy surrounded by a red sphere, the blonde mentally cursed that he knew how to use spatial magic. The masked man held the blade in front of him. The attacks crossed, sending lightning everywhere. The weapon glowed brightly red. A scream was heard. The masked guy looked ahead carefully. There was a large spark next to the blonde. Turning his gaze to the girl, he said that he did not look like an ordinary person. Turning around, he promised that he would still win. Violet blushed and agreed. The guy held his wrist, asking the demonic sword what was wrong, and heard that it hurt. A voice came from the blade surrounded by a glow. It felt like her body was about to burst. The eye in the mask was glowing. The hero said that it seemed that his powers weighed a lot. The guy standing in front of him asked why he stopped. He pointed the weapon forward, asking, didn't he say that he would be his end? Let him attack. Pressing the shining blade, Cion thought that he really wanted to kill him, so much so that he even felt sick from anger. Forward finger with a shining ring, and thought that, judging by what he can do, for now he will have to wait. Violet looked at the shining weapon in surprise. She saw the sword stained with blood and a piece of armor, and exclaimed that it was Cecilia. Sitting on the bed, she asked what he had done to her, and the hero replied that he had purified her. Without turning around, Ashel heard what this meant and replied that she was probably dead. He asked the cloaked guy in front of him, so that was his goal, who had given him such an order? The ring flashed on the hero's outstretched hand, who said that they were fog, they did not forgive, the purification was necessary, it was not the result of someone's will. Ashel frowned, thinking that the rumors that they were active again were true. A red haze remained in the guy's place, and the princess exclaimed that he had evaporated. Looking at the red flashes, Ashel thought that more and more people wanted to interfere with him, so they were the ones who constantly interfered with his plans? It continued to rain near the red haze. Under the clear sky was a waterfall. Kirim grabbed her head, shocked, saying that she thought she would die. Standing next to her, Cion asked if it really hurt that much, and she replied that it had never hurt that much before. Wincing, she touched her forehead and said that they couldn't even touch it, it would turn out to be more complicated than she thought. Removing her hand from her head, she heard that there was a solution, and asked again. The hero looked at the shining object in his palm and said that it was an elemental spirit stone, divine purity. It was just a theory, but he thought that if they used it, they could win. The girl grabbed his wrist, screaming that it was not necessary. She looked at the guy seriously, saying that this is why he took it with him, he could kill him. Alice appeared next to him. What a guy. Cion replied that he knew it could be dangerous, but this was the only way. His comrades ran to him. The hero thought that now he had those to protect. He remembered the face of Cecilia smiling, said that he would not repeat the same mistake as in the past. The eyes glowed red. He said that if their enemy was too strong, he himself must become stronger to match him. The girl handed something to the man with the backpack, asking him to take it. A small object lay on the palm. A question was heard, what is it? And the answer, a Marian token. In a small decoration there was a purple stone. The girl explained that the entrance to the spirit world is limited, and with its help you can get to Fruina. Looking carefully ahead, Alice told him to be careful. Cecilia in the hood cried, touchingly thanked the girl, said that she was very sorry. The fox turned away offended, saying that she still did not ask her, let her not catch her eye anymore. The maid closed her eyes and said that she would go. The wind fluttered the girl's hair. Cion watched this from above and heard questions. Is he sure that you can just let her go like this? The black spirit hovered nearby, asking if it would be better to just kill her, and heard that he had done so in his past life. The gloomy boy's eyes were bright. He thought that looking back, it was not really necessary. He remembered the girl sitting in the corner, and thought that she was completely devastated. Remembering Cecilia's sad look, he suggested the thought, guilt for killing his sister. The girl with the backpack walked away. The hero said that he had lightened her load this time, so he was sure that one day she would repay him this debt. The girl stood with her eyes open, remembering the words that she understood perfectly well how serious it was, and replied that she understood everything. Cion swung his weapon. Alice opened her mouth in shock. The head lay near the stones. The shoulder guard fell and lay next to the girl's hand. A shadow fell on the eyes of the hero, who said that she had just almost said goodbye to her life. Later she would repay him. Cecilia, lying on the ground, looked up and heard the order to remain in the shadows until he called her, and he thought that he was seeing the future? Touching his shoulder, the girl thought that he seemed to know that one day there would come a moment when she could atone for her guilt, if that was really the case. Looking forward, she continued the thought that she would repay him with her life. Kiram appeared next to the hero, asking if he was sick. Why did she feel like he was soft? She poked the boy in the cheek with her finger and asked if he was dying. The heroes turned around when they heard someone calling Kiram. Alice came up to them and, hearing the question, already sent her on her way, answered that yes, it was all thanks to them. With a sweet look, the girl said that she knew it was too late to say this, but thank you for saving her, and thought that this was a demon's sword with character. Kiram rubbed her nose with her finger contentedly, while the girl thought, will they be able to get along? With a wide smile, Alice thought maybe she was a good demon's sword, and said that it seemed like they, Cion, were very close. The brunette looked away with a discouraged look and said no, they were just a master and his sword. Then her look became a little angry, saying that his body still belonged to her, so he should not try to take it away. Shocked Alice replied that she understood, thinking to herself that maybe she didn't. Clouds floated in the sky above the bright building of the academy. A robot, a man holding a letter in his hands, in which was written an appeal to the director Kundal that she learn the answers to the questions that interested her. Alice resolutely walked ahead of the army, continuing the thought that this is why she decided to leave the Knights of Light, because they have lost their way. She introduced the Princes Fabian and Erovian and said that they are trying to protect the wrong people. Remembering the face of the man in armor, she said that their family's aspirations were also distorted. Her father just lets it all go. The girl walked next to the people in cloaks, saying that she would visit him soon. There was something she would like to discuss. She introduced the frowning blonde and said that this concerns her brother Ashel and Prince Luinel. The rest she will say in person. Reading the letter carefully, Kundal saw the request to take care of Cion and thought, both their families are fine, right? He put the papers aside, thinking that she was still as worried about her little brother as before. He would at least pretend to care for him since she asked. The man turned around, looking at Boris and apologized for making him wait. Someone replied that everything was fine. Sitting down at his desk, the director asked how life was at the academy, and Boris replied that he was gradually adjusting. Interlacing his fingers, the old man said that he called him here because he wanted to know something. Looking forward determinedly, he continued. When he was about to say that he was working for his grandson, Prince Luinel, was there a reason why he needed to hide it? Boris smiled, replying that he was not hiding it at all. It was not entirely related to his work here. Looking at him sullenly, the man asked, then could he tell why he came here? The guy exhaled, said that he was looking for someone. Looking carefully, the director asked, did you find him? Boris closed his eyes, answering that he probably did. The man's body was covered in smoke. He sternly said enough. Looking with shining eyes, Kundal said that if the one he was looking for was exactly the one he thought he was, then he should stop, no matter what he was planning. He grinned and said that he understood him. In the bright building of the academy, words were heard that he did not expect such a reaction. On a stone in the forest, saying that it seemed that Cion had good connections. What an interesting boy. He wrote down words with a pen in a shining scroll, saying that every time he found something to report. Surrounded by radiance, the scroll flew up. A question was heard. What was he going to do? A spirit with wings floated nearby and said that if anyone else interfered, everything would only get more complicated. The boy answered Hearthkriya that he knew. Feathers floated near the ball. He said that he should be careful. Kiram is not like him at all. She has a physical body. The hero smiled, saying that then he would first cut off all his connections, and heard that this was a good idea. The girl appeared behind when the boy asked Hearthkriya to rely on him, and asked if he wanted to see her. Sarika adjusted her glasses, hearing thanks for coming, and said that she actually wanted to see him too. Boris stood up and said with a smile that he wanted to know something about Cion. He took a step forward, saying that he mostly spends time in the dorm, does not attend classes, but he is very talented. Sarika smiled, asking if maybe he was just gifted from birth, he was interested in him? Standing in front of her, she heard that yes, at first only him. A sly smile appeared on the man's lips. He said that now he was interested in those around him. He addressed her as Mistress Sarika, and then looked at her slyly, said that he should call her a follower of the Black Fog. The girl's eyes widened. A blade materialized next to her palm. The man extended his shining palm. And next to the girl, a multi-eyed and toothy monster appeared. The hellhound slammed its mouth shut. Bright rays of attack cut her body several times. Sarika cut the hellhound into pieces. Her eye flashed from the use of the divine power of the Black Fog. The whirlwind scattered pieces of the monster. Saying that she did not expect this, she can create her own territory. The heroine landed, raising dust. The man continued that this is how she keeps her mana from penetrating the real world. With a predatory smile, Sarika said that she did not know how he knew about her true identity, but he knew that it would cost him his life. With a confident smile, she pulled out a blade and said that if he wanted to die so much, then she would help him with it. A shining book appeared in Boris's hand. He said that he did not think it would be so easy. Sarika looked at him with a smile, and said that he had no lack of self-confidence. But how long would it last? Figures in black cloaks appeared behind her. The girl held a blade, turning to Boris, saying that she would now begin the purification procedure. The shining book opened. With a predatory smile, the man ordered to attack. He would deal with everyone. The girl with horns stared forward, exclaiming that it was Dad. Cion appeared in the portal, saying that he had returned. The girl immediately knocked him down. Brian turned to Emily and asked her to give him food. The girl pushed the guy down with a smile, and he thought that it was already difficult to hug her. She had grown so much, and he asked out loud if everything was okay with her. The embarrassed Nana answered that yes, and she got along well with Sarika, as he asked. Smiling, stroking the girl's head, Cion thought that it seemed that she was doing well with Sarika's training. The monster's head lay with its mouth open. The girl with black wings stood next to the monsters. The hero thought that some time ago he asked Sarika to train Nana to limit her breakdowns. He could not allow another bloody ball to happen. The girl looked down at the monsters from above. The hero thought that training with a master must be very difficult. Sarika looked down with glowing eyes. The hero thought that she knew about self-control like no one else. With a wild smile, Nana laughed. Cion stroked her head and said that it was not easy for her, and the girl confirmed, saying that there was no training today. She said that she had some plans. The hero looked to the side in surprise, asking again, and heard that perhaps purification. Kiram sat on the couch with a smile, saying that she told her to deal with this Boris. The guy clarified what she was talking about. The brunette pointed her finger, saying that as he knew, he came to the school as an instructor. Sarika would probably be easy to get close to him, since she was also an instructor. Turning around, the guy said that he could not allow this. Did she even imagine what she would have to confront? Imagining a book, Kiram said that he meant a holy scripture. Did he think Sarika with the fog was not able to do it? Getting up, the guy sighed in relief that she knew about Hearthkriya. With a puzzled look, he asked when she was going to tell him about this. Did you want him to punish her? The girl laughed, saying that she just didn't think it was that important. Standing next to him, the hero said that it was not the time to relax, and Kiram asked, was he going to go to her? Opening his mouth, the guy answered that his origin was really dangerous. He turned to Brian, saying that he had to go, so let him take care of Emily and Nana. The guy with his mouth full turned and asked again. Looking at him in surprise, the hero asked what he was eating, and his comrade replied that he was very hungry. Did he want to take him with him? Putting out his palm, the hero replied that no, he would only take Kiram, and thought that he was the first person who could cook Emily. Boris was holding something similar to black buns. The hero thought that he had become stronger, and the guy asked, so they just need to wait for him here? The amazed Nana opened her mouth, hearing that he should take them to Brno, and asked, is he leaving already? Stroking the girl on the head, Cion apologized, saying that it could be dangerous here. The comrade asked, is he sure that the two of them can handle it? Resolutely looking at him, Cion replied that everything was fine. He would return as soon as they completely figured it out, leaving them to him. The man in the black cloak fell to the ground. Sitting down on one knee, Sarika thought, that's it. The longer she looks, the more disgusted she finds him. In the haze, figures of people walked. Looking at the lying body, the girl thought, was it really him who was behind the bloody ball? The figures covered in haze looked with burning eyes. She thought that the same energy that was during the ball emanated from these puppets. She was sure of it, although these dolls were stronger. Holding a shining book, Boris mockingly asked, are you tired already? Standing surrounded by his puppets, he said that this is an appetizer. He extended his fingers forward, saying that there was something else, a main course and a dessert. The girl looked at him carefully. One of the monsters attacked, breaking the ground where she had just stood. Sarika quickly jumped back. Bright purple rays of a fast-moving fog storm crossed the enemies. Flipping in the air, the girl attacked with rays of 8 hovering petals, and then landed with glowing eyes, using the secret technique of the assassins, the death wave. Sarika gritted her teeth when her shoulder was cut. Shining spears appeared. Moving forward, the girl thought that he continued to use open spells, although she thought every time that she was attacking openly, and these puppets. One of the monsters ran after her. Turning around, the girl jumped on the column. The jump left a bright trace. Moving in a zigzag, the monster attacked Sarika, and she thought that they predicted her movement. A shining cross appeared on the forehead of the doll. Sarika looked forward in surprise. A bright explosion appeared in the sky nearby. Covering herself with her hands, the girl flew out of it, thinking that they had so much mana inside, they were not just ordinary puppets. Monsters with glowing eyes attacked from behind. Another powerful explosion appeared. Sarika was thrown back again. Boris held a glowing book with a predatory smile, saying that it was now her time to die. Sarika covered one eye as he used his war hammer. A blinding beam smashed the ground, scattering debris. A huge war hammer shines from the opponent's body. The hero walks on the ground and says that all of this is truly a pity. Boris holds the book and hears that his opponent finally understands everything. The girl lies in a large crack and states that she means they're puppets. Images of monsters appear in the frame. She explains that they can track the mana of their opponents, unlike normal puppets. Boris holds a glowing book in his hands. She clarifies that this spell book is the source of power. She holds a dagger and states that she feels some strange mana from it, asking if it is a divine weapon. Boris stands in front of him with a smile and exclaims that she has an amazing sense of battle and excellent knowledge. He asks her with an ominous grin what she will do with this information. The hand of the dead man bursts out of the ground after the Imaginarium spell. The horde of the dead rises. They roar and slowly go on the attack. Boris hangs in the air and declares that there will be no end to these puppets and it is better to surrender right away. The girl sticks a dagger into the ground. It begins to shine with purple light and declares that she does not like to surrender at all. The girl looks in front of herself with a serious expression, activating a secret technique. She raises her hands and performs a familiar summoning. A huge monster stands in front of the army of the dead. Boris looks at her in surprise and does not believe that such a technique is possible. The girl stands next to the monster and casts a spell. The villain feels that her mana has completely evaporated. The monster with a huge mouth roars at the enemies. The dead see him. He rushes to attack, trying to crush them with his fist. Blow after blow, he kills the living dead. He sees them trying to climb onto his arm. They gradually climb onto him. Boris at this time considers it rude, because he trained these puppets for a long time. The villain looks at the battlefield and does not believe that she will be able to use her mana to create a familiar, calling it an amazing talent. The girl stands powerless with a dagger. The villain says that this is only a temporary measure, because right now she is just an empty shell without a single drop of mana. He smirks, believing that it will be difficult for her to use even the simplest spell. He conjures over his book and declares that this decision was a mistake on her part. A strong explosion occurs with a bright flash. Boris looks ahead, but Nana at this time flies behind him and says that he is talking so confidently, as if what is happening does not pose any danger to him. He blocks her blow, using the defense skill. Boris in shock realizes that he did not see how she moved. Nana smiles as her opponent ponders how such moves are possible without using mana. He puts up a barrier and tries to hold back her onslaught. Nana tries to break through his defense. She confidently wields her dagger with an angry look. The heroine holds the knife with both hands and breaks through Boris's barrier. She flies towards him with a fist and declares checkmate. The villain flies to the ground while his shield crumbles into small pieces. He writhes in pain, sitting on the floor. He looks ahead in fear and sees a hand. Nana grabs it and runs forward with him. The girl covers his mouth with her hand. He understands that she does not give him a chance to cast a spell. The heroine smashes his head through the wall. His hand lights up green, as he decided to use a spell that does not require words, called a mine. Enraged, Nana notices something. There is a bright flash. Boris flies away from his opponent. In flight, he releases spears of justice, trying to wound Nana. She runs at a fast pace, holding a dagger in her hand. Boris directs a hail of projectiles in her direction. She deftly dodges and deflects each shot, preparing an attack on the enemy. The girl, furious, prepares to attack Boris. She flies above him while he is casting a spell with a book. Nana looks at him in flight. With one movement of her leg, the heroine delivers a powerful blow. Boris lies on the ground, clouds of dust and smoke around him. He looks down in shock and hears an offer to finish today. The girl flies down with the dagger, but it is covered by a barrier. Nana covers her face from the light and realizes that she was stopped by a divine weapon. The book in the middle of Golden Ring states that they have very little information about this woman, and she thought that she was just one of the followers. Nana lands nearby and watches what is happening. The girl holds a fighting stance, listening that with such skills she should occupy a leadership position, if not higher, and it will be too difficult to cope with her at her current level. Nana squints, not understanding what is happening. Boris is bleeding black blood. The heroine notices this. She asks in surprise if he was a member of the Black Blood clan, clarifying whether they were destroyed in their lifetime. Boris wipes it and says with a smile that this is why he avoided such situations, but this is how it all turned out. Monsters in hoods are standing near the red crystal. The villain explains that the puppets and the day stone that appeared at the bloody ball, it was the Black Blood clan who first created them. Nana in shock asks that Boris was behind that massacre. He says arrogantly, it seems he was caught, and now it will not be easy for him to continue working in this place, and he is very sorry. Nana flies into the attack with the demand to shut up. Boris, holding the book, exclaims that they will see each other next time. Nana, holding a dagger, runs to attack and screams that there will be no next time, because she will not let him go. A furious monster stands behind Boris and prepares to attack him harshly. The monster hits the energy dome that the villain created. The book screams that it is very annoying. Boris watches with a smirk and declares that he completely forgot about the familiar. Monsters are visible on his hands. The guy realizes that he has already absorbed all the puppets. Nana attacks with difficulty, wondering if it is possible to break through this barrier at all. The tip of the dagger pierces the shield. The girl realizes that if he did not have this spellbook, she would have a chance. Nana sees a surge of energy from behind and assumes that someone has penetrated her territory. A red slash appears in space. The girl wonders if he really has an ally. The protagonist calmly flies into the attack, while the heroine exclaims his name. Boris says Sion's name with fear, not understanding why he came now. Cion, holding his red sword, prepares to attack the enemy. He helps Nana hold back Boris's onslaught. There is a bright flash of two opposing sides, purple and gold. The hero steps on the gold shards with his foot. Kiram walks nearby and says that she is even sorry to look at this. She turns to Hiskria with a smirk. The hero with huge white wings stands in front of him and asks how he was found. Hiskria looks ahead with a displeased face and asks why he is here. She replies that she just has a developed sense. The girl continues walking and says that she feels everything. Kiram leans towards Hiskria and says that she feels when it comes to such hypocrites and people like him exude a terrible stench. Hiskria displeasedly says that he warned her. He covers himself with his wings and makes it clear that he already told her that she chose the wrong side. Kiram looks ahead in surprise. The creature soars up and turns into the all-powerful Supreme Seraphim. A golden book with a blue eye on the cover looks forward. Nana and Cion shield themselves from the bright light. The monster growls in displeasure at what is happening. He watches as the heroes close themselves with an energy barrier. Nana slides along the ground and rages. The bloodied heroine shouts out Sion's name. He at this time furiously runs at his enemy, who emits an infinitely bright light. The book carefully looks at the rival. The hero wonders if he is really confronting the supreme divine forces. The protagonist confidently moves forward, while the others do not understand what kind of power he is using, because he cannot withstand this alone without the help of the demonic sword. The hero shouts out the name Air, declaring that he was hiding something much more dangerous than he expected. The girl looks at Boris and declares that she will also help Hiskria. The villain absorbs the red energy, and he claims that the owner of the demonic sword is right in front of them, and they must destroy him right now. Cion approaches the book with his hand, which warns Boris that they are not strong enough for this. The protagonist, furious, with red eyes and bulging veins, screams the villain's name. The eye on the book looks on in surprise as the entire writing is torn apart. Hiskria does not believe that the book was just cut. The protagonist furiously rushes to attack, holding his red dagger in his hand. He plunges it into Boris's heart, who screams in pain. The villain is angry, realizing that he broke through Hiskria's barrier and this guy is quite dangerous. The picture shows the sun surrounded by darkness, explaining that like the black fog that covers the star, he is now sure that it symbolized Cion. Boris holds off the advancing enemy, realizing that if he is the very sword that will stand against Ashel in the future, then they must get rid of him right now while Hiskria's barrier holds. Nana sees a monster that explodes and states that it is a very powerful mana and the protagonist will not be able to resist for long. The girl holds a fighting stance and realizes that she needs to act before something bad happens. The huge monster looks forward furiously. The protagonist fights with his hands against the angry Boris. Cion watches him furiously and activates the Sword of Fog, dense rooting of darkness. Boris looks at him with an extremely angry look. He releases a hellhound at the protagonist, which almost grabs him, but Nana saves him. They slide along the ground. The girl holds the guy who is lying down and uses the secret technique of the assassins of the human-demon fusion form, while Cion asks about the master of the hall. He opens his eyes in surprise. They see a very bright light emitted by the enemy. The protagonist tries to close himself from this flame together with Nana. A powerful beam hits the ground. A strong explosion occurs. Nana looks ahead and realizes that they have broken through her misty domain, and she thinks that it is all the power of the divine weapon. The girl sits next to the guy and says that they were able to escape, which means the heroes failed the purification. Cion stood up and asks why she stopped him. She screams that she saved his life. The protagonist corrects her with a displeased face, because in fact, he saved her life. The girl furiously asks who taught him to talk to elders like that, while the protagonist asks if Kirim is okay. The red dagger lies in Sion's hand and says that she will need to get some sleep. The protagonist imagines the battle and realizes that most likely she felt the pain of all this directly on herself, and despite this, she was still able to stand. Cion looks ahead with a displeased look, while the girl behind him asks why he is ignoring her. But at this moment the fighter realizes that if a real battle is inevitable, he will still have to use it. The events take place in the trading city of Brenu. The surprised heroine in a cloak walks down the street. She sees an old man and realizes that she was not sure about his arrival. The old man stands in a hood. The girl exclaims that they are really here. They sit at a table. The old man explains that he left the academy only recently. She in turn expresses surprise. Alice enthusiastically says that he usually does not like to leave the walls of the academy. In his hand is a cup of tea. He explains that all this is because of her letter, and it seems that the situation is quite serious. The girl excitedly asks if this is true because she left the knightly order. He only laughs in response and says that she will choose her own path. The old man explains that the will of her family is not so important, because Ashel and Lionel pose a great threat. She asks if he knows anything about Ashel. The old man in the cloak says that he knows, along the way asking what would happen if Ashel became the head of the house. Alice looks down sadly and states that the Knights of Light would have countless talented people joining them and that he would most likely lead the strongest empire in the world. The old man introduces his grandson and states that Lionel would also likely lead the Knights of Light alongside him. Alice is surprised and says that this is what worries her, clarifying that he is thinking since he is his grandson after all. The old man states that her brother Cion once asked him what he would choose if the empire's prosperity and his family's honor were at stake. He adds that it was as if he knew what awaited them and the old man thought too little about what they could do. Alice is shocked and clarifies that it was as if he knew the future. The hooded man stands up from the table and expresses uncertainty, but he thinks it would be better to leave the empire for a while, at which point the old woman asks what he means by that. He walks away and says that a great disaster is coming for them all soon and he will do everything possible to fix it, but he can't guarantee anything. Alice asks again about the great disaster in surprise. The old man in the hood makes it clear that he meant a coup d'etat, because he already sees that different forces are eager to seize the throne. The events unfold in the trading city of Brenu. Nana looks around with delight. She points at the cellar and says that there are strange fruits there. She points at the elves, dwarves, calling them strange people. Brian hugs the girl and awkwardly apologizes for her, because they are just going about their business. The knight looks at her and explains that you can't point at people. Emily asks what's wrong with that, because she's just a growing child. Brian closes his eyes and explains that it would be bad if they attracted too much attention, since their priority is to get to the shelter safely. But the maid asks him not to be like that, since people will mistake them for an ordinary family. Brian blushes with embarrassment. He runs a little ahead and tells the girls that they need to go there. Emily stands next to her friend and demands that she wait for them. Nana runs away while no one is looking. Alice stands in front of the open window. She remembers the words of the interlocutor about the coup d'etat and how he feels like internal strife can heat up around the throne. Alice reflects on the fact that she did not even suspect that Ashel and Lionel could plan something like this, wondering how Director Kundal and Cion even knew about it. Someone opens the door. Emily enters the room and addresses the mistress, who in turn asks how she is. Emily stands next to Brian and exclaims that they have not seen each other for a long time. The girl accepts them and asks if they live in the academy with Cion. The maid answers that yes, but still the young master needs them. Alice is shocked to hear that he has 2 women, including a demonic sword, not understanding how he lives in the academy like this. Brian happily says that the young master had an urgent matter and sent the 3 of them here. Alice asks again. They all turn around and do not see Nana. 2 guys look at her in fear and ask where she went. Alice at this time wonders who they mean. The knight covers his mouth with his hand and says that she was nearby just a second ago, mentally realizing that it is his fault, because he should not have taken his eyes off her. The girl stands opposite and says that they need to go. Alice with a serious look says that if this is someone important to Cion, then for her too this is not the last person, so it is better to look together. The events unfold in the picturesque harbor of Brenu. A man takes hold of the door handles with both hands. A warrior tells another that they are now ready to leave, who in turn says that the payment this time should also be good. They get off the ship and want to report everything to the captain. The surprised elf asks his partner if this is the girl who pointed her finger at them. Nana looks at them silently, while the guy asks if she really is not afraid to just walk alone. They get off and the elf turns to the girl, asking where her parents are. Nana points her finger at the ship and says over there. She seriously states that there is some familiar smell there. The partners look at each other with a grin, realizing that this is easy money. They invite her on the ship and assure her that they have plenty of delicious food there, including candy. The elf thinks with a grin that she seems too old for this. Nana asks for candy in dismay, while the hero wonders if she is retarded. The partners happily stand in front of her. One of them assures that they are kind, the other adds that they will give them away for free. A memory appears in which Cion explains to Nana what to do if strangers suddenly offer her candy. The girl happily agrees. The partners show her the way and say that there are candies there. The elf points to a dark corner and shouts with a smile that there are a lot of sweets there. A memory appears in which the main character said that she should never go into dark and tight places if someone asks her to. Nana naively runs into the room. The villain notices that she is completely stupid. They approach the doors and happily declare that they still have a reward waiting for them today. Nana looks ahead in surprise, seeing empty cages. She looks around and does not understand where the candies are. The girl sees children chained in cages. The girl turns around and realizes that she was most likely tricked. She starts crying, remembering Cion, and starts apologizing for it. She lifts her nose in surprise. Nana runs down the hallway and realizes that she smelled it. The girl moves along the floor. She comes to a covered cage and states that he came from here. Nana looks under the cover and says that it is from him. In the cage sits a high-ranking red gnoll monster in the form of a small puppy. The girl tries to reach him with her hand. She starts petting him and calling him a good boy. Nana looks at him in surprise and asks how he got here, clarifying if he wants freedom. The girl easily bends the bars and tells him that everything is ready. Someone calls them. Small children sit in a cage and ask if she can let them go like that. Nana watches them with a crazy grin and mocks them. The heroes walk along the ground. An elf stands in front of the captain with his personal monster and declares that everything is ready. The head of the Torino trade union declares that all that remains is to sail out of the harbor. A gnome stands below and asks if they will trade on their own again. He replies that they will. The picture shows a broken coin. It says that Maurice suddenly disappeared and now the Grey Guild has come to an end. Torino strokes the monster and declares that now that they do not have to pay duties, they will be able to earn even more, and the Garum community will pay more for small children, so they will all get raises as soon as they are finished. The gnome thinks and says that he has a bad feeling and most likely it is a woman's intuition. Surprised partners ask if he is really a woman. He in turn discontentedly recommends that everyone be more careful. The captain, sitting on the throne, declares that they have a gnoll. He sees his ship explode in the distance. He convulsively begins to scream. Torino sees the girl who landed and asks who that is. The pink-haired heroine quietly talks about bad adults. Nana begins to glow with purple flames. Horns grow from her head. She declares that she does not forgive bad adults. The frightened man realized that it was a dragon. The girl pointed at the people in front of her, saying that they were all evil and adult liars. One of them, clenching his fist, was outraged that she continued to point her finger at them. After which the group rushed to the attack, saying that the first thing they would do was cut off her finger. So one of them received a punch in the face. The second got a knee. The girl hit the third with her head. A moment later, all three were lying on the ground. Torino's hand seal began to glow as he realized what she was trying to achieve and ordered her to be captured alive. Nana frowned. The beast showed its teeth. Oh, the shadow of the monster loomed over her. The monster had struck a crushing blow. The excited man raised his hands, shouting that he had ordered her to be captured alive. The beast's eyes glowed brightly. Torino warned that if even a scratch remained on the goods, she would be finished. But Nana calmly held the hammer. Frowning, she noticed something. An emblem was visible on the monster's collar. The swings of the hammer left bright marks. Nana leaned on her hands, sliding along the ground. The man, jumping up from his throne, lamented that the monster could not cope with such a short man. Torino clenched his fist again, demanding that the monster fight accordingly. The monster raised the hammer above its head. The girl's fist began to glow brightly. Her blow knocked the weapon out of the enemy's clutches. The blow threw the monster back. Noticing that it was falling on him, the man jumped over. The fall made a loud noise. Footsteps were heard. Brian and the others turned around. Alice and Emily were standing next to him. He said that Nana was there, because he felt a lot of mana in that direction. The three of them ran along the street, saying that they needed to hurry. Torino put his hand on his head, saying that the girl would answer for this. Putting his hand forward again, he ordered the monster to finish her off. But his eyes became smaller from what he saw. The shackles on the monster's neck were broken. The monster looked at Torino ominously. Trembling, he saw how the paw was approaching him. The girl watched this massacre. Now the monster turned its attention to her. Nana put her hands behind her back. The monster approached her. The girl looked into his eyes. She watched her carefully. Nana showed the puppy with a smile, saying that he had been looking for her all this time. The monster happily extended his fingers. Then the girl waved after them, saying goodbye to the delicious-smelling dog. With a tear in her eye, Nana said that she also wanted to go to her dad. Turning around, she heard words of gratitude for saving them. Several children were peeking out from behind a huge hammer. Raising her hand to her face, she wondered what to do with them. The group of those she had fought earlier were about to leave, but the girl stopped them. Pointing at them, Nana told them to take responsibility and take these children back home. Smiling ominously, she added that if they did not, she would eat them. They looked clearly displeased, but still agreed. The girl waved after them. Lowering her hand, she said that Nana saved everyone, and she wondered if her dad would praise her when he heard about it. Cion started crying again. He also said that she did well this time, and didn't even mess up anything. Someone's hand fell on her, saying that she was great. Nana looked at Cion happily, asking him how he found her. He then remembered her surrounded by an aura, thinking that such a power, corresponding to the effort of an adult dragon, spread throughout the city, and it would be strange if he couldn't find her. Then he looked into the empty room, also noting that judging by the fact that there was no one in the shelter, everyone else obviously went to look for her too. With a smile, hiding his irritation, he thought about Brian and Emily needing a scolding, and told the girl that he was her dad, so he could find her anywhere. Nana's eyes lit up frighteningly brightly, saying that the hero was amazing. The others just ran up to them. Brian's mouth wide open, he was glad that Nana was safe. He had already thought that something had happened. His eyes became smaller in fear. Cion threateningly clenched his fist, saying that the boy must have realized his mistake. Alice and Emily looked ahead in surprise, saying that the one the hero had been looking for all this time was a dragon. Nana looked at them questioningly. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the White Palace. Someone was quickly descending the stairs. The blonde, gritting his teeth, thought about what could have suddenly happened. No one would have thought that the one who had been sitting in the academy all this time would get here. The servants bowed before the man who entered the door. Kunda looked at his son seriously, saying that they needed to discuss something. Both sat down at the table, and he powerfully said that 10 years had passed since he left the Duke's title. Looking at the documents, he also said that he had no intention of interfering, but for some reason the expenses for managing their estates had decreased, while the sponsorship of the imperial family was growing. The young man sitting opposite him replied that he knew everything perfectly well. After introducing the red-haired girl, he also said that her family was sponsoring the emperor with huge amounts of money every year, and if they couldn't keep up, their position would weaken. He then introduced the two boys, saying that eventually, another family would put their heirs on the throne. Frowning, the boy asked his father if he wanted that. But the man slammed his hands on the table, interrupting him. Kundal turned to his son with a serious expression, asking if either of them was worthy of becoming emperor. His son stared, saying that as long as the emperor was from the Quizzle family, it didn't matter who it was. The man sitting across from him clarified that it was just like when he married his now-deceased sister off to the emperor. The boy gripped the arm of his chair, hearing him stop all financial support for Ruinal. Kundal stood up from the table. He started to leave the room, and when his son asked him where he was going, he replied that he was going to the imperial palace. The setting sun illuminated the walls of the castle. Sitting at the table, Ashel read about the discovery of the owner of the demonic sword. Burning this news, he said that he always planned everything in advance, but this time his plans were in danger. Imagining Alice, the boy thought about how he did not expect her to leave the Knights of Light, although this only confirmed his right to inheritance, so in a sense, the news was even good. He also remembered her look full of disdain directed at him, and wondered if she perhaps knew something. Frowning, he came to the conclusion that this was what worried him the most right now. A spatial movement circle appeared next to him. From the circle, a silhouette of a man appeared. Thus, Boris, kneeling on one knee, greeted the Lord. Standing in front of him, Ashel asked him what had happened and that his current form was the true form of the black blood lineage. Smiling gently, he replied that he shouldn't have appeared like that. Looking closely at his interlocutor, the Lord wanted to know who had done this to him, because he should have stayed at the academy all this time. Closing one eye, Boris replied that it was Cion who had done it, bringing him to this state. Ashel became noticeably angry. Still, raising his hand to his chest, the interlocutor said that he had finally achieved what he had been striving for so long. A small ball appeared in his hand with the words that this was the power of the demonic sword, which he had discovered during the bloody ball. Then, smiling ominously, he added that he had found the owner of the demonic sword. Gritting his teeth, Ashel replied that now everything made sense. He remembered the fight, saying that the hero owned it and that it had disrupted all his plans, and he hadn't even realized it. Standing up, Boris said that he tried to kill him, but did not have enough strength, and then his interlocutor decided that he would have to deal with him personally. Also, imagining bright lightning, he added that this was not the first time they met in a fight, and although it would not be easy, he had a chance. Ashel looked questioningly at the interlocutor, hearing that the time had not yet come, and clarified what he was talking about. Raising his finger, Boris said that followers of the Black Fog were fighting on his side, and it would not be easy to predict further developments. Coming closer to the interlocutor, he asked if he had any plan, and he replied that they needed to follow the prophecy. Imagining a sword, he said that divine powers would lead him to it, and he needed to find this holy sword. Ashel was shocked to hear about this. A guy was standing outside the door of their office, thinking that he needed to tell Cion everything as soon as possible. But Boris appeared behind him, saying that they had a spy. After which he grabbed him by the throat. Lifting him off the floor, he noted that the boy must be a loyal servant of the Lord, but he would learn something here in order to pass it on to someone else. Ashel himself came out of the office, saying what he had suspected for some time. With a menacing look in his eyes, the blonde was outraged that he had fooled him. Linov looked at the pages of the book, and did not find what she was looking for. Remembering the image of the sun, she noted that the old book they had found back then in Boris's office, and its symbols in the ancient language could be the only clues. Then she remembered how she had flown out the window, thinking that if it weren't for the blocking spell, she could have learned even more. Now she closed the book, thinking that so far she had only found what was written in the ancient language, and there were only 2 such analogues in the world. Imagining these books surrounded by different authors, she also remembered their name as a holy and demonic book, so it was similar to a holy book, but it was unclear why something like that was in that office. Arena appeared behind her, wondering why he needed it, and that she couldn't find out anything else. Frowning, Linov decided that it seemed like she would have to search in the closed archive of the society. She turned around when Arena asked what she was thinking about and whether she had noticed her presence. But smiling, the girl herself asked what brought her here. Arena blushed slightly and looked away, asking if she had seen Cion, to which Linov replied that he spent most of his time in the library. With a sly smile, she noted that Arena wanted to see him. But the interlocutor, clenching her fists, answered that the hero suddenly disappeared, and this seemed strange to her, and then Linov asked her not to worry, because if it was about this guy, it meant that very soon he would suddenly appear next to her again. Looking at the interlocutor in surprise, Arena asked where she got such confidence from. She, lowering her eyes, answered that she just knew, because it was always like this. Then, turning away, she hummed something quietly. Reshmus ran into them, saying that something serious had happened. She handed over a letter, saying that it was from the imperial family, and asked to read it quickly. Holding the letter in her hands, Arena noticed that she had already read everything herself, reminding her later that you can't just open something like this. Looking at the letter, she noticed her father's handwriting and saw a word about confirming the strong ties between the Burt family. Violet raised her head, hearing about the 5th princess. Arena's eyes widened when she saw Sion's name. Looking absolutely shocked, she said that they were now engaged and would have to get married. Putting down his glass, the man said that he was grateful to Violet, as always. The girl was at her father's bed, saying that there was no need to be there, because it was her duty. Arena looked at Dion with concern when he said that there was no need to overdo it, because it was just a cold, and asked him to get better soon, because it hurt her heart to see him like this. Slightly opening his mouth, he again asked her not to worry. Kundal entered the room and greeted him. Violet bowed, and when asked how she was doing, she replied that she was fine. The princess and her maid began to leave the room, wishing him a good time. Kundal looked at Dion with displeasure when he joked that it had clearly taken him quite a long time to get here. The interlocutor looked at him tiredly when the director asked what had happened to him at such a time. In the rays of the sun falling on the window, Dion said that it was unseemly for him, as the head of state, to meet an honored guest in such an inappropriate setting, citing poor health. But looking at him sternly, the interlocutor did not agree, inquiring about when the man had managed to undermine his health so seriously. Looking down, he replied that at first he thought it was just a common cold. His hands were shaking, saying that no matter how much time passed, he still could not get back to normal. Looking at him intently, Kundal expressed his condolences. He sat down next to the bed, saying that he should have hurried here much earlier. Despite the interlocutor, Dion noted that he always visited him only when a significant threat was approaching the empire. Still, raising his eyes, the emperor asked about the trouble that Rono was causing. Looking closely at Dion, he noted that he had his suspicions, saying that at first he was just a little worried, but now everything seemed much more serious. A bright light appeared in the emperor's palm as he said that there was no need for fear. Putting all his power into this ball of light, Dion also said that he would stay in his place and would not allow the guy to teach anything bad. The ball curved, and Kundal, who was watching this, noted that his magic looked quite impressive, but it was too unstable. The emperor lowered his hand to the bed, and then he realized that the changes affected not only his appearance. Looking at his interlocutor again, Dion said that he was worried about something completely different. The director of the academy looked at him questioningly, hearing the question, "How is Princess Arena doing?" Introducing the girl in the rays of the sun, Kundal talked about how she is an outstanding student, not only hardworking but also talented, and soon she will be able to cope with her role as a princess in the best possible way. Leaning forward slightly, he added that the other party had nothing to worry about. Smiling slightly, Dion remembered that she often gave in to tears when she was a child, but it seemed that he could rest easy about her now. The two looked at each other. The emperor said that she had grown a lot since she met that boy 3 years ago. But the director of the academy clarified that he meant Cion. Dion imagined the hero defending this girl, saying that he was sure that he would stay with her until the very end, and that was why he had decided to unite them in marriage. But he looked at Kundal with confusion, noticing that he did not seem very surprised. Clearing his throat a little, the director noted that he had begun to suspect something when the emperor recommended him for the royal dormitory, and heard the question about his opinion. Resolutely raising his head, Kundal replied that the boy was completely worthless. Dion looked completely confused. Raising his hands, the man explained that not only did he constantly skip lectures, but he had never been seen reading a book in all the 50 years he had spent at the academy, and this was the first time he had met such a blockhead. His interlocutor visibly tensed up, wondering if he had made a mistake. But smiling, Kundal added that he was still their most talented student. Raising a finger, he also noted that as long as the young man was near the princess, no one would dare to even touch her. Dion lowered his head and called it happiness, and his interlocutor asked if this was what he was most worried about. Without looking up, Dion clarified that his greatest fear was that the children would kill each other. Violet walked out into the corridor with the maid. She raised her head when she heard someone call out to her. Lionel, folding his arms, clarified that she had seen her father and grandfather, asking why he had come so suddenly. Passing by, the girl replied that he could go and ask himself, but the guy was indignant that he had not finished speaking yet. Then Violet stopped. Without turning to him, she called it all madness. Frowning, Lionel said that she was asking for a fight. The blonde, with a crazy smile, answered no, because they had nothing in common. Opening her mouth wide, the guy asked what she was even talking about. Violet put her hand on his face. Coming closer, she said that she thought he had already understood everything, and was surprised that she would have to explain. Approaching his ear, Violet said that he had tried to kill his brothers and sisters. But Lionel took his hand away, demanding that she not dare to say such a thing without evidence. As he left, he added that if she didn't know anything, he would find out for himself, and that she should be more careful next time. His face showed anger as he wondered who had told her everything, and he didn't even know how much she might know. Violet still smiled ominously as the guy thought about what she was planning. Arena, putting her hands on her head, shouted that she would marry Cion, not understanding how cruelly they couldn't decide everything for her. Lunev looked at the princess, remarked that if she didn't like it, she could have simply refused. Without lifting her head from the table, Arena still said that it wasn't that she didn't like it was just that the relationship between their families was involved, and her father could have asked her first. A kick was heard. Reshmis, putting her foot on the table, said that she was definitely for this marriage. The blushing princess heard that she had gone through a lot of mental suffering. Reshmis's hand illuminated the sun, saying that it was fate or the will of the gods. As if surrounded by flowers, the girl was saying that Arena would finally be able to get Cion. A man entered, asking what they were doing here. Pointing at her, the hero noted that this place was meant for reading in silence. Arena looked at the guy, who was saying that Reshmis was probably annoying her with such behavior. But the princess grabbed the girl by the collar. The hero and Lunev watched as the two ran away. The girl looked at him when he asked what happened to her. Cion turned around, hearing the question of whether he liked Arena, but did not answer no. He imagined himself at 40 next to a little girl. Afterwards, looking dissatisfied, did not understand how this was even possible. Violet looked away and said it was fine. She smiled a little when he simply told her what kind of books they were. There was a stack of books on the table in front of her, and she replied that she was trying to find something. He then remembered the book in Boris's office, telling her that it had turned out to be an ancient manuscript. Cion raised his hand to his face, noting that there was nothing more to find out, and that if she wanted to find information about the sacred book, she would have to search in the closed archives. Throwing the book on the table, he asked if she had ever seen it. Violet flipped through the pages, noting that they were just travel notes. But the hero pointed to a specific passage, inviting her to look at it. Leaning closer, he read about mountains covered in trees made of sand, saying that it was a fairy tale world where a devilish monster lay, defeated in the Great Demon War. Then, looking at Violet, he asked if there were any ideas about the mountains covered with trees made of sand that were mentioned here. The girl, slightly confused, replied that she did not understand how this was connected to the sacred book at all. Then the guy presented a book surrounded by red, saying that he was not looking for the sacred book, but for something that could resist it, and he needed the location of the demonic tome. Looking at the hero in surprise, the girl wondered how he knew the names of the sacred book and the demonic tome, which only the chosen ones knew. Closing the book, she replied that she knew nothing about it and apologized. Cion waved his hand, asking her to tell him if he found out anything. Lunev silently watched the guy leave. Ramila peeked out from behind the bookshelf, and the girl felt her presence. Lowering her head, she apologized, saying that she was ordered to constantly be near her. Then, imagining the man with the monocle, Lunev thought that the girl was not there to protect her, but rather to spy on her. Still, without turning around, she asked Ramila how many communities knew the names Hiskria and Remiharam. She, looking at her interlocutor, answered that many did, even though they were forbidden to pronounce them out loud, and that she had no idea how Cion knew them. Still, turning around slightly, Lunav asked if her interlocutor could get a few books from the closed archives. She opened her mouth wide. The blonde answered that she could lose her life for something like that, and that Reigans would be furious. Then the girl innocently put her finger to her mouth, noting that a few words from her would enrage the man, and that she was obliged to find out what Cion knew, asking her interlocutor what she would do about it. Ramila was completely confused. As she left, she only answered that she understood her. Lunav touched the book on the table, deciding that she would have to ask the hero later how he had access to such information. Frowning, she also decided that her main task now was to get closer to him, because he was definitely hiding something. Cion walked along the corridor, thinking that he was sure that Lunav could know something about the mountains covered with trees made of sand, but it seemed that he would have to find out everything himself. The guy raised his head, hearing that he looked somehow thoughtful. Seth was standing by the wall, offering to share with him. After all, he was an extremely sympathetic and understanding young man. Adjusting his glasses, he also said that he could be an advisor. The hero looked at him in confusion, thinking that he had completely lost his mind, and asked him what he was doing. The guy passed by the interlocutor, noting that he had another side, but he answered him that he did not have time to play such games. Seth grabbed his hand and said that he could talk to him, and that he could help. Cion imagined his brain as one big muscle, thinking that there was nothing there but muscles. But frowning, he remembered that this guy was from the desert. Seth was noticeably surprised to hear the question of whether he had ever heard the phrase about mountains covered with trees made of sand. Looking behind him, the hero also asked about the name Remiharam. Lowering his head, he replied that he had not heard it for a long time. Then he squeezed his glasses, saying that Remiharam was the first opponent who made him feel the taste of defeat. Imagining ruins in the sand, he said that he met him there. Then he was still a 6-year-old boy, raising his fists in front of his face, but he still had neither muscles nor experience. A huge monster stood in front of him and seemed simply incredible, terrifying to him. Remiharam's eyes emitted a glow, and there was simply no chance of defeating him. Seth later opened his eyes with difficulty, realizing that he was still alive. There was nothing around, and it seemed that he was able to unknowingly escape from there, although it was shameful, but otherwise he would not have lived to see this day. Cion moved his hand away, clarifying that Remiharam was a monster, not a book, and the interlocutor replied that it was, also saying that he could not bear to remember it. Raising his hand to his face, the hero thought about the fact that he could only go there himself. Seth folded his arms across his chest, and when he heard the question if he could tell where it was, he replied that he did not know exactly what kind of ruins it was, but that region was called Nor Delhi. The guy was very surprised to hear that in the ancient language it means mountains covered with trees made of sand. Everyone turned around, hearing Sion's cry that the interlocutor took him there, to those ruins, and his comrade clarified that he wanted to go together. Seth, hearing that this was so and that he needed to pack his things, thought about the fact that this was perhaps an adventure in the company of a friend. Then he remembered how his mother looked at him, asking why he was crying. Then there were tears on his face with the words that all his friends were running away from him, although this time he didn't even break anything. The woman wiped the tear from his eyes, telling him not to worry. Then, smiling, she added that one day he would find a friend who would like him the way he was. Smiling widely, his mother also said that if he continued to train hard, one day there would be a friend with whom he could go on an adventure. Now Seth, smiling sheepishly, thought that his mother was right, and told the hero that he would also go pack his things. He rushed in the other direction when he wanted to warn him that there was a wall there. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. Seeing the hole in the wall, he didn't understand why he was so excited. At the other end of the corridor, Lunav was watching them. The door opened with the words that it was him. Brian and Emily excitedly talked about him receiving a letter from the palace, and the girl added that she didn't even notice anything. Cion took the letter in his hands, indignant that they were reading his mail again without permission. His comrade apologized, justifying himself by saying that it just caught his eye. Having looked at the contents of the letter, the hero asked what it was about, and heard that he was going to have a wedding. The girl looked at him with delight, and when asked why and with whom, she answered that with Princess Irina. Then he remembered Lunav, realizing why she asked such a question, and now he would have to deal with another problem. Having put it in an envelope, he decided that he would think about it later. Seth changed his clothes. Adjusting his hood, he said that he was leaving for a while, and they should look after Nana. The girl, who had been sitting on the couch, told him not to worry. Enthusiastic and embarrassed, he asked if she would now have a mother, but Cion answered that no and never. The terrified comrades looked at him. Brian asked what he was talking about, and was he really going to disregard the imperial decree? But remembering Ashel, the hero replied that his plans could not have a happy ending, and it was quite possible that he would be persecuted for life or even executed for insulting the deities or for ruining the hopes of the empire. With their mouths open in surprise, the comrades also heard that he could not allow her to be involved in this. They silently looked at the door closed in front of them. Lowering her head, Emily said that she was very sad for him, although Ashel was the bad one here. A comrade put his hand on her shoulder, answering that they would not allow anything bad to happen to Cion. Then, pointing to himself, he offered to do everything possible to help the master. Smiling widely, Nana said that she was with them. Both turned around with a smile, agreeing to this. But shock appeared on their faces. Nana began to look like a young Cion. The rays of the rising sun were visible over the desert. The hero called the carpet very cool. Both were sitting on the flying carpet. Seth asked if he was talking about his Alamut, to which Cion noted that it was thanks to him that they got here in just half a day. The hero looked at his comrade without delight, asking if he knew where they were going next, and he replied that he remembered everything perfectly. Smiling, pointing behind him, he added that the main thing was to fight their way through the sandstorm. Cion smiled a little nervously. Red lightning appeared among the sands. Frowning, the hero noticed that this was not just a sandstorm. But his comrade continued to remain calm, saying that such a storm was the most common for this area, adding that he should believe him. Cion opened his eyes with difficulty. A bird flew over him. He was surprised that he lost consciousness. Seth appeared behind him when he thought that they had finally gotten out of the sandstorm and asked if he had come to his senses. His comrade hit himself in the chest and said that he was completely fine. The hero did not understand why he cared. Later, approaching him, he asked how much longer they had to go. He answered that they were almost there. Cion looked ahead in surprise, noticing something in the distance. A view of the ruins opened up in front of them, and his comrade said that although it was difficult to see from afar, the view was quite impressive. Seth turned around with a smile, saying that the hero was the second person after him who had happened to be here. But he clarified if he was sure. Looking closely at the ruin, the guy clarified if there was really someone there. Covering his face with a mask, Cion replied that someone managed to get here before them, because he felt the mana of several people. Someone's feet touched the ground. The man got off his camel, saying that they would not go on foot from here. Looking around the ruin, he added that it was unknown what might await them inside, so they should be prepared. In front of him, he saw a high gate. Cion watched them from behind cover, wondering where they came from. Seth rushed forward when he wanted to offer to watch. He pounced on the man standing at the gate. Stones flew apart from the blow of his fist. With a wide smile, Seth noted that the stranger was able to dodge, to which he asked who he was. Shocked, Cion thought that his comrade had gone crazy. Menacingly clenching his fist, the prince asked on his own behalf who they were, what they were doing here. Then he pointed towards the hero, noting that he was not alone, and his friend was hiding nearby. Looking towards the hero, he was surprised that he was really here. Cion frowned. The guy, taking off his hood, still said that it did not matter why they were here. Taking the sword in his hands, he decided that now that they knew about this place, he couldn't let them go alive. His eyes began to glow brightly with the use of charge separation. In a moment, he approached Seth. The swing of his blade left a bright trace. What happened shocked Karen. A sand vortex appeared in front of Seth with the use of sand formation, so he stopped the opponent's magic. Then he directed his fists forward, using a reverse move. A stream of energy rushed past Karen's face. Having hit the gate, it smashed it. The blonde looked at the rift behind him, thinking that the opponent reflected his mana, and he clearly underestimated them. Again, he noticed something. Seth, putting on a pitiful look, lamented that he missed. Angrily, Karen ordered to stop showing off and, turning to his assistants, asked why they did nothing. He held one of them, Cion, in his hands asking for forgiveness. Then the bandits surrounded Cion, and he was outraged at how dare those two. Energy shot up to the sky in a bright beam, saying that he couldn't forgive them for that. But someone's voice told him to stop. Karen and Cion looked away in surprise. Seth raised his hand to his face questioningly. Lunav was walking towards them with Ramila. Looking up, the girl told Karen that those two were with her, and demanded that she put away her sword. Everyone knelt down, and he asked for forgiveness. Looking up, he also said that he couldn't have imagined that they were her companions, asking for forgiveness again. The girl looked at him intently. Then she looked at Cion with a smile, asking how he was doing, but he asked how she knew he was here. Karen lowered his head and heard that the hero smelled good, but he again insisted that she tell him. The blonde looked at him with hostility. Nana in the form of Cion was sitting on the couch. Someone asked about her polymorph. Sarika stood in front of her, talking about what it meant. She was almost an adult dragon, and although the form was not perfect yet, she would hone it very soon. The girl imagined a huge dragon, saying that they usually use such a form to hide their true form, but she was not sure about Nana. She probably never encountered an adult dragon. Then she remembered one of them, thinking that she did encounter one. Then she looked at Brian, thinking that if she said this, the girl would get angry, and asked where Cion was. He confusedly put his hand behind his head, answering that he did not know, and then Sarika realized that he was skipping classes again. The two bowed after her, saying that next time they would tell him to go to class, but she said there was no need. The kitten wouldn't listen. She left, slamming the door behind her loudly. They took a deep breath, and the boy noted that it was getting harder to cover the hero each time. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the ruins, and the question was asked if Lunav wanted to go there together. Karen frowned and objected, saying that it was too dangerous for her, but the girl replied that her comrades were very capable. She looked at him intently and added that she had never seen anyone come back alive, and in that case they should join forces. Karen and the others raised their hands to their chests, saying that they had all passed rank 7, and this time it would be different. Seth raised his hand. Putting his other hand on his waist, he said that he had been there before and survived. The blonde and the others opened their mouths in surprise, calling it nonsense, because it was impossible for someone like him to come out alive. But Seth, opening his mouth wide, shouted that it was true, and he could even show the right way, and also that there were a lot of lizard men at the entrance. Looking at them in surprise, Cion thought about how there were such high-ranking monsters right at the entrance. Then he looked at the breach, noting that this very entrance had just been destroyed. Someone's paw appeared from under the ground. Everyone turned around, and the hero said to prepare for battle. Looking at them, the lizard man growled. The monsters rushed to attack. Ramila covered Lunav with herself, saying that she would protect her. Karen, along with the others, rushed into battle, saying that they would also help. One of the monsters was struck by perfect lightning. Bright swings of the sword cut the enemy when using an instant cut. Lunav herself froze the monsters next to her, thinking that at this rate they would fight forever. Seeing the crowd of lizard men, she realized that there were too many of them. A message appeared about the appearance of a sphere of nothingness. Lunav raised her eyebrows in surprise, recognizing this mana. A dark ball appeared in Sion's hands. These balls began to hit the monster. Their body parts fell to the ground. Karen stood in shock, not understanding what they had just seen and that the hero had just destroyed all the high-ranking monsters. Seeing the many corpses on the ground, he was surprised that it all happened at once and that the boy was so strong. He and Ramila just frowned. Cion turned around, hearing the question of what he had done. An enraged Seth said that this was supposed to be his moment of glory, but the hero simply replied that he should lead the way. As he entered, he nevertheless noted that he was not here to be an ordinary guide. Ramila, who was standing behind Lunav, said that this was not an ordinary ruin, to which she noted that otherwise they would not have encountered such a defense mechanism. Inside, they saw a tall door. The girl also noted that this dungeon was formed from mana. The stones behind them began to rise. The breach in the wall was completely repaired. The group stood in front of the doors, talking about how they wouldn't budge. Karen looked at one of his comrades, asking about the cancellation spell not working, and he explained that he had never seen a barrier like this before. Then, raising his hand, he said to step back, and he would try to break through, as he did during the course. The barrier on the door reflected a perfect lightning. Seth, who was standing behind him, laughed when he asked in surprise about some kind of mana seal on the door. Angrily looking at the guy, the blonde thought that he was still getting on his nerves, and told him to open it himself. A bright light appeared near his hand. A moment later, the doors swung open. Gritting his teeth, Karen heard him say that he just needed to think with his head, and thought that he would definitely kill him. A monster appeared behind Seth. Turning around, he heard the hero assume that they were here at every gate, and told him that this one was his. Clenching his fist, he also noted that this monster was quite strong. A bright glow surrounded his hand. When he hit, the glow spread around, so they continued to go deeper into the dungeon. Cion held the girl in his arms, because we met not only monsters, but also all sorts of traps that no one expected. After all, they attacked another monster together, which was created from powerful mana, and he had never encountered it before. Seth, stretching out his hand, opened another gate, because only he could do this. The fire burned brightly. He noted that the ruins reacted to the blood of his comrade. Cion and Lunav were sitting in front of the fire. The girl said that it was because the Shaharkans built this place, from which the hero was surprised, asking why she did not say this before. She waved her hands in confusion, saying that she had learned about it herself not long ago from the archives of forbidden books, but the guy did not want to believe it. Embarrassed, the girl nevertheless said that she does not lie to people she likes. Without folding her arms, Cion said that this made him trust her even less, not understanding why he should believe in her affection, which made absolutely no sense. Then, lowering his head, Lunav told her that the Garam community had been searching for the sacred and demonic books for a long time. The hero looked at her carefully, hearing that the community was sure that the sacred weapon would help the kingdom prosper. Then she introduced Reigans, surrounded by flames, saying that for her grandfather this was already something like a religious faith, and he believed that the sacred weapon was necessary in order to seize all power on the continent. She looked at her interlocutor in surprise, who called it nonsense. Cion rested his head on his hand and said that nothing good could be expected from such power, and that only more people would die around him. Lunav looked at the guy in amazement, and asked why he needed the demonic book himself. He replied with a slight smile that he wanted to destroy it, because instead of using it for his stupid plan, it would be much more fun to just get rid of it. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The hero looked at her, hearing that in this case she would help him. She, resting her head on her hands, said that she would help find the book and that she really wanted to. Cion looked at her intently. Then, taking a deep breath, he told her to go to bed, but the girl refused, saying that she wanted to sit with him a little longer. The guy stood up and told her that he would go to bed himself then. Frowning, he did not understand why they were discussing something like this with a child, because she was only 12. Lunav was embarrassed and angry. Karen, standing around the corner, clenched his teeth. Afterwards, everyone gathered at the next door, and someone said that this was the last one. Putting his hand on it, Seth noted that he hadn't been here for a long time. The door in front of them disappeared. Noticing a dark skull in the center of the hall, Cion asked if it was Remaharam, and his comrade confirmed. Putting his hands on his belt, he also said that they needed to be careful. The skull was surrounded by a dark aura, and the hero noted that it didn't look like a book at all. Karen grabbed his sword, saying that he would go first if the others were afraid, but the hero suggested watching first. Remaharam's eyes began to glow. Frightened, Lunav screamed that she felt very strong mana. Hair appeared on the skull. The monster's shadow covered the entire group. Stones flew from the clatter of hooves. A huge monster loomed over everyone. Raising his head, Cion thought that Remaharam had just created a separate dimension, and this was clearly an unusual monster. Seeing its ominous aura, he also thought that maybe it really was a demonic variant. Karen retreated, avoiding the attack. Gritting his teeth, he said that their enemy was huge and wondered if it was really that demonic variant. A bright beam hit the monster, and the system notified that a charge had been detected. Karen attacked the monster, but it did not even stagger. Seeing how this monster realized that she still did not damage it. With their mouths wide open, his comrades shouted that they would help. They put their wands together, using elemental fusion and ether flow. The beam of energy shot out. The beast screamed as it caught up with it. Its paw fell to the ground. Karen smiled, saying that he had fallen. A glow appeared around Lunav's hands as she said that she would hold it off. The monster's feet were encased in ice. Putting her hand forward, she ordered Ramila to act. The girl ran up the ice. Jumping, she grabbed the blade. The blonde pulled the sword out of its sheath, using an instant cut. The swing of the blade left a bright mark. But what she saw shocked her. The monster threw her back with a blow. Then he looked forward. A sand whirlwind appeared around his paw. Seth put his hands on the ground, creating a whirlwind around Remaharam. Dodging and smiling, he said that he would put an end to this carnage. The sand completely hid the monster. Turning around, Lunav addressed Ramila. She, falling to the ground, replied that she was fine. Exhaling, the girl was happy and thought that they could win. However, looking at the sand whirlwind, she had a bad feeling, as if something would go wrong. Two bright eyes appeared from it. The monster dispersed this whirlwind. Seth crossed his arms. Lunav looked shocked, saying that the enemy had dispelled the magic. Now Remaharam rushed to attack. Seth clenched his fist, using sand cannon. Someone's footsteps were heard. A sphere of nothingness appeared in his hand. Sion's eyes glowed brightly when using separation. A bright stripe appeared on the monster's body. The monster immediately fell to the ground. Seth lowered his head when the hero said that it was easy, and replied that he was sad. Karen looked at him worriedly, thinking that he had dealt with the monster so easily and now he didn't even know who the real monster was. Frowning, he was also angry that the guy was on Lunav's side. His comrades asked if he was okay. He looked at them angrily, and replied that now was not the time to worry about him, and that they should go and worry about the lady. All three of them drooped, not understanding what they had done wrong. The skull of the defeated enemy lay on the ground. Cion noted that only bones remained again. He and his comrades stood over it. The hero said that they had gotten out of another dungeon, and it seemed that everything was over, but he didn't understand where the demonic tome was. Seth noted that he had never defeated such a thing, so he didn't know either. Suddenly, the skull began to burn with blue flames. Cion, opening his mouth in surprise, said that this was not the end yet. Something burst out of the ground. Seth gritted his teeth. Several whirlwinds burst out of the ground. Ramila held Lunav, saying that it was too dangerous. Karen, opening his mouth wide, shouted for his comrades to return, otherwise they would be swept away. Cion stood in the middle of several whirlwinds. The ceiling began to collapse. The ruins completely covered the center of the room, and Ramila said that it was too late. She looked at the stones with annoyance, saying that Cion was talented, but he could hardly survive this. Lowering his head, Lunav nevertheless answered that he was still alive. The girl went to the rubble, demanding to help clear it. Ramila looked at her, hearing that although it was hard to believe, she had to trust. With brightly glowing eyes, she added that she felt him near, because they were connected. The sound of a waterfall was heard. Looking ahead, Cion said that this was another dimension. In front of him stood a defeated monster. The monster's face was grinning, and the boy noted that its mana was stronger than before. Turning to Seth lying on the ground, the hero asked if he was okay. But what he saw shocked him. His comrade's body was completely burned, the boy was surprised that he could not dodge the attack. Cion imagined Seth getting hit by it, thinking that it was a spell of about 9 stars, and probably turned out to be too powerful for an academy student. Gritting his teeth, he said that it irritated him. The monster let out a loud roar. A blade appeared in the hero's hand with words for him to be quiet. Tightly gripping the handle of the blade, he was glad that no one would see them, because now he could fight as he wanted. Blue flames surrounded the Balrog's body. Cion smiled ominously, saying that he was not so easy to defeat, and now he was in a foul mood. Stones flew to the sides from his dash. The hero rushed at the monster. Its eyes were shining brightly. The swings of its blade left bright traces when using the rapid fog storm. Cion pulled the knife behind his back, and several wounds appeared on Balrog's body from the use of cutting flurry. The monster's head fell to the ground. Cion stood in front of its body, hearing that he was the first person to get here. Frowning, he was surprised that it was talking, but he also heard that he would still lose. The monster had a new head, and it said that it was difficult to kill. Squeezing his fist, he also said that it was infinitely regenerating. Balrog stared at the hero, warning that it would tear him apart. But a sphere appeared next to his face. Many spheres tore his body apart. Cion pulled the blade back again. The swing sent a bright trace. In one of the wounds, he noticed a blue ball. The ball began to grow over with flesh, saying that it was useless. Balrog's body was restored again, and he said that the guy would soon run out of steam. But he looked at him questioningly when he heard him say that he even liked it. Pointing his blade at the monster, Cion said that he could fight him endlessly, and that he should not dare to die and continue to recover. The monster clearly did not expect to hear this. A bright light burst from Ramel's hand. Lunav sent a stream of water forward. But this did not move the rubble. The girls stood near it, saying that none of the spells worked. Sighing, Lunav said that some kind of shield was installed around these ruins, which meant that nothing could really be done about it, lamenting that Seth was not here. Someone's footsteps were heard. The wounded Karen approached her, saying that he was glad to see her, but the girl answered him that he was fine. She frowned when she heard that he knew the way out of here and replied that she couldn't get out. He looked at her carefully, and said that everything would soon collapse here and they needed to get out quickly. Looking at the rubble, Lunav said that the hero was stuck there. If he wasn't going to help, then he'd better leave. The guy, looking at the pile of stones, said that it was impossible to survive under such a collapse, but Lunav replied that he wouldn't have died so easily. Karen opened his mouth wide and asked why she was so obsessed with him. Lunav looked at him silently, hearing that she didn't care about anyone. He remembered his fallen comrades, saying that they died right before his eyes. Then he looked shocked, saying now that these sacrifices should not be in vain. Then, putting his hand on his chest, he added that he would accompany her from here, and unlike Cion, he has served her for a very long time. Lunav looked at him with displeasure, hearing that if she wanted to fall in love, she should have chosen him, because no man in the world cared as much as he did. He still sheepishly stuck out that it was fate, and now it was clear to him that she was destined to be with him. Lunav's eyes lit up slightly when she replied that she could say the same about Cion, but not about him, because those words made her sick. Ramila smirked, covering her mouth. Karen pointed at the girl, saying that she could laugh at his love, but he didn't care. If necessary, he would take her by force. Ramila immediately covered Lunav with her body, telling the guy that he was already crossing the line. But he grabbed her, demanding that she mind her own business. Then he slammed her into the ruins. With a mad look, he looked at Ramila, telling her that it would be easier for him to just wipe her off the face of the earth. The girl was struck by lightning. After that, she fell to the ground. Smiling menacingly, he turned to Lunav, saying that they were alone. He froze, hearing someone demanding that he stop immediately. Raising his head, Karen was surprised that there were still survivors here, and demanded that the unknown person show himself. The voice coming from the darkness agreed to show himself. Someone's dark silhouette appeared, saying that in return, the guy would pay for his insolence. Seth opened his eyes. Looking around, he did not understand what he was doing here. Then, putting his hand to his head, he remembered how Remaharam's attack hit him. He looked at his hands, wondering if he was dead, but someone said that everything was fine, and for now he was still alive. The girl, surrounded by bright light, added that they had not seen each other recently. Turning around, Seth asked her how she knew him, and who she was. She smiled and replied that he did not remember her, because a lot of time had passed, and that she had saved him when he was dying. Coming closer, she said that she was much more interested in learning about his current companion. Then, putting her hands on his face, she warned that she would borrow his body. Unexpectedly, the girl kissed Seth. The burnt body opened its eyes. Bright symbols appeared on its face. Cion continued to strike Balrog, who asked him to stop. The hero's body was engulfed in red flames. A bright glow appeared on the monster's body when using the killer's secret technique. The hero noticed a small blue ball again. A dark sphere appeared in the hero's hand, and he said that he really wanted to break that glass ball. Looking at the guy, Balrog asked him to stop. but the blue ball split. The monster's body began to disintegrate. It turned into sand, not understanding how a person could defeat it. The sand was scattered by the wind. Among it, Cion noticed a sheet of paper. Taking it in his hands, he did not understand what it was, assuming that it was just a part of a demonic book. After tearing it up, he said that he had come all this way and it was all in vain, but Kirim would have understood right away if she had been conscious. He imagined the previous battles, thinking that she had exhausted herself too much in the battle with Boris and had fallen asleep for an indefinite period. Cion looked at the waterfall in front of him, not understanding why it was still there, because the mechanism that created it had already disappeared. Seth appeared behind him. The hero felt a thirst for blood. He managed to dodge the attack. The guy looked at his comrade in surprise. Seeing how the ground flew apart from his blow, he still felt a different mana emanating from him and did not understand what was happening. The unknown person touched the ground, saying that he did not really want to interfere. Karen raised his head when he heard the question why he wanted to harm a young girl. Lunev looked away in fear. The dark figure had a red aura and said that if Karen couldn't find a good enough excuse, he would be killed. The boy reached out for the sword, noticing the incredibly overwhelming aura. Its eyes began to glow brightly, and he decided that this was the real Remaharam. Frowning, the creature demanded an answer. The boy rushed forward, determined to quickly defeat and get it. Remaharam raised his hand and called Karen pathetic. The boy felt something happen to his hand. A moment later, it was twisted. The dark figure, descending through the ruins, noted that he dared to attack him before answering his questions. Snapping his fingers, he added that it was rude. Blood flew from the blonde's hand. He screamed, falling to the ground. Suddenly, he felt something again. Something pressed him to the ground. A huge hand held him down, and Remaharam noted that now he seemed more obedient like this. Pressing him even harder, he again demanded an answer, but heard only a cry. Squeezing his hand, Remaharam said that this cry would be his last. Blood spurted from Karen's mouth. The huge hand squeezed him completely. Surrounded by a red aura, Remaharam asked for words of gratitude. Lunev thanked him with her hand on her chest, but he noticed that she looked scared. The dark creature was getting closer when she asked if he was Remaharam, and he replied that he was. Frowning, she asked what he wasn't going to do, but he replied that he was going to examine her. Lunev watched the creature, not understanding what he was thinking. Remaharam leaned over and said that he understood, and she asked what he meant. Pointing his finger, he replied that he meant her body. Imagining a human silhouette, he also said that he saw traces of heart damage, and it seemed that they had been cleansed by mana similar to his, so it was no wonder that he felt something familiar. He then pointed to the ruins behind him, assuming that they were the work of the boy trapped there, and she clarified that he was talking about Cion. Squinting, Remaharam repeated the name and noted that they were quite close. Lunev, looking at the interlocutor, asked if the hero was okay, and he replied that she should not worry, because he was supposed to be talking to the ruler of these ruins right now. Then he pointed at Ramila, asking if it was okay for her to die so easily. Seeing her lying on the ground, she replied that it was too late, and such a wound could not be healed even by healing magic. Looking down, Lunev blamed herself, saying that she would have to live with the memories of today until her death. But raising a finger, Remaharam replied that not everything was lost yet, and she clarified what he wanted to say with that. A wide smile appeared on his face with the words that in return he would put forward his condition. If she agreed, then he would gladly reveal his secret. His feet pushed off the ground. A series of powerful blows sounded behind Cion. They were heading towards him like bright beams. But he managed to block them with his blade. Gritting his teeth, the guy mentally cursed at the prince. He saw his silhouette in the fog, surprised that this was beyond all human capabilities. Seth delivered a series of quick blows. Cion tried to hold them back, thinking that his mana, physical abilities and even everything else had increased incredibly. A fist was directed towards him. One of the attacks still reached him. Smiling, the prince said that the hero was caught. Then he delivered another powerful blow. This one threw the guy back. His blade sank into the ground. Cion also slid along the ground. Frowning, he thought that his opponent did not give him a second to rest, and it was already difficult to deflect his attacks. Seth flew above the ground, saying that he was the first person who managed to hold out for so long. Smiling broadly, he added that in that case it was time to end the games and get to the point, calling him the heir. Cion raised his head in surprise, asking about the fact that he knew him. A sand snake headed his way. A voice was heard saying that he could not leave it alone for at least a little while. The hero slid onto his blade. The barrier blocked the snake's attack. But smiling, the guy said that he had been wondering when she would wake up, and asked if Kirim had gotten enough sleep. The girl crossed her arms in displeasure, answering that she still felt sleepy, no matter how much she slept, and as soon as she finished, she would go back completely. Seth sank to the ground, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time since the Great Demon War. Kirim pointed at him, indignant that he was bothering her master, and now pretending to be friends, and had the nerve to do so after she had taken over someone else's body. The sand goddess pointed to the mark on the boy's chest, saying that it was the symbol of the clan that served her, and she only interfered in the affairs of the people of that clan. The girl became angry, hearing the words that the goddess only played around with his master a little, so we don't have to be jealous. Frowning, Cion asked why the sand goddess was guarding the demon book, and she replied that she was simply giving her husband a place to live. Presenting the entrance to the ruins, she said that this temple was originally built by the clan that worshipped her, and after the Great Demon War, she took in Remy harem. Coming closer to them, he also said that she had simply prevented the sacred weapon from falling into the wrong hands, and now it was her turn to ask questions. Looking closely at the hero, the goddess asked why he was trying so hard to get Remy harem. The guy remembered Ashel, answering that he wanted to kill someone, and for this he needed the divine book. The goddess in Seth's body looked at her interlocutor with confusion, who said that if she wanted to interfere with him, he would kill her. But she only laughed loudly, repeating his words. An angry Cion said that he was serious, but she, still laughing, noted that he would also try to kill the supreme deity. Then, putting her hand on her chest, she nevertheless said that she had decided everything and would look after him with the help of this body. Opening his mouth wide, the hero asked what would happen to its owner, because taking it away so easily was too much, thinking that what irritated him most was her manner of speech when she was in such a body. But with a wink, the goddess replied that she would only use it when necessary. As long as her consciousness was in it, this guy would be immortal. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that now Seth would not die of a cold, like in his past life, and this was much better. Stamping her foot, the goddess just said that it was time to get out of here. The ground under their feet cracked. Then it began to rise. The boulders covered Cion. The goddess said that they would see each other again. The ruins rose to the ceiling again. Looking at him, the guy thought that he had finally gotten out. Seth stood in front of him with an empty look, wondering what he was doing here. Behind him, he saw Lunav and Ramila, saying that he was fine. Smiling, the girl told him that she was glad that he was okay, because she was very worried. They looked away, and the hero noted that it would be better if she was worried about something else. Seeing a bloody light, he asked about what happened here, thinking that those ruins should be under the protection of the goddess. But this is significant damage. Frowning, he decided that this was the work of the sacred weapon Remy harem. Then he saw the book on Lunav's belt, noting that she found it, and the girl said that only they managed to survive, and after his disappearance, a lot happened. Putting his hands on his belt, Seth said that they need to get out of here, and he clarified, why so suddenly? Raising his hand to his head, the blonde replied that some woman had been chatting with him for some time, and she said that the ruins will soon collapse, and her voice already gave him a headache. Raising a finger, he was surprised that the others did not hear her. Large stones fell to the floor. He noted that the girl now had a demonic book with her, and the mistress of the ruins settled inside her comrade. Everyone looked at the ceiling, and he decided that it meant that there was no longer a need to be in this place. A magic circle appeared near Lunav's hands, and she called everyone closer. The comrades gathered around her, and the girl said that she would use a teleportation spell. Cion looked at her with concern, saying that she would not be able to use it, because the exit from here was too far, but she replied that there was no time to explain. Cion looked at her with concern, thinking that she was going to use a higher-level teleportation, although this was a 9-star spell. The glow of the magic circle became brighter. Seth, seeing the collapsing ceiling, shouted that everything was collapsing around. A message about spatial movement appeared. Lunav's eyes emitted light. Stones covered the entire room. The temple was in ruins. The sun was shining through the window into Sion's room. A bright aura was emanating from the body. Nana in the form of Cion looked at herself in the mirror, saying that it was perfect. She noted behind her back that now there were no horns, no wings, no tail, so she was just like him. With a confident smile, the girl decided that the time had come. The students were shocked, not understanding what he was doing here, and whether he really decided to show up for class. Nana in the form of a hero was sitting at her desk. There was delight on her face with the thought that she was always interested in finding out how her daddy's day went, and she would live the whole day like him. The girl looked at the teacher with delight, thinking that he probably studied with a bunch of his friends, and that the hero was incredible. The teacher pointed at the board. Nana noted his enthusiasm and that it was amazing. Arena looked at him silently. Reshimus covered herself with a book, surprised that it was really Cion. Looking at his face, the girl also asked if he was okay, but the princess pursed her lips, thinking about what to do, decided that she should discuss their engagement with him. Nana walked down the hallway, talking about how no one still realized that she was not Cion. Clenching her fists in joy, the girl shouted that this was great. She remembered sitting by the window, thinking that this was much more fun than just looking at the world, as she usually did, noting that this is where her dad lived. Sarika appeared behind her as she was talking about going to other classes as well and asked what she was doing. Nana turned around and asked if she really thought she could walk around like that. Gritting her teeth, the girl realized that she had guessed. Looking at her intently, the instructor said that she was lucky that the director was away, because if someone had found her, everything would have been different. Nana burst into tears, thinking that it was creepy, and asked for forgiveness. Irina appeared at the other end of the corridor. She looked down in embarrassment, saying that she needed to talk to Cion. Frowning, Sarika thought that this was very bad timing. But Nana grabbed the girl's hand. Leading her along, she said that they would go to her room. With tears in her eyes, the princess was surprised that they were going to her room. Reshmas covered her mouth with her hand, thinking that it was better for her to stay here for now, and wished the girl luck. The bright sun illuminated the desert. A magic circle appeared on the sand. Lunav's silhouette appeared on it. The others appeared nearby. But the stones above their heads teleported along with them. With a loud thud, they fell to the ground. The hero and his companions stood in a cloud of sand. Cion, looking around, was surprised that they got out. The hero looked at Lunav lying on the ground, noting that she really did it, and that her skills had improved significantly, and said that she was not sure that it would work. She turned around when Ramila said that they were saved thanks to her, and said that she needed to rest, suggesting that they stop at the nearest settlement. Cion looked at Seth, asking if he knew where they were, and he replied that he knew this place very well. Seeing the walls in front of him, he said that this was the city of outcasts. A man approached them, asking why he came back. An old man stood surrounded by other people. Barnathi held his hand out in front of him when the boy said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and demanded that they not approach him. Seth looked at him in confusion, hearing that 6 years had already passed. The people looked at the prince tensely, saying that it took them that long to get back on their feet. With shaking hands, Barnathi shouted that if Seth had any pity left for him, then they should go away, asking him not to destroy the world that they had built with such difficulty. The old man pointed to the man next to him, and reminded him that they were close, and asked if he remembered him. The guy, putting his hand behind his head, said no, and Barnathi said that it was his son. He remembered him lying on the ground in front of the prince, saying that when he was younger, he knocked out his front teeth because he wanted to practice. The toothless guy burst into tears, and when Seth said that it was just a childish fight, his father objected that because of this, he still has not married. Afterwards, he remembered the destroyed well, saying that in addition to this, he constantly destroyed the village. He also remembered the destroyed walls, saying that he broke them too, asking why he had to step on them like that. Frowning, the prince replied that they were just standing in his way, but the interlocutor mentioned that there were doors. Cion and the others looked at this in disappointment, realizing that he had been like this since childhood, and that was why he was called the problem prince, and also, they would not be able to rest here. Shaking his hands, the old man said that he could not let them pass. Bright symbols appeared on Seth's body, and the goddess said that she could not just watch this. Lunav looked at the prince in amazement. The hero lowered his eyebrows, upset that it was her again. Folding her arms over her chest, the goddess said that she had rights to this guy, and she would not allow him to be treated so harshly. Barnathi looked at his interlocutor with confusion, asking what he meant and what he was talking about. A bright light appeared under his feet with the words that she was crossing the desert and bringing storms to this world. The silhouette of the goddess appeared with the words that she wanted to stop in this village and demanded to accept them. The wind threw back the cloaks of the girls, who were surprised by the appearance of the goddess because she controlled Seth. Cion, without expressing emotions, looked at what was happening, thinking that this was a beautiful duet. After that, the symbols on the guy's body disappeared. He looked excitedly at his comrades, asking if they heard the voice of a woman. The hero pointed forward, saying that thanks to her, they will be able to stay in this village. Barnathi and the others fell to their knees, asking for forgiveness. Her hands touched the door with the thought that she had a premonition today, as if something good should happen today. Reshma stood at the door, wishing the princess a good time with the young master, and wished her luck. Nana in the guise of a hero and Irina were sitting next to each other. The girl was thinking about what to do. Blushing, she heard the interlocutor say that this was lucky, because the instructor was very scary, and tried to keep up the conversation. But suddenly she opened her eyes wide. Only now did she notice that their hands were together. Embarrassed, she turned to him, hearing a question about her health. Nana touched her forehead, saying that there was no temperature. Irina jumped away from her. They silently looked at each other. Absolutely confused, the girl thought that she had been too harsh in putting him down, although she did not want to at all, because they were engaged, and she should not behave like that. The princess saw the misunderstanding, deciding that she could no longer run away. Now she needed to tell him everything today. Closing her eyes, she asked what he thought about their engagement. But she opened them again in surprise, hearing that it was great. Nana, who was sitting on the couch, was saying that she liked her, and therefore the idea of the engagement too. Irina, slightly opening her mouth, only asked if it was true. She, smiling widely, answered that it was true and even more than candy. Tears appeared in her eyes, thinking that she had never even imagined that such a thing was possible. Coming closer, the girl wondered if she really liked him too. Suddenly, something caught Irina's attention. A tail appeared behind Nana's back, and the princess asked since when did he have one. The carriage was heading towards the academy. Kundal, who was sitting in it, said that after his absence, the academy now looked even somehow unusual. Seeing the golden gate, he wondered if some creature could have gotten in there. Irena, without taking her eyes off Nana. The girl was already in her true form, and the princess said that she was only polymorphic. She turned around and asked for forgiveness, but the girl replied that everything was fine, because she had not done anything wrong. Hearing this, she smiled and said that she would tell her dad her words. But Irena showed a prohibiting gesture with her finger, answering that she should not do this. After sitting down next to her, she added that she was grateful to her for helping her realize something. Nana put out her little finger, hearing that the interlocutor would tell if she promised to keep it a secret. A bright light appeared in the room with a request to take the form of Cion again. The girl brought her fingers to her eye, saying that she was perfect. The princess, clapping her hands, agreed with this. After, embarrassed, she still said that she liked the hero. Nana silently looked at her interlocutor, hearing that she had only just realized that she liked him from the very first day they met. Then she remembered his intense gaze, saying that she knew that she was just a burden to him. Then she remembered how he smiled menacingly behind her back, also saying that she was really trying to become a better person. Trying to wipe away her tears, Irena asked him not to disappear again without saying a word, and just to be near her. Then, lowering her head, she asked Nana not to talk about it under any circumstances. But the girl turned around, answering that something was approaching. There was fear in her eyes when she said that it was something strong. Reshmus blocked Kundal's path, saying that she could not enter here, because the princess had an important conversation. Angrily looking at her, the man replied that there was no place in this academy where he could not enter, and asked her to get out of the way. But she frowned and replied that she could convey everything if necessary, and asked her to leave again. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he only said that he did not have time. Reshmus fell to the floor under the impact of the repulsion barrier. After that, Kundal opened the doors using a magic circle. He saw Irena and Cion, asking what was going on here. The girl, taking the guy by the hand, replied that she had a private conversation with her fiancé and asked him to leave. But the director's hand again glowed with the words that she needed to step aside, because it was not Cion. Nana was scared. The princess pushed her in the back. An explosion sounded between them. Covering herself from the fragments, Irena shouted for the girl to run, because they could not compete with him. Nana turned around and agreed. But Kundal rushed towards her, saying that he would not allow it. The girl ran towards the window. Glass fragments flew out. The director held the girl in his hand. He looked at her menacingly, asking how she dared to infiltrate his academy, and that she would have to pay for it. Nana clenched her teeth, holding on to his hand. A bright beam covered Nana when she used the sacred spear. The girl screamed, opening her mouth wide. Emily and Brian raised their heads in surprise, thinking that it was strong thunder. But the guy got nervous, saying that it was not thunder. Looking into the room, he shouted that Nana was missing, and thought that he felt an unusual surge of mana. Brian was putting on his shirt. When asked where he was, he said that he would go look for the girl, deciding that this was probably related to her. He gritted his teeth as he rushed forward. A heavy rain broke out. A magic circle appeared in front of Kundal. Nana avoided the attacks. Frowning, the director thought that she took the blow of a 9-star spell, but she still moved so briskly, beyond her abilities, clearly surpassing ordinary dragons. The ground under his foot began to move. Nana looked down in fear. Suddenly, she was pressed to the ground. 2 earthen pillars were about to crush her. From such a blow, stones flew everywhere. Kundal brought his hands together, saying that it was impressive. The girl was crushed, and the man asked about some kind of deity possessing her body. She was released when she lowered her hands, and also noted that she was neither a human nor a dragon, and also wondered why they did not attack. Kundal frowned, not understanding why she was ignoring him, assuming that she was waiting for something. Breathing heavily, she replied that Grandpa was not a bad person, and Nana did not attack good people. Seeing the man below, she heard a question about how she knew about this, and answered that she felt a delicate aroma. Then she remembered Sarika, adding that she said that she should only use her power to punish bad people. Kundal's hand began to glow, and he told the girl to tell more about this mentor. Several magic circles appeared around him, asking how she brought such evil spirits to the academy. But gritting her teeth, Nana answered that she was not evil. 2 large wings appeared behind her. She shouted that Dad says she is good. The director released a powerful stream of light when applying the judgment of the luminary. Nana was able to dodge this beam. Kundal's gaze acquired a bright glow, and he said that the girl could not escape. Then he directed the beam of light again. It was rapidly approaching the girl. Putting her hands in front of her, she tried to hold on to it, but she understood that she could not hold on for long. A powerful explosion sounded behind her. At the same moment, a hand approached Nana's head. Now a bright flash appeared when using Titan's Act. Blood spurted from the dragon's mouth. The princess, knocking on the barrier, screamed that the girl could not die like this. Reshmus, standing behind, said that it was useless. Looking away, she added that the director himself installed this barrier. Lowering her head, Irina said about the instructor. Reshmus looked at her in surprise when she shouted about calling Sarika. Turning around, Irina said that she was close with Cion, and she could help. But the instructor entered the room, saying that they could forget about calling her. Frowning, she put her hand on her belt, saying that it was hard not to notice such a mess. Brian noticed the students behind him, thinking that there were too many eyes. Then he slammed the door, saying that they would block the entrance here. Adjusting his glasses, the instructor told him not to let anyone in, and he replied that he could be relied on. Then, touching the barrier, saying that it was installed around the director, Reshmus asked if she could remove it. Smoke came out of her mouth, saying that the instructor Sarika could not. Irina and Reshmus raised their eyebrows in surprise, hearing that although this was a bit too much, there was no other way. So horns appeared on the instructor's head when using the human-demon fusion form. She demanded that they forget everything they were about to see. Looking with her black eye, she added that otherwise, death awaited them. Kunda looked at the girl lying on the ground, saying that she had finally calmed down. But he was surprised by what he saw. Nana had returned to her normal form, and he was surprised that she was just a child. The barrier behind him was destroyed by the use of rising mist. Sarika slid along the ground. Reino stood between the director and Nana, asking for forgiveness and for him to leave her alone. Looking at her, the man noted that she looked strange and asked who she was to her. Sarika, frowning, replied that she was her student, so she took full responsibility. Opening an eye, Nana noticed the instructor. But Kundo opened his mouth wide, saying that this was not about responsibility at all, and demanded that she step aside. Also opening his mouth wide, Sarika screamed that she could not and heard that Nana was very sorry. The girl, getting up, said that she was not bad. The director stared at her, hearing that she had simply made a mistake. Nana burst into tears, asking him not to touch the instructor. The man immediately remembered his crying granddaughter. Turning around, he noticed a heavy rain. Then, lowering his head, he said that the girl was quite badly hurt, so let the instructor treat her, and after that he would wait for her in his office. Sarika looked at him in confusion. Then she bowed and thanked him. But frowning, Kiram replied that it was too early for gratitude, and they still had to discuss how exactly she would be responsible for this. The sound of drums was heard. Seth was wearing various decorations, and he did not understand what was happening. People were worshipping him, saying that the goddess had descended to them and was manifesting her will through the prince. Out of anger, he broke part of the throne, still wondering what was going on here.